A stench of burnt plastic burrowed into his nostrils, laced with an indescribable, grotesque fragrance of flesh being carbonized in an instant. Ling Yun's final shred of consciousness was of that hot, humid summer night in 2025, the blinding spark that burst from the cheap soldering iron in his hand, and the soul-rending agony that instantly swept through his entire body. Damn it! If I had known, I should have just replaced the motherboard. That was the last thought in his mind, thick with regret and absurdity, before everything plunged into darkness. It was as if he had been stuffed into a washing machine spinning at full speed, yet also as though he were falling into a bottomless viscous abyss. Countless shattered images, sounds, and emotional fragments crashed and churned madly together. The mountains of excrement like code the nth version of a proposal killed by party A. The HR's cold and ruthless optimization noticed the glaring sea of green in his stock account, the stifled sighs by his parents' sickbed, intertwined with another torrent of memories utterly different, yet just as overwhelming, textbooks in a dorm redolent of ink, sweat, and shouts on the sports field, the always dust-choked main street of a small county town, his grandfather's stern face, his parents' concerned and hopeful eyes. A sharp pain split through his head. He tried to open his eyes, but his eyelids were as heavy as if welded shut. After several struggles, his vision finally shifted from blur to focus. The first thing that came into view was a ceiling lamp, a dim yellowish incandescent bulb. Its shade was an old frosted glass cover printed with tacky peony patterns with a strand of cobweb dangling from the edge. In his memories of 2025, such a thing should have been relegated to a museum long ago. Lowering his gaze, he saw walls painted with a green dado. A slightly curled world map was pasted on the wall, and beside it hung a thick wall calendar with yellowed pages. Ling Yun forced his eyes to move, fixing them on the large red digits on the calendar. March 3rd, 1996. He was silent for a full 10 seconds, then suddenly sprang up from the hard plank bed. The abrupt motion brought on a wave of fierce dizziness, almost sending him crashing back down. Bracing both hands on the bedboard, he supported himself, gasping for breath as he took in his surroundings. The room was small and sparsely furnished, an old wooden writing desk, a chair, and a wardrobe in a faux redwood finish stamped with the mark of its era. Books were piled high on the desk, the topmost one titled Principles of Marxist Philosophy. Beside it stood a white enamel mug printed with the words Shandong University. From outside the window came a crisp ringing, bicycle bells. Now and then it was interspersed with street peddlers crying in dialect, drawing out their calls: sharpen your scissors, sharpen your kitchen knives. That hawker's cry outside, sharpening scissors and knives. That craft was almost extinct in his time. Ling Yun lowered his head and looked at his own hands. The skin was a healthy wheat color. The knuckles were well-defined, brimming with youthful strength. There were no thin calluses from years of typing, no faint tremors from sleepless nights and chronic anxiety. He flung aside the heavy cotton quilt and stumbled to the mottled mirror on the wardrobe. In the mirror appeared a slightly immature, yet open-featured face. His short hair stood up in bristling tufts, his gaze still hazy from sleep, yet more than that it held the sharpness unique to youth, a vigor not yet worn away by life. He seemed a little taller than in his previous life, his shoulders broader as well. He touched his own face. The sensation was frighteningly real. This was no dream. The unlucky programmer Ling Yun, who had died in 2025 from an electric shock while repairing his computer to save money, had truly come back, returned to 1996, and into the body of another senior student, also named Ling Yun. Fuck, he muttered hoarsely to himself, his voice dry and trembling with disbelief. All the vocabulary he had accumulated over 37 years in his past life seemed at this moment to distill into those two plain, crude words. Absurd, bizarre, unimaginable, yet mingled with a kind of wild ecstasy that set his heart pounding and his blood boiling. He pinched his thigh viciously. Hiss! The stabbing pain made him suck in a sharp breath, yet the corners of his mouth could not stop curving up in a crazed grin. It hurt like hell, but it felt damned good. This was not a dream. It was not a dream. The memories of this body's original owner surged into his mind like an old film forced to fast forward and crudely spliced. His grandfather's authority, his uncle Ling Jun's concern, his father's animated boasting about business deals, his mother's gentle nagging, and that elder sister far away in Beijing, Ling Yun, a genius whose brilliance had been his childhood shadow. The fusion of memories still felt chaotic and swelling with pain, but Ling Yun, the 2025 soul, had already swiftly accepted reality. He even had the leisure to start comparing and analyzing him. This original fellow's physical condition is pretty good, much better than my sub-healthy self from the previous life. 1996. Ling Yun took a deep breath, savoring the comfort of his lungs filled with pure, clean air. His gaze grew sharp and bright. Ma Baba should still be running his little translation agency, right? Is Xiaoma still tinkering with that network pager? And those stocks that would later skyrocket? Changhong, Shenzhen Development Bank. Shenzhen KG. He ticked them off on his fingers, his eyes growing brighter with each one. Gold everywhere. This was truly an era paved with gold. In his previous life, he had struggled for half a lifetime only to end in a pathetic death by electric shock. All those regrets, resentments, and dreams he once had, now all had a chance to begin again. Living again. He tightened his fists until his knuckles turned pale. On his young face bloomed a radiance utterly different from the weariness and defeat of his past life. A light forged from ambition, excitement, and unshakable resolve. This time I'm going to live a completely different life. He was no longer the frustrated programmer, no longer the middle-aged corporate drone repeatedly bludgeoned by life. He was Ling Yun, 22 years old, brimming with vitality. And the future was limitless. First, I need to figure out my exact situation now, what my family's attitude is, and then make money. I must make money. Rubbing his chin, he began searching the room for more information. Job assignment after graduation. He recalled Uncle Ling Jun's gentle yet unquestionable suggestion during the spring festival: go into the industrial bureau. Take an iron rice bowl. He let out a derisive snort. With a heaven's eye script of the next 30 years in his hand, and he was supposed to go into the system and slowly grind away for seniority. For a stable life. For social security and benefits. That would be like begging for food while holding a golden rice bowl. His stage should be the imminent tide of the internet, the nascent capital markets, that vast and uncharted blue ocean of business waiting to be explored. However, Ling Yun calmed himself and sat back down on the bed. Once the impulse and euphoria ebbed, deeper thoughts rose to the surface. His mind began to race like a supercomputer loaded with a database from the future, filtering through the myriad business opportunities around 1996. Stocks, futures, gold, oil, BTC. These products of the capital markets were like ATMs for him. As long as his capital remained small enough, whenever a major trend came, he could ride it from beginning to end. Just thinking about it was so delightful that he almost drooled. Computers, the internet, mobile phones, mobile internet, consumer electronics, chips, lithium batteries. There were so many industries to choose from in the real economy. Whichever path he took, he could avoid the detours that trapped others. Ling Yun looked at the setting sun sinking gradually outside the window, its afterglow dyeing the small county town in a warm golden hue. 1996, he murmured, his voice carrying an unquestionable resolve. I'm here. Ling Yun was still silently calculating the major events that would soon shake the world and from which he might profit. The coming bull market in shares, the looming Asian financial crisis, the surging U.S. internet stock boom, and even 911. Suddenly the phone in the living room rang. Ling Yun strode out and picked up the receiver. His mother's voice came through the line. Xiaoyun, your eldest uncle came back today. We're having dinner at your grandpa's place tonight. Your dad and I will go straight from the gravel plant. We won't come home first. You go to your grandpa's place by yourself. Ling Yun agreed as he listened, then gently hung up the phone. By dusk, grandfather Ling Zhao's old work unit apartment from the axle bearing factory was filled with the aroma of home-cooked dishes. In the small living room that also served as a dining area, several people were already seated around a heavy round wooden table. When Ling Yun stepped through the door, he saw his mother Ding Ran and his aunt Huang Qian carrying out the last dish. A simple green vegetable and tofu soup from the kitchen. His father Ling Min was speaking loudly on the phone, the topic nothing more than business at the gravel plant. The black Motorola brick cell phone lay conspicuously by his hand, flaunting his status whether he intended it or not. Grandfather Ling Xiao sat upright in the main wrought tan armchair at the head of the table, reading an evening newspaper through his reading glasses. Even at home, an unquestionable aura of authority clung to him. Grandpa, uncle, aunt, dad, mom. Ling Yun greeted them in the familiar order from his memories. His voice still carried a trace of the distant chill of someone newly reborn. His mother Ding Ran immediately turned to look at him, her eyes filled with unalloyed concern. Xiaoyun, you're back? Hurry and wash your hands, we've been waiting for you to eat. Why do you look a bit pale? Did you catch a cold? It's nothing, Mom. I was a little sleepy this afternoon, took a nap, and just woke up. Ling Yun smiled, a faint warmth flowing through his heart. Grandfather put down the newspaper, his gaze sweeping across Ling Yun's face like a searchlight. He said nothing, only gave a slight nod. Father Ling Min finally ended his call, and wearing the smugness of a businessman, jerked his chin toward Ling Yun. Back already? Just in time. I've finally nailed down a big order with Director Liu from the cement plant. Your father's business is about to soar to the next level. His mother Ding Ran cast him a helpless sidelong glance and murmured in mild reproach, all right, your business is the greatest. The child just got back, let's eat first. Everyone took their seats. The dinner began in an atmosphere that appeared harmonious on the surface, yet seethed with undercurrents beneath. At first, the conversation revolved around Uncle Ling Jun's work in the municipal party committee and some harmless family gossip. Then grandfather picked up a chopstick full of greens and spoke in an offhand tone that instantly silenced the table. Xiaoyun, you're graduating soon. What are your thoughts about your job assignment? Here it comes. Ling Yun's heart tightened. He knew the time of judgment had arrived. He swallowed the rice in his mouth and carefully chose his words. Grandpa, I am still thinking about it. Thinking. Didn't we already talk at Spring Festival about you going to the Municipal Industrial Bureau? What is there to hesitate over after half a month of thinking? The one who cut in was Uncle Ling Yun. It's good for young people to have ideas, but they also need to face reality. I've already discussed it with your grandpa. The Municipal Industrial Bureau has a quota this year. It's a public institution, but the platform is decent and matches your major reasonably well. If you go in and settle down for a few years, build up your seniority, your future prospects will still be quite good. Father Ling Min immediately let out a derisive snort, clearly unimpressed. Big brother, what's the point of going into that idle yamen? A few hundred yuan of dead salary a month. What can you even do with that? He turned to Ling Yun, his voice unconsciously rising, colored with a businessman's bluntness and temptation. If you ask me, kid, don't even bother with that assignment. Come to my gravel plant and work with your old man. Say nothing of anything else. Just with that university brain of yours, earning 30 to 50,000 yuan a year would be easy as pie. His mother Ding Rant's brows immediately knitted together. She poked her husband lightly and muttered, what's so good about that gravel plant of yours covered in dust all day long? And besides, is that kind of work something a proper university graduate should be doing? Ling Yun parted his lips about to use his previously prepared line about needing time to think to ease the situation when the old landline phone in the living room suddenly rang at just the right moment, its shrill sound cutting through the air. Aunt Huang Qian stood up to answer it. Hello. Oh, Eugene, looking for your brother. He's here, he's here. She covered the receiver with her hand and motioned toward Ling Yun. Xiaoyun, it's your eldest cousin on the phone. She wants to talk to you. Ling Yun's heart gave a jolt. His eldest cousin Ling Yujin. Ever since childhood, the archetypal model child from someone else's family, a top student at Peking University, and an insurmountable peak among the younger generation of the clan. Her concern was often more penetrating than the elder's direct pressure. He drew in a deep breath, walked over, and took the receiver. Hello, sis. On the other end, Ling Yujin's cool, incisive voice came through at once. Even over the line, the oppressive force on the far end could be felt around the table. Everyone unconsciously quieted their movements. Ling Yun, mom said you don't want to accept the job assignment and have your own ideas. Didn't uncle say you should go to the Municipal Industrial Bureau? Her opening was as direct as ever. Ling Yun responded with a vague What exactly do you want to do? Do you have a clear plan? Holding the receiver, Ling Yun could feel everyone's gaze fixed on his back. Steadying himself, he did not answer her question heated. Instead, he spoke in a tone more composed than usual. Sis, I want to go into the computer industry. Start with software development, then move into hardware development after I've built up some experience. But I still need to do specific research. Don't worry, I won't act recklessly. There was a few seconds of silence on the line, as though she were evaluating how credible his words were. Then Ling Yujin's voice sounded again, her tone unchanged. If you thought it through, then go ahead and do it. Hand the phone to uncle. I'll speak with him. Ling Yun turned toward his uncle at the table. Uncle, sis wants to talk with you. Uncle Ling Jun took the phone, exchanged a few brief words with Ling Yujin, then hung up. Big brother, what did Yujin say? Mother Ding Ran asked anxiously. Uncle Ling Jun gave Ling Yun a long, penetrating look as if trying to see straight into his heart. He lifted his glass, took a sip of liquor, and said in an unreadable tone, Yujin says it's better to guide than to block. Since you want to give it a try, then try. You still have half a year before graduation. Use that time to experiment. At most, I'll give you 1 year. If after that you still haven't figured things out, you'll obediently go work at the Industrial Bureau. All right, uncle. On the surface, Ling Yun appeared cautious and deferential, but inside, he was overjoyed. At least he had won a chance to act freely. Ling Yun ate in silence, savoring the rich flavor of the braised pork in his mouth, fully aware that this was only the beginning. He had secured a preliminary measure of autonomy. Next, it would be time to prove through concrete actions that his cousin's words, better to guide than to block, were right. Dinner concluded in a subtle atmosphere devoid of clear agreement, yet absent of suffocating dissent. The grandfather's final stance was silence, while the uncle's remark of let's give it a try seemed more like a hesitant approval. The parents had no objections, primarily because their authority was overshadowed by their elder daughter, who was still far away in the capital. With his parents settled at the gravel factory, Ling Yun chose to walk back to the teachers housing the welfare residence of his mother's school, the place where he had grown up. The gravel factory also had a self-built house with a large courtyard where all the equipment was stored. Concerned about theft at night, Ling Yun's parents had moved there. Ling Yun opted to walk home, needing the solitude to cool down from the residual tension of the dinner table, and he required an utterly quiet space to clarify the assets he held and to plan his arrangements for the upcoming years. In the early spring night of 1996, the chill had not yet receded. The streetlights were dim-spaced far apart, casting faint yellow halos on the uneven concrete road. Occasionally, a bicycle would pass by with a ding-ding, the rider bundled in a thick cotton coat, their figures swiftly swallowed by the darkness. There was no scent of exhaust in the air, only the faint smell of burning coal from stoves and the earthy aroma. This slow, almost stagnant pace stood in stark contrast to the bizarre and information-saturated world he remembered from 2025. Ling Yun arrived at the small park in the center of the county and sat down on a cold stone bench. In the distance, the neon signs of two dance halls flickered defiantly in the night, like the hazy eyes of desire in this era. He closed his eyes and began to sort through his thoughts in his mind, planning for future developments. Regardless of the industry he would engage in, making money was essential. Only with wealth could one enjoy a better life. In his past life, as a seasoned veteran of the share market, Ling Yun was well acquainted with the stock trends. He was currently at the beginning of the 512 market surge, which would peak on May 12, 1997. The reason Ling Yun remembered so vividly was that the figures were identical. The Shanghai Composite Index started from 512 points and surged to over 1,500 by May 12, 1997, nearly tripling. In 1996, the major stocks were Sichuan Changhong Shunke and Shinfa. In his previous life, he had meticulously researched 10-bagger stocks and carefully reviewed their candlestick charts. To invest in stocks, capital is crucial. Reflecting on his small treasury, he had over 300 in cash, and his savings book seemed to contain over 2,000 accumulated as his lucky money over the years. The starting capital was too little. Should he borrow some from his parents? Just a few days ago, they mentioned buying 2 loaders in a while, and the family had saved over 2,000. If they could expedite the receivables and borrow a few thousand from grandfather, it would be enough. It would be better to borrow secretly. If his parents knew he was investing in stocks, they would surely disapprove. Borrowing discreetly also carries risks. If his mother finds out, his father's belt would not leave him unscathed. This was not without precedent. Once he had climbed over a wall and raided a neighbor's persimmon tree, resulting in a thorough beating with his father's belt that left him unable to sit for 3 days, his backside burning. After secretly borrowing the money, he would return to school. By the time his parents discovered it, he could delay things, and if he made money, then the borrowing wouldn't matter. With this thought, Ling Yun stood up and headed home to execute his borrowing plan. Soon Ling Yun returned home, grabbed a stool, took down an old leather bag from the top of the wardrobe, and pulled out the savings book and household registration. Upon opening the savings book, he found over 2,700. Evidently, his father's gravel factory had been quite profitable over the years. At 9 the next morning, Ling Yun left home, hopped on his rickety old bicycle, which only the bell was silent, while everything else creaked, and pedaled furiously towards the construction bank. The bank was not crowded. The slightly empty hall carried a solemnity unique to public institutions. Ling Yun approached an unattended counter where a friendly-looking lady in her 40s was seated. "Comrade, I'd like to open a bank card and transfer the money from my savings book to the new card," he said, handing over the savings book. The lady took the savings book, opened it, adjusted her glasses, and looked up at Ling Yun with a hint of surprise in her tone. "You want to transfer it all to the card?" This gaze made Ling Yun feel anxious. He sensed his facial muscles stiffening. Yes, all of it." "Well, that's quite a sum. Where are your parents?" the lady inquired casually, while skillfully processing the transaction purely as a professional nicety. They are busy and don't know how to operate it, so I came to handle it." Ling Yun felt his fib a bit awkward. The lady smiled and did not press further, beginning to count the paperwork. Every second of waiting felt like a century. Ling Yun's gaze involuntarily drifted towards the entrance, his mind uncontrollably envisioning the scene of his father suddenly bursting in. In this era, bank cards were still a relatively novel concept, but large transactions had begun to become widespread. "All right, fill out this form." The lady handed him an application. Ling Yun picked up the pen, forcing himself to remain calm as he meticulously filled out the information. After much effort to complete the form and finalize the card, he watched as the lady handed him a brand new plastic-scented construction bank savings card and a deposit receipt from the window. "All set, young man. Keep this safe. Don't lose it," the lady cautioned. Thank you, Annie." Ling Yun accepted the card and receipt, cradling them like a priceless treasure or like a scalding hot potato, quickly stuffing them into his inner pocket and pressing them close. Stepping out of the bank, the afternoon sun bathed him, and Ling Yun pulled out the savings card, glancing at it against the sunlight. A thin piece of plastic felt incredibly heavy in that moment. "Dad, I'm sorry. Let's postpone buying the loaders for a few months." With the funds secured, it was time to run, for today was the day school commenced. Ling Yun returned home, placed his bankbook and household registration booklet back in their original spots, packed his luggage, and called his mother to inform her that he was heading back to school. The journey from home to school only took an hour by bus, and it was quite convenient to arrive directly at the school gate. Unlike the grand entrances of modern universities, the gate of Shanda from 1996 still bore a simple and solemn charm. The security guard at the entrance, wrapped in a military coat, was dozing off and was unfazed by the late return of Ling Yun. The air was tinged with the chill of early spring evenings, mingled with the faint aroma of food wafting from the dormitory building and the unique blend of sweat and sneakers from the boys' dorm. This familiar scent calmed his racing heart slightly. Dorm 306. Ling Yun pushed open the creaking wooden door, which was painted green and had cracks in the wood. A stronger sense of life rushed towards him. Damn, donkey brother, you're still alive. A startled exclamation with a heavy northeastern accent rang out first. The speaker was Zhao Weiguo, a brother sleeping on the upper bunk above Ling Yun. He was bare-chested, wearing only a pair of faded green military pants, showcasing his sturdy muscles, and was holding a pair of dumbbells with beads of sweat on his forehead. Donkey Brother was a nickname Ling Yun earned during the freshman football tournament when he played as a winger. His speed and braking ability were exceptional. When an opponent grabbed his shirt, Ling Yun stubbornly dragged him for over 10 meters, leaving the opponent with scraped knees. From then on, he was known as Wild Donkey. Boss Ling, the missing person, returns. We thought you were swept away by the campus beauty, lost in bliss. Sun Peng, who wore black-framed glasses and was on the lower bunk by the window, laughed as he adjusted his glasses. He was the theorist of the dorm, always speaking with a hint of pretentiousness. The dorm was a standard room for 8 with 4 sets of bunk beds against the walls and 2 long wooden tables pushed together in the middle, piled high with books, enamel mugs, aluminum lunchboxes, and a few leftover steamed buns hanging in a mesh bag. In the corner stood several thermos bottles, one of which had lost its stopper and was stuffed with a wad of newspaper. This was the university boys' dormitory in 1996, cramped, chaotic, yet filled with the restlessness and vitality of youth. I was handling some matters at home, so I returned late. Ling Yun tried to sound as natural as possible as he walked to his bunk, the lower one near the door. He took off his empty canvas backpack from his shoulder, seeming casual, but actually being careful to stuff it deep under his pillow. Inside, it only contained a few changes of clothes, yet to him it felt as if it hid a secret capable of changing the course of his entire life. Did you finish your business? Zhao Weiguo set down the dumbbells, picked up the towel draped over the bed railing to wipe his sweat, and casually asked, "Is there any progress with work? I heard the job allocation situation this year isn't very optimistic." Sun Peng also closed his book and joined the conversation. "So Ling Yun, what does your family say? Are they telling you to go back or stay in the provincial capital?" Just then the dormitory door was pushed open again, and in walked Li Mo, who slept on the upper bunk by the door carrying 2 bowls of steaming instant noodles. He was not very tall and was known in the dorm as the techie, holding a screwdriver in his hand. "Li Mo, perfect timing. Can you make a bowl for Ling Yun too?" Zhao Weiguo shouted. Li Mo looked at Ling Yun, shook his head, and quietly said, "The thermos is out of water." He placed 1 bowl of noodles on his table and pushed the other to Sun Peng. "It's fine, I'm not hungry." Ling Yun waved his hand and sat down on the edge of the bed. As he gazed at the familiar scene before him, the concerns of his brothers still revolved around graduation allocation and work units, topics that had once caused him anxiety in his past life, but which he had now decided to abandon. This enormous cognitive dissonance left him momentarily dazed. "Ling Yun, what's wrong? You seem absent-minded." Zhao Weiguo, always blunt, leaned in closer, scrutinizing his face. "You don't look well. Is everything all right at home?" "It's nothing." Ling Yun felt a tightness in his chest, forcing a smile. "I might just be tired from the trip." He instinctively pressed his hand against the position of the left inner pocket of his coat, the solid feel giving him some reassurance. "Really nothing." Sun Peng observed him closely. "If you need money or have any difficulties, tell us. Don't carry it alone." Li Mo remained silent, but cast a questioning glance. Ling Yun took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and restored his usual, slightly lazy smile. "Really, it's nothing. I just feel a bit sentimental about graduating soon." He cleverly shifted the topic, glancing at the computer principal's book on the table and the circuit board next to Li Mo. "Punga, how's that book going for you?" "Li Mo, what new gadget are you tinkering with?" "What else can I do but get a graduation certificate?" Sun Peng sighed. "I don't even know if this will be useful in the future." Li Mo picked up a disassembled radio module and succinctly explained, "I want to make something that can store songs." "Awesome." Zhao Weiguo slapped his thigh. "Once it's done, let us use it in the dorm. We can listen to music even after lights out. How nice." The topic was successfully diverted. Everyone began discussing when to take graduation photos, where to have the farewell dinner, and who seemed to have a crush on which girl in the class. The dorm was once again filled with the light-hearted atmosphere of graduation season. Ling Yun secretly breathed a sigh of relief and joined in the banter. He noticed the focused light in Li Mo's eyes as he looked at the pile of electronic components, stirring something in his heart. "By the way," Ling Yun casually brought up, looking at Li Mo, "Gu, have you decided what you'll do after graduation?" Li Mo sighed. "My parents hope I'll return home, either to a public institution or a state-owned enterprise." I really don't want to go back. Finding a job at a public institution means a life where I can see the end of things. At that moment, a classmate from the adjacent dorm knocked and entered saying, "Ling Yun, there's a girl looking for you downstairs." "Oh, okay, thanks." With that, Ling Yun put on his coat and went downstairs. Just as he arrived at the dormitory building, Ling Yun spotted a familiar figure, a silhouette that haunted his dreams. Li Wenli, Ling Yun's girlfriend. Li Wenli was Ling Yun's classmate, the belle of the foreign language department, renowned for her beauty and elegance. The two had been in a relationship since their sophomore year, once regarded as an enviable couple on campus. At this moment, she was wearing a floral dress, clutching a canvas bag emblazoned with USA, her sharp gaze fixed on Ling Yun as he approached. "Ling Yun, we can't go on like this," Li Wenli stated bluntly, her tone icy, devoid of the warmth they once shared. "I've received an acceptance letter from the State University of New York at Stony Brook with a full scholarship. I'm leaving next month." Ling Yun looked at her, feeling little surprise. Fragments of vague memories from his past life seemed to echo this very moment. He simply watched her quietly, wanting to hear what she would say next. "I have two choices for you." Li Wenli took a deep breath as if announcing a major decision, her chin slightly lifted. "First, come with me to America. I've already looked into it. You can apply for a dependent visa or get a tourist visa and figure things out when you get there. You can wash dishes, work as a construction worker, or as a caregiver. Anything. It may be tough, but it's America. Opportunities are everywhere. As long as we are willing to work hard, we can definitely find our footing. It's a million times more promising than staying here." Her tone was imbued with a near-religious fervor, her eyes sparkling with dreams of that distant land. Ling Yun frowned, about to speak, but Li Wenli raised her hand to interrupt, continuing with a sharper tone filled with evident dissatisfaction and reproach. "Second, if you can't bear to part with your so-called family and friends in this shabby city, then we should break up." The last two words were light, yet heavy, like a small hammer striking the already fragile bond of their relationship. "Wenli," Ling Yun finally spoke, his voice calm enough to surprise Li Wenli. "Pursue your studies. I support you. But why must I give up everything to work illegally in America? There are opportunities here as well." "And opportunities? What opportunities?" Li Wenli exploded like a firecracker, her voice suddenly rising, catching the attention of a couple of passing students. "Are you referring to getting a job in a public institution, working 9 to 5, earning a few hundred a month, just scraping by in a life with a clear end in sight?" "Ling Yun, wake up. Washing dishes in America pays more than a county party secretary." Her words sliced through Ling Yun's pride as well as their differing perceptions of the future. "Look at our life now." Li Wenli waved her arms, gesturing around. "Riding a broken bicycle, living in a dilapidated dormitory, eating food that's no better than pig slop from the cafeteria. What about the future? Even if you're lucky enough to land a position, earning a few hundred a month, enduring for decades just to get an apartment in a rundown building. Is this the life you want?" Her face was filled with disdain and discontent towards the current situation. "And in America," her voice brimmed with passion, "there is the most advanced civilization in the world. There are highways, shopping malls, and a level of wealth and freedom we can hardly imagine. Once we get there, we can breathe the air of freedom and through our own efforts live in a house with a lawn and garage, driving our own car. That is the life a person should live." Ling Yun watched her flushed face, stirred by excitement, and felt an icy chill in his heart. He understood the blind admiration many young people had for the West in this era, but he never expected the girl he had loved for 3 years to be among them, trying to impose such values on him. Ling Yun's tone remained calm, but his gaze had turned cold. "I will go to America, but not now and not as an illegal worker. Are you waiting for someone to carry you there? Do you think you can get a visa on your own?" Li Wenli scoffed, her laughter dripping with sarcasm as she stepped closer, locking eyes with Ling Yun, speaking each word deliberately. "I will ask you one last time, will you come with me?" The atmosphere was so tense it felt almost frozen. Ling Yun observed the undeniable resolve in her eyes, her complete subservience to the American dream, and knew that any attempt to retain or explain would be futile. From this moment onward, their life trajectories had already pointed in entirely different directions. He suddenly smiled, a weary smile, but more so one of relief and determination. "Li Wenli," he addressed her by her full name for the first time, his voice clear and resolute. "I have my own path. I am not your servant. Working illegally to support your education. You can forget it." Li Wenli was taken aback, seemingly not expecting Ling Yun to refuse so decisively. She gazed into Ling Yun's suddenly deep and unfamiliar eyes, opened her mouth as if to say something, but in the end it only resulted in a cold huff filled with resentment. "You will regret this, Ling Yun. You will surely regret your choice today." She tossed this line over her shoulder as she turned sharply, her high heels clicking sharply against the concrete, growing fainter as she walked away. Ling Yun stood rooted in place, watching her disappear at the end of the tree-lined path, witnessing her completely exit his life. Ling Yun was too tired to argue with Li Wenli, nor did he feel the need to reason with her. She was the ex-girlfriend of his former self, and he had no feelings for her whatsoever. A woman like her would inevitably pay for her own understanding, eventually chewed up and spat out by the ruthless society of America. Families like Song Ailing's Kong Xiangsis and Zhao Xiaolan's all ended up with disgrace in America, didn't they? Fools like Li Wenli, brainwashed by Western ideological breeding, would become nutrients for American society. While young, they could contribute to the prosperity of the imperialist states, but once they lost their social value, ending up as homeless wanderers would be their fate, and in death, they would become a mere statistic for the empire's research. Ling Yun had seen enough in the future. During that explosive information era, there were physics PhDs like Sun Weidong homeless on the streets and senior programmers from Silicon Valley living in sewers. Ling Yun no longer tangled in the emotions of the past 3 years. The sudden end marked that those with differing values could never come together. Clutching the construction bank savings card, which held a huge sum, he walked into the Chilu Securities office. A wave of heat mixed with the smells of smoke, sweat, and printing ink rushed towards him. It felt less like a securities office and more like a bustling market. The hall was crowded with people, almost entirely men, who stood or sat with their eyes fixed on a massive electronic display screen composed of red and green bulbs. The screen continuously rolled through stock names, codes, and real-time prices, each change sparking a buzz of discussion. It's dropping. It's dropping. Shenzhen development has dropped again. Damn it, I refuse to believe it won't rise. Look, Changhong. Changhong is surging. An anxious, desire-filled atmosphere permeated the air. In a corner, several elderly men in tank tops huddled together, surrounded by hand-drawn Klein charts, arguing passionately. Staff members in uniform struggled through the crowd, their faces etched with fatigue. There were no computers for self-service trading here. All transactions had to be done at the counter, requiring manual completion of order forms. Online trading wouldn't be available until next year. Nationwide online stock trading wouldn't roll out until 2000, after the internet became widespread. Ling Yun took a deep breath. The unfamiliar scene left him slightly dazed. He steadied himself, choosing not to focus on the dazzling screen, but instead walked directly to the account opening counter. The account opening process was relatively simple. Fill out forms, present an ID, and obtain a shareholder code card. The teller was a young girl who, noticing Ling Yun's student-like demeanor, kindly reminded him, "Student, the stock market is risky. Be cautious when entering." "Thank you, I understand." Ling Yun smiled calmly, his demeanor surprising the teller. It was as if he were not a novice, but rather an experienced trader. After successfully opening the account and receiving the paper card which represented his ticket to entry, Ling Yun walked to the transaction order counter. A long line formed here, with people clutching their completed orders, displaying various expressions of excitement, anxiety, and numbness. Ling Yun stood at the end of the line, observing silently. An elderly man in front mistook buy for sell, and upon being pointed out by the teller, panicked, sweating profusely and stumbling over his words, which drew laughter from those around. Finally, it was Ling Yun's turn. Calmly, he pulled out the red buy order form he had just filled out, along with his shareholder code card and ID, and handed them through the window. The lady at the window took the order, glanced at it habitually, then paused mid-motion. Adjusting her reading glasses, she leaned in closely and examined it again. Then she raised her head, regarding Ling Yun with an incredulous gaze. "Comrade, are you sure you didn't make a mistake?" Her voice rose in surprise. "All in. Buying. Shin Technology. Code 000021. Her voice wasn't particularly loud in the bustling hall, but the keywords "all in" and "Shun Technology" stirred ripples like stones thrown into calm waters. Several attentive stock traders immediately gathered around. "What? All in? This young person? Shin Technology. The one dealing with hard drives. There's no movement at all. Kid, do you know what all in means? It means putting all your money in." An elderly man in a white shirt leaned towards Ling Yun, wearing an expression that seemed to say, "I've seen more than you've eaten," and earnestly advised, "Young man, don't be impulsive. Shin Technology has been struggling for a long time. A look at this trend, it's like a dead fish. Take my advice. By Shenzhen Development, by Changhong, those are the real leading stocks." Next to him, a bespectacled man who looked like an intellectual chimed in, "Indeed, young comrade. Investment should involve risk diversification. Going all in on one obscure stock is too risky." Faced with the well-meaning advice from all sides, Ling Yun remained unfazed. He even smiled at the elderly man, his tone firm. "Thank you, but I will buy it." The lady at the window couldn't help but confirm again, "Comrade, your order price. Are you buying at the current price? Aren't you going to wait and see? This is not a small sum." She noticed the sum of money Ling Yun had written, while the specific figure was obscured by his hand. The several zeros behind it made her heart race. In this day and age, anyone daring to throw so much money into a single stock is either a madman or confirmed by 58000 shares at the current price of 4.6 yuan. Ling Yun's voice was not loud, but carried an undeniable calmness. This composure so mismatched with his age left those around him stunned. What had been a noisy area suddenly fell into brief silence. Everyone looked at this youthful face with boldness and even recklessness, as if he were a monster. Seeing she could not persuade him, the teller shook her head, muttering, "The youth these days." As she began to operate on the system, entering the data, confirming it, she then handed the receipt out the window. "All right, the transaction is complete. Remember to bring all your documents for next time." Ling Yun took the thin receipt that determined his first step into the future, glanced at the words "Shun Technology" and "transaction quantity," then calmly folded it and placed it in his pocket. As if he hadn't just made a grand gamble, but merely bought a bottle of soda. He turned away from the counter, leaving a cacophony of discussions behind. "It's over. That kid's money is likely going to waste. The young bull is not afraid of the tiger's eye. Let's see how long he can stay calm. He'll know once he loses and cries." The old man, waving a fan, watched Ling Yun's back, clicking his tongue, and said to the person next to him, "This kid is either foolishly bold or has someone powerful backing him." The foolishly bold he mentioned was now easily weaving through the crowded people heading for the exit of the securities office. The sunlight outside warmed him. He reached into his pocket, feeling the receipt, a subtle smile curving at the corner of his mouth. Someone powerful. Ling Yun silently thought, "I am the one who knows the script." With the delivery slip in hand, the heart that had been racing in his chest for half a day finally settled down slightly. Deep technology, a stock that would create myths in the coming months, had already become his possession. Ling Yun did not, like most novice investors, remain glued to the big screen, anticipating the stock price to soar immediately. He understood well that between sowing and reaping there is a fermentation of time. He tucked the receipt away and prepared to leave the bustling hall filled with desire. Just as he turned to walk towards the door, a gentle voice called out beside him, "Young brother, please wait." Ling Yun turned towards the voice and saw a middle-aged man in his 40s, dressed in a neatly pressed white short-sleeved shirt and dark trousers, standing not far away. His hair was meticulously combed, and he wore a professionally polite smile, holding a glass filled with strong tea. This man's demeanor was calm and composed, contrasting sharply with the excited and dejected retail investors around him. "Who are you?" Ling Yun asked, stopping in his tracks. He noticed the name tag pinned to the man's chest, "Client Manager Zhou Shiming." "My surname is Zhou, and I am the client manager here. Everyone calls me Old Zhou." Zhou Shiming smiled as he approached, his demeanor neither overly enthusiastic nor neglectful. "I just saw your operation at the counter, and it was truly impressive." There was no doubt in his eyes, only pure curiosity and admiration. Ling Yun immediately realized that this was a person who truly understood the business and had a keen eye. His move of fully investing in deep technology might seem reckless to ordinary investors, but perhaps this professional could see something more. "You flatter me, Manager Zhou. It was just a stroke of luck." Ling Yun maintained a humble demeanor while quickly calculating in his mind. In a securities firm in 1996, a client manager approaching a student-like person would not merely be for pleasantries. Luck is also a part of strength. Old Zhou chuckled, making a gesture of invitation. "It's too noisy here. Would you like to go to my office for a cup of tea? Let's chat." Ling Yun nodded. "Then I shall trouble you, Manager Zhou." Old Zhou's office was right next to the trading hall, separated by glass, and inside it was air-conditioned, a stark contrast to the heat and noise outside. The room was small but neat and orderly, with a computer and a pile of documents on the desk, and a stock market trend chart hanging on the wall. Old Zhou poured Ling Yun a cup of tea, then sat down behind the desk, hands crossed on the table, and got straight to the point. "Ling Yun, right? I just looked at your account information and capital. 270,000 is not a small sum these days. Moreover, you are so young, yet dare to put all your money into, well, a stock that isn't exactly popular yet. I've been in this industry for a number of years, and young people like you are rare." As he spoke, he calmly gazed at Ling Yun, his eyes assessing with a hint of subtle probing. Ling Yun picked up the cup, gently blew at the steam, and did not appear flustered by the revelation of his capital. "The money is support from my family for a small business. I think the stock market offers better opportunities, so I decided to give it a try." "You decided to try it with all your capital? That doesn't seem like a try-it-out mentality." Old Zhou leaned slightly forward, lowering his voice, as if sharing a secret. "Ling Yun, I can tell you are not an ordinary person. Your calmness, your decisiveness, does not resemble that of a novice. Your choice of deep technology must have its reasons. Here I have some services that might make your trial more interesting. Now for the key point." Ling Yun remained composed. "Oh, what do you mean, Manager Zhou?" "Two things." Old Zhou held up two fingers. "First, the large investor room. Right now you are in the crowded hall where information is chaotic and confusing. We have a special large investor room on the second floor, which is quiet and equipped with independent computers and phone lines, allowing for more timely and detailed data information. Moreover, those sitting inside are all friends with considerable capital. Exchanging information with them is much more efficient than outside." Ling Yun nodded, as this was within his expectations. In 1996, the large investor room was indeed a symbol of status and resources. As for the second, old Zhou paused observing Ling Yun's reaction and slowly said capital. Do you want to use more money to seek greater returns? Leverage. Ling Yun immediately grasped the core. This term would later be strictly regulated, but in the mid-1990s, such informal and semi-official stock financing businesses were very active and were also a booster for many myths of sudden wealth. Old Zhou's eyes flashed with surprise, which quickly turned into deeper admiration. Smart. That's exactly the point. It seems young brother is quite well informed. He no longer beat around the bush. Based on your current capital, I can help you operate with leverage ratios of 1:3 or even 1:5. 1:5. Ling Yun's heart trembled. This meant that his 270,000 could instantly turn into over 160,000 in usable funds. The profits would increase geometrically, but of course the risks would too. How is the interest calculated? Ling Yun directly asked the most crucial question, his tone as calm as if inquiring about vegetable prices. The monthly interest is 3.5%, old Zhou replied, with a figure calculated based on the actual number of days used. Your principal and profits can be settled and withdrawn at any time. Of course, we will also set a liquidation line. If losses reach a certain level to ensure capital safety, we will enforce a forced liquidation. A monthly interest of 3.5% was within the industry standard at the time and not considered low, but it was entirely acceptable in light of the enormous potential profits. Ling Yun remained silent for a moment, lightly tapping his fingers on the table, rapidly calculating the relationship between the future increase of deep technology and the cost of financing. The conclusion was worth a shot. The enormous leverage could push his initial capital to an entirely new magnitude in a very short time. He raised his head, looking at old Zhou, and a genuine smile appeared on his face for the first time since entering this office. Manager Zhou, the terms are quite fair. However, for the 1:5 leverage, I need some time to consider and also need to see a more formal agreement. Old Zhou, upon hearing this, was not disappointed, but rather more satisfied. A partner who could be easily swayed and blindly excited was far less reliable than a calm one who understood risk control. Of course, we have a standard template for agreements here, absolutely formal. Old Zhou's smile grew wider now. Why don't you experience the environment of the large investor room first? I'll arrange a temporary seat for you. If you find it suitable, we can discuss the specific details of the leverage further. How does that sound? Then thank you very much, Manager Zhou. Ling Yun stood up and extended his hand. Just call me old Zhou. Old Zhou patted Ling Yun's shoulder, his tone becoming much more friendly. In the future, who knows, I might still have to learn a lot from you. This way, please. He'll take you to see your seat. Ling Yun followed old Zhou out of the office, heading towards the stairs leading to the second floor. He knew that taking this step was not just a change of environment for monitoring stocks, but was truly stepping into the circle of the capital game of this era. Following old Zhou up to the second floor, he pushed open a heavy wooden door, and the chaos from downstairs was instantly muted, as if the sound had been turned off. A refreshing air tinged with a faint aroma of tobacco and tea enveloped him. The scene in the large private room was like a different world from downstairs. Here the light was bright and soft with clean carpets covering the floor. The space was cleverly divided into several areas, unlike the Onrumper house layout Jiang Yun had imagined from the future. Several large redwood tea tables and genuine leather sofas were arranged in a scattered manner. A few people were seated on the sofas, most of them dressed decently, aged in their 30s or 40s. They either conversed in low voices or sipped tea alone, their expressions appearing much more composed compared to the anxious stock traders downstairs. Each person had an independent computer monitor beside them with green numbers and curves dancing on the screen. This was a real-time synchronization of the information displayed on the large screen downstairs, but clearer and more private. In the corner stood several telephone sets clearly intended for directly issuing instructions to the trading counter downstairs. Manager Zhou. Upon seeing old Zhou enter, someone nodded in greeting, their gaze then shifting to Jiang Yun beside him, carrying a hint of subtle scrutiny and curiosity. A young man with such a tender face appearing here was indeed eye-catching. Old Zhou smiled and nodded in response, leading Jiang Yun to a sofa by the window. Sit here, the view is good and it's quiet. Jiang Yun settled down, feeling the softness and support of the leather sofa. On the tea table in front of him were not only an ashtray and a teacup, but also a handwritten notebook and several pens of different colors, evidently for recording market conditions and insights. Such an environment and treatment were indeed incomparable to the crowded scene downstairs, where people craned their necks to look at the big screen. Here trading felt more like a strategic decision-making process rather than a frantic scramble like in a market. How do you feel? Old Zhou sat down opposite him and handed over a Red Tower Mountain cigarette. Jiang Yun waved his hand, politely refusing. Thank you, but I don't smoke. The environment is great, and it's indeed quiet. His gaze swept across the entire room, taking in all the subtle glances directed at him while remaining calm and composed. Everyone here is a friend, and they all have some weight. Old Zhou said meaningfully, then quickly shifted the topic. Shall we discuss the main matter? Regarding the funding, what are your thoughts? Ling Yun did not answer immediately, but picked up a cup of hot tea just delivered by a staff member, took a sip, and then slowly spoke. Manager Zhou, I understand the 1-5 leverage. But I need to see the agreement first, especially the specific terms regarding the liquidation line and interest payments. Calm and cautious, he got straight to the point. Old Zhou's evaluation of Ling Yun rose a few notches in his heart. He stopped talking and took out a prepared contract of about 7 or 8 pages from his briefcase, handing it over. This is our standard funding agreement template. All the terms are in there, clearly stated in black and white. Ling Yun received the contract, the paper slightly coarse with the printed text resembling that of an old-fashioned printer. He lowered his head, focused on flipping through the pages. Old Zhou did not rush him, lighting a cigarette for himself and smoking slowly, his gaze never leaving Ling Yun's face, trying to read any emotional changes. The contents of the agreement were not complicated, but the core terms were very clear: funding amount and leverage. Party A, the fund provider, namely the capital associated with the brokerage, would provide funding of 1.35 million based on Party B, Ling Yun's own capital of 27000 at a ratio of 1:5. Party B's trading account would have a total of 1.62 million in funds. Fund usage and account supervision. The funds were only to be used for trading of shares in the Shanghai and Shenzhen stock exchanges at the designated brokerage. The trading account would be jointly managed by both parties, with Party B responsible for operations and Party A responsible for monitoring. Interest and fees. The monthly interest on the funded capital is 3.50, calculated based on the actual number of days used, with interest for the previous month payable before the 5th of each month. In case of late payment, Party A has the right to directly deduct from the trading account's margin. Risk control and liquidation line. The most critical clause. The agreement clearly states that when Party B's trading account total assets, stock market value, cash fall below 105 of the funded principal 1.35 million, that is 1.4175 million, Party A has the right to enforce liquidation until the sale of stocks leaves enough cash in the account to cover Party as principal and due interest. Seeing this, Ling Yun silently calculated his liquidation line was set at 1.4175 million, meaning his loss could not exceed 12.5. A significant market pullback could trigger liquidation, resulting in total loss. High risk, high reward. He clearly understood that the imminent surge of Shun technology was nearly vertical, as long as he entered the position with a full load on the right side. Without going Allen initially, this level of volatility risk was entirely manageable. Seeing Ling Yun close the agreement, Old Zhou extinguished his cigarette. But have you understood the terms clearly? Any questions? The terms are very clear. Ling Yun gently placed the agreement back on the tea table, looking calmly at Old Zhou. Monthly interest is 3.50 and the liquidation line is 105. I have no objections. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Old Zhou's eyes, refreshing. Shall we sign now? Sure. Ling Yun nodded without a hint of hesitation. Old Zhou immediately took out a pen and seal from his briefcase. Ling Yun took the pen, signed his name at the position for Party B, and then pressed his red thumbprint. Old Zhou represented Party A and also completed the signing. There were 2 copies, one for each party. At the moment he put down the pen, Ling Yun felt his heart beat strongly. This thin agreement firmly bound him to this brokerage, to Old Zhou, and to the substantial capital of 1.62 million. A true capital adventure had begun. Old Zhou tucked away his copy of the agreement, his smile becoming particularly genuine and warm as he extended his hand. Brother Ling, may our cooperation be pleasant. From now on you will be one of our most esteemed clients. The funds will be transferred to your joint account within 10 minutes. Wishing you great success. Thank you for your kind words, Manager Zhou, Ling Yun said, shaking Old Zhou's hand firmly. Still calling me Manager Zhou? That's too formal. Just call me Old Zhou. Old Zhou feigned displeasure. If you need anything in the future, market information, trading channels, just come to me. This large private room, this spot, is yours. All right, thank you, Brother Zhou. I look forward to your guidance in the future. In the room of a wealthy household, the air conditioning silently dispensed warmth, completely isolating the chill of early spring outside. The air was thick with the aroma of rosewood furniture, freshly brewed Longjing tea, and a silent tension known as capital. Ling Yun sat on his spacious leather sofa, leaning slightly forward, his gaze fixed on the 17-inch monitor in front of him. Green numbers and curves danced on the dark background akin to the electrocardiogram of capital. In the downstairs hall, retail investors craned their necks to watch the large screen, their emotions swayed by every minor fluctuation, while Ling Yun's eyes remained calm. Even slight movements could not affect his composure. On the coffee table before Ling Yun lay an open notebook with a leather cover featuring simplified candlestick charts and volume histograms drawn in various colors. He had just manually sketched these based on his memory and recent data. In this era, without sophisticated stock trading software, this was an essential skill for professional players. 1. 62 million. This figure weighed heavily on his trading account, with 1.35 million being leveraged at an interest rate of 3.5. It was like equipping his account with a powerful, yet highly unstable booster. Of profits could be magnified fivefold, but so could the risks. The 105 liquidation line hung over him like the sword of Damocles, always poised above his head. He could not afford to lie flat like ordinary investors and wait for Shun Technology's launch, which would still take half a month. He had to take the initiative, utilizing every fluctuation to rapidly grow his capital while ensuring the absolute safety of his principal. After reviewing today's trends and trading volume, everything aligned perfectly with Ling Yun's technical analysis. On February 9th, a long lower shadow had formed a single needle bottom pattern, and before the Spring Festival, the stock had experienced a steady increase in volume, firmly sitting above the 5-day average price line, with all moving averages beginning to turn upwards. Today, an enormous volume was released, opening high and fluctuating with a range of up to 9.8, indicating that the main force was washing out recent profits. The main force's washout wouldn't end abruptly. There would be a subsequent decrease in volume to flush out the indecisive retail investors preparing for future upward movements to avoid large-scale selling during the rally. After analyzing a series of technical indicators, Ling Yun decided to increase his position. When the stock price fluctuated back to around 4.6 yuan, he notified his trader via phone, increasing his position by 14,200 shares. After the increase, Ling Yun held a total of 200 shares of Shun Technology with an average cost of 4.6 yuan, totaling 9,200 yuan, and a cash balance of 7,000 yuan. Today's operations came to an end. With leverage involved, caution was necessary. One couldn't recklessly go all in because Ling Yun was uncertain whether tomorrow's market would rally first or correct. A rally was inevitable, aimed at attracting a wave of retail investors before adjustments took place. After a month of grinding, the retail investors would be exhausted, and only then would the main force begin to exert its strength for a rise. When the market closed at 3 p.m., Ling Yun finally breathed a sigh of relief, taking a moment to rest on the sofa. Shun Technology ultimately closed at 4.89 yuan, raising Ling Yun's total holdings to 9,780 yuan, with a profit of 5,800 yuan. After the closing, various individuals in the wealthy household began to share trading insights. Ling Yun packed his things and prepared to leave. He was not familiar with them, and he planned to visit the tech market for preparations to open an internet cafe. As Ling Yun walked down from the second floor into the trading hall, on the first floor several people turned to look at him. Before the leverage, everyone in the hall knew he had fully invested in Shun Technology at an entry price of just 4.6 yuan, and today he was guaranteed to earn over 6. An elderly man in a white old-fashioned shirt approached Ling Yun, asking, "Young man, do you think Shun Technology will continue to rise afterwards?" Ling Yun smiled slightly. The old man had barely any teeth left. Why not spend money to fix his teeth? The stock market doesn't care whether your money is your retirement fund. It won't show mercy when reaping profits. Ling Yun patiently replied, "Sir, I plan to sell tomorrow, waiting for it to adjust before buying back in. It probably won't start rising until the end of the month." "Hey, you really think you're a stock god, saying it will start rising at the end of the month?" A middle-aged man in a baseball cap scoffed, his tone filled with disdain. "I think it's just a lucky break. This kid is just lucky." Beside him, a thin old man surnamed Hu, known as Old Man, who previously scoffed at Ling Yun's full investment in Shun Technology, now looked somewhat sullen, but stubbornly held his ground. "One day doesn't mean anything. It might just drop back tomorrow," someone added sourly. Hearing the words of those around him, Ling Yun maintained a calm expression, indifferent to their remarks, and prepared to leave the trading department. However, his calmness in the eyes of some became a silent display of arrogance. "Oh, the stock god, so proud after making money for just one day." Old Man Hu's sarcastic voice was the first to break the silence, intentionally raising his volume for those around to hear. "You made quite a bit today, huh? Tisk tisk, young man, you have some guts." Ling Yun paused for a moment, but had no intention of responding, continuing forward. "But the trees want to be calm, yet the wind won't stop." Another chubby man who had previously joined in the mockery crossed his arms and looked at Ling Yun with disdain, saying to his companion, "Humph, just riding the wave, even a pig can fly." Trading stocks relies on experience and insight, not recklessness. Profits today may turn into losses tomorrow. This kind of play will eventually be paid back. That remark was somewhat harsh, carrying a clear sense of cursing. Ling Yun's footsteps came to a complete stop. He turned around calmly, looking at the chubby man, then sweeping over the faces of Old Man who wore an expression of "I told you so," and the surrounding onlookers filled with curiosity, jealousy, or schadenfreude. He understood that in this place which believed in quietly making a fortune, yielding too much would only make people perceive him as easy to bully. If he didn't push back against such negative energy today, similar voices would only increase in the future. He chuckled softly. There was no warmth in that laugh, but rather a hint of clear mockery. This teacher, he looked at old man, who his tone unhurried, yet clear. You previously said Shun Technology was a dead fish, advising me to buy Changhong, and Shin Development claiming they were proper leaders. May I ask, how much did Changhong rise today? And how much did Shin Development rise? Old man, who was momentarily taken aback, his face turning red. He certainly knew that those two proper leaders had performed mediocrely today, with gains far less than Shin Technology. He opened his mouth to retort, but found himself at a loss for words. Ling Yun didn't give him a chance, turning his gaze to the chubby man, his words suddenly sharp like a drawn dagger. As for you, you say my success is due to luck, that I'm just a pig riding the wave. Then I want to ask, when Shin Technology had unusual movements yesterday with consecutive small upward lines at the bottom attracting funds, and today during the morning session it broke through previous resistance levels with high volume, did you as a senior relying on experience and insight notice those technical signals? Did you only think that when the stock price moves the market maker is pushing it up to sell, and any correction is the end of the world? Aside from chasing highs and cutting losses, and speaking sarcastically here, what else has your experience taught you? You're talking nonsense. The chubby man was flustered and embarrassed by Ling Yun's rapid-fire questioning and piercing sarcasm, his face reddening and his body trembling with rage. When I was trading stocks, you were still in diapers. Hell, Ling Yun sneered, his gaze sharp as a knife. After trading for so many years, you're still in the first floor hall, not even qualifying for the wealthy household. What face do you have to speak here? If I were you, I'd be too ashamed to come and trade stocks. Those words were too harsh. It was like directly tearing apart many people's self-consolation and exposing their shame. The surroundings fell silent in an instant, everyone stunned by Ling Yun's merciless words that struck at their core. Old man, who was so furious that his fingers trembled as he pointed at Ling Yun, saying, You are arrogant, disrespectful to your elders, uncultured, respectful. Ling Yun slightly raised his chin. The spirit from the information age of the future made him scoff at this kind of feudal patriarchal authority. In the marketplace, there are only winners and losers. If you wish to earn respect, please let your account's profits do the talking, not come here and flaunt your qualifications and empty rhetoric. After saying that, he stopped, looking at the group of retail investors who were left speechless and pale-faced, and strode directly toward the door. Behind him, the frustrated roar of old man, who could be heard, You young punk. You don't know your place. Just wait. There will be a time when you cry. And the chubby man's furious curses followed. Just because you made some money, you're getting carried away. Let's see how long you can be arrogant. He didn't care about offending these people. He knew that the path to success would always be lined with doubts and stumbling blocks. Sometimes showing an appropriate edge and aggression was the best way to protect oneself and minimize trouble. Exiting the securities office, Ling Yun pushed his bicycle into the technology market, immediately enveloped by the sounds of music, promotional shouts, and bargaining from various shops. Lenovo computers featuring the latest Pentium 100 multimedia configuration, only 13800. Compaq original machine, American brand quality guaranteed. On both sides of the aisle, CRT monitors flickered with the Windows 3. 2 interface, the beige or gray cases appearing both familiar and foreign to Ling Yun. He stopped in front of a larger-looking store, his gaze landing on a brand-name machine displayed at the entrance. Looking for a computer? It's the latest model from Lenovo. A young salesman in a wrinkled shirt immediately approached, stating, with a Pentium 100 CPU, 8M memory, 2G hard drive, and a 14-inch flat monitor. It even comes pre-installed with Windows 3, 2, and WPS, ready to use right away. How much for this configuration? Ling Yun casually asked. 13,008. If you're serious, I can let you have it for just 13,000. The salesman quoted skillfully. Ling Yun quickly calculated in his mind, recognizing that the brand name machine's price evidently included a brand premium and pre-installed software costs. His previous experience as a programmer told him that he could save at least 1/3 by assembling the same configuration himself. Can I take a look inside the case? Ling Yun asked. The salesman was taken aback, clearly not accustomed to customers making such requests. Well, brand name machines are sealed, and taking them apart voids the warranty. But rest assured, Lenovo is a big brand, and the quality is absolutely reliable. Ling Yun nodded and did not insist. He thanked the salesman and turned towards the stalls deeper in the market that sold spare parts. The atmosphere here was entirely different. The counters were piled with various cards, chips, and wires, while the walls were covered with densely packed price lists. CPU Pentium 100, 2200 yuan. Memory 8M EDO 800 yuan. Hard drive 1 2G Quantum 1,500 yuan. Motherboard Ling Yun 8561 1,200 yuan. Ling Yun carefully examined the prices, quickly combining the configuration in his mind. He had two clear objectives for this computer build: first, to serve as a model machine for a future internet cafe, and second, to provide a testing platform for the development of Spark software. This meant he needed to find the best balance between performance and cost. "Boss, do you have the Pentium 100 in stock?" He stopped at a stall, pointing at a CPU wrapped in an anti-static bag inside a glass case. The stall owner was a man in his 30s, focused on testing a motherboard with a multimeter. "Yes, it's imported and guaranteed to be genuine." He did not look up, saying, "Do you want a motherboard and CPU package? With Ling Yun 8561, they'll give it to you for 3,300. This price was slightly cheaper than what he had anticipated for buying separately. Ling Yun had an idea of the pricing, but wanted to negotiate further. "Boss, I might need more than one set. What's the price if I buy 10 sets? The stall owner finally looked up, sizing Ling Yun up. 10 sets. He set down the multimeter, his tone becoming noticeably serious. "Are you planning to start a company?" In preparing to open a computer room, Ling Yun said half-jokingly, "Boss, isn't it tough to sell compatible machines these days? I see that brand-name machines are quite popular over there." "Humph, only amateurs buy brand-name machines," the stall owner scoffed. "With the same configuration they sell for 13,000, but I can assemble it for less than 9,000 here. The performance is the same, and it's much more flexible. If you want 10 sets, I can discount the CPU and motherboard by another 5. Ling Yun nodded. This discount was reasonable. He also asked for the wholesale prices of memory and hard drives, which the stall owner provided at prices better than the marked ones. "What about the graphics card? Do you have the S3 Trio 64? Ling Yun inquired. "Yes, this is the mainstream choice now, and the 2D performance is excellent," the stall owner replied, pulling out a box from under the counter. "But for 3D gaming, you'll need to wait for the VD, which is currently expensive and requires 2 graphics cards." Ling Yun certainly knew about the VD, but in 1996, it cost 3,000 to 4,000 yuan and was not widely available yet. He waved his hand, saying, "Not needed for now, just get the S3 for now." "What about the sound card? Do you want a good one or an average one?" "If you want a good one, the Creative AWE32 is excellent, but it's pricey. For general use, the ESS 688 will suffice. It's inexpensive and performs adequately." "Let's go with the ESS 688 then," Ling Yun pragmatically decided. He knew that in a noisy computer room, most users wouldn't even notice the subtle differences in sound quality. He wrote on the stall owner's price list: CPU, Intel Pentium 100, 2,200 yuan. Motherboard, Ling Yun 8561430FX chipset, 1,200 yuan. Memory, 8 MeDO, 800 yuan. Hard drive, Quantum 1, 2G, 1,500 yuan. Graphics card S3 Trio 64, 800 yuan. Sound card ESS 688 compatible sound card, 200 yuan. CD drive, Goldstar 4X, 500 yuan. Chassis power supply vertical at chassis 250W power supply, 400 yuan. Monitor 14-inch flat screen, 1,800 yuan. Keyboard mouse mechanical keyboard roller mouse, 150 yuan. Total, 9,150 yuan. Ling Yun pushed the list towards the stall owner, saying, "For 10 sets the total price is 8,500. Is that acceptable?" The stall owner widened his eyes, exclaiming, "Bro, that's quite a steep cut." "Boss, this is a long-term business for me. As the computer room expands, I'll need even more equipment. Plus," Ling Yun lowered his voice, "I know a friend who is planning to open a software company and will need at least 20 to 30 development machines." This was of course a fabrication by Ling Yun, but his tone was so natural that the stall owner had to believe him. After hesitating for a moment, the stall owner finally slapped his thigh, saying, "All right, let's be friends. 8,500 it is, but it has to be cash." "No problem," Ling Yun replied with a smile. As he left the technology market, the sun was setting. Ling Yun rode his bicycle back to school with the procurement intention document he had just signed in his pocket, both parties agreeing on payment and delivery in mid-April. When Ling Yun reached the dormitory door, the room buzzed with chatter about his breakup with Li Wenli. He pushed open the door and stepped inside, and the conversation abruptly ceased. Several pairs of eyes fixed on him, carrying a cautious curiosity and a flicker of unspoken concern. Zhao Weigua, facing the door, still held a dumbbell, mid-swing, his mouth opening and closing without a sound. Sun Peng quickly tucked away the sports weekly spread on his desk, adjusted his glasses, and his gaze drifted uneasily. Even Li Mo, usually lost in his own world, looked up from his circuit board and stared at him silently. Ling Yun walked calmly to his bunk, set down his canvas backpack as if he had merely returned from the study hall. "Hey, brother donkey," Zhao Weigua finally blurted out, setting the dumbbell down gently and rubbing his hands together, trying to console, but unsure where to start. "Back already? Had dinner? How about we grab a drink together?" The words came out stiffly from his mouth, carrying a rustic accent. Ling Yun almost laughed. He shook his head. I've eaten, Brother Wei. Sun Peng cleared his throat, attempting a different approach. Brother Yun, a loss may turn out to be a gain. Sometimes parting is for a more fitting reunion later. He spoke with a bookish air, but his eyes kept darting to Ling Yun, gauging his reaction. Brother Peng does Sports Weekly cover that too. Ling Yun teased him. It's about drawing parallels, you see. Sun Peng adjusted his glasses awkwardly. The dormitory fell into another strange silence. Only the faint sizzle of Li Mo's soldering iron on the circuit board and the scent of rosin lingered. Zhao Weiguo shot Sun Peng a look. Sun Peng scratched his head and ventured. Actually, Li Wenli is indeed outstanding, but her personality might be a bit strong-willed. In the future, being together might bring more friction. He tried to soften terms like domineering and difficult. Exactly. Zhao Weiguo found his opening, raising his voice. Brother Donkey, not to criticize you, but with your qualities, why worry about finding someone? There are plenty of fish in the sea. He attempted to console Ling Yun with the vast forest theory. Ling Yun picked up his enamel mug, walked to the corner, shook the last thermos, found it still half full, and poured himself a cup. He drank with a calm, almost leisurely demeanor, nothing like someone who had just suffered a heartbreak. I'm fine, really. He looked at his brothers, who seemed poised for a crisis, feeling both amused and touched. Li Wenli and I just had different values. It was a mutual, peaceful breakup. Different values. Peaceful breakup. Zhao Weiguo was stunned by Ling Yun's new terms, his eyes wide. Didn't she want you to wash dishes in America? Let me tell you, Brother Donkey, you can't go. She's too calculating and greedy, using you as a stepping stone. Once she finds you useless, she'll dump you for sure. Sun Peng quickly chimed in, yelling Yun. Our country's developing fast now. As computer science students, we have plenty of opportunities here. There's no need to work illegally abroad. Think about it. How could that ever lead anywhere? Li Wenli was just fooling you, using you to fund her college education. His words hit the mark. Li Mo, who had been silent, suddenly put down his soldering iron. He quietly pulled a cardboard box from under his bed, rummaged through it, and took out something wrapped in old newspaper. He walked over and pressed it into Ling Yun's hand. Ling Yun paused, unwrapped the newspaper, and found several chocolates carefully wrapped in oil paper adorned with beautiful patterns. They were clearly imported, a rare treat in those times. My aunt sent them from Shenzhen, Li Mo said tersely, then returned to his circuit board as if nothing had happened. Holding those chocolates, Ling Yun's heart was gently touched by this clumsy yet sincere care. He looked at the familiar faces before him, the boisterous Zhao Weiguo, the scholarly Sun Peng, the reserved Li Mo. They were using the best ways they could think of to carefully guard his fragile pride. Brothers, Ling Yun's voice softened with genuine gratitude. Thank you. I'm truly fine. Matters of the heart can't be forced. She wants to chase her sky, and I have my own path to walk. If it's over, it's over. No big deal. His tone was too calm, his eyes too clear, leaving Zhao Weiguo and Sun Peng uncertain. They exchanged glances, thinking, could old Six be heartbroken to the point of pretending to be strong? Really fine? Zhao Weiguo asked again, unconvinced. Really fine. Ling Yun nodded firmly, even managing a smile. Truer than true gold. He walked to his desk and began organizing his things, his demeanor natural and movements fluid, showing no signs of being distraught. Zhao Weiguo and Sun Peng looked at each other, momentarily at a loss for words. Their consoling words felt like punches hitting cotton, with no effect on him. Though the dormitory's atmosphere had eased, it was tinged with a slight awkwardness. We were ready to comfort you, but you don't need it. Finally, Zhao Weiguo patted Ling Yun on the shoulder and said dryly, "Why, good that you're fine. A real man knows when to let go. Just now by the window, I thought Brother Donkey didn't need our pep talk. Why, you guys are such gossips, watching others break up and fight. Pay me $2 each for the show." Ling Yun agreed readily. Seeing that Ling Yun genuinely seemed unfazed, Sun Peng relaxed and reopened his Sports Weekly. The sizzling from Li Mo's side resumed its rhythm. The dormitory seemed to return to normal, and Ling Yun knew that the chapter with Li Wenli had been turned for good. And his bond with these brothers, forged in this awkward consolation, had been tempered even stronger. He picked up the chocolate Li Mo had given him, peeled off the wrapper, and put it in his mouth. A bittersweet sweetness spread through his mouth. It tasted good. The next morning at 9 o'clock, Ling Yun arrived at the securities office. Yesterday, he had built a position of 200 shares in Shun Technology at a cost price of 4.6 yuan. At this moment, the stock price of Shun Technology was undergoing a fluctuating ascent. On the minute chart, the white curve representing the stock price movement seemed to barely retreat, with each pullback only to be swiftly lifted again by a stronger buying force, constantly refreshing the high points in the minds of most present. However, Ling Yun's brows slightly furrowed as he conducted a calm and meticulous technical analysis. The stock price had reached a new high of 6. 15 yuan, and the corresponding red volume histogram below, while still maintaining a high level, had shown subtle structural changes. The continuity of proactive buying was weakening, and the order book displayed scattered selling orders appearing at higher price levels, with substantial quantities indicating a decrease in strength, a sign of volume price divergence. The stock price had already strayed far from the 20-day moving average, this midterm lifeline. At this time, the decline with its dazzling performance concealed a massive risk that could fall at any moment, as the technical indicators had entered an absolute overbought zone. The constantly fluctuating numbers on the screen represented a massive unrealized profit of over 300,000, burning like a searing flame, scorching Ling Yun's rationality. The primal desire of greed echoed in his ears. The trend is so strong the leader doesn't signal a top. Perhaps it could reach 6, 5, even 7 yuan. Just wait another day, even an hour. But Ling Yun was someone who had returned from the era of information explosion, having witnessed countless bubbles forming and bursting. In his investment philosophy, there lay a deeper fear than others. Fear of uncertainty, fear of systemic risk. He constantly reminded himself, discipline. The essence of trading is discipline, not prediction. Never try to catch a falling knife, nor fantasize about selling at the peak. Time pointed to 1:18 p.m. The stock price of Shun Technology, under the watchful gaze of countless fiery eyes, suddenly broke through 6.18 yuan. It even reached as high as 6.20 yuan. In the big traders' room, several suppressed cheers and gasps erupted. It broke through. It broke through again. Oh my God. Shin Technology is going to soar. Damn it, I hesitated this morning and didn't dare to chase. Mr. Wang, with a balding head, excitedly slapped his thigh, his face flushed. Even the usually calm old Zhou couldn't help but take a deep drag on his cigarette, casting a complex glance toward Ling Yun. However, Ling Yun had been staring at the trading board when suddenly a sell order of over 50,000 hands emerged at the price of 6.25 yuan. Although this sell order was instantly devoured by the influx of buyers and the stock price surged a bit further due to inertia, yet a giant sell order has appeared. The traces of the main force unloading were evident. A cold voice exploded in his mind. This was the final warning signal. Without any hesitation, Ling Yun abruptly straightened his body, grabbing the red internal phone receiver with his left hand, while his right index finger pressed the speed dial key at the trading desk. This is Ling Yun account. His voice came through the receiver without a hint of emotional fluctuation, as if issuing a command unrelated to himself. Shin Technology code 000021, all positions 200, shares market order at 6.18 yuan sell. He did not gamble on the elusive 6.20 yuan, nor did he wait for the possibly fluctuating 6.19 yuan, but directly placed an order at 6.18 yuan, or a price that had just been broken through and held significant psychological support. What he wanted was certainty, with speed. Repeat order. Shin Technology 6.18 yuan 200, shares market sell, confirm. The voice from the counter carried obvious shock and tension. Confirm. Ling Yun's voice was decisive, imbued with undeniable determination. The call ended. Transaction 6.18 yuan 8000 shares. Transaction 6.19 yuan 15000 shares. Transaction 6.18 yuan 2200 shares. Ling Yun leaned back slowly into the sofa, even leisurely closing his eyes. He no longer looked at the screen that captivated countless hearts, but instead used his ears to precisely capture every confirmation of transaction. When the final all transactions completed, average transaction price 6.18 yuan was announced, Ling Yun's eyelids finally lifted gently. It was over. A perfect short-term operation concluded. He calmly said into the receiver, received, thank you. Putting down the phone receiver, he picked up the cup of long-cold Longjing tea on the table and drank it in one gulp, as if savoring sweet dew. The icy bitterness instantly awakened all his senses, a tremendous sense of relief and control spreading throughout his body, as if shedding a heavy burden. There was no need for complex calculations. Cost 4.6 yuan, average selling price 6.175 yuan 200 shares. Gross profit 6.175 4.6 315,000 yuan. After deducting a small amount of transaction fees and stamp duty, net profit exceeded 300,000. This meant that his initial capital had achieved an astonishing growth in this 2-day trading session. Hiss all sold. My God, over 30,000. The silence was broken. Various gasps, murmurs, and incredulous exclamations echoed. Before long, the minute line began to turn downward. Retail investors who chased high today could only watch helplessly as the stock price returned to the accelerating rise position. The cruelty of T1 trading left them powerless to act against their losses. Old Joe exhaled a long breath of turbid air, stepped forward, took out a box of white cigarettes, handed one to Ling Yun, and personally lit it for him, his hands slightly trembling. Brother Ling. His voice carried a hint of hoarseness and unprecedented seriousness. Brother, I concede. I am wholly convinced. This decisiveness. Impressive. Mr. Wang beside him gaped in awe, his eyes filled with extreme shock, envy, and a hint of reverence he hadn't even realized. He murmured 18 yuan. At the peak. All sold. This is truly. Ling Xiaogu, your insight is divine. Young people are formidable. We old folks have wasted all these years. This profit equates to what my small factory would make in several years. Their gazes were fixed on Ling Yun, a blend of envy, jealousy, admiration, and curiosity swirling together. Ling Yun took the cigarette, lit it with Old Joe's flame, took a deep drag, letting the pungent smoke swirl in his lungs before slowly exhaling. The white smoke blurred his young yet exceptionally composed face. He looked at the various successful individuals before him, finally revealing a faint smile. It's just luck, that's all. He downplayed it, attributing all the excitement to simplicity. But everyone present knew well that this was far beyond what the word luck could summarize. This was a sharp eye, extraordinary patience, ironclad discipline, and the inevitable result after perfectly overcoming human weaknesses. Currently, the big trader's room lacked privacy, with no independent operation rooms, and trades had to be relayed to the traders via phone, leaving no secrets at all. Ling Yun paid no attention to the surrounding commotion. He wouldn't return to the office for the next half-month. He would not participate in the upcoming fluctuating downward trend. He was preparing for his grand internet cafe venture. The morning air in Jinan still carried a hint of crispness, but the sunlight had already become bright. Ling Yun pushed the jingling bicycle, weaving through the streets near the north gate of Shanda. His gaze swept past rows of street shops, searching for a suitable target. Ultimately, his eyes settled on a two-story small building facing the street. The building appeared somewhat old, with parts of its white wall peeling away under the sun and wind, revealing the red bricks inside. However, its location was excellent, very close to the north gate of Shanda, bustling with people, offering a wide view. On the white wall next to the door for rent was scrawled in red paint, accompanied by a string of phone numbers. Ling Yun's eyes brightened. He stopped the bicycle, approached, and peered through the gap of the door. Inside, the space was vast. The first floor was an open area, though covered in dust. It had a high ceiling without unnecessary partitions. A concrete staircase led to the second floor, which seemed to have a similar area as the first. 500 square meters. It must be at least 500. He murmured, excitement flickering in his eyes. This was exactly the kind of internet cafe he envisioned. He noted the phone number and used a public phone at a convenience store on the corner. The person who answered was a middle-aged man with a loud voice and a hint of a local accent, introducing himself as Sun Yong. Hearing that someone was interested in the house, he quickly rode over on his motorcycle. Sun Yong was around 50, dressed in a brown leather jacket, his hair slicked back, and his face displaying the shrewdness of a businessman. Young brother, are you here to view the house? Sun Yong assessed Ling Yun, and seeing his youth, a hint of skepticism crossed his eyes, but he still pulled out the keys and unlocked the rusty big lock. Come in and take a look. This place is bright. It used to be a supply and marketing cooperative for the street office, but after it closed down, it has been vacant ever since. Ling Yun followed him inside, a musty scent of aged dust filling the air. He paid no mind to it, carefully examining every corner. The structure of the house was indeed solid, built with red bricks and precast concrete slabs. Although the interior needed a complete renovation, there was no structural damage. Though the water and electricity lines were old, the main lines were intact. Ling Yun even began planning the bar's location, the arrangement of computers, and how to separate the office area and VIP area on the second floor in his mind. Boss Sun, how much is the rent for this house? Ling Yun dusted off his hands and asked directly. Sun Yong took out a cigarette and offered one to Ling Yun, who politely declined, and then lit one for himself, taking a deep drag and exhaling a thick cloud of smoke. Young brother, to be honest, I actually prefer to sell this house. He paused, observing Ling Yun's reaction. Renting is too troublesome, and I need the money urgently. Sell. Ling Yun raised his eyebrows slightly. This was a bit unexpected. Although he had just made over 300,000 in profits from the stock market and had ample funds, his original plan was to rent, not buy. His capital was still yielding greater returns in the stock market. Yes, sell. Sun Yong's tone became more assertive. Look at this location right at the gate of Shanda. It will definitely become a prime area in the future. If it weren't for some cash flow issues in my factory, I would really be reluctant to sell this ancestral property. He quoted a price, 250,000. Including the land, a total of 500 square meters with clear property rights, all under my name. 250,000. Ling Yun quickly calculated in his mind. That's 500 yuan per square meter on average. This price in Jinan in 1996, especially for such a not new reasonably located but ordinary building, was quite reasonable and could even be considered somewhat enticing. However, Ling Yun did not show any joy. Instead, he frowned and began his skilled negotiation. Boss son, this price is not low. Look at this building, it's older than I am. The water and electricity lines need to be completely redone. The wall paint is almost all peeling and the renovation cost will be quite a sum. Moreover, regarding the term ancestral property, there are no disputes regarding the property rights, right? I wouldn't want to pay only to have distant relatives come out of the woodwork later. Hey young brother, look at what you're saying. Sun Yong was a bit anxious, his voice rising. The property rights are absolutely clear. I have the property certificate and land certificate in my hands, black and white, all under my name. You can check with the housing authority anytime. As for renovations, which buyer doesn't renovate? This price you can ask around in Jinan. You definitely won't find a second place. 20,000. Ling Yun stated a number. Impossible. 2450, that's the lowest. 21,000. Boss son, I genuinely want it, but my funds are limited. 24,000. It really can't go any lower, I'm already taking a loss. After several rounds of intense back and forth, the price finally settled at 220,000. Deal. Ling Yun extended his hand, shaking it firmly with Sun Yong. He could sense that while Sun Yong appeared to be in pain, there was a sigh of relief deep in his eyes, indicating that his factory's financial gap was indeed urgent. However, boss son, Ling Yun's tone shifted and his expression grew serious. We must follow the official process. The first step is to go to the housing authority to check the archives, confirming that the property rights are clear with no seizures, mortgages, or disputes. The second step is to sign a formal real estate sale contract with every clause that should be included. The third step is that the payment and the transfer of property rights must proceed simultaneously. Oh, I need to see my name on the new property certificate before you receive the full payment. Sun Yong was taken aback, clearly not expecting this young man to be so knowledgeable and organized. He had thought it would be a simple agreement or even a cash transaction. No problem. Let's do it your way. I, Sun Yong, do business honestly. Over the next few days, Ling Yun almost ran himself ragged. He took Sun Yong along to the Jinan Real Estate Administration, located on Jingqi Road. The lobby was somewhat dim, and there weren't many people with staff leisurely flipping through paper files. The results of the inquiry came out quickly. The property rights were indeed clear, registered under Sun Yong's name, with no other rights set. Looking at the property ownership certificate and state-owned land use certificate stamped with a red seal, Ling Yun felt a bit reassured. Next, he found a law firm and drafted a detailed real estate sale contract. The agreement clearly stated the information of both parties, the location of the house, the area, the transaction price, payment method, property transfer time, tax burdens, and breach of contract responsibilities. He also specifically included a clause emphasizing that the property had clean title, guaranteeing no potential disputes. The signing day was also in the real estate trading hall. Ling Yun paid the deposit via bank transfer. Watching his name and that large amount on the agreement, Sun Yong's hands trembled slightly, while Ling Yun remained unusually calm. The transfer procedures were a bit more complex than expected, requiring the submission of ID cards, original property and land documents, and the sale contract, along with paying taxes and fees. However, Ling Yun was meticulous and well-prepared, ensuring all processes proceeded smoothly. When the last stamp was affixed and the staff informed him that the new property certificate would be issued in a month, Ling Yun knew that this matter had been settled. Ling Yun returned alone to the empty two-story building once more. This place would be the harbor where his dreams set sail. Starry Sky Internet Cafe sign would soon light up here. The code of Spark software would soon be tapped out here. With the house in hand, Ling Yun returned to the dormitory, humming a little tune, his mood elated. Seeing him so happy today, Zhao Weigua asked, "Did you strike it rich today, brother donkey?" Ling Yun chuckled and replied, "I'm happier than if I had found money." He turned to Li Mo and asked, "What are you busy with, brother Mo?" Li Mo hunched over his head, nearly buried behind the somewhat bulky CRT monitor, his fingers flying over the keyboard as lines of green code scrolled across the screen. Next to him lay an old keyboard that had been disassembled into a messy pile covered in grease, with several keycaps pulled off, revealing the gray-white mechanical switches underneath, alongside a multimeter soldering iron and a small pile of electronic components. "Brother Mo, are you at it again with the keyboard?" Ling Yun pulled over a creaky wooden chair and sat down beside Li Mo. Li Mo did not lift his head, merely grunting in acknowledgement, his gaze still fixed on the screen and the remnants before him. He picked up the soldering iron, carefully touching a solder point on the keyboard's mainboard, his brow furrowed. Ling Yun didn't mind watching him operate intently. He understood Li Mo's character. When immersed in his technical world, everything external was merely a distraction. He waited for a while until Li Mo completed a phase of debugging and slightly relaxed before speaking again. "What's wrong? Is this keyboard malfunctioning again?" Ling Yun pointed at the pile of parts. Liam finally raised his head, his tone tinged with the unique frustration and helplessness of a technician. The rubber dome has aged, it feels sticky and unresponsive. These cheap keyboards all have this problem. He held up a rubber component that resembled a small bowl, which had been taken from the keyboard, his voice full of disdain. And this membrane circuit has a short lifespan, is prone to moisture, and lacks tactile feedback. Ling Yun nodded, fully understanding. In 1996, personal computers began to proliferate, but the accompanying peripherals, especially keyboards and mice, were still quite rudimentary. The mainstream keyboards were the membrane types Liam mentioned, or even older mechanical keyboards which felt rigid, were noisy, and had questionable lifespans. As for mice, many were still ball-type mechanical mice with low precision, prone to dirt and often stuttering. Exactly, Ling Yun agreed, emphatically picking up a keycap that Liam had removed. Just look at the keyboards on the market today. They're either jammed or double pressing, and the feel is like hitting a wooden board. The same goes for mice. Even drawing a straight line can turn into an ECG. And yet they're not cheap. The slightly better ones are all foreign brands at exorbitant prices. Liam seemed to have found a kindred spirit and spoke a bit more. Yes. There are good ones like the mechanical keyboards from Germany's Cherry, which use their own MX switches. The feel, lifespan, and responsiveness are incomparable to these things. A hint of longing flickered in his eyes, but soon dimmed. But they are just too expensive, and the patent barriers are too high. We can't produce them in China. Cherry. MX switches. Ling Yun repeated these words, his eyes gradually lighting up. He knew he had found the entry point. Leaning slightly forward, he lowered his voice as if sharing an earth-shattering secret. Brother Mo, what if we could create? Make a mechanical keyboard that is better, cheaper, and has a better feel than Cherry MX switches. What would happen? Liam suddenly turned his head, looking at Ling Yun as if he were mad. Created ourselves. Break Cherry's patent monopoly. Ling Yun, do you know how difficult that is? Material, structures, molds, bypassing patents. It's simply impossible. He shook his head repeatedly, thinking Ling Yun must have gone crazy from staying up late watching stocks yesterday. Impossible. Ling Yun smiled, his expression carrying a confidence Liam had never seen before. Brother Mo, do you remember when we first entered school and thought it was impossible to own our own 486 computer? And now, technology is advancing, barriers are meant to be broken. He began his vision campaign, his tone filled with fervor. Just think about it. The shoddy peripherals we use now are a complete insult to technology. And we who are studying computer science and are supposed to change the world can't even make the most basic tools for interaction. How can that be justified? He picked up the old keyboard. Why can't we start a company just to study this? Let's start by researching the most fundamental mechanical switch. Cherry's MX switches have a classic cross structure. Can't we design a smoother, more user-friendly switch structure? We won't even have to follow their path. Liam opened his mouth, wanting to retort, but Ling Yun didn't give him a chance, speaking even faster, his eyes more fervent. The keyboard is just the first step. What about mice? Ball mice are too outdated. I've heard that abroad they are already researching optical mice. Why can't we catch up? We should research more precise optical sensors and design grips that are more ergonomic. What we aim for is not imitation, but transcendence. Imagine this, Brother Mo. Ling Yun's voice carried a hypnotic magic. In the future, all computers in the country will use high-quality keyboards and mice that we designed and manufactured ourselves. We will no longer have to endure these garbage peripherals or spend high prices on foreign brands. Let's name it. Spark Peripherals. A single spark can start a prairie fire. We will ignite the prairie fire of domestic peripherals with our technology and products. Ling Yun fixed his gaze on Liam's eyes, throwing out the ultimate temptation as well as the heaviest vision. When that time comes, we won't just be making money. We will be the pride of domestic goods. We will be the national enterprise that breaks the foreign technology monopoly. Liam will be our chief technology officer, one of the founders of Spark. Your name will be etched in the history of the development of domestic peripherals. This is worth 10,000 times more than any iron rice bowl you could get. The pride of domestic goods. Breaking the monopoly. Liam murmured, repeating these words, his breath involuntarily becoming heavy. As a tech enthusiast deep down, did he not harbor a desire to change the world with technology and prove himself? At this moment, Ling Yun's words were like a key, suddenly opening the door in his heart, filled with passion and dreams. He looked at the unwavering determination and fervor in Ling Yun's eyes, at the pile of keyboard parts on the table that represented his troubles and interests, and thought about possibly participating in the creation of a high-end peripheral brand for the Chinese people. A surge of unprecedented passion rushed to his mind. To hell with graduation assignments. To hell with stable jobs. This is the path a tech person should take. Liamo suddenly stood up, grabbing Ling Yun's hand. In his excitement, his fingers trembled slightly, his usually dull face flushed red, and his eyes behind the glasses sparkled with a light akin to a circuit being connected. Let's do it. Ling Yun, I'm in. His voice was not loud, but carried an unwavering determination. I'll be the chief technology officer. The patent for Cherry's MX switch is right. I will figure it out sooner or later then. Work around it. We will create our own spark switch. Looking at Liamo, who seemed to have been ignited in an instant, Ling Yun wore a satisfied smile. Great. Ling Yun firmly shook Liamo's hand. Brother Emo, welcome aboard. Our journey is towards the stars and the sea. Let's start by fixing this broken keyboard. In March, the spring in Jinan was gradually intensifying. Ling Yun and Sun Peng stood in the center of the vast first-floor hall, where the uneven concrete floor lay beneath their feet, and the exposed dark wooden beams and cobwebs overhead created a rustic atmosphere. I must say, Brother Yun, this place is truly pristine. Sun Peng adjusted his glasses, glancing around with a hint of mockery in his tone. Are you sure you want to open that seemingly grand internet cafe here? This renovation investment is likely not a small sum. Ling Yun smiled. I'm not afraid to spend money, I'm just afraid I can't achieve the effect I desire. Sun Peng patted his chest. Don't worry about that. My family is in the construction business, and my father knows which renovation companies are reliable. He promised me to find someone with high skill levels. Just then, a middle-aged man in blue work clothes with dark skin and appearing to be just over 40 rode a bicycle and stopped at the entrance. He skillfully parked the bike, holding a measuring tape and an old leather bag, and strode inside. Which one is Boss Ling? His voice was loud and carried the straightforwardness typical of a Shandong man. I was introduced by Manager Sun. My name is Wang Defa, and I'm in the renovation business. Hello, Boss Wang. I am Ling Yun. Ling Yun stepped forward and extended his hand. Wang, the team leader, had a strong grip, his palm rough like sandpaper. Boss Ling, you are truly young and promising. Wang Defa sized up Ling Yun and then glanced around the empty, dilapidated hall. A hint of confusion flashed in his eyes, but he still said enthusiastically, Manager Sun told me you have a big project. Rest assured, I, Old Wang, have been in the renovation business in Jinan for over a decade, and my skills and reputation are unquestionable. After some pleasantries, Ling Yun took out the meticulously drawn blueprints from his canvas bag. This was not a common sketch with merely simple floor layouts. It was a design he meticulously outlined over several sleepless nights, using its square triangles and drawing pens, creating a futuristic starry sky internet cafe. As the blueprints were spread out on a temporary old desk, both Wang Defa and Sun Peng leaned in closer. After just a glance, Wang Defa's brows furrowed deeply. Ling. Boss Ling. He pointed at the expansive first-floor space on the blueprint, his tone filled with confusion. Is this floor just going to be open like this? No partitions. No private rooms. This doesn't resemble a nightclub or a restaurant at all. In 1996, renovation concepts were still stuck on the idea that the more partitions, the more functionalities, the higher the class. Ling Yun patiently explained, Boss Wang, this is called an internet cafe. The core is computers and networks. I need an open space that gives a sense of transparency, facilitating movement. Look here, he pointed to the area near the entrance on the blueprint. This is the reception area. I want to use a steel structure for the frame, cover it with acrylic panels, and embed light strips inside, which will emit a soft blue glow when powered, resembling like a starry sky. Acrylic. Light strips. Wang Defa's eyes widened. These terms were somewhat unfamiliar to him. Boss Ling, those things can be expensive, and the effect. You can rest assured about the effect. I want that feeling. Ling Yun replied firmly, continuing to point at the blueprints. The entire wall behind the reception won't be made of bricks. I want to use metal mesh and dark gray fireproof boards for the background wall. The design should be simple and angular. Wang Defa gasped in surprise. A metal mesh wall. This was unheard of in his years of renovation experience. Ling Yun didn't stop. His finger slid toward the main area of the hall. The floor, after being polished smooth, will be made of self-leveling epoxy resin in deep gray, durable, easy to maintain, and slightly reflective. Self-leveling. Wang Defa felt as if his understanding was being constantly refreshed. Boss Ling, right now laying a terrazzo or good quality tiles is quite sufficient. You. Listen to me, Boss Wang. Ling Yun smiled and continued his forward-thinking plan. The ceiling, I will keep these old wooden beams, but all electrical wires and network cables must be organized in metal conduits and painted deep gray. There will be no drop ceiling. Instead, it will be designed with an industrial-style exposed ceiling, installing something called track lights that can have adjustable angles to focus light on each computer station. Industrial-style? Track lights. Wang Defa felt as if he were listening to a foreign language. He looked at Sun Peng for help, but Sun Peng also wore a bewildered expression and could only shrug helplessly. In these areas, Ling Yun pointed to several sections marked with dashed lines on the blueprint. This is a soundproof zone separated by tempered glass with a slightly raised floor. This area is the esports zone. It's a more intense gaming area, and the chairs need to be custom-made with armrests capable of swiveling and good breathability. He almost let slip the term ergonomic chair. Glass partitions. Esports zone. Wang Defa's hand holding the blueprints trembled slightly. He cleared his throat. Boss Ling, your ideas are too avant-garde. To be frank, some materials like acrylic panels, track lights, and self-leveling resin, I need to inquire specifically about them. They may not be easy to find in Jinan, and the prices won't be low. He took out a notebook and a ballpoint pen, starting to calculate item by item. For your 500 square meters, just for what you mentioned. The industrial-style walls, floors, ceilings, materials, plus labor, I roughly estimate it will cost this amount. He wrote a 4 in the notebook, indicating 40,000. For water and electricity renovations, your requirements are high. The network and phone lines must be properly laid out with many outlets, and it will be 2,000. The reception area, background wall, glass partitions, custom chairs. These special projects, materials plus production, will be no less than 30,000. Plus painting, miscellaneous expenses, management fees. He calculated quickly and finally looked up with a serious expression. Boss Ling, if everything is done according to your blueprints, labor and materials included, it will be at least 95,000. 95,000. In 1996, this was definitely a large sum. Sun Peng beside him could only click his tongue in amazement. Ling Yun, however, quickly calculated in his mind. Given his advanced designs and material requirements, this price was not outrageous in 1996 and might even be lower due to Wang Defa's unfamiliarity with some new materials. His original budget was between 100,000 and 120,000. Yet he remained expressionless and began to negotiate. Boss Wang, the price is a bit high. You see, my project is large. While some materials are new, the quantity is also significant, so there should still be some room for the total price. How about 88,000 for good luck? Moreover, I require that everything must be completed within 20 days, otherwise it will delay my opening. 88,000. 20 days. Wang Defa shook his head repeatedly. Boss Ling, your bargaining is too harsh. And the deadline is so tight. No, this is truly impossible. Boss Wang, Ling Yun switched strategies, painting a picture for him. Just think, once my Starry Sky Internet Cafe is renovated, it will definitely be the first of its kind in Jinan. When the time comes with people coming and going, who wouldn't praise the grandeur and class of this renovation? Isn't that just free advertising for you? In the future, won't you have similar businesses coming your way? Wang Defa was momentarily stunned, looking at the unprecedented designs on the blueprints, and felt a stir in his heart. If this job is done well, it would indeed be a signature project. After several rounds of intense tug-of-war, the price was finally settled at 90,000 with a construction period of 30 days. Deal? Ling Yun extended his hand again. Boss Wang, please keep the blueprints safe, and we can communicate details at any time. I have only one requirement: quality. Effect. Everything must strictly follow my blueprints. Wang Defa shook Ling Yun's hand, glanced at the stunning design, and gritted his teeth. Fine. Boss Ling is a person who does great things. Old Wang will follow your Starry Sky standards and ensure that this internet cafe is done beautifully. After sending off Boss Wang's son, Peng looked at the empty factory and couldn't help but ask, Brother Yun, isn't your renovation a bit too forward-thinking? Is it worth spending so much money? Ling Yun gazed at the dust-covered, yet full of infinite possibilities space, his eyes burning with determination. Peng Gu, what we are doing is neither a nightclub nor a computer room. What we aim to define is a sense of futuristic sci-fi. While others are still competing over who has more partitions, we are competing over whose space is more comfortable and whose experience feels more futuristic. This 90,000 is not just for renovation, it is setting the industry standard. In the following period, Ling Yun was like a spinning top, constantly busy, running between the securities trading department to monitor the market and the construction site to guide the renovation team. After having breakfast around 8 in the morning, Ling Yun went to the securities trading department to keep an eye on the market. Based on his memories from his past life and technical analysis, he determined that Shun technology was on the verge of an explosive rise. Ling Yun began to review his operations during this period. He had already established a position of 60% with an average cost of 457 yuan, holding 220 shares of Shun technology and an account balance of 7000. Ling Yun sat quietly on his exclusive sofa by the window. Unlike the surrounding big players who were either excited or anxious, tightly focused on various popular stocks, his gaze was fixed on a somewhat desolate code. Shin Technologies & His fingertips unconsciously glided over the mahogany coffee table, and what he envisioned in his mind was not a simple candlestick chart, but a technical analysis framework of his own. Currently, it was a bottom-range fluctuation with moving averages converging, reaching a temporary balance after a tug-of-war between bulls and bears. What concerned Ling Yun the most was that during the recent half-month fluctuations, although the trading volume of Shun Technology overall had shrunk, when the stock price approached the support level of 4. At the 5 yuan support level, the trading volume would shrink drastically, indicating that selling pressure was exhausted, whereas when the stock price was testing upward, especially close to 4. 7 yuan, the trading volume would moderately increase. Although it had not broken through, it was evident that funds were testing the waters. A volume contraction at the bottom, volume expansion during testing. Ling Yun silently chanted in his heart, his eyes sharp. The main force is already active, but the timing is still a bit off. Ling Yun's heart was calm, without a hint of impatience. He knew that at such critical technical nodes, patience was more precious than gold. Entering a position too early could erode confidence and capital through prolonged fluctuations. Entering too late would lead to high costs and significant risks. After the market opened, Shun Technology's stock price remained tepid, hovering around 4.65 yuan. At 9.45, the stock price of Shun Technology dropped again, reaching a low of 4.58 yuan, inching closer to the lower boundary of the range and the 30-day moving average. The trading volume shrank to a recent low level. On the market, selling orders were sparse and buying orders were even fewer, giving off a feeling of stagnation. In the big players' room, someone shook their head. This Shun Technology is just a pile of mud that can't be lifted. It's hopeless. Old Joe also walked over, glanced at Ling Yun's screen, and kindly reminded him, Ling, this stock has been grinding for too long. Its funding attention is low. Why not look at other stocks? Ling Yun merely smiled and did not respond. When the low volume touched the critical support, his inner alarm did not ring. Instead, a premonition of opportunity approaching arose. But he remained still, waiting for a clearer signal. The stock price stabilized around 4.5 yuan, closing with a small doji on low volume. Both bulls and bears seemed to be observing. As it approached 10:30 in the morning, the situation changed dramatically. A sudden order of 5,000 hands appeared, pulling the stock price directly from 4.55 yuan to 4.65 yuan. Although it subsequently fell back and fluctuated, this suddenly appeared bullish candlestick with both volume and price rising was like a stone thrown into a calm lake. There's movement. A glimmer of sharpness flashed in Ling Yun's eyes. He knew this couldn't be retail behavior. It was the main force testing the selling pressure above. His heart began to stir, yet reason firmly held the upper hand. It's just a test. The authenticity is hard to discern. I can't chase the high. He reminded himself that he needed to confirm the validity of this test. The stock price oscillated vigorously between 4.60 yuan and 4.70 yuan. The most critical point was that the trading volume continued to gently expand, and the stock price firmly stood above all the converging short-term moving averages. Breaking through the moving average resistance, continuous volume confirming the test is valid. The balance of decision-making in Ling Yun's heart tilted instantly. The moment of hunting had arrived. He no longer hesitated and decisively picked up the red internal phone. This is Ling Yun account. Shun Technology code 000021, current price 4.65 yuan, by 150,000 shares. He did not mind the few cents difference. In the moment when the trend was established, he chose the most aggressive and decisive approach, full position betting. A voice confirming the transaction came from the other end of the line. Putting down the receiver, Ling Yun let out a long, slow breath, releasing the pent-up air in his chest. He leaned against the back of the sofa, closed his eyes, feeling the strong heartbeat at that moment. The position was established. From the initial calm observation and patient waiting to the slight stir upon discovering clues, then to the decisive strike after confirming the test, and finally, when breaking through the critical point, the resolution to go all in. Every change in his mindset strictly corresponded to the evolution of technical signals on the market. At this moment in his account, 37,000 shares of Shun Technology with a cost of 4.60 yuan lay quietly. All the chips were already in place. At 3 in the afternoon, Shun Technology closed at 4.85 yuan, steadily breaking through the resistance level. He knew this was just the beginning. The spring had been compressed to its limit. The next moment would be the release of all its energy, soaring into the sky. And he was already firmly seated on this rocket about to take off. Ling Yun paid no attention to the surrounding clamor. He lifted the now lukewarm teacup and took a gentle sip. The layout was complete, just waiting for the winds to rise. March 23, 9 a.m. Ling Yun was already seated in the large client room of the securities department. Based on Ling Yun's memory and analysis, Shun Technology was about to take off today. The stock price of Shun Technology was bound to multiply several times this wave. If it performed well, it could double within 10 trading days. It was truly a blessing to have days without price limits. Ling Yun quietly sat on his exclusive sofa, watching the monitor in front of him, where the stock price of Shun Technologies opened at 4.9 yuan. It quickly surged forward, climbing in a nearly domineering manner. Initially, there were only suppressed gasps of astonishment. Wow, did Shin Technology take some medicine today? Mr. Wang, sitting diagonally opposite, was the first to notice the anomaly. He abandoned his watch over a few of his barely breathing stocks and glanced frequently at Ling Yun, his face full of surprise. It opened at 4:09, and now it's almost 5:06. A middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses referred to as Professor Liu adjusted his glasses and leaned closer to his screen, seemingly confirming that he wasn't seeing incorrectly. Their voices were not loud, but in the relatively quiet large client room, they were enough to trigger a chain reaction. More and more people shifted their gazes from their own small plots of land to the corner by the window towards the young man they privately referred to as the reckless youth. Ling Yun seemed oblivious to it all, his fingertips lightly tracing over the open notebook in front of him, which contained his hand-drawn simple Klein chart for Shin Technology. He watched the trading volume steadily increase and the stock price steadily broke through one small resistance level after another, understanding in his heart the main upward wave had begun. When the closing bell rang in the afternoon, the stock price of Shin Technology finally settled at 5.67 yuan. It was as if a boulder had been thrown into the calm surface of a lake, sending ripples that quickly grew into waves. A single-day increase of 17. In this era, such a remarkable rise was enough to make it into stock commentary newspapers. Closing at 5.67. It really went up. Mr. Wang slammed his thigh in excitement, his voice slightly cracking. He could no longer stay seated, picked up his purple clay teapot, and with a barely perceptible flattering smile walked over to Ling Yun. Ling, brother Ling. He deliberately made his tone sound familiar. The market has closed. I want to take a break. Today your Shin Technology has truly launched a satellite. Incredible. Ling Yun looked up from the chart, wearing a perfectly calm smile. Boss Wang, it's just the market trend, pure luck. Oh, this isn't luck at all. Mr. Wang immediately waved his hand. This is vision. Unique vision. I've always said brother Ling is not an ordinary person. He said this without changing his expression, as if he wasn't the one who had previously shaken his head in disbelief, thinking Ling Yun's full investment was overly risky. He then took a seat beside Ling Yun, leaning slightly forward and lowering his voice. Brother Ling, let me be candid with you. Does Shin Technology still have potential? Is there some insider news we don't know about? His eyes were filled with eagerness. Almost simultaneously, Professor Liu also approached. He wasn't as extroverted as Mr. Wang, but his gaze behind the lenses was equally fervent. Ling Yun, from a technical perspective, today's long bullish candle with increased volume indicates a successful breakthrough from the previous platform, doesn't it? He pointed at Ling Yun's screen, his tone carrying the sincerity of academic discussion, but his eagerness for affirmation was unmistakable. Ling Yun understood that this was the convergence of two different styles, the information faction and the technical faction. He remained calm, neither confirming any insider news nor providing extensive interpretations of technical indicators, merely saying, when the trend emerges, follow the trend. You, Professor Liu, are an expert. I still have much to learn from you. This response, neither servile nor overbearing and leaving the other party some face, made Professor Liu nod repeatedly, his smile becoming even more genuine. The younger generation is formidable, truly formidable. However, this was merely the prelude within the large client room. The real dramatic change occurred when Ling Yun stood up, intending to stretch a little, and instinctively walked to the railing on the second floor to overlook the trading hall below. The first floor hall was a world completely different from the large client room. It was bustling with voices filled with smoke, and the mixed smells of sweat, cigarettes, and various foods hit him. Under the huge electronic display, there was a sea of heads, each person craning their necks, looking focused and anxious. As Ling Yun's figure appeared at the railing on the second floor, it seemed to trigger some magical awareness, and many people downstairs noticed him. Look, that kid on the second floor. The one who bought all in on Shin Technology. Oh my. Shin Technology has risen over a yuan today. How much has he made? That's him. The old man who and the others were laughing at him before. The discussions spread like a tide. Many gazes filled with various complex emotions shot towards the young figure on the second floor, who seemed to be enveloped in a golden halo in their eyes. At that moment, a figure squeezed through the crowd, arriving near the staircase. It was the fat man who had mocked Ling Yun in the hall earlier, who had called Ling Yun a pig riding the wind. But now there was no trace of disdain on his face. Instead, it was replaced by an almost obsequious smile as he strained to lift his head and waved vigorously at Ling Yun upstairs. Brother Ling. Brother Ling. Here. His loud voice cut through some of the noise. Brother Ling. You're truly a stock god. I, old Wang, am in awe. I couldn't possibly speak well before, but you are magnanimous. Please don't hold it against me. His words acted like a signal. Soon after, more retail investors who had previously expressed doubt or skepticism towards Ling Yun's reckless behavior gathered around, chattering, Boss Ling. Can we still buy Shin Technology tomorrow? Master Ling. Please point the way. Brother Ling, can you recommend some good stocks? Even an old man who had never spoken to Ling Yun before trembled forward, shouting towards upstairs. Young man. Awesome. Help the old man see if Shin Development can still be held. In an instant, Ling Yun seemed to have become the stock god of this brokerage, looked up to by countless eager eyes for wealth. Faced with the sudden adoration from below, Ling Yun felt a bit taken aback, followed by a faint sense of absurdity rising within him. He clearly remembered that just not long ago on a certain afternoon nearby, he had heard so many derisive comments about him. He did not display any pride, merely nodding slightly to the crowd below as a greeting without responding to any specific questions. Then he turned and calmly walked back to the large client room amidst the calls of Brother Ling, Boss Ling, and Stock God. Upon returning to the large client room, he discovered that more people had gathered next to his seat. Mr. Wang and Professor Liu were still there, along with a few other faces he only exchanged nods with. They seemed to be waiting for him to return. Brother Ling, those people downstairs are truly. Mr. Wang laughed and shook his head, his tone carrying a sense of superiority from a higher tier, but then he said to Ling Yun, however, this also means you have gained a reputation. Ling Yun, Professor Liu took over the conversation, his tone more earnest. Look, we few can be considered like-minded. If you have any discoveries in the future or opinions on the market, shouldn't we exchange ideas more? Share information. Looking at these successful individuals before him, who showed such respectful attitudes and sincere words compared to before, Ling Yun felt enlightened. All of this change stemmed from one thing. He had made the right call and earned a substantial profit. In this naked arena of fame and fortune, profit was the hardest pass and wealth figures were the most effective speakers. He still did not make any promises, merely speaking in a gentle yet distant tone. You are all too flattering. I'm just a student still in the learning phase. The market changes rapidly. Let's explore together. He returned to his seat, his gaze once again falling on the already still client chart of Shin Technology. The surrounding noise and flattery surged in like a tide, yet were isolated by his inner calm and clarity. March 25th, 3:00 p.m. As Shin Technology's stock price to 1 settled at a closing value of 7.09 yuan, the air in the VIP trading room grew so heavy that each breath felt like an exertion. 2 consecutive days. After surging from an opening price of 5.79 yuan on March 24th to close at 6.40 yuan, a single day gain exceeding 10. Today it leapt open at an audacious 6.98 yuan. Following a day of fierce market contention, it closed firmly at 7.09 yuan, an all-time high. In just 2 days it had rocketed from under 5.80 yuan to above 7.00 yuan, posting a cumulative gain of over 22. This was no ordinary rally. It was a capital frenzy, incinerating the rationality of every onlooker. And at the very eye of this storm sat Ling Yun, calm and composed beside the window. If yesterday's crowd had approached him with tentative probing and veiled flattery, seeking connection through circuitous courtesy, today beneath the steeper, more dazzling bullish candlestick, even the last vestiges of polite pretense and restrained dignity had been reduced to ash by the raw primal fear of missing out. Within 10 seconds of the closing bell, Ling Yun's sofa was already encircled shoulder to shoulder. The first to surge forward was Mr. Wang, the balding one. Clutching a brown notebook so tightly his knuckles whitened, his face bore none of its earlier smug confidence, only naked urgency and a near-begging intensity. Brother Ling, Boss Ling, my dearest brother. He bent, low voice trembling faintly, words rattling off like machine gun fire. We can't wait any longer. Truly, we cannot wait. Give your elder brother a straight answer. Can we still enter Shin Technology, right now? Right this second? He dispensed entirely with diplomatic phrasing like, what's your outlook for the market? Cutting straight to the question, roaring in every heart, can we buy it? What's the rush, old Wang? Another man, Mr. Li, wearing a gray jacket, elbowed past Mr. Wang, sweat beading on his forehead untouched. His eyes locked onto Ling Yun with desperate fixation. Brother Ling, don't listen to him. Is there some major undisclosed catalyst yet to be announced? A massive earnings surge? A corporate restructuring? You must drop us a hint. I've staked my entire fortune on this. His words were blunt, verging on an interrogation for insider intelligence. Before such staggering visible profits, notions of commercial confidentiality and information barriers dissolved beneath their ravenous, piercing gazes. Even Professor Liu, normally the picture of scholarly composure, had lost his poise, his wire-rimmed glasses askew, his tie loosened, clutching not a technical analysis textbook, but a scrap of paper dense with calculations. He pushed forward, voice hoarse with excitement. Ling Yun, classmate. Technical indicators, they've all broken down. No, they've gone mad. He brandished the paper. The RSI has been stuck in overbought territory above 90 for 3 straight days. The KDJ's value has long exceeded 100. This defies all technical logic. This This can only be the work of an overwhelmingly powerful institutional hand. Do you know? Do you know where their ultimate target lies? 8 yuan, 10, or higher. He had abandoned technical discourse altogether, casting Ling Yun instead as the sole keeper of the master player's hidden hand. More people gathered. Nearly everyone in the VIP room who could move converged upon him. Noise, urgency, eyes burning with intensity. All voices, all stares coalesced into a single urgent plea. Give us the confidence to buy, give us a reason to hurl our hard-earned savings onto this train already hurtling forward at breakneck speed. Ling Yun sat at the storm's epicenter. Leaning slightly back against the sofa, his gaze swept calmly across the faces before him, distorted subtly by greed, fear, and feverish impatience. He heard their ragged breathing, saw the involuntary twitch at the corner of Mr. Wang's eye, sensed the frantic energy beneath Professor Lu's academic veneer, failed utterly. He knew precisely what they wanted. Not analysis, not logic, not even truth. What they craved was a simple, soothing assurance. A single word from the sole apparent victor here. Yes, you may still buy. Or merely a resolute glance enough to propel them headlong into the fray without hesitation. Ling Yun lifted the cup of tea on the table, long since chilled, and took a quiet sip. The icy liquid glided down his throat, sharpening his mind, which had grown faintly feverish amid the surrounding fervor. Amid the clamor threatening to engulf him, he set the cup down slowly. He offered no answer to "can we buy?" Nor did he disclose any target price. I have no privileged information channels. Based solely on my own technical analysis, the stock is likely to rise tomorrow and accelerate further. Yet markets remain inherently unpredictable. I've already secured sufficient profit to withstand potential pullbacks. You'll buy tomorrow and sell only the day after, but I dare not assure you it will still be safe to buy then. His voice was soft, yet in the din it rang with uncanny clarity, a cool, unassailable authority. His words struck like ice water, dousing the crowd's searing anticipation. No answer to their demand. No promise. No guarantee. Only a dispassionate, almost ruthless risk disclosure. For a moment the throng fell silent. Urgency froze on every face, shifting into bewilderment, confusion, and even a flicker of resentment at being dismissed. Mr. Wang pressed again, "Will you sell tomorrow?" Ling Yun shook his head, without speaking. The surrounding clamor cooled momentarily under his calm response, yet the deeper, more volatile anxiety simmering beneath the surface remained, suppressed, not dispelled, awaiting its next eruption. Ling Yun knew some people, even when fully explained to, would never understand. Some who understood would still choose not to act, and some who acted would inevitably disregard the rules. He knew this was only the beginning. As the share price climbed ever higher, such urgent coercive interrogations would grow ever more frequent and ever more brazen, until the final moment arrived. And he must remain absolutely lucid within this intensifying maelstrom, waiting, patiently, for the singular definitive signal to exit. Being the center of such overwhelming attention was no pleasant experience. Friday, March 26th. That morning, when the heavy glass door of the securities brokerage was pushed open by the staff, the dark waiting crowd surged in like a breached flood, instantly filling every corner of the first-floor trading hall. The air was stifling and foul, a pungent mixture of sweat, tobacco smoke, greasy breakfast buns, and an intangible scent called greed that stung everyone's nostrils and nerves. All eyes, regardless of status or capital, were fixed on the electronic display screen on the wall that had yet to begin its dance. No more precisely, they were locked onto a single stock code, Shun Technologies 021. Yesterday's closing price 709 yuan. And today, where would it go? In the VIP room, the atmosphere was equally stagnant, though tinged with a forced oppressive calm. Ling Yun still sat in his usual spot, a notebook open before him, but he knew that today no one would truly care about technical analysis. Everyone's heart was tied to the numbers about to appear at market open. The balding Mr. Wang paced back and forth near his seat like a restless caged beast, chain-smoking, oblivious to the ash falling onto the carpet. His eyes were bloodshot, clearly from a sleepless night. After yesterday's close, he had practically begged Ling Yun for a definitive answer, only to receive a risk warning which tormented him endlessly. Old Wang, sit down and rest a while. Someone couldn't help but suggest. Rest my ass. Mr. Wang stopped abruptly, his voice raspy. I've waited all night for this moment. That Professor Lu sat upright in his seat, pen and paper before him, but his knuckles were white from gripping the pen, and the paper remained blank. He adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses from time to time, his gaze flitting toward Ling Yun before quickly retreating. The internal battle was written plainly on his face. At 9:25, the call auction began. On the display behind the code for Shun Technology, numbers began to dance, flicker, and converge wildly. 7, 20, 7, 35, 7, 48. Finally, as the clock struck exactly 9:30, a vivid red number carrying a surreal quality resolutely froze. Opening price 748 yuan. A gap up. Nearly 5. 5 higher. It's open. 748. The first floor lobby erupted like a bomb had been detonated. Gapping up so much. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. In the VIP room, Mr. Wang jolted. With an agility belying his age, he lunged to his seat, grabbed the phone receiver, his fingers trembling as he pressed the speed dial for the trading desk, and bellowed with all his might, "It's me. Wang Degui. Account. Shin Technology. Market price. 748. Full position. Buy everything for me. Now." He shouted until he was hoarse, veins bulging on his neck, as if this were a life-or-death gamble rather than a trade. After hanging up, he collapsed limply into his chair, gasping for breath, cold sweat beading on his forehead, yet his eyes burned with a nearly insane excitement. At the opening bell, he had gone all in. Almost the instant Mr. Wang hung up, Shin Technology's stock price surged like a beast freed from its final shackles, racing upward. 755. 768. 782. 800. Breaking through the 8 yuan mark in less than 10 minutes. Mr. Wang stared at the almost vertical intraday line and the constantly refreshing transaction prices, then sprang from his chair, waving his fists, letting out a trembling, ecstatic laugh. "Ha ha. It's up. Damn, it's really up." His wrinkles smoothed out, his face glistening with oil, his earlier anxiety vanished, replaced by the extreme euphoria of a gambler who had just hit the jackpot. He even wanted to rush over and embrace Ling Yun, but was stopped by a calm look from him. Instead, he could only slap his own thigh vigorously and spin around in place. Meanwhile, Professor Liu's face grew paler. Watching the straight line that defied all technical resistance, seeing Mr. Wang's ecstatic expression and hearing the deafening cheers from downstairs, the final battle between reason and greed raged within him. Crazy. This is utterly insane. The RSI is over 95. It defies all logic. He muttered, trying to shield himself with the armor of academia. But the stock price mercilessly shattered his understanding. 820. 850. 880. Each jump was a hammer blow to his fortress of rationality. The regret of missing Mr. Wang's opening price gnawed at his heart like a viper. He could no longer sit still and abruptly stood up. Just as the stock price broke through the 900 yuan mark, Professor Liu's psychological dam completely collapsed. What technical indicators? What overbought risk? In the face of real, minute-to-minute surging profits, they were all worthless. He stumbled back to his seat, grabbed the phone, and in his haste, pressed the wrong number twice before getting through. Forgetting all pretense of professorial dignity, he shouted incoherently into the receiver, Buy Shin Technology. Market price. 9. No. Market order. Whatever the price, buy me half a position. Quick. Now." He didn't dare go all in like Mr. Wang, leaving half his capital as a fig leaf of reason. When he heard the trade confirmation with an average price of 905 yuan, he let out a long, almost limp sigh of relief, collapsing back into his chair only to realize his back was drenched in cold sweat. He stared at the still climbing stock price, a sense of lucky survival washing over him, but it was quickly followed by a deeper anxiety. He hadn't bought enough. Should he have gone all in? Time flew by in extreme euphoria and extreme anxiety. Shin Technology's stock price, as if riding a rocket, continued its mythical ascent. 950. 10. 00. 10. 88. 11. 20. The entire brokerage, both the VIP room and the lobby downstairs, was swept into a collective frenzy. Those who had bought were cheering, congratulating each other, and calculating their paper profits. Those who hadn't were ready, beating their chests and stamping their feet, cursing their hesitation and stupidity. The chubby retail investor who had mocked Ling Yun in the lobby earlier was now crouching in a corner, clutching his head, repeating in a sobbing tone, "Why didn't I buy? Why didn't I follow? What was I hesitating for when it was at 7-something? When the closing bell finally rang that afternoon, Shin Technology's stock price froze at a number that made everyone's soul tremble. 1168 yuan. A single-day gain of 64.74. Silence. A deathly silence that lasted for about 2 or 3 seconds. Then an eruption of sound that nearly blew the roof off. 1168. Heavens. Up more than 4 yuan in one day. Am I dreaming? Wang Degui had completely lost himself in ecstasy. His face flushed, he gesticulated wildly, telling everyone he met, "I bought at the open. Full position at 748. Ha! I'm rich." He rushed over to Ling Yun, no longer with a fawning smile, but with a feverish, almost worshipful zeal. "Brother Ling. Stock God Ling. You are my benefactor." Wang Degui's savior. Professor Liu, however, looked at his position, bought at 905 yuan, then at the glaring 1168 yuan closing price. His emotions a tangled mess. He was relieved that he had eventually gotten on board and made a good profit, yet immensely regretful that he hadn't gone all in at the open like that madman Wang. A moment's hesitation had cost him tens of thousands of yuan. He approached Ling Yun, his smile extremely unnatural, carrying the intellectual's characteristic emotional restraint mixed with a strange blend of shame and gratitude. Ling Yun. Thank you. I was still too indecisive. More people crowded around, surrounding Ling Yun in layers. Their eyes no longer held simple respect or flattery, but a frantic urgency and a hint of barely perceptible resentment. Resentment that he hadn't more explicitly told them. It's definitely a buy. Boss Ling. Tomorrow. What about tomorrow? President Ling. Can we still chase now? Stock God. Please give us a code. What's the next Shin technology? The voices were clamorous, each question more direct and frantic than the last. They seemed to regard Ling Yun as a god who could turn stones into gold, desperately seeking the next oracle from him. Ling Yun sat in the center of the crowd, feeling the intense gazes from all directions that seemed to burn him, listening to Mr. Wang's ecstatic shouts, Professor Liu's regretful sighs, and the irrational questions from many more. He picked up his teacup and found the water inside had long since been drained. Outside the window, the setting sun was as red as blood, casting grotesque reflections on the twisted faces in the room. It was Friday, and the market wouldn't open tomorrow. That evening, Ling Yun returned to his dormitory to review the week's market trends. He began by taking stock of his account. He held a total of 3700 shares of Shenzhen Technology with a cost basis of 4.6 yuan per share. The closing price on Friday was 11.68 yuan, bringing his position value to 4.32 million yuan. His unrealized profit stood at 2.62 million yuan. Wait, he had also spent 2.0 yuan on a small building, so his total earnings for the month were 2.84 million yuan, with 2.62 million yuan gained just this week. Suppressing his inner ecstasy, Ling Yun began analyzing the technical trend of Shenzhen Technology for the week. On March 23rd, the trading volume was 2,030 lots with a turnover of 11.03 million yuan. On March 24th, the volume was 3,580 lots with a turnover of 21.7 million yuan. On March 25th, the volume was 4,860 lots with a turnover of 34.39 million yuan. On March 26th, the volume was 7,600 lots with a turnover of 71.84 million yuan. According to Ling Yun's analysis, the trading volume next Monday should be around 1,000 lots with a turnover of 1.3 billion yuan. On Tuesday, to maintain the accelerating upward momentum, the volume should be around 1,300 lots with a turnover of 200 million yuan. However, the market lacked sufficient funds to sustain such a rapid rally for Shenzhen Technology. He estimated that by Tuesday the stock would fail to meet his technical analysis requirements. Due to inertia, Tuesday wouldn't pose major issues, but Wednesday was uncertain, at most a brief surge before funds dried up. The higher the stock price, the greater the capital required to maintain its rise. By Wednesday, over 300 million yuan would be needed to keep it climbing, a daunting prospect. After concluding his review, Ling Yun set aside further thoughts. Tomorrow, with the market closed, he planned to visit the renovation site. He hadn't checked on it all week due to the stock market's rally, so he intended to inspect the progress and demand corrections for any substandard work. Ling Yun rode his clattering bicycle to the two-story building under intense renovation near the north gate of Shanda University. Scaffolding had been erected, and the air was filled with the piercing screech of electric saws and workers' shouts mingled with the scents of wood paint and cement. Wearing a simple hard hat, he meticulously reviewed the project schedule handed to him by Wang Defa, checking the materials. However, his good mood was soon shattered by a sharp, grating stream of curses. Ling Yun. Which one of you is Ling Yun? Get the hell out here. A woman in her 40s, stout and coarse, clad in a red floral cotton-padded jacket, stood with her hands on her hips, blocking the renovation site entrance like a guardian deity. Her hair, styled in outdated small curls, was hastily tied back. Her face was covered in fleshy creases, and her triangular eyes gleamed with malice, spittle flying as she ranted. You occupy my house and don't pay up. Damn bastard. Bullying a widow and her child, are we? If you don't pay today, no one works. They'll lie right here. She kicked a freshly opened bag of cement, sending dust billowing. The workers halted, exchanging uneasy glances, too intimidated to speak. Her ferocity was unmistakable. Ling Yun frowned, set down the blueprints, and walked over. Ling Yun. Sister, what seems to be the matter? What's the matter? Her voice shot up an octave, her finger nearly jabbing his nose. Don't play dumb. This house is joint property between me and Sun Yong. Where's the rent? It's been days and I haven't seen a single cent. I'm telling you, if you don't cough up 5,000 yuan today, I won't let this go. Ling Yun's expression darkened. He had completed all formalities when purchasing the property, and Sun Yong had clearly stated the ownership was clear with relevant agreements to prove it. Sister, I legally purchased this property from boss Sun Yong. The payment was settled, and the title has been transferred. There is no rental relationship between us, and I owe you no rent. Bullshit. Liu Yin jumped and cursed, spewing a torrent of foul language. This is joint property. The court ruled I have half. That bastard Sun Yong screwed me over, and you're trying to do the same. No way. I'm telling you, you little brat, still wet behind the ears and trying to do business. If you don't pay today, they'll make sure this shabby shop never opens. They'll come every day and cause trouble. It'll ruin your business. Her curses were vile and incessant, drawing a crowd of neighbors and passers-by who pointed and whispered. The workers, disheartened, lost all will to continue. Ling Yun tried to reason with her, but quickly realized it was futile. Liu Yin refused to listen, repeating only joint property, pay up, or it'll cause trouble. She even threw herself to the ground, slapping her thighs and wailing, no justice. Bullying a woman. A heartless businessman seizing property and leaving no room to live. Just then Wang Defa, alerted by a worker, rushed out from inside. Seeing Liu Yin, his face turned grim. He pulled Ling Yun aside and whispered, heavy with resignation, Boss Ling, we're in trouble. How did you cross paths with this demoness? Liu Yin is the most notorious shrew for miles around. She drove her ex-husband Sun Yong's factory to ruin during their divorce. She's been to the police station so often it's like home, detained multiple times, but it's useless. She commits minor offenses, constantly uses dirty tricks and curses like it's second nature. No decent person wants to mess with her. Wang Defa suggested with a bitter face, Boss Ling, reasoning with her is pointless. Maybe. You could pay to avoid trouble. I can call my brother. He knows some people in this area who handle special cases. For about 2,000 yuan, he'll make sure she never dares come back. He gave a knowing look. Liu Yin, still wailing on the ground, stole glances at Ling Yun's reaction. Ling Yun felt a surge of disgust. He didn't want to bow to such a repulsive person, but he knew being entangled with her would bring endless trouble and delay the opening. At that moment, a booming, urgent voice rang out from beyond the crowd. What's going on? Why all the commotion? Move aside. The crowd parted as the bald Wang Degue, his belly protruding, pushed through with two young men in jackets, their faces calm and steady. He had come today hoping to bump into Ling Yun during his site inspection, eager to curry favor with the newly minted stock god, and happened upon this scene. Brother Ling, what's happening? Who's causing trouble here? Wang Degue spotted Ling Yun's displeased face and Liu Yin on the ground. Wang Defa, seeing his cousin, quickly approached and whispered the situation. Wang Degue's eyes lit up. He had been seeking an opportunity to ingratiate himself with Ling Yun. He patted his chest and said, Brother Ling, such trivial matters don't require your attention. Leave it to me. With that, his face hardened as he approached the still wailing Liu Yin. The two young men flanked him, subtly positioning themselves. Liu Yan's arrogance waned slightly at the sight of Wang Degue and his men, but she remained seated, stubbornly craning her neck. Wang Degue, mind your own business. This has nothing to do with you. Bullshit. Wang Degue's eyes widened, his voice low, but carrying the ruthless edge of a seasoned street operator. Boss Ling is my sworn brother. Messing with him is messing with me. Liu Yin, don't be ungrateful. Everyone knows your dirty laundry. Sun Yong sold the house. Black and white, filed with the court, payment settled. What are you causing trouble for? Gone mad for money. It's joint property. The court. Liu Yin tried to repeat her refrain. Joint property, my ass. Wang Degue cut her off. He leaned and closed, his voice dropping to a chilling whisper. Liu Yin, I'm telling you that bullying and blustering routine doesn't work on me. Do you believe I can make a call and have your precious son, who works at the bearing factory, laid off tomorrow? Make your daughter lose face in front of her in-laws. Make sure you can't even find a street sweeping job in Jinan from now on. Liu Yan's face went pale. Wang Degue was different from the respectable unit leaders and businessmen she had tangled with before. They cared about reputation and often chose to settle quietly. But Wang Degue was a true underworld figure. He had no shame, his methods were darker, and he could actually deliver on his threats. Wang Degue straightened up, his voice returning to normal, but laden with undeniable menace. Now you have two choices. One, get up nicely, apologize to Boss Ling, promise never to cause trouble again, and get lost. Two, keep causing trouble, and he'll see it through to the end. But you'll have to face the consequences. The two young men behind him took a half step forward, their eyes cold. Liu Yin sat on the ground, staring at Wang Degue's unbridled, fierce gaze. She looked at the pointing, silent crowd, none daring to speak for her, and thought of her son and daughter. Her usual bluster, like a pricked balloon, deflated completely. She wasn't afraid of the police or detention. She knew those places well. But she feared these social figures who could truly cut off her family's livelihood and ruin her children's futures. Her lips trembled, the fleshy creases on her face twitching. Finally, her arrogance crumbled. She awkwardly got up, dusted off her pants, avoiding Wang Degue's and Ling Yun's eyes. Like a defeated hen, she muttered in a voice barely audible, sorry, Boss Ling. I won't come again. Without waiting for a response, she pushed through the crowd and slunk away, her speed a stark contrast to her arrival. The onlookers burst into laughter and chatter before dispersing. Wang Degue turned, his face instantly breaking into a warm, enthusiastic smile. Brother Ling, see. Problem solved. You can't be polite with such shrews. If any other troublemaker dares bother you, just tell me directly. In this patch of Jinan, Wang Degui still have some standing. Ling Yun watched Wang Degui, whose demeanor changed faster than flipping a book, and felt a mix of emotions. The magic of capital could make people deferential, while the rules of the streets required another kind of power to uphold. He nodded, his tone more sincere. Boss Wang, thank you for this. Oh, Brother Ling, you're being too formal. Wang Degui waved his hands repeatedly, his face beaming. We're like family. From now on, your affairs are my affairs. To express gratitude for Wang Degui's assistance in resolving Lu Yan's troublesome matter, Ling Yun hosted a banquet at a relatively upscale restaurant in Jinan. After several rounds of drinks and dishes, the private room was filled with smoke, and Wang Degui, his face flushed, began to speak more freely. Brother Ling, you are a person of great ability. I admire you. Wang Degui patted his chest, spitting words as he spoke. From now on in Jinan, if there's anything you need, just let me know. He lowered his voice, speaking somewhat mysteriously. Let's not mention anything else. My channels for information are quite substantial. Ling Yun's mind stirred, and he took the opportunity to ask, Brother Wang, since you are well informed, do you happen to know if there are any suitable factories related to electronic devices nearby? I'm looking for a factory to produce computer components. Wang Degui narrowed his eyes, picked up a piece of pork intestine, chewed a few times, and mumbled, a factory. Hey, you really hit the mark. I've heard, just heard. The city's electronic factory might be undergoing some changes. He put down his chopsticks. It seems there are whispers about some restructuring and streamlining operations. This electronic factory hasn't been profitable for many years. It's likely on the list for streamlining. The heads in the factory must be feeling the pressure now. The city's electronic factory. Restructuring. A glint of sharp light flashed in Ling Yun's eyes. This was an important signal. In the mid-1990s, the restructuring of state-owned enterprises represented a tremendous opportunity and risk. If one can plan ahead, perhaps they can acquire some highly valuable assets at a very low cost, especially those factories that are currently undervalued but possess technological potential. After the banquet, Ling Yun did not head home immediately. He rode his bicycle, relying on his memory and Wang Degui's vague directions to find the city's electronic factory located on the outskirts of Jinan. The rusty cast iron factory gate with its red sign that once represented an era of glory read City Electronic Instrument Factory, but the lettering had faded and peeled away, the red paint curled, revealing the gray-black base coat underneath. The ceramic tiles on the doorposts had also peeled off, exposing the cement beneath. Looking around, the factory area was desolate. A cracked cement main road led deep into the factory, flanked by tall factory buildings. The exterior walls, made of red bricks, had turned black-gray, in many places covered with vines. Many windows had shattered glass, hastily blocked with wooden boards, cardboard, and even plastic sheets resembling unsightly patches. Some factory roofs were overgrown with withered yellow grass, trembling in the chilly winds of early spring. The entire factory area exuded a decaying aura of impending closure. Ling Yun pushed his bike, walking slowly through this dilapidated factory, feeling a weight in his heart. Was this once a place that symbolized advanced productivity? Was this the unit where countless workers had once poured their youth and sweat? He passed through the factory area and arrived at the electronic factory's residential compound, separated by just a wall. Here there was a bit more of a liveliness. The buildings were similarly old Soviet-style, two buildings with balconies filled with various clothing and corridors cluttered with items. Several plump women in bulky cotton coats were gathered around a stone table at the entrance of the building, chatting while picking vegetables, all wearing worried expressions. Ling Yun stopped his bicycle, pretending to rest, as he moved closer, his ears catching their conversation. My husband hasn't been paid for 3 months. How are we supposed to live like this? One woman with a red and white checkered headscarf sighed. Who says otherwise? Another woman with short curly hair slammed the vegetable leaves, saying, my husband just hangs around the workshop every day without any work and comes home sighing. I heard the factory owes the bank several million. How will they repay? Several million, a nearby plump woman exclaimed. My heavens. Will they have to sell the factory to repay it? Sell? Who would want it? The woman in the green scarf snorted. This crumbling factory has outdated equipment. Aside from the land, what else is valuable? Those with connections are starting to make moves. The curly-haired woman lowered her voice and said mysteriously, didn't the eldest son of old Zhang get transferred to the second radio factory through connections? And engineer Lu from the technical department, I heard he found a good place too. What about us who have no connections? What are we to do? Sigh, everyone's hearts are scattered. The plump woman concluded, her tone filled with helplessness and confusion. Ling Yun, having heard this, had a general understanding. He deliberately engaged in conversation, saying, ladies, this is the electronic factory's residential area, right? I see this factory area is quite large. Oh, why does it seem like there aren't many people at work? The women immediately cast wary glances at him. The woman in the green scarf scrutinized him. "Young man, you're not from our factory, are you? What are you asking this for?" Ling Yun smiled, showing a harmless expression. "Annie, I'm a student from Shanda studying economics. I want to conduct a social survey to understand the current situation of our state-owned enterprises." Upon hearing he was a university student conducting a social survey, the women's guard relaxed considerably. The curly-haired woman spoke quickly. "Current situation? What current situation could there be? No money, no work, just waiting." "Son." She didn't utter the words bankruptcy, but the meaning was clear. "The factory owes you several months of wages." Ling Yun asked. "Sure enough." The plump woman immediately chimed in. "It's almost 4 months now. The higher-ups just say there's no money and to overcome difficulties. Can these difficulties be overcome just by words? The bank must be urging you tightly, right?" Ling Yun guided the conversation. "Isn't that so?" The woman in the headscarf looked around and lowered her voice further. "I heard the bank manager has even slammed the table. But the factory has no money on the books aside from old equipment. They probably have nothing left but mice. What can they repay? Unless they sell this land. Workers have not received their wages for months, and their hearts are uneasy. Those with connections are seeking their own paths. The factory owes a massive loan to the bank insolvent, and its only potential value might be this industrial land with a decent location. With the loss of technical backbone, outdated equipment, and halted production, Ling Yun had obtained the key information he needed. He chatted with the women for a few more minutes expressing sympathy, and then rode away on his bicycle. On his way back, the complaints of the women echoed in his mind, and the image of the dilapidated factory area appeared before him. Restructuring, insolvency, loss of technology. He murmured. This field investigation provided him with valuable first-hand information for his next steps. However, he needed more detailed information to assess whether the electronic factory was worth his investment. To learn more about the restructuring of the municipal electronics factory, Ling Yun decided to visit his uncle's house over the weekend to gather some insights. He pushed his bicycle and walked into an old apartment building located deep within the municipal staff quarters. The environment here was serene and lush, with green trees providing shade, making it feel like a different world compared to the bustling streets outside. He carried 2 boxes of tea and snacks bought from the department store, not particularly expensive, but presentable. This was his mother's repeated instruction that he should not go empty-handed to his uncle's. His aunt opened the door with a warm smile. "Xiao Yun has come in quickly. You haven't eaten yet, right? Just in time to have a meal together. The food at the cafeteria isn't nutritious. You look a bit thin." Inside, the furnishings were simple and tidy. The sofa was an old velveteen style, a white lace tablecloth adorned the coffee table, and the walls were decorated with a few family photos and a calligraphy banner reading "Serenity leads to greatness." Uncle Ling Yun was sitting in a single sofa in the living room reading the newspaper. Upon hearing the commotion, he put down the reference news, raised his head, and calmly glanced at Ling Yun, slightly nodding. "You're here." He was wearing a gray jacket, maintaining a meticulous demeanor even at home. His expression was unreadable, but there was a habitual caution in his eyes. "Uncle," Ling Yun addressed him respectfully, placing the gifts on the cabinet by the door. "I came, but I brought something." "You didn't need to do that." Ling Jun's tone was neutral. His gaze lingered on Ling Yun's face for 2 seconds, seemingly trying to discern something from the nephew, whose reputation had recently soared. At that moment, a tall young man in his early 30s walked out from the inner room. It was Ling Yun's older cousin Ling Gua, who worked in the municipal government's inspection office. He wore black-framed glasses and a white shirt with his sleeves rolled up to his forearms, revealing an old-fashioned Shanghai brand watch, exuding an air of competence and steadiness. "Xiao Yun is here." Ling Gua nodded, speaking little, but with a clear and upright gaze. The dishes were soon served on the table, a standard 4 dishes, and a soup with a homely flavor. During the meal, his aunt asked about Ling Yun's plans after graduation with concern, and Ling Yun occasionally chimed in with admonitions like "be grounded" and "don't aim too high." After the meal, his aunt cleaned up the dishes, and the 3 of them moved to the sofa in the living room. Ling Yun picked up his ceramic teacup, blew away the foam, and took a leisurely sip, then seemingly casually asked, "I heard you haven't been at school much lately. What have you been busy with?" Ling Yun understood that this was the real topic of the evening. He sat up straighter and replied respectfully, "Uncle, I haven't been slacking off. I'm primarily assessing the market to see if there are suitable entrepreneurial directions." "Entrepreneurship, eh?" Ling Yun raised an eyebrow slightly, putting down his teacup, and lightly tapped his fingers on the armrest. "The state is providing job placements, which is the best security for you young people. Starting a business carries significant risks and uncertainties." "I understand your concerns, Uncle," Ling Yun replied calmly. "That's why I want to conduct some research and find points that can combine with existing resources. I recently heard that the municipal electronics factory seems to be facing some operational difficulties. Are they going to restructure?" He carefully broached the subject, observing his uncle's reaction. Ling Yun simply replied coolly, "The electronics factory. There are several companies in the city facing difficulties like this. Reforming enters a deep water zone, one must go through growing pains, and the city will naturally consider the overall situation." Ling Yun felt a bit disappointed, knowing it would be hard to get valuable insider information directly from his uncle. Just as he was thinking about how to probe further, Lingua, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up. "Electronics factory. The inspection office just collaborated with the auditing bureau last week to investigate their assets and liabilities." Lingua adjusted his glasses. "The situation is quite pessimistic. There is basically no liquid capital on the books, and wages owed to employees have exceeded 4 months, roughly estimated to be around 800,000 in unpaid salaries. The biggest problem is the bank debt, mainly loans from the industrial and commercial bank and the construction bank, with principal and interest totaling over 6 million now. Most of the equipment is from the early 1980s, or severely outdated, and the products lack market competitiveness. They are currently in a semi-production state with less than 1/3 of the staff remaining. Many capable technicians have left." He frowned slightly while saying this, clearly concerned about the situation. Ling Yun's heart jolted. 6 million in debt. For months of unpaid wages. These concrete figures were much clearer and more shocking than hearsay. This was practically a powder keg that could explode at any moment. Ling Yun cast a glance at his son before turning back to Ling Yun, his gaze becoming somewhat profound, yet his tone remained steady. "The issues of state-owned enterprises are deeply intertwined. Pulling one thread can set the whole fabric in motion. Dealing with this requires patience and, more importantly, wisdom. The city is under considerable pressure too." He shifted the topic as if merely mentioning it in passing, yet also as if admonishing Ling Yun. "However, these are not matters for you to worry about. Your primary task now is to complete your studies smoothly. Although you have made some money, the fluctuations in the capital market are too great. Today you may be prosperous, but tomorrow you could lose everything. Reforming state-owned enterprises involves too many entanglements. It's not suitable for a student who hasn't graduated yet. A blank page is best for painting. If you want to achieve something substantial, it's better to start from scratch yourself." Ling Yun was uncertain how his uncle knew he had made money in the stock market, but he understood that this was his uncle warning him not to become too proud simply because he had earned money from stocks, and to avoid trying to get involved in the troublesome mess that was the electronics factory. He quickly lowered his head, putting on an appearance of being taught. "Uncle, your teachings are well noted. I'm just gathering some information, or I won't act rashly." The subsequent conversation shifted back to current affairs and Ling Yun's studies, and the atmosphere returned to that of family chit-chat. As he left his uncle's house, night had already fallen. The early spring evening breeze blew over him, carrying a hint of chill. Ling Yun pushed his bicycle, slowly walking through the quiet staff quarters, his mind echoing with the facts and figures like iron nails hammered down by his older cousin Lingua. 6 million in debt. Insolvency. Loss of key technicians. These cold pieces of information quickly overlapped in his mind with the scene of the dilapidated factory area. His uncle did not approve of him getting involved in this murky business, and Ling Yun also needed to carefully consider whether he should participate. He couldn't just see the profits, but also had to recognize the risks. Ling Yun no longer thought too much. There was no rush regarding the electronics factory matter. He still had plenty of time. He needed to accumulate funds first, as whether he aimed to start a factory from scratch or acquire the municipal electronics factory, a considerable amount of funding would be necessary. In the securities trading department, a massive electronic screen focuses on a line of constantly fluctuating numbers. Shun Technology 20. 99 yuan. Just a day ago, Shun Technology opened at 11.91 yuan and ultimately closed with a bold demeanor at 16.99 yuan, a daily surge of over 40. At that moment, the trading department erupted like a volcano, with all the retail investors who had followed the young man in buying letting out deafening cheers that nearly toppled the ceiling. They embraced each other, their faces flushed with extreme excitement. Conversely, those retail investors who hesitated and observed ultimately missed out, looked ashen, with some slapping their own faces, murmuring, "If only I had known. If only I had known." The frenzied upward tide reappeared on March 30th with even more ferocity. Opening at 17.55 yuan, after a brief fluctuation, it charged forward relentlessly. Each upward jump of the numbers was accompanied by uncontrollable gasps throughout the hall. Ling Yun sat in his exclusive position by the window, the Klein chart on his computer screen steeply alarming. He did not fixate on the constantly refreshing current price, but instead focused on the changing volume and transaction amount bar charts below. His calmness was starkly out of place with the surrounding frenzy. Wang Degue, a local tycoon with connections both above and below, had completely lost his usual swagger. Half-seated on his chair, leaning forward with his hands nervously rubbing together, his forehead was dotted with fine beads of sweat. He occasionally stole glances at Ling Yun, as all his wealth along with funds borrowed through various channels were staked on this stock that was creating a legend. Every subtle expression from Ling Yun tugged at his nerves. Ling, my brother. Wang Degui's voice was somewhat hoarse. It's still rising. It's about to break 21. Ling Yun did not turn around, his gaze still fixed on the screen, lightly responding with an mum. On the other side, Professor Liu appeared much more composed. Holding a thermos cup filled with strong tea, he gently blew on it, took a sip, and let out a satisfied sigh. However, the fingers holding the cup were slightly whitening from exertion, betraying the turbulence within. He considered himself an intellectual, a rational investor, and although he bought in under Ling Yun's influence, he preferred to attribute this success to his precise timing and unique insight. Old Wang, calm down. Professor Liu adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his tone adopting a scholarly analytical nuance. Shin technology has excellent fundamentals and clear growth potential. In my view, the current price has not yet reflected its actual value. Technically, the moving averages are in a perfect bullish arrangement with the MACD golden cross trending upwards and the volume-price relationship is healthy. This is clearly the shape of a primary upward trend. To speak of a peak at this time is premature. He looked at Ling Yun, attempting to seek agreement. Ling Yun, what do you think? According to wave theory, the third wave's increase is often the most explosive. This may just be the beginning. Finally, Ling Yun turned his head, his gaze sweeping across Professor Liu's confident face, then glancing at the tense and nearly twitching Wang Degui before returning to the screen. At 2:50 p.m., the stock price on the screen was still stubbornly climbing, with a closing price of 21 yuan seeming within reach. However, Ling Yun clearly observed that the volume bar representing the strength of funds was quietly shrinking. The sustained rise had exhausted too much buying power, and the following funds began to hesitate at such high levels. Compared to the morning and the same period yesterday, the transaction amount showed a significant decrease. This was a sign of exhaustion. Clear out. Ling Yun picked up the phone and called the trader. Current price 20.85, sell all. On the screen, the holding information refreshed instantly. 3700 shares of Shun Technology at an average price of 20.85 yuan flooded into the market like a released dam. The massive sell orders instantly devoured the buy orders at several price levels below, causing slight fluctuations in the market. The transaction was completed and 71 million yuan was credited. Ling Yun leaned back against his chair, gently exhaling. The entire process took only a few seconds. Wang Degui gaped, looking at Ling Yun, then abruptly at the stock price, still hovering around 20.99 yuan, his facial muscles twitching. He was still in a fierce battle with the greed of it might still rise, but just seconds later Ling Yun's nearly blind trust overwhelmed everything. Damn it. Following along. Wang Degui growled as if to encourage himself, diving for his phone and clumsily starting his operation, muttering, close the position. All out. In stark contrast to Wang Degui's decisiveness was Professor Liu's indecision. The composure on his face vanished, replaced by doubt and struggle. He watched Ling Yun's calm profile after clearing out, fixating on the still upward trending red candlestick on the Klein chart. Ling Yun, isn't this a bit too cautious? Professor Liu's voice carried urgency. Once a trend is established, it won't change easily. Look at this closing price, firmly standing at 20.99. The bullish momentum is overwhelming. Selling now would mean missing out on the biggest profit. He attempted to persuade Ling Yun with more professional terminology, also trying to convince himself, you see, this volume increase in certain circumstances can be interpreted as good chip locking with slight selling pressure. At this time, one should hold firmly or even consider adding more on a pullback. Ling Yun did not explain, nor did he look at Professor Liu again, starting to tidy up the items on the table. His actions indicated that he had lost interest in the market conditions here. Explanations were unnecessary. In the stock market, each person's understanding dictated their behavior, and behavior dictated profit and loss. Having lived once again, he possessed the prophetic perspective unparalleled in this era, which could not be compensated for by merely a few technical analysis books and wave theories. At 3 o'clock, the closing bell rang punctually. The final closing price was fixed at 20.99 yuan. The trading department erupted once again in enthusiastic cheers, especially those retail investors who held on until the end, their faces radiating blissful days. Wang Degui let out a long sigh of relief, slumping into his chair, and then excitedly leaned toward Ling Yun, lowering his voice, his face unable to contain the overwhelming joy. Ling, my brother. Incredible. Truly incredible. I've never made money so effortlessly in my life. Meanwhile, Professor Liu watched the dazzling and alluring closing price of 20.99 yuan, and the last trace of hesitation on his face vanished, replaced by a sense of as expected relief and satisfaction with his own rational judgment. He even spoke with a hint of superiority to Ling Yun and Wang Degui. It seems the market has indeed proven where the value lies. Sometimes patience is more important than technique. Ling Yun smiled, non-committally picked up his bag, and stood up. Brother Ling, tonight at Baiwei Lu it's on me. We won't go home until we're drunk. Wang Degui hurriedly followed, the wrinkles on his face blossoming with a smile. No, Brother Wang. Ling Yun shook his head, his gaze directed at the bustling street outside. I have things to do. I need to check on the internet cafe renovations and contact new computer parts. Professor Lu watched the two departing figures, glanced at the perfect closing price on the screen, and took a large sip from his thermos cup. Young people are still too naive, lacking the patience. He murmured to himself with a tone of slight regret, but more so a sense of pride in his own steadfastness. Ling Yun exchanged a few hushed words with the ecstatic Wang Degui, whose face was slick with sweat, then turned to leave. Ling Yun's face bore no ecstasy, only a near indifferent calm, as if the heart-stopping wealth gamble that had just transpired was merely routine for him. This scene was not lost on Zhou Shiming, the client manager. In his early 40s, Zhou was dressed in a navy blue suit, pants, and white shirt, which were considered quite refined for the era, with his hair meticulously combed. He held a notebook, seemingly recording something, but his sharp gaze never strayed from Ling Yun. As a seasoned manager of the brokerage, he had seen countless faces rise and fall in the stock market, those who became delirious with overnight wealth, those who were devastated by bankruptcy, those who hesitated and missed opportunities, and those like Professor Lu, who tried to tame the market with an intellectual's aloofness. But someone like Ling Yun was almost unprecedented. He was too young, incredibly young. Yet it was this very young man who over a month ago had walked into the brokerage with a mere 270 yuan in capital, his eyes devoid of the timidity and confusion common among new retail investors, filled instead with a certainty far beyond his years. Then he chose Shinkaji, going Allen at 6 yuan per share, even boldly using a 1/5 margin leverage, pushing both risk and reward to the extreme. The subsequent market trend seemed tailor-made for this young man. Shinkaji soared relentlessly, and Ling Yun, while everyone else was mired in greed and fear, chose to liquidate his entire position decisively at the 10-minute mark before the market closed, right when the stock was still surging strongly. Seeing the volume insufficient, the turnover shrinking, Zhou Shiming silently repeated the words he had vaguely overheard Ling Yun whispering to Wang Degui. Such precise grasp of capital flow and market sentiment, such composure to stay clear-headed amidst extreme frenzy and take timely profits, was beyond the capability of an average college student or even a seasoned investor. It was more like an instinct, an innate sensitivity to the market's pulse. Zhou Shiming's heart began to race uncontrollably. He realized that this young man might be more than just lucky. He could be an uncut gem, a client with immense potential. Investing in him might yield returns far beyond imagination. Seeing Ling Yun about to exit the private trading room, Zhou Shiming hesitated no longer. A smile more sincere than usual quickly spread across his face as he strode forward. Mr. Ling, please a moment. Ling Yun stopped and turned to look at Zhou Shiming, a hint of inquiry in his eyes. Manager Zhou, is there something? Mr. Ling, your trades today were truly brilliant. Zhou Shiming exclaimed with genuine admiration, gesturing invitingly. Would you be so kind as to spare a few minutes for tea in my office? There's something I'd like to discuss with you which might offer some convenience for your future trading. His tone was perfectly measured, blending respect for the client with a hint of mystery, suggesting inside benefits. Ling Yun pondered briefly, then nodded. All right. Wang Degui, seeing this, tactfully refrained from following, merely giving Ling Yun a waiting for you glance before gleefully heading off to calculate the dizzying figures in his account. Inside the manager's office, it was bright and clean, much quieter than outside. Zhou Shiming warmly invited Ling Yun to sit on the sofa and personally brewed a cup of premium Longjing tea, the leaves unfurling in the hot water, releasing a delicate fragrance. Mr. Ling, I want beat around the bush. Zhou Shiming gently pushed the teacup toward Ling Yun, leaning forward slightly in a humble posture. We've all noticed your recent operations. To be honest, they are nothing short of extraordinary. He paused, observing Ling Yun's reaction, and seeing him still composed, continued. Our brokerage has always placed great importance on clients with your strength and potential. We hope to provide the best services to help clients create greater value and naturally boost our trading volume as well. Mutual benefit. He smiled, admitting part of his motive, which made him seem more credible. Oh, what exactly does Manager Zhou mean by better services? Ling Yun picked up the teacup and gently blew on it. First, the trading environment. He stood up, pointing toward the office. As you can see, while the current private room is better than the main hall downstairs, it's crowded and noisy with inevitable distractions. We've just finished renovating a private room on the second floor. No VIP room is more apt. It's small but very quiet, equipped with the latest computers and a dedicated line to ensure trading speed. The key is privacy, no interruptions. I'd like to offer this room to you first, Mr. Ling. A private trading room. Ling Yun raised an eyebrow slightly. This was indeed top-tier treatment for the era, meaning faster speeds, a quieter environment, and a symbol of status. He nodded. The environment is indeed important. Manager Zhou is very thoughtful. Seeing that Ling Yun didn't refuse, Zhou Shiming felt a surge of confidence and presented the second perk, which he considered the killer feature. Second, the trading tools. He walked behind his desk, carefully took out a packaging box from a drawer, and opened it to reveal several 3.5-inch floppy disks and a thin manual. Mr. Ling, this is a beta version of our headquarters' latest video phone automatic ordering system. It's still an internal trial, and the quantity is extremely limited. Zhou Shiming's tone carried a hint of pride. Once installed, you won't need to come to the brokerage in person every time. From any phone with the activated function, you can follow the voice prompts to check quotes and place orders. Of course, the ideal setup is to use our accompanying software on a computer for more intuitive market analysis and trading. He watched Ling Yun, hoping to see surprise or interest on his face. After all, phone ordering and computer-based stock trading in 1996 were still futuristic concepts for the vast majority of investors. Ling Yun was indeed intrigued. He set down his teacup, took the floppy disks and manual, and examined them closely. This system naturally seemed laughably primitive to him, but for this era, it was cutting-edge technology, greatly freeing his time and mobility. No longer confined to the brokerage, he could devote more energy to his internet cafe business. Phone ordering, computer trading. Ling Yun mused. That is indeed much more convenient. Thank you for your kindness, Manager Zhou. I'd be willing to try this beta system and provide feedback. Zhou Shiming's smile widened, knowing he had made the right move. This young man's acceptance and interest in new technology far surpassed his pursuit of ordinary material comforts. Excellent. Having an expert like you, Mr. Ling, helped test it is our honor. Seizing the moment, he pulled a brand new black pager from the drawer, sleeker and more compact than those commonly seen on the market. This is a small token of appreciation. Zhou Shiming slid the pager across the desk. This isn't an ordinary pager, it's connected to our information system. Besides regular paging functions, our brokerage will send daily market summaries, urgent announcements, and, well, some individual stock movement alerts we consider valuable to help you better grasp market dynamics. A private VIP room, a beta computer trading platform, and an insider information pager. Zhou Shiming had offered 3 top-tier services for the era, demonstrating considerable sincerity. His goal was clear: to use the best resources to bind this immensely promising young man, keep him firmly at his brokerage, generate more trading commissions, and leverage his operations to boost his own performance and judgment. Ling Yun looked at the 3 items on the table, his mind crystal clear. He accepted Zhou Shiming's investment willingly. It would indeed save him significant time and provide much convenience. As for what the brokerage hoped to gain from him, it was an unspoken understanding, each taking what they needed. Manager Zhou is so generous, it would be ungrateful of me to refuse. Ling Yun smiled, faintly pocketing the floppy disks, manual, and pager. I'm very interested in all of these, especially the trading system. He'll likely be troubling you often in the future, Manager Zhou. Not at all. Not at all. Zhou Shiming, seeing Ling Yun accept everything, felt a great weight lifted, his face beaming. It's my honor to serve you, Mr. Ling. He'll have that VIP room cleaned and prepared immediately. You can use it directly tomorrow. If you encounter any issues with the system installation, feel free to contact me anytime. I'll arrange for a technician to come to your home. They exchanged a few more pleasantries, and Ling Yun rose to leave. Zhou Shiming personally escorted Ling Yun to the office door, watching the young man's tall, steady figure disappear down the hallway. He let out a long sigh, his face a mix of excitement and anticipation. He felt that the decision he had made today might well be the most correct investment of his entire career. As for Ling Yun, stepping out of the brokerage, the cool evening breeze brushed his face. He touched the floppy disks in his bag and the pager in his pocket, a faint, almost imperceptible smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Outside the securities office, the crowd gradually dispersed, their faces displaying distinct expressions of either wild joy or deep disappointment. As Ling Yun just finished talking with manager Zhou Shiming and was about to head to the internet cafe's renovation site, a heavy hand landed firmly on his shoulder, warm and affectionate with an air of insistence. Ling, my little brother, you finally made it out. I've been waiting for you. Wang Degui's face glistening with excitement leaned closer, the strong smell of smoke emanating from his mouth. Today you must give your brother some face. At Bai Building, I've reserved a private room. We must have a good drink together and not leave until we're drunk. Ling Yun frowned slightly, subtly easing off the other's grip, speaking calmly. Brother Wang, I appreciate the gesture, but I do have matters to attend to tonight at the internet cafe. Oh my Ling, my little brother. Wang Dagui interrupted eagerly before he could finish, his face full of earnestness. No matter how busy you are, you still need to eat right. What could be more important than us brothers celebrating? He lowered his voice, leaning close to Ling Yun's ear, carrying a sense of mystery. Moreover, I have some inside news about the city electronic factory. Things are murky over there. Perfect, let's eat. and talk. I'll make sure it's useful for you. The city electronic factory. Ling Yun's eyes flickered, his footstep halting. He was struggling with a lack of precise information about the electronic factory, as his uncle was tight-lipped, unwilling to let him participate, and the hearsay he gathered from the factory's family quarters was merely superficial. Wang Degui, being a local snake with complex connections, might indeed provide some crucial information. Seeing Ling Yun's interest, Wang Degui immediately took advantage, half pushing and half leading him toward a brand new Santana parked by the roadside. Let's go, we'll talk in the car. Give your brother some face, it won't take long for a meal. Ling Yun pondered for a moment and nodded. All right, then I'll trouble you, brother Wang. Haha, that's more like it. Wang Degui was overjoyed, personally opening the car door for Ling Yun with an eager gesture. In the best private room of Bai Building, Jushin Pavilion, the dishes were already served, a feast of delicacies indicating that Wang Degui had long made arrangements. He waved away the waiter and personally filled Ling Yun's cup with Wulianya, then raised his own glass, his face flushed and emotions running high. Ling, my little brother. This first cup I must toast to you. His voice was loud, filled with heartfelt gratitude. To be honest, following you this time, I not only filled the hole I had from before, but also made quite a profit. He extended 2 chubby fingers and shook them vigorously, not revealing the specific number, but his excited demeanor said it all. I, Wang Degui, have been in society for so many years, and I've never bowed to anyone. But to you, Ling, I truly admire you. Sharp vision, precise actions, and a steady mindset. You have my utmost respect. Saying this, he tilted his head back, downing his drink in one go, wincing at the spiciness, yet bursting into hearty laughter. Ling Yun merely took a small sip, replying mildly, Brother Wang, you flatter me. It is your own courage and good fortune that brought you here. With you I don't speak empty words. Wang Degui waved his hand and filled his glass again, his face becoming even redder. If not for you, I, Wang Degui, might still be scrounging in some corner for money. This favor I will remember in my heart. After 3 rounds of drinks and 5 dishes, Wang Degui's drunkenness intensified, but his eyes revealed a sharpness. He wiped his mouth, finally getting to the main topic. He bent down and struggled to pull out a thick object wrapped in a brown paper bag from the leather briefcase he had brought. With a clang, he placed this brick on the revolving table, turning it toward Ling Yun. Ling, my little brother, I've been paying attention since you inquired about the electronic factory. He burped and lowered his voice. This factory is a mess, but even a rotten boat has 3 nails. The inside is complicated, mere inquiries won't suffice. He pointed at the bundle of documents, a hint of pride on his face. Look, these are the photocopies quietly obtained by an insider in the factory whom I managed to get close to through various connections. Absolutely genuine. Much more detailed than the stuff circulating in the market. Ling Yun's heart stirred as he untied the string on the brown paper bag, pulling out the thick stack of documents that emitted a mixed scent of ink and old paper. Just a cursory glance made his expression turn serious. This was by no means ordinary introductory material. It was categorized meticulously, extremely detailed financial section, not only simple debt figures, but also detailed account statements from the past 3 years, copies of bank loan agreements, lists of mortgaged assets and accounts receivable, units and amounts, even records of withdrawals from a hidden slush fund. Technical section, a complete list of equipment in the factory, models, purchase years, depreciation status, and current operational state. There were also several copies of technical transformation applications and rejected patent submissions from years ago. Although the technology now seems outdated, it reveals the technical foundation and personnel capabilities. Personnel section, a roster of all current and retired employees, brief resumes and family situations of key positions, master craftsmen, technical backbones, mid-level cadres, and even some notes on interpersonal relationships. It had annotations about who had connections wanting to transfer, who was diligent yet sidelined, and who were the old hands just coasting along. This was practically a dissection report on the city electronic factory. Its value far exceeded that of a meal or a few words of thanks. Wang Degui sending this heavy gift surely held significant intentions. Ling Yun carefully repacked the materials, placing them beside him, raising his head to look at the expectant Wang Degui, sincerely saying, Brother Wang, I appreciate this favor. This information is extremely useful to me, thank you. Haha, as long as it's useful. As long as it's useful. Seeing Ling Yun value it so much, Wang Degui smiled broadly. There's no need to be polite with your brother. Ling Yun pondered for a moment. He didn't want to owe such a favor, especially to someone like Wang Degui with a strong street mentality. Debts of gratitude are the hardest to repay and can easily sow hidden dangers. Instead, he decided to repay him on the spot with something he desired the most. He lifted his wine glass, gently swirling it, casually asking, Brother Wang, now that you've made money, what are your plans ahead? Are you going to continue pouring everything in? Wang Degui, upon hearing this, slightly restrained his excitement, adopting a look of some distress. Ling, my little brother, to be honest, making this money feels great, but I'm unsure how to let it grow. My heart is uneasy with how wildly Shin technology is rising. From now on, I'll be counting on you to guide me." His words brimmed with a longing for Ling Yun's next move. Ling Yun looked at him smiling slightly and set down his wine glass. "Brother Wang, since you trust me so much, let me share a piece of news with you." Wang Dagui sat up straight in an instant as if half his drunkenness had cleared. His eyes widened and his breathing quickened. "What do you say, little brother?" "I'm all ears. In the stock market, there's no such myth as only rising without falling." Ling Yun's tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable force. Shun Technology's rise has been too swift and too fierce. A correction is needed to digest the profit-taking. "I estimate." He pondered briefly, providing a precise number. "The stock price is very likely to drop below 11.5. 11.5. Wang Dagui gasped. The current closing price was 20.99. That's quite a significant drop. "Yes, below 11.5. Ling Yun nodded affirmatively, his gaze sharp as he looked at Wang Dagui. "Brother Wang, I need you to help me with something." "You can count on me." Wang Dagui thumped his chest. "You have a wide network, quick to pick up news, and have the time to monitor the market." Ling Yun said slowly, "Starting tomorrow, keep an eye on Shun Technology for me. Once its stock price drops below 11.5, even if just for a moment, you must notify me immediately." Wang Dagui was taken aback for a moment, then his face quickly lit up with immense joy and excitement. The implication of Ling Yun's words was crystal clear. He was preparing to enter the market again at a low price. And asking him to notify was clearly a signal to bring him along. It was like a big pie falling from the sky. "Ling, my little brother, you can rest assured. This matter is on me." Wang Dagui's voice trembled with excitement as he stood up abruptly, raising his wine glass high. "I, Wang Dagui, may not be able to say much else, but I can monitor the market. Running errands. Passing messages. I'll definitely handle it perfectly." His exaggerated reaction made Ling Yun chuckle, but it also achieved its purpose. This task of monitoring the market not only repaid Wang Dagui for providing materials, but also offered him another opportunity to participate while outsourcing a simple task that would consume time, freeing himself. "All right then, I'll trouble you, Brother Wang." Ling Yun raised his glass and gently clinked it with his. Wang Dagui downed his drink once more, this time with unrestrained gusto. He seemed to already envision the wonderful scene of Shun Technology plummeting below 11.5 and Ling Yun leading him to seize fortune, once more elevating their wealth to new heights. This meal was worth it. Absolutely worth it. Just past 9 in the morning, the securities office was still imbued with the morning's quietness, a stark contrast to the frenzy during last Friday's closing. Zhou Shiming had just brewed a cup of strong tea and was about to start his day's work when he saw a familiar figure walking calmly into the manager's office. "Ling, my younger brother. So early." Zhou Shiming was a bit surprised, quickly rising to his feet, his face instinctively adorned with a warm smile. He noticed Ling Yun was holding a black briefcase bulging with contents. "Good morning, Manager Zhou." Ling Yun nodded, getting straight to the point. "I'm here today to settle the previous margin financing amount." "Settle?" Zhou Shiming was momentarily taken aback, a hint of subtle disappointment flickering in his heart, yet he felt more admiration for the decisiveness with which this young man acted. Most people, having earned such a huge sum, would either be lost in ecstasy or eagerly seeking their next target. Those who came to handle subsequent matters with such promptness were exceedingly rare. "Are you planning to take a break and observe for a while?" "I have other plans for this fund." Ling Yun did not elaborate much, placing the briefcase on the table. "Could you help me calculate how much needs to be transferred, including both principal and interest?" "Sure, please hold on a moment. I'll calculate it right away." Zhou Shiming immediately picked up the calculator and the special ledger, his expression focused. The office was filled only with the sound of the calculator buttons and the rustling of paper. After a moment, he looked up and announced an accurate figure. "Ling, my younger brother, your previous margin principal was 1.35 million, and according to the agreed interest rate and duration, the interest amounts to 43700 yuan. In total, you need to transfer 1393700 yuan. "Okay." Ling Yun had no objections, taking out the passbook and relevant documents from the briefcase. "Let's handle it now." The process went quickly. In this budding era of financial digitization, although transferring large sums of money required manual operation and multiple signatures, everything went smoothly under the direct oversight of a manager like Zhou Shiming. Watching the staff return the receipts confirming that the 1.35 million principal along with over 400 in interest had been separated from Ling Yun's account, Zhou Shiming felt a sense of admiration. Although this margin financing business was brief, it brought considerable commission income to the office and substantial potential performance rewards for him personally. More importantly, through this collaboration, he had secured a client with unlimited potential. "Ling, my younger brother, the procedures are all done." Zhou Shiming handed the last receipt to Ling Yun, his tone carrying a hint of probing. I've kept that special trading room for you, and the trading system has been installed and debugged. You can come and use it anytime. Thank you, Manager Zhou. I will come back to bother you when I need to operate next time. Ling Yun received the receipt, took a careful look to confirm it was correct, and gently placed it into the inner layer of the briefcase. After settling the margin financing, Ling Yun's pure profit in his account, including the initial principal, had soared to an astonishing 6.3 million. In an era where workers earned only 400 to 500 yuan a month, this was a fortune that could drive anyone mad. He did not linger in the office nodding to Zhou Shiming before turning to walk towards the nearby industrial and commercial bank's savings office. The savings office was not crowded. Ling Yun walked straight to the remittance counter and requested a wire transfer receipt. He picked up the old-fashioned dip pen from the counter, soaked it in ink, and wrote his name and account number in the remitter section, while in the recipient section, he carefully pinned his father's name and the family's passbook number. Remittance amount, 500,000 yuan. The fee was considerable, but Ling Yun did not bat an eye. After completing the procedure and holding the remittance receipt, he walked to the corner of the savings office to a bright orange IC card phone, inserted his card, and dialed his father's workplace. "Hello, who is this?" came his father's familiar yet slightly hoarse voice with the background noise of metallic clanging typical of a factory workshop. "Dad, it's me." Ling Yun spoke calmly. "Xiaoyan." His father's voice paused, seemingly surprised. "Is there something up calling at this hour?" "Out of money." A typical fatherly concern, direct and unadorned. "No, Dad, I just transferred some money to the family passbook. You should check it at the credit union in a couple of days." Ling Yun tried to keep his tone casual. "Transfer money? Where did you get the money?" His father's voice rose an octave, filled with confusion and a hint of suspicion. "Not much, just 500,000. Ling Yun, say that again. How does a student who hasn't graduated have 500,000? After the shock came an explosion of anger and panic. "You little rascal. Are you involved in something illegal? I'm telling you, Ling Yun. You better explain yourself right now." His voice shook the phone receiver, making it buzz. Ling Yun held the receiver a bit further from his ear, waiting for his father's outburst to subside before casually throwing out the prepared bomb. "Dad, do you remember that 27,000 passbook at home?" "Passbook? What passbook?" His father replied instinctively, then suddenly seemed struck by lightning, his voice abruptly stopping. Immediately followed was an even more furious rage, one could almost imagine through the phone line his flushed face and wide eyes. "Ling Yun, did you steal my money for the loader? You bastard. That was the family's entire savings. It was meant for..." His father was so angry he was incoherent. You wait. You wait for me at school. I'm coming over right now. I will definitely break your legs." Hearing his father raging on the other end, even making sounds as if he was actually preparing to leave, Ling Yun couldn't help but smile wryly. "Dad, come on over." Ling Yun's tone remained calm, even carrying a hint of confidence. "But think carefully before you come. If you come over to beat me up, then I can only refund you 45,000 out of the 500,000. After taking a beating, losing 50,000, do you think that's worth it?" The phone on the other end fell into an eerie silence. 50,000. In this era, it was enough to buy a decent house in the county. To lose it all due to a beating. No matter how you calculated, it would be a ridiculous loss. Clearly his father was choked by this shameless threat, and his heavy breathing was clearly audible as he momentarily didn't know how to respond. Ling Yun seized the opportunity to press on, softening his tone a bit. "Dad, the money came from legitimate earnings. I earned it through my own skills in the stock market. That 27,000 was what I borrowed as principal, and now I'm returning it to you and Mom with interest. Aren't you buying a loader? If you need more money, just let me know." He paused. "I know what you're worried about. Don't worry, your son knows what he's doing. I'm on the right path." On the other end of the phone, a long silence ensued. His father's breathing gradually calmed, replaced by a complex mix of shock, confusion, and a hint of pride. After a good while, his father's voice finally spoke again, the anger still present, but noticeably lacking in strength, even tinged with a bit of caution. You little rascal. You really didn't do anything wrong." "Absolutely not," Ling Yun replied firmly. "You brat." His father cursed, but the tone had softened significantly. "You've grown wings, huh? Daring to steal from the family. And threatening your father." He mumbled, seemingly trying to maintain his authority as a father, but was slightly dazed by the 500,000. "Wait. I'll deal with you when you get back." Ling Yun knew the storm had passed. He smiled. "All right, I'll be back in a couple of days. Make sure you speak nicely to Mom. Don't scare her. Spend the money freely, and if it's not enough, just let me know." Having stolen money from the passbook wasn't an issue anymore. It seemed he had escaped this beating, and Ling Yun thought a smile creeping onto his lips. After several days of running back and forth between the securities office and the construction site, Ling Yun finally found a moment of leisure. Dressed in simple sportswear and worn-out basketball shoes, he was dragged by his roommate Zhao Weiguo to the East District basketball court. Brother Donkey, if you don't come out and move, you're going to grow cobwebs all over. Zhao Weiguo, holding a slightly worn basketball, shouted loudly, "Every day, I see you like a mysterious dragon, and those who don't know would think you're up to some secret work." Ling Yun smiled, offering no further explanation. These days since his rebirth had indeed felt like being wound up, battling in the stock market, and planning for the future. Every minute was filled to the brim. Walking along the familiar tree-lined path of the campus, listening to Zhao Weiguo chatter about interesting anecdotes from their department, Ling Yun's tense nerves finally began to relax. The basketball court was bustling with people, with several games in full swing. Just as the two found an empty hoop to warm up, they noticed a makeshift wooden table set up near the entrance, surrounded by a few students. At the table, a figure was slightly hunched over, writing something on a large poster. She wore a commonly seen white collared shirt and a fitted pair of blue straight-leg jeans, accompanied by a pair of clean white canvas shoes. Her smooth dark hair was tied back in a simple ponytail, revealing a smooth forehead and elegant necklines. The afternoon sunlight poured over her without reservation, as if bestowing her with a soft halo. She was focused on writing her profile, showcasing soft yet clear lines with a straight nose and long eyelashes fluttering occasionally. Her upright posture exuded a serene, scholarly aura, yet the lively environment around her added a touch of vibrant charm. "Hey, isn't that Shiyu from the student council?" Zhao Weiguo nudged Ling Yun with his elbow, lowering his voice with a teasing tone typical of boys. "She's a second year from the Chinese department, a member of the student council's literary department, and a well-known talented beauty in our school." At that moment, the girl seemed to finish the last stroke, standing up straight and tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear, revealing her full face. With fair skin and features as delicate as a finely drawn painting, her eyes were clear and bright, resembling black glass submerged in stream water. A natural gentle curve graced her lips, understated yet inviting, making one feel as if embraced by the spring breeze. Youthful and vibrant, she exuded an aura of grace that made her stand out in the crowd. On the poster beside her, elegant yet powerful calligraphy read, "Shandong University, May 4th Youth Cup, Campus Basketball Tournament Registration is hot." A thought flashed through Ling Yun's mind like a bolt of lightning. Campus basketball tournament. Traffic. Promotion. His Starry Sky Internet Cafe needed such a vibrant promotional opportunity that connected with students. Almost instinctively, Ling Yun walked toward the table. Zhao Weiguo paused for a moment, then hurried to catch up. And Shiyu was smiling as she handed out registration forms to an inquiring boy, her voice clear and gentle. "Yes, you can register as a team by department, and the deadline is next week." After finishing her task, she looked up and happened to see Ling Yun and Zhao Weiguo approaching the table. Her gaze lingered on Ling Yun's face for a moment, a glint of surprise flashing in her beautiful eyes, which quickly transformed into a clear smile. Ling Yun, she accurately called his name, her tone carrying a hint of confirmation, but more of a familiarity of, "So, it's really you." This time it was Ling Yun who was somewhat surprised, as he was certain he had no previous interactions with this talented girl from the Chinese department. Noticing the confusion in Ling Yun's eyes, and Shiyu smiled slightly and explained, "During last year's May 4th Cup, the semifinals between the Computer Science College and our Literature College, I was on the sidelines cheering. Your last-second three-pointer at the corner knocked us out of the top 4. Her words carried no hint of resentment, but rather appreciation. "The Computer Science College ended up as the runner-up, and your performance as the core guard was outstanding." Ling Yun understood and smiled. "So it turns out I have a defeated opponent here. It's a pleasure to meet you." He made a light-hearted joke, his gaze sweeping over the registration forms and promotional posters. "The scale of this year's competition seems quite impressive." "Yes," and Shiyu replied, picking up a promotional flyer and handing it to Ling Yun, her movements smooth and natural. "The school is very supportive, hoping to enrich everyone's extracurricular life. You guys from the Computer Science College were the defending runners-up, so you must be strong contenders for the championship this year, right?" Her gaze fell on Ling Yun, filled with a touch of expectation. Ling Yun took the flyer, quickly glanced at it, and the vague idea in his mind rapidly became clear and specific. "The competition is indeed commendable." He lifted his head, meeting in Shiyu's clear gaze, his tone becoming serious and earnest. "However, and don't you think that with such a wonderful event, the promotion and logistical support could be even more outstanding?" "Oh," and Shiyu raised her eyebrows, slightly revealing an expression of interest. "Do you have any good suggestions?" "What I mean is," Ling Yun organized his thoughts, "if there were some eye-catching prizes, wouldn't that enhance the excitement and participation in the competition?" He paused, throwing out a core proposal. "For instance, I can sponsor this basketball tournament. The championship team will receive 100 yuan each as an internet fund from Starry Sky Internet Cafe, and the MVP will receive an additional 200 yuan. At the same time, during the tournament, Starry Sky Internet Cafe can serve as the event sponsor, providing each team with 12 sets of basketball uniforms for free, along with bottled water and basic medical supplies." 100 yuan. In 1996, that was an incredibly tempting reward for students, not to mention the tangible prizes and service support. Zhao Weiguo, listening from the side, was stunned, tugging at Ling Yun's sleeve and whispering, "Dude, are you crazy? How much is this going to cost?" And Shiyu was clearly taken aback as well. Her eyes widened slightly as she reassessed this seemingly fresh and handsome boy in front of her. She initially thought he was just a senior good at basketball, but to her surprise, he made such a grand proposal. She didn't answer immediately, but considered it for a moment. She could see the immense benefits this proposal would bring to the event. Substantial prizes would greatly stimulate participation enthusiasm, but Starry Sky Internet Cafe. She keenly sensed the promotional intentions hidden within. Ling Yun, she pondered, her tone still gentle, but with a touch more caution. Your suggestion is excellent and would definitely be a tremendous boost for the competition. However, what exactly is this Starry Sky Internet Cafe? It's a computer center that I and my friends are currently setting up, located right across from the north gate of the school, opening next month. Ling Yun admitted candidly with a sincere attitude. It's not just about providing internet services. We hope to create a platform for students to engage with computers, exchange technology, and even relax and entertain. Sponsoring the basketball tournament is a way to give back to the campus and also to let more students know about this place. Of course, all promotions will be conducted within the framework approved by the student council and will not affect the competition itself. His honesty made Shiyu lower her guard. She had seen too many veiled or overly blatant so-called cooperations, and those who came to sponsor her with agendas were often not straightforward like Ling Yun, who could provide real benefits. She looked at Ling Yun, observing the maturity and confidence in his eyes that transcended his age along with his genuine support for the event, and she had already made up her mind. She smiled brightly, her smile rippling like spring water, gentle and captivating. It sounds like a win-win idea. However, for such a significant collaboration, I need to report to the student council president and the supervising teacher. Could you provide me with a more detailed sponsorship proposal, including the specific amount, service details, and some basic information about Starry Sky Internet Cafe? No problem. Ling Yun felt a sense of certainty within, knowing that things were already halfway done. I can get you the detailed proposal by tomorrow. Great, I'll wait for your news. And Shiyu nodded, taking a blank registration form from the table and smoothly writing a series of numbers on the back. This is the duty phone of the student council office. I'm usually here after 4 in the afternoon. Or, she paused, glancing at him, her eyes flashing with a hint of playfulness. You can also directly call for me under the girls' dormitory of the Chinese department. Ling Yun took the note with the elegant handwriting and smiled. Don't worry, I won't make it difficult for you. The proposal will definitely satisfy the president and the teachers. With the initial goal accomplished, Ling Yun no longer lingered. After bidding farewell to Shiyu, he pulled the still dazed Zhao Weiguo toward the basketball court. After walking a few steps, he instinctively turned back. And Shiyu had already immersed herself back in her registration work, slightly turning her body as she patiently explained something to another student. The sunlight highlighted her focused profile, and her ponytail swayed gently with her delicate movements. Ling Yun turned his head, bouncing the basketball in his hand, his movements becoming relaxed and lively again. Old Zhao, stop dawdling, let's play. Huh. Oh, I'm coming. Zhao Weiguo snapped back to reality, quickly following, unable to resist glancing back at the enchanting figure by the table, whispering to Ling Yun. Dude, are you seriously? Is this peach blossom luck unstoppable? Ling Yun dribbled the ball, without answering, merely curling the corner of his mouth into an almost imperceptible smile. The door of the student council office was ajar and low voices of discussion could be heard from inside. Ling Yun knocked on the door. Please come in, came the gentle and clear voice of Shiyu from within. Ling Yun pushed the door open. In the small office, Shiyu was organizing documents with 2 other student council members. Upon seeing Ling Yun, a fleeting look of surprise crossed her eyes, which soon transformed into a warm smile. Ling Yun, you are ready so soon. She put down the materials in her hands and approached him. Today she wore a light blue sweater that accentuated her fair skin. Her ponytail was neatly tied back, and she radiated a youthful and intellectual aura. If you think of something, act on it quickly for greater efficiency. Ling Yun smiled, taking a file neatly packaged in a document bag from his shoulder bag and handing it over. This is the preliminary sponsorship proposal. Please see if it is suitable. And Shiyu took the document bag, feeling its considerable weight. She invited Ling Yun to sit on the wooden bench nearby while she returned to her desk to peruse it carefully. The other 2 student council members also curiously leaned in. The office was very quiet, with only the rustling of paper being heard. Dust particles floated slowly in the beams of sunlight. And Shiyu read intently, her delicate brows occasionally furrowing and then relaxing. The proposal exceeded her expectations, not only being clear and organized, but also extremely thoughtful. When she saw the prominent figure of 200 yuan In the budget total, her fingertips tightened slightly around the paper, and she looked up, unable to hide her shock. 20,000 yuan, she repeated instinctively, her voice carrying a tone of confirmation. This amount was astronomical for student activities. In the past, sponsorships were mostly a few hundred or 1,000, often in kind. Such a large cash sponsorship was unheard of. The gazes of the two officials beside her instantly changed as they looked at Ling Yun. Ling Yun's expression remained unchanged, as if he were merely stating an inconsequential figure. And Shiyu quickly flipped to the detailed budget. Competition team uniforms, 500 sets budgeted at 100 yuan. Note: uniform design will be unified, printed with the May 4th Youth Cup logo and the phrase Starlight Internet Cafe supporting youth dreams, and will belong to the team members after the competition. Prize money awards for the champion, runner-up, third place, and MVP totaling 2,000 yuan. Competition materials: large bottled water, first aid supplies, promotional posters, banner production, etc. Budgeted at 3,000 yuan. Starlight Internet Cafe Internet Fund, 3,000 yuan. In the form of fixed amount internet fee cards awarded as participation prizes or for specific segments. Every penny is spent wisely, greatly enhancing the event's scale and appeal while cleverly embedding the brand exposure of Starlight Internet Cafe. Especially those 500 sets of uniforms, once distributed, they would serve as moving advertisements throughout the competition period and even afterward, reaching every corner of the campus. The maturity and professionalism of this proposal made Shiyu almost overlook Ling Yun's status as a student. She suppressed the tumult in her heart, looking at Ling Yun with a much more serious tone. Ling Yun, this proposal is excellent and very thorough in consideration. I personally believe it will greatly enhance the promotion and participation of the event. However, the amount is indeed substantial. I need to report to the Student Council Presidency and the guiding teacher of the Youth League immediately. Understood, that's the process. Ling Yun nodded. He'll wait for your news. And Shiyu acted swiftly, taking the proposal and leaving the office. The other two officials eagerly poured Ling Yun a glass of water, their words filled with curiosity and admiration. The waiting time was shorter than expected. In less than half an hour, and Shiyu returned accompanied by the Student Council President and a young teacher from the Youth League. The faces of all three bore expressions of excitement and a hint of disbelief. Ling Yun, the Student Council President, a tall boy with glasses, spoke first, his tone excited. Your sponsorship proposal has been unanimously approved by the Student Council and the Youth League teachers. Thank you so much. This is undoubtedly the most substantial sponsorship in the history of our university's basketball tournament. The teacher said we must run this event well and showcase it, not to disappoint your support. The Youth League teacher also smiled and stepped forward, patting Ling Yun on the shoulder. Ling Yun, you have great ambition. I heard from Shiyu that you are also starting a business. Opening an internet cafe. That sounds great. Applying what you learn and being brave in practice is supported by the school. This collaboration is a great start. The smoothness of it was unexpectedly delightful, yet also within reason. 20,000 yuan in real cash along with an impeccable win-win proposal was enough to clear most process-related hurdles in this era. The news spread like wings, quickly circulating throughout the campus. Have you heard? A wealthy sponsor has come forward for the basketball tournament. 20,000 yuan. Everyone gets a uniform. For free. The champion's prize is 1,000 yuan. My goodness. Starlight Internet Cafe. Where's that? How can it be so generous before even opening? In no time, campus broadcasts, bulletin boards, and notices from various departments were filled with messages about the upcoming May 4th Youth Cup Basketball League, and the name Starlight Internet Cafe was making its first large-scale entrance into the minds of Shanda students, accompanied by impactful phrases like 20,000 sponsorship, free uniforms, and high prizes. In front of the registration point, a long line formed. The sports leaders of various departments found their phones nearly exploding with calls, and those departments previously indifferent to basketball began gathering teams. The free uniforms, along with the substantial cash prizes and internet cards, created a tremendous draw. A wave of basketball enthusiasm surged through the Shanda campus in April. At the center of this storm, Ling Yun, the founder of Starlight Internet Cafe, remained unusually calm. A few days later, Ling Yun officially signed the sponsorship agreement with the student council at the school office. The signing ceremony was simple, but the school reporters who rushed over still snapped numerous photos. And Shiyu, as the specific liaison for the project, was busy coordinating by the side. After the ceremony, the crowd gradually dispersed, and Shiyu was organizing documents when she looked up at Ling Yun, who was preparing to leave. The afterglow of the setting sun streamed through the window, outlining his tall figure with a golden edge. Ling Yun, she called softly, her face carrying a sincere and gentle smile. Thank you. This competition has truly become completely different because of your support. She paused, her eyes filled with curiosity and inquiry. Your internet cafe is already well known in the school before it even opens. Ling Yun turned back, meeting her gaze. Promotion is just the first step, he smiled, his tone calm yet confident. When we open, you are welcome to come experience it. I believe that Starlight itself will be more persuasive than any promotion. And Shiyu looked at his determined expression, her heart stirred slightly. She seemed to understand why this young man could stir up such a whirlwind so quickly. All right, I will definitely go on the opening day. She smiled and nodded earnestly. Ling Yun stood across from the north gate of the university where a once slightly dilapidated two-story building now appeared completely rejuvenated. The formerly weathered wooden door had been replaced with an aluminum alloy door embedded with frosted glass, and above the door hung a large sign with blue background and white lettering, Starry Sky Internet Cafe. The key was inserted into the lock and turned, emitting a crisp click. Even though Ling Yun had mentally prepared himself the moment he pushed open the door, a flicker of brightness flashed in his eyes. The design matched the drawings he had provided to the renovation team, those styles that seemed quite strange in 1996, almost to the letter. The entire space employed a vast amount of cool tones. The walls were painted in light gray, the ceiling featured a black grid design, with soft recessed lighting rather than ordinary incandescent or fluorescent bulbs. These recessed lights were distributed in a staggered manner, outlining different functional areas and creating a tranquil atmosphere. The reception desk served as the visual center of the space. It was not made of traditional wood or marble, but constructed with acrylic panels and a dark gray metal frame featuring sleek lines and a geometric cut. Beneath the counter was a light strip emitting a soft blue glow. Ling Yun meticulously checked the details. The walls were flat and the paint was even. He crouched down and tapped the light-colored anti-static flooring that covered the entire area with his finger, producing a solid sound. He found a movable floor panel, forcefully pried open the latch and lifted it. Beneath the floor was not a tangled web of chaotic wires, but neatly arranged metal conduits. The power and network cables were categorized and meticulously fed through the metal channels, secured perfectly. The reserved interface positions were precise, and the edges of the conduits were smooth with no burrs. Boss Ling, are you satisfied? Wang Defa from the renovation team, rubbing his hands nervously, followed beside him. Having worked in this field for over a decade, he had never undertaken such a strange request. The hidden wiring, specific angles of lighting, and the unusual materials of the bar had left him and his workers scratching their heads for quite some time. But the finished effect was astonishing even for him. Ling Yun stood up, brushed off non-existent dust from his hands, nodded affirmatively, and said, "Very good, Captain Wang, well done. It completely meets my requirements, especially these conduits, which have been handled very professionally and neatly." Captain Wang immediately sighed in relief, a smile blooming on his face. "I'm glad you are satisfied." "Satisfied is good. To be honest, at first we didn't quite understand your drawings, but after seeing it come to life, wow, it's really impressive. Just like something out of a sci-fi movie." Ling Yun smiled slightly, paid the final amount, and as he sent away the grateful Captain Wang, he remained alone in this space that had been completely molded according to his will. The empty hall was filled only with futuristic decor and soft blue lighting. Without lingering, Ling Yun locked the door and headed straight for the technology market. Ling Yun walked directly to the largest stall where he had ordered 10 computers. The owner, surnamed Sun, was a lean, middle-aged man with keen eyesight who recognized Ling Yun as a major client at first glance. "Boss Ling, you've come." Boss Sun greeted him enthusiastically. "The 10 machines you ordered have been prepared. They are all configured to your specifications with a Pentium 100 CPU, 16 megabytes of memory, and a 1.2 gigabytes hard drive with 14-inch monitors, ensuring top-notch performance." He proudly pointed to the neatly stacked 10 large cardboard boxes behind him. Ling Yun checked the configuration list, then randomly opened a main case to look at the internal wiring and the quality of the components, nodding in approval. Boss Sun was quite honest in his business, not cutting corners. "Thank you for your hard work, Boss Sun." Ling Yun closed the case. "I'll settle the payment now." "All right." Boss Sun quickly took out a calculator and a receipt. While Boss Sun was busy calculating, Ling Yun scanned the bustling and lively market, his gaze sweeping over the workers engrossed in assembling computers and then thinking about his 500 square meters of newly renovated space, along with the notoriety that would soon be ignited by the upcoming campus basketball tournament. 10 computers were far too few for an internet cafe with dozens or even hundreds of seats. It would not create any economies of scale, nor could it establish a sufficiently strong market barrier at the initial opening. He needed to take decisive action to form a crushing advantage. Just as Boss Sun calculated the total price to be 90,000 yuan and was about to speak, Boss Sun Ling Yun's voice was not loud, but instantly overshadowed the noise of the market. "I'll take all 10 of these. Additionally, I want to add 30 more. 30 more. Boss Sun's hand holding the calculator froze in midair, his eyes wide open, thinking he must have misheard. 30 more. Adding to the original 10, that made 40. This was undoubtedly a deal that could shake the entire market. 30 units. Identical configurations. Ling Yun repeated his tone, leaving no room for doubt. And I'm in a hurry. How soon can you deliver? The immense surprise stunned Boss Sun, his face flushed with excitement, as he quickly calculated the inventory and manpower. 30 units. Boss Ling, you are truly generous. The configurations are fine. I have enough components in stock. It just takes a bit of time to assemble and test. He bit his lip, looking at Ling Yun. If you are really in a hurry, I can have my guys work overtime tonight all night. Tomorrow, or at the latest by tomorrow afternoon, I guarantee 40 computers, no less, all tested and delivered to you. Good. Ling Yun showed no hesitation. Let's do it as you said. I will pay for the 10 units first, and for the additional 30, I will pay half as a deposit. Tomorrow afternoon, all computers delivered without damage. I will pay the remaining balance and give you an extra 2,000 yuan as a bonus for your workers. Boss Sun was invigorated by this massive order and Ling Yun's straightforward approach, slapping his thigh excitedly. Boss Ling, rest assured. If I delay you for even a minute, old son will no longer survive in this market. I'll arrange it right away. He almost ran to direct his employees, instantly igniting the atmosphere of the entire stall. Ling Yun watched the stall become busy, calculating in his mind 40 computers, although still not enough to fill the entire internet cafe, were sufficient to create a strong, impactful start. This would be the first truly scaled and high-end internet cafe, not just in Shanda University, but even in the entire provincial capital. His decision to add on was not merely to meet demand, but to strategically position himself. He aimed to establish the unshakable leading position of Starry Sky Internet Cafe right from the start. Across from the north gate of the university lies the Starry Sky Internet Cafe, where 40 brand new computers are neatly arranged, illuminated by a cool blue light strip that reflects off the gray-white walls, creating a futuristic ambience awaiting the final breeze of approval, the network culture business license. Ling Yun woke up early and carefully checked the thick stack of materials. He had prepared proof of property ownership, fire safety inspection certificate, which he had to run around for multiple times, emphasizing the fire escape route and fire extinguisher placement, before finally obtaining a copy of the business license. He meticulously completed all the prerequisites. He was the first to arrive outside the office of the market management section at the District Cultural Bureau. The corridor was filled with the smell of old newspapers, and Ling Yun sat patiently on a long wooden bench with peeling paint, waiting for the staff to start work. At 8:30, the staff began to arrive. A middle-aged man dressed in a navy blue Zhongshan suit with a briefcase tucked under his arm slowly opened the office door. His surname was Wu, and he was the deputy section chief here, with a gaunt face and drooping eyelids that conveyed a common arrogance. Comrade, hello, I am here to apply for the network culture business license. Ling Yun stepped forward politely and handed over the materials with both hands. Director Wu did not even lift his eyelids, casually flipping through the materials. He pointed at the fire safety inspection certificate and business license and let out a grunt. The materials are quite complete. He raised his eyelids, glanced at Ling Yun's overly youthful face, and said slowly, however, this license, well, the approval process is lengthy, requiring multiple layers of scrutiny, involving content safety and minor protection. It's quite complicated. You can wait for the notice at home. It could take 2 to 3 months at the fastest, or half a year to a year. It's hard to say. 2 to 3 months. Half a year. Ling Yun's heart sank. He couldn't afford to wait. The fervor of the campus basketball tournament was at its peak, and the name Starry Sky Internet Cafe had already spread. He needed to open as soon as possible to capture this wave of traffic. Director Wu, could you make an exception and speed up the process? Our cafe meets all the regulations. Ling Yun tried to negotiate. Director Wu picked up the enamel teacup on the table, blew on the foam, took a sip, and replied in a bland tone, rules are rules. No one can make exceptions. Just wait at home. After saying that, he no longer looked at Ling Yun and picked up a newspaper to read. After hitting a dead end, Ling Yun knew that the conventional path was not viable. He walked out of the Cultural Bureau and hesitated at the entrance for a moment, contemplating whether to ask his cousin for help. At that moment, a man in a leather jacket approached him and lowered his voice. Brother, having trouble with the license, huh? Ling Yun glanced at him, but did not reply. The man chuckled without concern, revealing his smoke-stained teeth. My surname is Huang. Everyone around here calls me Huang-san. The rules over there are rigid, but people are flexible. He rubbed his fingers together, won it fast. Easy. This amount, he held up a finger, 10,000 yuan. Within a week, I guarantee the license will be in your hands. 10,000 yuan. Ling Yun's expression instantly turned cold. In 1996, that was equivalent to nearly 20 years' wages for an ordinary worker. It was simply an outrageous demand. Thank you, but no. Ling Yun resolutely declined and turned to leave. Huang-san scoffed behind him, his voice laced with a chilling threat. Kid, don't you understand the rules? Fine, let me tell you, in this area, if you don't follow my rules, you'll never get that license. Just wait and see. Ling Yun did not turn back. He returned directly to the Cultural Bureau and once again approached Director Wu, solemnly submitting all the materials. Director Wu took the materials without even looking at them, casually tossing them onto the top of a pile of documents on his desk, as if discarding waste paper. He raised his drooping eyelids and glanced at Ling Yun, a hint of barely perceptible mockery in his gaze. "All right, you've submitted now, just wait." He waved his hand, as if shooing away a fly. Over the next few days, it indeed felt as though a stone had sunk into the ocean. When Ling Yun called to inquire, the response was always "under review, please wait patiently." During the waiting period for the paperwork, Ling Yun kept himself busy. He intended to develop an internet cafe management software, mainly because there were no good programming software available at the moment. Otherwise, he could have completed it in 2 days. Thankfully, he finished the software in 5 days. With the software developed, yet still no news, Ling Yun could only go in person to inquire. Director Wu's attitude grew increasingly cold, and eventually, he simply avoided Ling Yun altogether. The only communication he received was a formal notification: materials do not meet the requirements and are returned. The reason was vague, merely stating that some content needs further verification and supplementation. Looking at the returned materials, Ling Yun's expression remained calm, but his eyes had turned icy. He knew this was a trap set up by Huang San in collusion with Director Wu. He picked up the returned materials and headed straight for the municipal government building. Compared to the dilapidation of the district cultural bureau, the environment here was much more solemn and tidy. Ling Yun found his cousin Ling Guo's office and knocked on the door. "Come in." Ling Guo was bent over writing something. Upon seeing Ling Yun, he was somewhat surprised. "Xiao Yun, what brings you here? Is there something wrong?" "Brother, I've run into some trouble and need your help." Ling Yun got straight to the point, recounting the situation and placing the returned materials on Ling Guo's desk. Ling Guo picked up the materials and quickly skimmed through them, frowning slightly. Network Culture Business License. Old Wu from the District Cultural Bureau. He pondered for a moment without asking for too many details, simply picking up the phone on his desk and dialing a number. "Hello, is this old Zhang?" "This is Ling Guo from the inspection office." His tone was quite casual, even carrying a hint of friendly banter. "There's a situation. My younger brother has opened an internet cafe over at Shanda called Starry Sky Internet Cafe. All the paperwork is in order, fire safety and business license are all handled, but it's stuck with Old Wu in your bureau's market section. Yes, the materials were returned, stating they do not meet the requirements." It seems that old Zhang is explaining something on the other end. Ling Guo listened, his smile fading slightly, his tone remaining calm, but now carrying an undeniable strength. "Old Zhang, we need to follow the rules. All the necessary prerequisites have been met. If they truly do not comply with the regulations, they should be sent back and supplements should be provided. We absolutely support that. However, if it's being held up due to external factors, then that wouldn't be appropriate. Supporting college students' entrepreneurship is something we encourage in our city, so we should lend our support. How about this? I'll have him send the materials over again, and you arrange for someone to expedite the normal process and review it promptly." "All right, thank you for your trouble." The call was brief. Ling Guo didn't even mention the issue of Huang San soliciting bribes, but the meaning was conveyed clearly. After hanging up, Ling Guo said to Ling Yun, "You send the materials over again and go directly to Director Zhang." "Thank you, brother." Ling Yun understood. "Hurry up, follow the procedure." Ling Guo nodded and continued to deal with documents. That afternoon, Ling Yun reappeared at the office of the market section of the District Cultural Bureau. This time the atmosphere was completely different. As soon as he reached the door, the previously droopy-eyed Director Wu sprang up from his seat, as if propelled by springs, his face filled with fawning smiles, quickly approaching. "Ling, Boss Ling, you're here. Please come in, please come in." As he spoke, he hurriedly pulled out the chair opposite his desk and even wiped the chair seat with his sleeve. "Please sit, please sit." The other staff members in the office also cast curious and respectful glances, whispering among themselves. Ling Yun handed over the materials, and Director Wu took them with both hands, slightly bending at the waist, his smile almost obsequious. "Ah, Boss Ling, you see, this situation has turned out to be truly a huge misunderstanding. Previously, our work wasn't detailed enough, and there were some errors in the review that made you run around several times. We sincerely apologize for that." As he spoke, he quickly flipped through the materials, constantly muttering, "Complete, so complete. Fire safety is up to standard, business license is intact, the venue is compliant. Completely meets the regulations. Our director just personally instructed that outstanding college student entrepreneurs like you must receive strong support. We will handle this as a special case and open a green channel." He picked up the official seal and stamped it down on the already printed license with a thud. Holding the freshly inked Network Culture Business License with both hands, he respectfully presented it to Ling Yun. "Boss Ling, your license is ready. Wishing you prosperous business and abundant wealth." His smile was so enthusiastic it was almost exaggerated, a stark contrast to the indifference he had shown just days before. Ling Yun accepted the thin piece of paper. He glanced at Director Wu, whose forehead was even glistening with sweat, and nodded lightly. "Thank you, Director Wu." "Not at all. Not at all. Serving the people is our duty." Director Wu repeatedly waved his hands, escorting Ling Yun all the way to the office door without straightening his back. Stepping out of the Cultural Bureau, the afternoon sunlight was somewhat blinding. Ling Yun carefully stored away the license. Across from the north gate of Shanda University, the inconspicuous two-story building has now become the focal point of the entire university. A huge red silk cloth covers the sign, and the front is lined with congratulatory flower baskets stretching all the way to the edge of the sidewalk, with the air filled with the smell of firecrackers. Ling Yun stood at the door wearing a brand new casual outfit. Beside him were Zhao Weiguo's son Peng and Li Mo, who were busily rushing around. Zhao Weiguo, with the loudest voice, was in charge of maintaining order. Son Peng, meticulous, was responsible for guiding and collecting money, while Li Mo kept an eye on the computers he had debugged, fearing something might go wrong. In front of the door, a dense crowd surrounded the place, with students, young people from the neighborhood, and others who had come to see the excitement. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the glass door, as well as the prominent price list on it. Internet fee, 20 yuan hour. 20 yuan an hour. That's highway robbery, a bespectacled male student exclaimed, as his monthly living expenses were only 200 yuan. Exactly, that's too expensive. How much does it cost to read in the library for a day? Someone nearby agreed. But despite the complaints, not a single person left. The terms connected computers, information superhighway, and the internet behind that door in 1996 were magical phrases that magnetically attracted everyone. Brother Yin, there are too many people. Zhao Weiguo squeezed next to Ling Yun, wiping sweat from his brow, his face a mix of excitement and worry. Do we have enough machines for the 40 we have? Scarcity makes things precious. Ling Yun looked at the surging crowd with calm eyes. As planned, let them into the store. At 9 o'clock sharp, the auspicious time had arrived. Ling Yun reached out and suddenly pulled down the red silk covering the sign. Xingkong Internet Cafe, in large, streamlined, illuminated letters, shimmered under the sun, radiating the unique luster of metal and acrylic, brimming with a sense of futuristic technology, causing the crowd to gasp in awe. The glass door was pushed open. The crowd, which had been waiting long, surged in like a flood breaking through a dam. Then a chorus of exclamations erupted. Wow! The cold gray main tone, the deep blue ambient lights, the sleek white front desk, the neatly arranged computers, and the black monitor screens resembling a deep night sky. All of this created a visual shock, forming a stark contrast with the noisy and chaotic street outside. This place felt less like a reality shop and more like a space from the future. My goodness, this place is too cool. A boy in denim stared wide-eyed, murmuring to himself. Please queue up. Please queue up. Register at the front desk, pay the deposit, and receive your computer access card. Sun Peng stood by the front desk shouting with all his might, but his voice was quickly drowned out by the noise. And Shiyu also arrived, as she originally just wanted to come as a friend to support and experience what this internet cafe that Ling Yun had high hopes for was really like. But as soon as she walked in, she was stunned by the surging crowd and chaotic scene. Seeing Zhao Weiguo's son Peng and the others sweating profusely and almost overwhelmed, she walked naturally to the side of the front desk to help son Peng maintain order, guiding with her gentle and soothing voice. Students, please queue up over here. Hello, please read the internet usage instructions on the wall first. Keep your access card safe and sit at the corresponding computer. Her appearance was like a refreshing stream, calming some of the anxious emotions. Many boys, seeing that it was the talented girl in Shiyu from the Chinese department helping out, became much more proactive and orderly in the queue. Soon the first batch of 40 lucky individuals, or those brave enough to spend 20 yuan, sat down at the computers. More people crowded behind them, tiptoeing and stretching their necks, curiously peeking in. The following scenes filled the entire internet cafe with various exclamations and waves of awe. How do you use this mouse? It slides on the table, and the arrow on the screen moves along with it. A boy cautiously held the mouse, as if holding something fragile, moving stiffly, which elicited a round of kind laughter from those behind. This is called a mouse. Silly. Look at mine. His companion next to him, clearly having a bit of understanding, proudly demonstrated, although his movements were far from proficient. Look, you can open several windows. This one minimized, and when I click that bar below, it comes out again. Amazing. Discovering the multitasking ability of the windows was like discovering a new world. Is this internet? How do I get in? Someone was at a loss, staring at the blank desktop. You need to click on that browser. Yes, that icon with the big eye. A somewhat knowledgeable expert nearby guided his tone, filled with superiority. Li Mo was in charge of technical support, weaving between machines, answering various questions he found ridiculously childish. This is called a keyboard. It's used for typing. It's frozen. Press Ctrl-Alt-Delete. Yes, all three together. Want to go online? First, double-click my computer. No, it's network neighbors. Every simple operation sparked waves of astonishment. Every keystroke on the keyboard, every click of the mouse, and every Windows switch seemed to carry a magical aura. For the vast majority of young people experiencing a computer for the first time, witnessing a graphical user interface for the first time, and hearing the term internet for the first time, this brief hour was akin to a storm of minds and cognition. A boy sitting in the corner with Sun Peng's help struggled to input the URL of a certain portal website. At this time, domestic portal websites were just beginning to sprout. When the colorful web page filled with images and text slowly appeared on the screen, he excitedly slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Wow! I can really see news from abroad. This is so much faster than newspapers. This is amazing." His loud voice immediately attracted more people to gather around, pointing and discussing in awe, their faces filled with expressions of disbelief. The heavenly price of 20 yuan per hour seemed to be diluted by this unprecedented experience. Time flew by, and people constantly urged at the front desk, "Extend my time." And Shiyu occasionally looked up amidst the busyness, glancing at Ling Yun, standing not far away, calmly observing everything. He didn't get too involved in the specific reception, only occasionally directing Zhao Weiguo or Li Mo. Yet his presence felt like a stabilizing force. Watching the world he had crafted with his own hands, observing those immersed in the future, a strange feeling quietly rose in Shiyu's heart. This man seemed to be truly bringing some distant things into reality. Ling Yun's gaze swept across the entire scene, taking in all the admiration, excitement, and curiosity. He knew that solely relying on going online could not maintain such high prices and popularity for long. But today this opening ceremony had been successful. He approached the front desk and quietly told Sun Peng, who was busy collecting money, and Shiyu, who was maintaining order, "That's enough. Control the flow of people to ensure those inside have a good experience." For those who had been waiting outside for more than half an hour, hand out a 5 yuan voucher to each person so they can use it for a discount next time they come. Inside the internet cafe, the sounds of keyboards, mice, exclamations, and discussions merged into one. Outside the internet cafe, it was still crowded with eager faces looking in. On this day, the name Shinkong was completely established in the provincial capital, accompanied by the controversy of 20 yuan per hour and countless wide-eyed exclamations. The commotion outside the Starry Sky Internet Cafe showed no signs of diminishing with the end of the weekend. At 8 in the morning, with an hour left until opening, a long queue of 20 to 30 people had already formed at the entrance, discussing with excitement their online experiences from the previous day, or speculating whether they would be able to secure a spot today. The exorbitant price of 20 yuan per hour seemed no longer an insurmountable barrier to those who had tasted the flavor of the future. Inside the cafe, Ling Yun was checking last night's data logs with Li Mo. The attempt to operate overnight had been a resounding success, as the 40 machines had hardly been idle. Despite the dark circles under his eyes, Li Mo's gaze was filled with excitement. Brother Yun, last night, the peak simultaneous online count reached 38 machines with an average usage time exceeding 3 hours. The revenue. Li Mo's voice trembled slightly, is astonishing. Ling Yun nodded, his expression calm. The success of the cafe was within his expectations. This was merely the beginning of cash flow, not the end point. Just as he was about to speak, the landline on the counter rang urgently. "Ling, my brother. Ling, my brother," came Wang Degui's frantic voice from the other end, with background noise suggesting he was in a securities trading office. It's here. It's here. Shin Technology." It crashed right at the opening. 11:05. Exactly 11:05. Wang Degui's voice was unusually sharp with excitement and an effort to keep it low, as if reporting some top-secret military intelligence. Ling Yun's gaze sharpened suddenly, like a crouching leopard that had heard the sound of its prey. His hand holding the phone was steady as a rock, and his tone was unwavering. "Is it 11:05 at opening?" "Absolutely. It's fluctuating right around 11:05 now, Ling." Wang Degui's voice was filled with barely contained exhilaration. "All right, I understand. He'll be there immediately." Ling Yun promptly hung up the phone. He turned to Li Mo, speaking rapidly. "Li Mo, this place is in your and Weiguo's hands. Brother Yun, you can rest assured." Li Mo straightened his back immediately. Without saying more, Ling Yun grabbed the black bag casually left on the front desk, pushed open the glass door, and under the curious gazes of the students in line, strode confidently to the roadside, flagging down a yellow taxi. To Chilu Securities Trading Office quickly. The taxi carried Ling Yun into the flow of morning rush hour traffic. But Ling Yun's heart had already soared to that battlefield full of competition. At the entrance of the trading office, Wang Degui paced back and forth like an ant on a hot stove. The moment he saw Ling Yun get out of the car, he rushed over as if he had seen a savior. "Ling, my brother, you've finally come. Look." He pointed at the massive electronic display screen above the entrance of the office, where the quote for Shun Technologies in 021 was glaringly visible. 11:38 yuan. I monitored it all the way. I dipped as low as 11:18. Wang Degui panted, his face flushed with excitement and tension. "Now it's rebounding slightly, but still below our target price." Ling Yun patted his shoulder. "Brother Wang, you've worked hard." It's nothing. It's nothing." Wang Deguai rubbed his hands and followed Ling Yun closely into the trading office. Inside the large trading room, the air was still thick with smoke and tension, but the atmosphere was entirely different from when Shun technology had surged. Many faces showed panic and hesitation, staring at the glaring green line on the screen, whispering to each other. This steep drop, could it be that the major player is offloading? It's already fallen 40 from the highest point. Should we cut our losses? If it drops further, we could lose our principal. Ling Yun is here, someone exclaimed. Instantly, most of the gazes focused on Ling Yun. There were anticipations, doubts, and scrutiny. Professor Liu held a thermos, watching from a distance with a furrowed brow, not approaching as he usually would. Ling Yun ignored these gazes and walked straight to Zhou Shiming's office. Zhou Shiming had already seen Ling Yun's arrival through the window. At this moment, he stood at the door with a professional smile, but there was a hint of inquiry hidden deep in his eyes. The significant pullback of Shin Technology had also left this well-informed manager feeling anxious. Mr. Ling, you've arrived. Zhou Shiming welcomed Ling Yun into the office and promptly closed the door, isolating the noise from outside. Manager Zhou, to make a long story short, Ling Yun sat down. Without any pleasantries, I need margin financing. Zhou Shiming thought to himself as expected and cautiously asked, Mr. Ling, do you think Shin Technology will rebound this time? The market sentiment isn't great right now. Ling Yun's lips curled slightly, revealing a hint of indifference. I am greedy when others are fearful. Manager Zhou, my principal is currently 5 million. He pushed his bankbook to the other side. This time, I want a 1-3 leverage. 1-3. Zhou Shiming gasped, his heart racing. With 5 million as the principal, leveraging 15 million would yield a total of 20 million. This was definitely an amount that would astonish even the general manager of the office in this era. The risks were equally enormous. Mr. Ling, isn't this leverage too high? What if the market continues to decline? Zhou Shiming tried to warn. I will bear the risk myself. Ling Yun interrupted him firmly. The agreement remains as before. Can it be done? Zhou Shiming looked into Ling Yun's eyes, recalling his previous astonishing maneuvers, and gritted his teeth. It can be done. He'll prepare the contract right away. Behind this enormous bet lay huge commissions and performance. Zhou Shiming decided to indulge this young man once more. The margin financing agreement was signed exceptionally swiftly. The 15 million funds were almost transferred into Ling Yun's designated trading account before the ink on the contract had dried. Adding his own 5.8 million, the total capital reached 20 million. Ling Yun sat down in the exclusive special trading room and opened the computer installed with the test version of the trading software. The numbers on the screen danced continuously. Shin Technology struggled around 11. 4 yuan, facing heavy selling pressure. Sichuan Changhong 600839 and Shin Development 1 were also in the correction phase. Ling Yun showed no hesitation, pulling up the trading interface and entering his account password. He first targeted Shin Technology. Stock code 000021, entrust price 11. 50 yuan, entrust quantity 5000 shares. Confirm, hit enter. The 5 million funds instantly transformed into a buy order for 500 shares of Shun Technology, like a boulder thrown into a lake, swiftly clearing away the sell orders below 11. 5 yuan, and the stock price steadily stood at 11. 50 yuan. Outside the special trading room, Wang Deguai, witnessing this scene on the large screen, nearly jumped up, while the trading room erupted in low murmurs. Ling Yun did not pause, switching the interface. Stock code 600839, entrust price 12. 70 yuan, entrust quantity 4000 shares. Confirm, hit enter. 5.08 million funds surged in 400 shares of Sichuan Changhong were executed. Switching again. Stock code 000001, entrust price 8.00 yuan, entrust quantity 6500 shares. Confirm, hit enter. 5.2 million funds were poured in and 6500 shares of Shin Development were acquired. In less than 10 minutes, 28 million was precisely allocated, all executed at prices above the market rate. Ling Yun was the only one operating, not having time for leisurely low buys. Ling Yun let out a long sigh, leaning back slightly in his chair. On the screen, the holding list had already been updated. Shun Technology cost 11. 50 yuan, holding 5000 shares. Sichuan Changhong cost 12. 70 yuan, holding 4000 shares. Shin Development cost 8.00 yuan, holding 6500 shares. Cash balance 5.52 million. He had constructed a massive position focused on these three leading stocks with 20 million in funds. The remaining 5 million cash was reserved as a backup and for the operational liquidity of the internet cafe. After completing all this, he closed the trading software as if the thrilling operation had nothing to do with him. He stood up and pushed open the door of the special trading room. Wang Deguai immediately approached, his voice dry. Ling, my brother, it's all bought in. Yes. Ling Yun nodded, glancing at the three stocks that had temporarily stopped falling due to his large purchases. This wave will be a long-term hold. He ignored the complicated and unspoken gazes around him and nodded at Zhou Shiming, who approached manager. Zhou, this is in your hands now. There are still matters at the cafe, though I will leave first. Under the watchful eyes of Zhou Shiming and Wang Digui, Ling Yun left the trading office with a composed stride, as if he had just made an ordinary purchase rather than engaging in a grand gamble involving 20 million in funds. On April 14, 1996, in the afternoon, the bustling crowd that had lined up early in the morning at the entrance of the Starry Sky Internet Cafe had just dispersed, only for a distinctly different wave of people to quietly gather in the afternoon. A few old desks borrowed from the school were pieced together to form a makeshift recruitment table with a handwritten sign that read, hiring 2 internet administrators, 2 front desk staff, 2 cleaners. Zhao Weiguo and Sun Peng sat behind the table looking somewhat at a loss. They had initially thought this would be a simple process. Ling Yun had instructed that priority should be given to students who understood computers and had good appearances for the positions of internet administrator and front desk, while a nimble older woman would suffice for the cleaner role. However, reality dealt them, as well as Ling Yun, who had hurried back after handling stock market affairs, a heavy blow. It was normal to see students applying for the internet administrator and front desk positions in small groups. But when the news about the cleaner position spread, the situation spiraled out of control. A throng of people nearly completely blocked the sidewalk in front of the internet cafe. They were not energetic, curious students, but mostly middle-aged and older individuals dressed in faded work uniforms or outdated jackets. Men and women alike wore expressions etched with anxiety, fear, and a hint of almost humble hope. They tightly clutched thin resumes or simply held papers with their names, addresses, and phone numbers. The number of people was over 100, and it was still increasing. An unspoken oppression hung in the air. No one raised their voices, only whispered conversations and anxious footsteps could be heard. Their gazes were all fixated on the sign that read 2 cleaners, as if that was not just a cleaning position, but a lifeline. Ling Yun had just stepped off a yellow taxi and was met with this scene. His footsteps halted, his heart felt as if it were gripped by an invisible hand, and his breath caught in his throat. In later years, he would only read about terms like mid to late 1990s state-owned enterprise reform and around 8 million laid-off workers in cold historical documents. Numbers are abstract, mere symbols in a macro narrative. It wasn't until this moment, seeing these hundreds of faces filled with the pressure of survival huddled together in the chilly spring afternoon for a cleaning job that might offer only 200 or 300 yuan a month, that he truly palpably felt that behind those numbers lay the crumbling of individual families and the heavy sigh of an era. "Brother Yun, you're back." When Zhao Weiguo saw Ling Yun, it was as if he had seen a savior. He hurried over, his face contorted in distress as he whispered, "There are too many people. They're all here to apply for the cleaner position. They want leave no matter what." Sun Peng also came over, his voice filled with sympathy. "Ling Yun, many of them are former workers from state-owned factories. There are electronic factory workers, textile factory workers, and mechanical factory workers." This. Ling Yun nodded silently and stepped toward the recruitment table. As he walked past, the crowd parted, creating a gap, with countless gazes instantly focusing on the young face that appeared to be in charge. The complexity in their eyes weighed heavily on him. There was pleading, flattery, doubt, and a numbness forged by life's trials. "Boss, are you hiring cleaners?" "I can do anything." "Comrade, I am fit, not afraid of dirt or fatigue." "Leader, please look at my resume. I used to be an advanced producer at Factory No. 5. In an instant, various voices surged forward, each carrying a different accent, yet all conveying the same urgency. Ling Yun raised his hand and pressed it down, striving to keep his voice steady. "Everyone, please be quiet and line up. We'll take one person at a time." However, lining up had become a luxury at that moment. The instinct for survival overwhelmed all order. The crowd surged forward again, nearly toppling the table. "I came first. Let me through." Amidst the chaos, a scene made the corner of Ling Yun's eye twitch. An elderly man with graying hair, thin, and wearing an old blue work uniform nearly stumbled as he was shoved from behind. He tightly clutched a transparent file bag, which clearly held several red honor certificates and a yellowed award. He steadied himself and did not complain about those who had pushed him. Instead, he spoke to Sun Peng behind the recruitment table in a nearly pleading tone. I'm sorry, young comrade. I didn't mean to. My name is Ma Baohua. I used to be from the City Electronics Factory. I was a workshop director, a city model worker. I can guarantee it'll clean properly." A former workshop director and city model worker was now groveling to a young man younger than his own son, assuring him that he would clean properly for a cleaner position. Ling Yun felt a lump in his throat. In another direction, a middle-aged woman in her 40s with a sallow complexion nearly squeezed to the front of the table, her voice quavering with tears. "Boss, please hire me. My husband has been laid off and my child is still in middle school waiting for tuition." I can endure any hardship, even if the salary is low. Her words resonated with many, igniting more voices of complaints and pleas from the crowd. This was not a performance, it was a genuine cry from those pushed to the edge of a cliff. Zhao Weiguo and Sun Peng had never witnessed such a scene before. Both young men had red eyes and looked at Ling Yun in confusion. Ling Yun took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He knew that these two cleaning positions, no matter who they were given to, would be cruel for the other hundreds. This was not merely recruitment, it felt more like a desperate struggle. He raised his voice again, using all his strength. Be quiet. Listen to me. The crowd quieted down a bit, all gazes fixed on him. Ladies and gentlemen, Ling Yun's gaze slowly swept across the weathered faces. There are only 2 cleaning positions available. I know that this is far from enough for everyone. He paused, his voice heavy. However, I assure you today that what Starry Sky Internet Cafe offers is far more than just 2 cleaning positions. The crowd quieted down, looking at him in confusion. In Ling Yun's mind, the thick stack of documents from the City Electronics Factory, provided by Wang Dege, rapidly overlapped with the faces of the workers from the City Electronics Factory No. 50 and Textile Factory before him. Those cold asset lists and liability statements now had a concrete warmth. They represented the livelihoods, hopes, and dignity of the hundreds before him. An unprecedented, bold, and heavy thought became incredibly clear and firm at this moment. He scanned the crowd and finally focused on Ma Baohua, who claimed to be the former workshop director of the electronics factory, as well as the middle-aged woman worried about her son's tuition, and declared loudly, I know many of you were once workers in state-owned factories, skilled and experienced, just temporarily facing difficulties. What we need is not just cleaners. He raised his hand, pointing to the technologically advanced Starry Sky Internet Cafe. Behind him, his voice suddenly rising with a decisive tone, this Internet Cafe is just the beginning. I, Ling Yun, hereby solemnly announce, I have decided to officially take over the City Electronics Factory. As the words fell, it was as if a thunderclap had struck the ground. Not only were the laid-off workers before him stunned, but even Zhao Weiguo and Sun Peng gaped in disbelief at Ling Yun. The crowd fell into a brief, profound silence before erupting into an even greater uproar. Taking over the electronics factory. Is that for real? Boss, are you talking about the City Electronics Factory? The electronics factory has been shut down for almost a year. It owes a lot of debts. Boss, if you really can revitalize the electronics factory, we will set up an everlasting tablet for you. Elder Ma Baohua was even more agitated, trembling all over as he squeezed a few steps forward, his murky eyes bursting with an unbelievable light. Old boss, are you really talking about our electronics factory? Are you really going to take over? You're not lying to us old folks, are you? Looking into the eyes that suddenly ignited a glimmer of hope from despair, Ling Yun felt a heavy weight on his shoulders. This is not just an impulsive boast, but a responsibility that must be taken on. After witnessing this painful scene, it is also the most crucial piece to lay the foundation of industry in his business blueprint. Master Ma, fellow workers, Ling Yun's voice was steady and powerful, carrying a convincing strength. I speak, and I will act. I will take over the electronics factory. I can't promise to immediately return everyone to the past, but I guarantee that as long as you still believe in your own hands and are willing to work, I, Ling Yun, will give you a chance to start working again and receive wages. He no longer looked at the recruitment table and instructed Zhao Weiguo and Sun Peng register the names, original positions, and contact information of all the laid-off workers from the electronics factory. Also register the workers from other factories. After finishing, he turned and walked straight toward the Internet Cafe's entrance. Behind him came a tidal wave of grateful voices mixed with cries and inquiries. Elder Ma Baohua bowed deeply to his back. Once inside the Internet Cafe, cut off from the outside clamor, Ling Yun leaned against the cold wall and slowly closed his eyes. In his mind, those hundreds of anxious, humble faces that eventually ignited hope still lingered. 8 million is not just a cold number. He murmured softly. This number felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds at this moment. Initially, acquiring the electronics factory might have merely been a commercial strategy for its equipment, land, and future hardware manufacturing. But now it was imbued with a completely different significance. He opened his eyes, gazing through the glass door at the figures outside that were still reluctant to disperse. This path must be taken, and it must lead somewhere. For the workers waiting to return to work, and for himself to ignite the flame of industrial patriotism that had just been fully kindled in his heart. On April 14, 1996, in the evening, Ling Yun stood outside his uncle Ling Jun's home, taking a deep breath before raising his hand to knock on the familiar reddish-brown wooden door. The door was opened by his aunt, who smiled kindly upon seeing Ling Yun. Little Yun has come. Come in, you haven't eaten yet, right? We can eat together. And I've already eaten. I came to discuss something with Uncle. Ling Yun smiled and changed into slippers. In the living room, Ling Yun was sitting on the sofa watching the evening news, holding a cigarette, his brow slightly furrowed, as if he was deep in thought. Hearing the noise, he turned his head, saw Ling Yun, and a hint of barely perceptible surprise flashed in his eyes before he returned to his usual calm demeanor. "Uncle." Ling Yun walked over and sat down on the side chair. Ling Yun acknowledged, picking up the remote to lower the volume of the television, his gaze resting on Ling Yun with scrutiny. "I heard your internet cafe is booming. How come you have time to come here? Your news is evidently quite good." Ling Yun replied, sitting up straight, his tone serious. "I ran into some issues and wanted to report to you." Ling Yun remained silent, merely flicking the ash off his cigarette, signaling him to continue. "Uncle, I've decided to take over the city's electronics factory," Ling Yun stated directly without any circumlocution. The living room instantly fell silent, with only the blurred sound of the news anchor from the television echoing in the background. His aunt's movement of bringing tea paused for a moment. She looked at Ling Yun with concern, gently placing the teacup in front of him before quietly walking away. Ling Jun's fingers holding the cigarette hovered in midair. He looked deeply at Ling Yun, not immediately showing any sign of opposition or surprise. He took a puff of smoke, slowly exhaling it. Through the swirling blue-white mist, his gaze appeared deeper and more inscrutable. "Last time at home I reminded you, that's a murky pond." Ling Jun's voice was not loud, but it carried the weight characteristic of someone who had long been in a position of power. "It owes the bank several million, has delayed paying workers for over half a year. The equipment is outdated and morale is low. Are you aware of all this?" "I am aware," Ling Yun nodded. "I reviewed the materials provided by Wang Digo thoroughly." "Then you should know that there are many parties involved in this, including bank's creditors and hundreds of displaced workers. Any misstep could lead to a significant problem." Ling Jun's tone remained calm, as if stating an objective fact rather than trying to dissuade him. "The city has previously considered reforming it, reached out to several companies, but all discussions fell through." "Why?" "Because the numbers don't add up and there's no visible potential for profit, only endless investments like a bottomless pit." He paused, his gaze piercing, directly addressing the core of the issue. "Your internet cafe business is doing quite well. I heard you're making a fortune daily. But is that little money of yours enough to fill the gap in the electronics factory? Have you considered that you might lose all the hard-earned money you made, ending up with nothing?" He did not simply dismiss or emotionally obstruct like a typical elder, but calmly analyzed the pros and cons layer by layer, laying the harsh reality bare before Ling Yun. This was a higher level of concern built on rationality and experience. Ling Yun met his uncle's gaze without flinching. He knew that his uncle was testing his determination and maturity. "Uncle, I have considered everything you've said." Ling Yun's voice was steady. "If we look purely at the commercial investment returns, the electronics factory is indeed a poor choice right now." He shifted the tone of his argument, leaning slightly forward, his eyes reflecting a weight beyond his years. "But this afternoon at the entrance of the internet cafe, I saw hundreds of laid-off workers applying for cleaning positions. Among them were city labor models, former workshop directors, and technical backbones. For a job that pays only $200 to $300 a month, they were nearly fighting to get in, humbly assuring students younger than their own children that they would definitely clean well." Ling Yun described the heart-wrenching scene from the afternoon, his tone calm, yet carrying an invisible power. One of the experienced workers, named Ma Baogua, the former workshop director of the electronics factory, was nearly pushed over while holding a folder with his labor model certificate, repeatedly apologizing. Another woman was crying, saying her child was waiting for school fees. Ling Yun paused and looked at Ling Yun. "Uncle, in the future books will only write about 800,000 laid-off workers as a cold, hard number. But what I saw today were hundreds of living faces pushed to the corner by life. That is not just a number, it represents the collapse of hundreds of families." Ling Yun listened quietly, his fingers holding the cigarette, remaining still for a long time, the smoke curling upwards, obscuring the subtle changes in his facial expression. He was in charge of economic work, feeling the pressure of the layoff tide deeper than anyone else. Every number on the report bore the heavy weight of social stability. So Ling Yun's voice was resolute, carrying an undeniable determination. "Taking over the electronics factory is no longer just a commercial investment for me. It is a responsibility. I cannot stand by and watch those skilled, able workers compete for cleaning positions. My internet cafe can provide 2 positions, but it cannot solve the fundamental problem. The electronics factory can." He looked at Ling Yun, his eyes clear and determined. "I am prepared to lose money. But I believe that as long as the approach is correct, revitalizing the existing assets and equipment and identifying the right product direction, the electronics factory can certainly be revitalized. At least I can get some machines running and some workers to receive their wages." The living room fell silent once more. Ling Yun extinguished the almost burnt-out cigarette, but in the crystal ashtray, his movements slow yet forceful. He raised his head and reevaluated his nephew. He had originally thought Ling Yun was just a slightly clever young businessman willing to take risks, but at this moment, he saw something deeper in Ling Yun, an accountability that transcended personal interests, a keen perception of the era's growing pains, and a proactive response. This was no longer a nephew that required his guidance and protection, but one beginning to develop his own independent will and sense of social responsibility. After a long pause, Ling Yun slowly broke the silence. What do you intend to do? He did not ask, are you sure? But directly entered the realm of how to operate. This itself was a shift in attitude. Ling Yun felt certain in his heart that he had passed the most crucial barrier. He replied immediately, I hope the city can support it, allowing my Xingho technology to undertake a debt acquisition of the city's electronics factory. I will quickly produce a specific reform plan, including debt handling, employee placement, property rights clarification, and future development planning. He needed official recognition and an operational platform. Ling Yun pondered for a moment, lightly tapping his fingers on the armrest of the sofa. He looked sharply at Ling Yun. The reform plan is no trivial matter. What you need to do is create a proposal that the city's leadership, banks, and hundreds of workers can all understand and accept. This requires very solid research and rigorous proof. I understand. Ling Yun nodded seriously. I will hire a professional accounting and legal team to participate, ensuring the plan is lawful, compliant, and operationally feasible. Good. Ling Yun finally nodded, his tone carrying a sense of agreement and entrustment. Prepare the plan and make it solid. Bring it to me to review. He made no promises, but the words bring it to me already implied he was willing to open a door for Ling Yun within the rules, providing him with an opportunity. Thank you, uncle. Ling Yun stood up, sincerely expressing his gratitude. Ling Yun waved his hand, also standing up, walking in front of Ling Yun, patting his shoulder, his gaze deep. The path is yours to choose, and you must walk it to the end. Remember, in business, especially when taking over an old factory like this, both economic efficiency and social stability are crucial. If you encounter difficulties, you can come to me, but how to proceed must rely on you. I understand, uncle. Ling Yun felt the heavy weight on his shoulder. Leaving his uncle's house, night had already fallen. The evening breeze brushed against his face, bringing a chill, but failing to extinguish the fire in Ling Yun's heart. The path within the system had been pried open, a small gap, by his uncle. Next, how to pull that dying giant out of the mire and give it new life would be the true test he faced. He glanced back at the small building that had lit up with warm lights in the night, then turned and strode into the city's neon lights. His battlefield was about to shift to the long silent city electronics factory. There lay the industrial foundation he needed, along with the weight of responsibility that he must bear for this era. The Starlight Internet Cafe had sent off the last batch of reluctant night patrons, and the roller shutter was pulled down halfway, isolating the interior from the external clamor. Inside the cafe, only the faint glow of blue LED lights illuminated 40 computers that seemed to be in slumber, along with 4 young individuals gathered around the front desk area. Ling Yun's gaze swept across the faces of his 3 roommates and startup partners. Zhao Weiguo's face still bore the excitement of an all-nighter, while Sun Peng diligently verified the day's transaction records, and Li Mo held an open computer case, his brow furrowed as he pondered a hardware optimization issue. Brothers, Ling Yun began, his voice resonating clearly in the quiet space. The Internet Cafe has managed to establish a foothold, but our journey is just beginning. The 3 pairs of eyes immediately focused on him. Next, we need to standardize the daily operations of the cafe and stabilize cash flow. Ling Yun started assigning tasks with clarity. Weiguo, your extroverted personality and strong communication skills make you the right fit to take on the role of network administrator. It's not just about solving technical problems. You must also maintain order and atmosphere within the establishment and manage customer relationships. Contact me immediately if any tricky issues arise. Zhao Weiguo straightened his chest and nodded vigorously. Rest assured, Brother Yun. Leave it to me. Sun Peng. Ling Yun turned to the meticulous Sun Peng. You'll be responsible for the front desk and finance. It's not just about collecting payments. You need to streamline the membership system, usage records, and daily transactions. I intend to develop a more optimized management software that allows for card-based login and automatic billing, reducing manual operations and the possibility of errors. You'll need to follow up and learn about it. Sun Peng adjusted his glasses, his expression serious. I will familiarize myself quickly and manage the accounts clearly. Li Mo. Ling Yun finally turned to the technical core. Hardware maintenance and network security are your main battleground. At the same time, the keyboard design cannot be halted. Cherry's MX axis has a high patent barrier that we cannot circumvent for now, but we can work on aspects like structure, keycap, materials, and feel to create our own distinct features. This is the starting point of our future hardware ecosystem and is of utmost importance. Li Mo put down the screwdriver in his hand, his eyes shining. Understood. I already have several ideas for the initial sketches of the keyboard, and I can produce a prototype soon. The internet cafe is our cash cow and talent testing ground. Ling Yun concluded this will be entrusted to the three of you. From now on, my main focus will shift to another matter. He did not specify, but the three knew it was about the city electronics factory that had caused a stir that afternoon. With arrangements made, Zhao Weiguo and the others left, each filled with excitement and vigor. Only Ling Yun remained in the cafe. He walked into the quiet little office that had been reserved, turned on the desk lamp, spread out the manuscript paper, and unscrewed the cap of his fountain pen. The soft light illuminated the blank page before him, as well as the flickering flame of industry in his eyes. He took a deep breath, and the pen tip descended. Feasibility report and plan for the full acquisition and reformation of the City Electronics Factory by Starlight Technology Co. Ltd. This was a massive project, far more complex than dealing with stocks or running an internet cafe. It involved assets, debts, personnel, technology, market, all aspects. His thoughts were exceptionally clear as the pen tip scratched across the paper, transforming the blueprint in his mind into words and numbers. 1. Acquisition entity and model established Starlight Technology Co. Ltd. as the parent company to implement a debt acquisition model, meaning Starlight Technology would assume all verified bank debts and overdue wages, social security, and other priority debts of the electronics factory to exchange for full ownership rights, including land, factory buildings, equipment, brand, etc. 2. Debt handling and banking relations. Core request asked the city government to coordinate with relevant banks to refrain from withdrawing loans on the electronics factory's existing debts and grant a 3-year grace period. During the 3 years, only interest would be paid with partial interest subsidies available, and from the 4th year onwards, principal repayments would be made in installments. This move was to buy the enterprise valuable breathing and transformation time. 3. Personnel placement and production startup principle, full reception, selective onboarding, guarantee basics, performance incentives, conduct skill assessments, and willingness surveys for all registered employees. Immediately initiate production lines for low technical threshold products to absorb as much labor as possible, addressing employment and basic wage distribution issues. Initial primary product directions: rolling mouse, mature technology, low cost, and huge market demand, especially with the popularization of internet cafes and home PCs. Membrane keyboard, also low technical threshold, can serve as complementary products to the mouse. Mouse pads design with different patterns and materials, offering considerable profit margins. Production mode: adopt labor-intensive assembly line operations, temporarily avoiding high-end automation equipment investments, with the core goal being to make the machines run and ensure everyone has work. 4. Technology research and future planning: collaborate with the computer science and physics departments of Shandong University to establish the Starlight Shanda Joint Laboratory. Recent research focus optical mouse prototype, eliminate the shortcomings of rolling mice, such as being easily dirty and lacking precision, aiming for next-generation technology. Self-developed mechanical keyboard switches based on Li Mo's existing research, collaborate with experts in materials science and mechanics to tackle the challenges, aiming to avoid or create independent patents and break Cherry's monopoly. Long-term goal: using peripherals like mice and keyboards as entry points, gradually penetrate into core computer components such as power supplies, cases, and even future motherboards and graphics cards, creating a complete Starlight hardware product ecosystem. 5. Policy support requests: in light of taking over the burdens of a state-owned enterprise, assuming enormous social re-employment responsibilities, and being in the initial investment phase, we earnestly request the city government grant Starlight Technology, specifically for the electronics factory business, a 3-year exemption from corporate income tax and value-added tax. This will significantly enhance the company's self-sustaining capacity and level of research and development investment. Outside, the city's lights gradually dimmed, with only the lamp in the Starlight Internet Cafe office still glowing into the early hours. Ling Yun wrote fervently, sometimes deep in thought, sometimes calculating quickly. The lines of the report contained no hollow slogans, only solid data deductions, clear product pathways, and practical solutions. He was not merely writing a business plan. He was sketching a blueprint capable of reviving a factory and stabilizing hundreds of families. He understood well the stringent scrutiny that awaited when this report landed on Uncle Ling Jun's desk. It needed to be sufficiently hardcore and persuasive to earn the nod from those seasoned policymakers. As dawn broke in the east, Ling Yun finally set down his pen and rubbed his swollen temples. A thick stack of draft reports had been completed. Within it lay the capital he had accumulated from the stock market and internet cafe, his prophetic vision for the future, and his heavy promise to this era and those laid-off workers. He stood up, stretched his stiff limbs, and gazed out at the brightening sky. The spark had ignited. The next step was to set the prairie ablaze. Ling Yun understood that to sway the latter, mere passion and a business plan were far from sufficient. He needed a lever that was both compliant with regulations and sufficiently robust: a reputable asset appraisal report. Through the recommendation of Su Hua, the secretary of the student union, a student of Su, is employed at PwC's Shanghai office. Ling Yun contacted this internationally renowned accounting firm. Initially, the firm showed little interest upon hearing that it was a state-owned enterprise reform project from a prefecture-level city in the mainland. But after Ling Yun promised a substantial payment and hinted that the matter had caught the attention of a certain city leader, they finally agreed to send a competent team. 150,000 yuan. Ling Yun did not even blink as he signed away this sum, which was considered a fortune at the time. He knew that the authority of this report would directly determine the tone of all subsequent negotiations. PwC's team was highly efficient, 3 accountants along with assistants stationed at the municipal electronics factory for an entire week. They sifted through mountains of ledgers, counted each rusted piece of equipment, measured the dilapidated factory buildings and the overgrown land, and repeatedly verified with the remaining financial staff and veteran workers. Their professionalism and rigor reached an almost inhuman level, demanding original documentation to support every single figure. Ultimately, a nearly 100-page, beautifully bound municipal electronics factory asset appraisal report was presented before Wang Kazhang, the representative from the Municipal State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission. The core conclusion of the report was cold and brutal. After careful investigation and assessment, as of the appraisal benchmark date, the total assets of the municipal electronics factory, including land, buildings, equipment, inventory, accounts receivable, etc., have a market appraisal value of 7,800,000 yuan, 7800. However, the PwC project manager, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, stated calmly, the verified bank debts, overdue taxes, employee wages, and various payable accounts total 8,800,000 yuan, 800. He paused, surveying the crowd, and delivered the final judgment. Thus, the net asset appraisal value of the municipal electronics factory is negative 1 million yuan, 100. Negative 1 million. Despite being mentally prepared when this figure was confirmed in black and white by a top international accounting firm, the expressions of everyone present except for the PwC team and Ling Yun turned extremely grim. Wang Kazhang from the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission, a middle-aged official in his 50s, with a stern expression, slammed the report's copy, shut his finger, emphatically tapping the table, his voice laced with suppressed anger. Absurd. What is this appraisal based on? The electronics factory covers such a large area of land right on the outskirts of the city with immense potential for appreciation in the future. Many of those machines were imported from abroad back in the day. Even if they are old now, dismantling them for scrap metal would fetch more than this price. And what about the inventory, materials, and semi-finished products? Are they worth nothing at all? 7 million in assets. I'd say it's worth at least 10 million. The more he spoke, the more agitated he became, standing up and pointing to the report. What's even more ridiculous is that this report only sees the debts and negative assets. Did it assess the skilled workers that the municipal electronics factory has nurtured for decades? Did it assess the intangible assets of the municipal electronics factory brand? It considered nothing. Just based on these cold numbers, you want to define our well-established state-owned factory as a negative asset. I can't sign this. The State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission will never accept this result. Wang Kazhang's reaction was anticipated by Ling Yun. Last night, after showing the reform report and the asset appraisal report to his uncle told Ling Yun that this professional report had clearly and accurately assessed the municipal electronics factory, but he would certainly not be able to take over the factory. No one would sign it, as no one dared to bear the risk of state-owned asset loss. The atmosphere in the office instantly grew tense. The PwC project manager maintained a neutral expression, his tone still professional and detached. Wang Kazhang, our assessment is based on the principle of market value and recognized accounting standards. The land value referenced recent transactions of industrial land in the vicinity. The equipment assessment took into account depreciation, functional obsolescence, and economic obsolescence. Accounts receivable were provisioned for bad debts based on aging and collectability. As for the skilled workers and brand value you mentioned, I'm sorry, under current appraisal standards, they cannot be reliably quantified and included in the net asset assessment. Cannot be quantified? Then it's your standards that have issues. Wang Kazhang refused to back down. In our country's context, workers are the most valuable asset of a company. This wealth is something you foreigners don't understand. As the negotiations threatened to reach a deadlock, Ling Yun, who had been silent, finally spoke up. He did not directly counter Wang Kazhang, but shifted the perspective. Wang Kazhang, you are right. Skilled workers are indeed the most precious wealth of the electronics factory and are priceless. Ling Yun first acknowledged the other party's viewpoint, easing the tension. PwC's report is based on internationally accepted and conservative financial standards, and it delineates the floor for our negotiations, which is the worst-case scenario. He picked up the report and turn to the asset details section. The core issue of the electronics factory lies in its heavy debt burden, which has consumed all asset value. If we set aside the debts and solely consider these machines and land, especially the skilled workers you mentioned, their combination ought to yield production capability and value, right? Wang Kazhang grunted, not denying it. Then Ling Yun proposed a plan to break the deadlock. Can we, while respecting PwC's assessment of tangible assets and liabilities, conduct a separate supplementary valuation for the skilled worker team of the electronics factory, which is a special and uniquely Chinese form of intangible asset? Supplementary valuation. Wang Kazhang frowned. Yes. Ling Yun replied, clearly we can set the overall value assessment of the current verified registered skilled workers based on years of service and skill level at 120,000 yuan. This value is based on their ability to immediately generate productivity, providing core support for the recovery of production after I take over. He looked at Wang Kazhang and the PwC personnel. Thus, in the final acquisition price, the total value of the electronics factory can be adjusted to PwC's assessed tangible net asset of -1 million, plus the worker team value of 120,000, yielding a final net value of 200,000. My Xingho Technology will pay this 200,000 as the formal consideration for state-owned assets, fully acquiring all rights to the municipal electronics factory and assuming all debts. Wang Kazhang fell into deep thought. This plan cleverly circumvented the political landmine of transferring state-owned assets with negative assets. Although the final recovery of 200,000 was negligible compared to historical investments, at least on paper the state-owned assets were transferred at a positive value, preserving the bottom line. The assessment of 120,000 for the workers, while intangible, aligned with the politically correct notion that the working class is the master, making it easier to justify during reports. The representatives from PwC exchanged glances, although they did not express a clear stance. A hint of approval flickered in their eyes. This supplementary plan did not affect the independence and professionalism of their original report. It was merely a commercial agreement reached outside the report by both parties. After a long pause, Wang Kazhang slowly raised his head, looking at Ling Yun with a complex expression. 200,000. Comrade Ling Yun, your calculations are sharp. However, your supplementary statement isn't entirely unreasonable. Workers are indeed our greatest asset. His tone had softened, but he emphasized, this is merely my preliminary opinion. Such a significant matter must be reported to the Bureau's leadership team and may even require approval from the municipal leadership. I need to take your worker value supplementary assessment idea back for reporting. Understood, that is the proper procedure. Ling Yun knew that the most critical step had been taken. The following days would be a silent game of strategy and layers of approvals. Wang Kazhang brought Ling Yun's plan back to the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission, reportedly going through several rounds of intense discussions. Some insisted that 200,000 was too cheap, while others worried about subsequent risks, but ultimately facing the hot potato of the electronics factory and the increasingly severe pressure of layoffs, as well as Ling Yun's hard commitments of assuming all debts and fully receiving and placing all employees, along with the political safety of that 200,000 transfer price, the plan was eventually approved. When Ling Yun received the approval document from Wang Kazhang stamped with a bright red seal, allowing Xingho Technology to acquire all rights to the municipal electronics factory for 200,000 yuan, he knew he had obtained the key to unlock the heavy shackles. Here he comes. The new boss is here. So young. Is he reliable? Boss, when will we get our salaries? It's been over half a year. You keep saying you're taking over. When can we start working? The voices of the crowd surged like a tide, overwhelming Ling Yun with various accents. The crowd squeezed forward, almost pressing against him. A few burly old workers were at the front, their eyes scrutinizing. Behind them, some female workers wore worried expressions, their eyes filled with longing for money, for food. Everyone quiet down. Let me speak. Ling Yun raised his voice, but it sounded somewhat thin against the noisy crowd. What do you mean quiet down? First, let's talk about the overdue salaries. A dark-faced, loud-voiced man shouted, and a few people around him echoed, right. Let's talk about the money first. Exactly, anyone can promise big things. Let's clear the old debts first. Don't try to fool us. We've seen this kind of thing before. Doubt and dissatisfaction spread through the crowd, and some began to stir up trouble, causing the scene to become somewhat uncontrollable. The dark-faced man even attempted to push forward, pressing Ling Yun. Faced with this chaotic atmosphere filled with distrust and a hint of hostility, Ling Yun's mind raced. He knew that any personal explanation at this moment would be utterly powerless. He must place everyone in a public and transparent setting. He suddenly raised his hand, not to calm them down, but to point to the relatively open cement ground in the center of the factory, where meetings used to be held, using all his strength as his voice pierced through the noise. Fellow workers. Masters, please listen to me. The crowd quieted for a moment, their gazes following the direction of his finger. I know what you are most concerned about. Salaries. Work. Ling Yun seized this brief moment of silence, his voice calm and powerful, leaving no room for doubt. This cannot be explained here. Everyone now immediately gather over there in the open space. We are holding a general staff meeting. All questions will be answered clearly in front of everyone today. A meeting? What does he want to do? The crowd murmured, some hesitating. At this moment, an elderly man with graying hair, thin build, but bright eyes squeezed to the front. It was Ma Baoguo, the former workshop director he had seen at the entrance of the internet cafe that day. He took a deep breath, turned to the workers, his voice hoarse, yet commanding. Enough with the noise. What are you all gathering around for? Since the new boss is here and willing to talk face to face with us, this is a good thing. Follow the arrangements and gather over there. Let's hear what the boss has to say. Ma Baoguo evidently held considerable authority among the old workers. His shout, combined with Ling Yun's undeniable presence, began to coax the restless crowd to slowly move toward the open area. 10 minutes later, a dense crowd of several hundred gathered in the open space, those in front sitting on the ground, while those behind stood, all eyes focused on a makeshift wooden box that Ling Yun stood upon. He did not use a script, his gaze slowly sweeping over the weathered faces below, filled with hope and doubt. Fellow workers, masters. My name is Ling Yun. His opening statement was simple and direct. Starting today, the City Electronics Factory will officially be taken over by my Xingho Technology Co. Ltd. A stir arose from below, but no one interrupted. I know that the factory has been shut down for so long. The two things you are most concerned about are: first, what about the overdue salaries? Second, can we work again in the future, and how will the salaries be paid? He directly cut to the core, and the crowd fell silent instantly. Regarding the overdue salaries, Ling Yun's voice echoed clearly in the empty factory area. I am here to solemnly promise everyone every penny of the overdue salaries owed by the factory will be recognized by the new company Xingho Technology. And it will definitely be paid. The crowd erupted in excitement. The promise of overdue salaries was the news they had been waiting for so long. However, Ling Yun raised his hand, calming the excited voices. Payments must have rules. Money cannot be distributed haphazardly. His gaze was sharp. This money is from historical debts. To be paid, it must be under legitimate circumstances. This premise is willing to stay. Trust me, Ling Yun. Trust Xingho Technology and sign a formal labor contract with us. He paused, allowing the workers to digest the meaning of his words. What does this mean? It means that if you sign a new contract with me and become a formal employee of Xingho Technology, we are one family. As the new head of the family, I will settle the debts from before. After signing the contract, the first payment will be the overdue salaries. This reasoning was reasonable, and most people below showed expressions of understanding and expectation. Without signing a contract, why would anyone pay off the old factory's debts? Then, boss, how will the salaries be calculated in the future? Someone below could not wait to shout out. Good. This is what I want to say as the second point. Ling Yun took over the conversation, his voice resounding. The new company does not support lazy workers and does not do communal meals. In the future, salaries will be divided into two parts: basic salary, performance salary. The basic salary will be determined by your position. Masters and technical positions will definitely be higher than ordinary operators. This part of the money will be guaranteed every month as long as you show up for work normally and complete the basic tasks. The performance salary will depend on your abilities and how much work you produce. We will soon resume production, focusing on products like mice and keyboards. Everything will be on a piece rate basis. The more you produce and the better the quality, the more you earn. There's no upper limit. Piece rate. More work, more pay. This concept fell like a huge stone into the water, creating massive ripples. Some people's eyes lit up as if they saw hope for earning more money through their skills. Others looked worried, fearing they would earn less due to being slower. Tomorrow. Ling Yun did not give much time for questioning, directly announcing the next steps. Tomorrow at 8 in the morning, still here. I will post the detailed list of each person's overdue salary. Everyone must carefully verify, and after confirming it is correct, sign and fingerprint it to submit. This will be the basis for calculating overdue wages and the basis for signing new contracts and issuing back pay. Clear verification is responsible for both of us. At the same time, we will also begin registering positions and assessing skills. Those willing to stay and work we welcome. If there are better opportunities, we will not force anyone to stay. The logic is clear and the steps are defined. First, verify the old debts, then sign a new contract, and then issue overdue wages while starting production under the new rules. Ma Bao was standing below, looked at the young figure on the wooden box who spoke clearly and coherently, and felt a significant portion of his previously anxious heart relax. This new boss was not like those previous leaders who only shouted slogans. He truly understood the industry and genuinely wanted to get things done. The dark-faced man who had stirred trouble earlier opened his mouth wanting to say something, but was pulled back by those next to him. Ling Yun had already made his point. Any further nonsense would only seem unreasonable. Fellow workers. Ling Yun finally surveyed the entire crowd, his voice carrying an undeniable determination. I won't say much. Watch the actions. Tomorrow look at the details. Next watch the production and see the salary slips in your hands. Whether I Ling Yun can help everyone make a living, even a good living, let's wait and see. After finishing, he jumped down from the wooden box, said no more, and walked straight toward the factory office building. Behind him were hundreds of workers engaged in intense discussions and complex calculations. Hope, doubt, calculation, expectation. Various emotions intertwined in the air. However, a reassuring pill had already been placed in the hearts of most people, accompanied by the clear salary plan. The silent electronics factory seemed to be injected with a strong stimulant. The real revival would begin with the detailed salary list to be verified tomorrow. On April 16, 1996, in the early morning, the vast concrete ground of the municipal electronics factory was even more crowded than the previous day. Almost all registered workers had arrived, including many family members who came upon hearing the news. The air was filled with a restless atmosphere that mixed anticipation, anxiety, and unease. On the outer wall of the factory office, several large red papers meticulously written with a brush were posted side by side. These were the detailed list of salary arrears at the municipal electronics factory. Next to each name were the months of arrears, the original salary, and a key figure circled in red ink. The amount of waiting salary to be disbursed calculated at 60 of the original salary. The crowd was magnetically drawn to the announcement, fingers eagerly searching through the densely packed names for their own, reciting calculations aloud. Wang Jiangwo owes 7 months original salary 285, waiting salary 171. That's about right. Li Xiuying owes 8 months original salary 243, a waiting salary 145, rounded to 146. At least we're getting something. 60 is better than nothing. After careful verification, most workers showed faces of complex, yet generally accepting expressions. After all, given the long halt in operations, the fact that the new boss was willing to acknowledge the debts and disperse most of the owed salaries exceeded many people's expectations. However, not everyone thought this way. Why only 60? A thunderous roar erupted from the crowd, instantly drowning out all discussions. The black-faced man Han Zhuang, who had led the uproar the day before, pushed through the crowd and rushed to the announcement board, slapping his palm against the red paper with a loud bang, making the paper rustle. His face flushed, veins bulging on his neck, spittle flying as he shouted, I've worked in this factory for over a decade. I've sweated and toiled. The factory is failing because you officials lack ability. Why should my hard-earned money be deducted? If you promise to pay the arrears, it must be the full amount, not a penny less. Not even a cent less. He turned to face the crowd, waving his arms in a highly provocative manner. Comrades, we cannot be soft persimmons. This new guy just wants to cheat us. If he dares to pay 60 today, tomorrow he'll dare to pay only 30. We must unite and demand the full amount. Otherwise, we will not sign this and do not recognize him as our boss. The crowd stirred restlessly. Some were swayed by his words and appeared hesitant, feeling he had a point. Others frowned, unwilling to stir up trouble. At this moment, a middle-aged man wearing a blue old-style Zhongshan suit with glasses and an appearance that seemed quite scholarly squeezed in. He was Lu, the former head of the third workshop. With his habitual muddy smile, he first said to Han Zhuang, Master Han, don't get agitated, let's talk calmly. Then he turned to Ling Yun, who stood quietly beside the announcement board. General Ling, you see. Master Han's words are rough, but not unreasonable. Everyone is indeed having a tough time and families are waiting for rice to be cooked. The waiting salary is paid at 60. Can we apply to the higher-ups for a little more? Even if it's 70 or 80, that would help. Everyone speaks highly of you. His words appeared to be conciliatory, but in fact he was pushing the pressure onto Ling Yun, hinting that he lacked empathy for the workers, even implying a sense of moral coercion. Ling Yun watched the two of them, who were playing off each other, with a cold glint fleeting across his gaze. He remembered the thick stack of materials Wang Deguei had given him, which not only included financial technical data, but also notes on personnel special circumstances. It was clearly pointed out that Han Zhuang was the little brother-in-law of Director Liu. The two had taken advantage of their connection to steal copper materials and electronic components from the factory during the final chaotic days before the shutdown. Their behavior was rampant, almost public, causing a lot of grievances among the workers, but at that time the factory was poorly managed and no one investigated deeply. He originally planned to stabilize the situation first, then slowly eliminate these parasites. Unexpectedly, the other party was so impatient to jump out, trying to exploit the workers' urgent need for back pay to sway public opinion for personal gain, even challenging his authority. Director Liu was still chattering about how everyone is having a hard time, while Han Zhuang adopted a defiant posture of, if you don't agree, I'll make a big fuss. Some uninformed workers began to be influenced, and the atmosphere on-site grew tense again. Ling Yun slowly raised his hand, halting Director Liu's words. He did not look at Director Liu, but fixed his piercing gaze directly on the still clamoring Han Zhuang. Han Zhuang, Ling Yun's voice was not loud, but carried a chilling, penetrating power that instantly silenced the noisy crowd. You say the factory is failing because the officials lack ability. This statement has some truth to it. He shifted his tone sharply, becoming as fierce as ice, but who drained the factory's blood. Those who in the last few months before the shutdown took advantage of the chaotic management to steal copper materials and electronic components for personal gain, do they bear no responsibility? This statement struck like a thunderbolt, hitting Han Zhuang and Director Liu hard. Their faces turned pale in an instant, and Han Zhuang, as if his throat was being squeezed, suddenly silenced his arrogance, vanishing fear flashing in his eyes. You are talking nonsense. Spreading false accusations. Han Zhuang reacted, shouting fiercely, but his voice was clearly lacking confidence. Director Liu hurriedly defended, General Ling. You can't say such things without evidence. Evidence? Ling Yun sneered, taking out a brown paper folder from his briefcase and lightly tapping it. You can go talk to the police about that. He did not display specific documents for everyone to see, but this gesture and statement already possessed strong psychological deterrence. The informed workers in the audience began to whisper, pointing at Han Zhuang and Director Liu. So it was these two. No wonder things were always missing from the warehouse during that period. Stealing while guarding the factory, and still dare to lead a riot. That's truly despicable. The public opinion instantly reversed. Ling Yun no longer gave the two a chance to argue. He directly ordered the newly hired administrative staff, a relatively upright young man from the original factory office, beside him, call the police. Just tell them there are people here suspected of embezzling and stealing collective property with a huge amount involved, and there are witnesses and evidence. Please initiate an investigation. Yes, General Ling. The young man immediately ran towards the factory office. Han Zhuang was completely panicked, wanting to flee, but being deliberately blocked by several workers who had long found him displeasing. Director Liu's face turned ashen, trembling all over, mumbling, It's over. It's over. The police arrived quickly, and after briefly listening to Ling Yun's explanation and checking some copies of the materials he provided, they promptly handcuffed Han Zhuang, who looked like a corpse, and the dazed Director Liu, taking them away from the factory. Throughout the process, Ling Yun remained expressionless, his gaze cold. The factory yard, which had just been bustling with commotion, was now eerily silent. All the workers were stunned by this overwhelming scene. They looked at the young new boss with eyes full of awe, even a hint of fear. Ling Yun slowly walked to the center of the yard, scanning the entire crowd. His voice returned to calm, but carried an undeniable strength. Comrades, I, Ling Yun, keep my word. What should be given to everyone will not be a cent less. The owed salaries will be paid at the announced 60, which is a fair solution based on the current situation and regulations, and I will fulfill it. However, anyone who wants to treat the factory as a piece of meat to be freely gnawed on, wanting to pocket everyone's common interests while inciting trouble and disrupting production order. Han Zhuang and Lu Ming are the examples. I took over the electronics factory to ensure that everyone earns honestly and lives well, not to nurture parasites, nor to compromise and muddy the waters. Now those willing to verify and sign, those willing to work with me, Ling Yun and Xingho Technology, to improve the factory stay. Those unwilling can leave now. Oh, I will not make things difficult for you. The crowd fell silent for a moment. Suddenly, Master Ma Baoguo was the first to walk to the registration table in front of the announcement board, took up a pen, and neatly signed his name, pressing his red handprint. I old Ma trust General Ling. I will follow General Ling. With a leading figure like a dam bursting, the workers surged forward, orderly lining up to verify, sign, and press their handprints. No one questioned the fairness of that 60, and no one dared to entertain any thoughts of causing trouble. Ling Yun stood by, watching the orderly scene, feeling no waves in his heart. He recalled his uncle Ling Jun's seemingly casual, yet profoundly meaningful advice. Have a compassionate heart, but wield the means of thunder. At this moment, he truly understood the weight of these words. To the hundreds of workers eager to return to work, he promised jobs and salaries, which was a compassionate heart. To the few parasites and troublemakers, he acted without hesitation, using decisive measures to send them to prison and clean up the environment. Without the latter, the former's promise could not be guaranteed. It could even become a point of weakness, subject to coercion. Managing a business, especially taking over such a mess, requires that kindness be built on a foundation of sufficient strength and ironclad control. He looked up at the towering yet dilapidated factory of the electronics plant. He knew that the first step towards revival, the most stubborn obstacle entrenched in people's hearts, had been thoroughly cleared away by today's merciless strike. When the morning sunlight pierced through the clouds and illuminated the rust-streaked gates of the city's electronic factory, the compound was already abuzz with a fervor unseen for a long time. There was no roar of machinery, only the rustling sound of brooms sweeping the ground, the clinking of shovels removing weeds, and the spirited shouts of workers. "Over here. Clear out this pile of scrap. Rinse the washroom a few more times, there's a thick layer of mud. Old Jean, give me a hand and tear down this broken shed." Ling Yun stood on the steps of the factory office building overlooking the scene. His first official directive was simple and direct, a full factory cleanup. This was not a mere formality. He deeply understood that environment shapes mindset. A person working amidst garbage and decay could hardly harbor confidence or reverence for their work and future. What he needed to sweep away was not just the accumulated dust and weeds, but also the despondent, hopeless atmosphere that permeated the factory grounds. The workers were initially puzzled, but soon threw themselves into the task. Led by Ma Baohua and others, everyone joined in. Sweat soaked their work uniforms, dust stained their faces, but each person's eyes held a glimmer more radiant than the day before. Watching mountains of garbage being hauled away, the mottled walls revealed their original colors after being washed clean, and the cluttered grounds became level. A long-lost feeling called hope seemed to quietly sprout in everyone's hearts. In just one morning, the entire factory compound was transformed. Though the equipment remained old and the workshops dilapidated, at least it now looked like a place ready to start work, not a forsaken ruin. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, in the largest meeting room on the second floor of the factory office building, the long conference table was filled with people. Besides Ling Yun, there were several temporarily appointed leaders. Ma Bao were responsible for overall coordination and production scheduling, a few gray-haired but sharp-eyed veteran engineers from the technical department, the former heads of the procurement and finance departments who after initial observation were competent and had been relatively upright, and administrative staff in charge of logistics. The room was hazy with smoke and the atmosphere was solemn with a hint of urgency. "Everyone," Ling Yun said without any preamble, cutting straight to the point, "the factory is clean now. Next we need to get it running." His gaze swept across the room. "Our first step is to survive, to generate cash flow. So the first product must have a low barrier to entry, a large market, and be quick to launch." He picked up a piece of chalk, turned, and wrote 4 large characters on the blackboard behind him. "Membrane keyboard. Technical department." Ling Yun looked at the veteran engineers. "This is the preliminary design and production process flowchart that engineer Li Mo and I drew together." He pushed a stack of blueprints to the center of the table. "Your task now is to master it. Based on this, and considering our factory's existing equipment capabilities, optimize the production process and design our own production fixtures and assembly line. The goal is to achieve stable, reliable production at the lowest cost. Any problems?" The veteran engineers immediately picked up the blueprints, huddling together. Their eyes sharpened with focus like old hunters spotting prey. They traced the lines on the drawings, exchanging technical jargon in low voices, quickly slipping into their element. "The structure isn't complicated. Stamping and injection molding are key. We might reconsider the material for these keycaps." "No problem, President Ling. Give us 3 days, and we'll guarantee a feasible process plan." "Good." Ling Yun nodded, turning to the procurement head. "Old Chen, once the technical department finalizes the material list, get on it immediately. Procure the raw materials: ABS plastic pellets, silicone membrane circuits, keycap character ink. Keep the price down, ensure quality, and secure stable supply. They'll give you a list of alternative suppliers to negotiate with." "Understood, President Ling. They'll keep costs to a minimum." Old Chen quickly took out his notebook to record. "Director Ma." Ling Yun looked at Ma Baohua. "Production organization and personnel deployment are yours. Based on the final process plan from the technical department, plan the production line layout in advance and organize pre-job training for the workers. We need to ensure that as soon as the process is set, we can immediately field a capable team." "Rest assured, President Ling. I've already assessed the personnel, but we can start training anytime." Ma Baohua's voice was booming with a soldier's decisiveness. After arranging the front-end production, Ling Yun turned to the finance chief, who wore reading glasses. "Director Wu, how much liquid capital do we have left in the account?" Director Wu adjusted his glasses, opened the ledger, and showed a hint of reluctance. "President Ling, after paying the evaluation fees and some emergency expenses, we have less than 5,000 yuan left. Moreover, we'll soon need to pay the first batch of back wages, and the shortfall is huge." The meeting room's atmosphere grew heavier. One cannot make bricks without straw. Without money, everything was just talk. Everyone looked at Ling Yun. His face showed no surprise, as if he had anticipated this. He tapped the table lightly with his fingers, his tone steady, yet carrying a reassuring strength. "I'll handle the money issue." He looked at Director Wu and gave clear instructions: Tomorrow, by the latest tomorrow afternoon, a sum sufficient to cover the back wages and production startup will be transferred to the company account. Prepare to receive and disperse it. Tomorrow, a sum sufficient for back wages and production startup. That would be at least hundreds of thousands, even millions. The people in the room looked shocked and incredulous. This young boss capabilities once again exceeded their expectations. Yes, President Ling. Director Wu, though full of doubts, immediately acknowledged. Finally, Ling Yun turned to Ma Baohua and added a seemingly minor but crucial instruction. Director Ma, one more thing. Personally lead a team to clear out all the old materials and semi-finished goods in the warehouse that are unrelated to mouse and keyboard production. Catalog them, and then dispose of them as soon as possible. Sell what you can, use them to settle debts if possible, and revitalize these idle assets. Understood. Those things just take up space and gather dust. They should have been dealt with long ago. Ma Baohua nodded firmly. This was about streamlining operations and focusing on the core business. The meeting adjourned, and everyone left with urgent steps filled with a renewed vigor. Ling Yun sat alone in the meeting room for a while, gazing out the window at the now transformed factory compound. The cleanup, the meeting, production planning, funding resolution, everything was advancing rapidly according to his plan. But he knew this was just the beginning. The real test lay ahead. He stood up and straightened his clothes. It was time to visit the securities brokerage. Although the internet cafe's cash flow would be substantial later, it was too far off to quench the immediate thirst. The source of the urgently needed startup funds for the electronics factory and the reassurance to pay the workers back wages was precisely the massive capital he had lurking in the stock market. He needed to check on his ammunition depot, and it was time to transfer a portion of his strategic reserves into this real economy battlefield that desperately needed funding. After assigning the task of producing membrane keyboards, Ling Yun did not linger for a moment. He left the factory's subsequent affairs in the temporary charge of Ma Baohua and headed straight for the securities brokerage. Compared to the dilapidated yet restless atmosphere of the electronics factory, the brokerage exuded a purer, more ruthless aura of digital gaming. On the massive electronic screen, red and green numbers flickered, dictating the heartbeats and breaths of countless onlookers. Manager Zhou Shiming spotted Ling Yun and immediately greeted him warmly, his face adorned with undisguised admiration. He had already seen the astonishing gains of Ling Yun's stocks through the internal system. Mr. Ling, you're here. The market these days has been truly magnificent. Zhou Shiming's tone was filled with awe. Ling Yun nodded slightly, exchanged no pleasantries, and walked directly into the exclusive VIP trading room. He needed precise data to support his next move. The computer booted up, he entered his account and password to log into the trading system. As the account overview refreshed, a series of dizzying numbers appeared. Sichuan Changhong, 600839, holdings 400 shares, cost price 12.70 yuan. Current market price 22.60 yuan, floating profit 22.612. 7400039600 yuan. Shenzhen Kaifa Zhengyuan, holdings 6500 shares, originally 500 shares, increased to 6500 after a 10 for 3 bonus issue, cost price 11.50 yuan. Current market price 17.80 yuan, floating profit 17.811. 56500 409500 yuan. Additionally, a cash dividend of 10 for 1. 5 yuan is not reflected in the floating profit, approximately 97500 yuan. Shenzhen Development Bank Zhengyuan, holdings 1300 shares, originally 6500 shares, increased to 1300 after a 10 for 5 bonus and 10 for 5 rights issue, cost price 8.00 yuan. Current market price 15.30 yuan, floating profit 15.38. 0130000949000 yuan. The floating profit from these 3 stocks alone had already exceeded 17 million yuan. Ling Yun's focus fell on Shenzhen Development Bank. A 10 for 5 bonus and 10 for 5 rights issue was a generous move in the share market at the time. Its stock price had surged strongly from the post-ex-dividend low, not only filling the ex-dividend gap completely, but also hitting a new high of 15.3 yuan, a signaling that the rights issue rally had fully concluded. As the art of war says, do not press a desperate foe. The same applies to the stock market. A fierce rally reaching its peak often signifies the exhaustion of momentum and the accumulation of risk. The massive short-term gains in Shenzhen Development Bank and the achievement of a perfect rights issue target both sent a clear signal it was time to realize profits. Without any hesitation, Ling Yun moved his mouse and opened the trading interface for Shenzhen Development Bank. Stock code 0001, sell price 15.30 yuan, sell quantity 1300 shares. Confirmed, and pressed enter. A massive sell order large enough to impact the short-term order book surged out instantly, swallowing up buy orders at several price levels. On the screen, the intraday chart of Shenzhen Development Bank showed a slight dip, but it was quickly propped up by subsequent buy orders demonstrating its strong leading position. However, Ling Yun's holdings had in that instant been completely unloaded into the market. Transaction completed. The cash balance in his account jumped dramatically, increasing by 19.89 million yuan after deducting fees. Combined with his existing cash, his available funds instantly swelled to approximately 25.41 million yuan. Next, without any pause, Ling Yun initiated the second step, settling the margin financing. He transferred funds to repay the entire 150 yuan principal of the margin loan, along with over 400 yuan in interest accrued during this period to the securities company in one lump sum. When the confirmation prompt for the repayment appeared, Ling Yun distinctly heard Zhou Shiming beside him let out a slight sigh of relief, followed by an even more fervent gaze. The smooth conclusion of this substantial margin financing deal had brought generous commissions and interest spreads to the brokerage and had thoroughly proven Ling Yun's exceptional credit and capability. At this moment in Ling Yun's account, after removing all leverage, his net profit plus initial capital totaled over 10 million yuan. The task of withdrawing money from the stock market had been accomplished beyond expectations. He did not dwell on the still considerable holdings in his account. He judged that Changhong and Kaifa still had room to grow, but decisively proceeded to the third and ultimate step, fund transfer. He operated the system again to initiate a bank transfer. Payee Spark Technology Co., Ltd. Transfer amount 500,000 yuan. 5 million yuan. Like a mighty river flowed from the speculative capital market, guided by Ling Yun, without hesitation to the parched lowlands of the real economy in dire need of nourishment. Having done all this, Ling Yun closed the trading software, leaned back slightly, and let out a long breath. The entire process, from checking the account to liquidating positions and transferring funds, took just over 20 minutes. There were no excited shouts, no hesitant second-guessing, only ice-cold judgment and swift execution. Brother Ling, what you've done. Zhou Shiming watched, his heart surging with excitement, yet tinged with confusion. In his view, with the market so hot, why retreat and even transfer out such a large sum? Ling Yun stood up, a faint pragmatic smile on his face. Manager Zhou, money in the stock market is like flowing water. It needs to circulate to nourish more things. At the electronics factory, hundreds of workers are waiting for their rice to cook. Without further explanation, Ling Yun turned and left the VIP room. The brokerage remained as noisy as ever. Some were ecstatic over catching a limit-up stock, others were dejected over cutting losses. But all of this was now irrelevant to Ling Yun. He walked out of the brokerage's main entrance bathed in the afternoon sunlight. He got into his car, but didn't start the engine immediately. Instead, he pulled out his phone and dialed the finance department head, Chief Wu at Spark Technology. Chief Wu, his voice was calm, yet firm. 5 million yuan has been transferred to the company account. Please confirm receipt. Start the back pay for wages and the procurement of materials immediately. On the other end of the line, Chief Wu's voice trembled with excitement. Received. President Ling, I see it. 5 million. Excellent. I'll make arrangements right away. Ending the call, Ling Yun's gaze pierced through the car window, seemingly penetrating the city's buildings to see the factory area that had already begun cleanup and would soon resonate with the roar of machinery. The virtuality of finance and the reality of industry were now tightly connected through his operations. The liquidation of Shenzhen Development Bank was not an end, but a new beginning. Using the massive profits reaped from the capital market to nourish a struggling entity, to pay the long overdue wages of hundreds of families, and to ignite the spark of independent manufacturing. This was what he truly intended to do in this second life. He started the car and drove away from the vortex of wealth gaming, speeding towards the real battlefield that needed him more and could better carry his dreams. In the early morning, the cement ground at the Xinghuo Technology Electronics Factory, which had just been cleared yesterday, was now set up as a simple yet solemn venue. There were no banners or colorful flags, only a small wooden platform hastily constructed at the front, along with several hundred workers seated in designated areas according to their workshops and departments. The sunlight dispersed the morning mist, illuminating faces weathered by hardships, filled with anxiety and anticipation. They whispered to each other, casting occasional glances toward the factory office building, as an almost tangible sense of urgency and expectation hung in the air. Can it really happen? I heard the money has already arrived. Let's hope they're not just fooling us again. Suddenly, the door of the factory office building swung open. All eyes instantly focused on the scene. Chief Wu from the finance department, accompanied by several administrative staff, emerged carrying 2 heavy green cash boxes that were partially sealed with bank tape, their steps somewhat unsteady. The weight of the boxes seemed to press on everyone's hearts. The cash boxes were carefully placed on a small table in front of the wooden platform. The staff member beside Chief Wu skillfully opened the cash box. At that moment, a collective gasp rose from the crowd. Inside the box were stacks of brand new 100 yuan bills exuding the scent of ink neatly arranged like bricks reflecting an enticing and solid glow in the morning sun. 1 million in cash. The visual impact was unparalleled. Chief Wu grabbed the microphone, his voice trembling with excitement, yet resonant. Silence. Everyone quiet. The venue fell instantly silent with the sound of a pin dropping audible. Now the workers whose names I call will come up one by one, verify their signatures, and receive their overdue wages. Chief Wu took a deep breath, picked up a thick list, and began to read. Workshop 1 Wang Zhengwo. A stocky middle-aged man suddenly stood up, nearly stumbling as he rushed to the stage, his fingers trembling with excitement as he awkwardly signed his name on the wage detail sheet and firmly pressed his red fingerprint. Based on the details, the staff quickly announced the corresponding amount. Wang Zhengwo, 7 months of unpaid wages paid at 60%, totaling 1,197 yuan. Count it clearly. A stack along with several loose bills was handed to Wang Zhengwo. He trembled as he received the heavy bundle of cash, as if carrying a weight of 1,000 pounds. He looked down at the money in his hands, then up at the hundreds of eyes fixed on him. This man, who usually shed no tears, suddenly reddened, his lips quivering as he wanted to say something, but ultimately just took a deep breath and bowed deeply to Ling Yun on the stage. Then he tightly clutched the money to his chest and quickly ran off the stage. This bow spoke more than 1,000 words. Workshop 2, Li Xiaoying. Equipment Department, Zhang Yuanxiao. Logistics, Sun Yumei. Names were called one after another, and the workers went up one by one, signing, fingerprinting, and collecting money. Some cried on the spot, others repeatedly stroked the bills to confirm their authenticity, while some clutched the cash tightly to their chests, looking up at the sky, as if they had finally shed a heavy burden. The entire venue was filled with a bittersweet atmosphere, a sense of relief. After more than 2 hours, the distribution work was nearing its end. Almost all workers received their longo verju, albeit discounted, yet still precious wages. Below the stage, doubts and anxieties had transformed into genuine gratitude and trust in the new boss promise. At that moment, Ling Yun slowly walked up to the wooden platform. He reached the center of the stage, his gaze slowly sweeping over the faces below that had brightened with the receipt of wages, over the tightly gripped cash, and over the rekindled hope in their eyes. He did not take the microphone, but his clear and powerful voice resonated through every corner of the venue. Comrades, the money is in our hands. Is it real? It's real. The crowd erupted with uneven yet extraordinarily loud responses, filled with choked emotions and excitement. This money is what you deserve. It is the fulfillment of Xingho Technology's promise to everyone. Ling Yun's voice suddenly rose. However, this money is past debt. It is compensation. It can only solve our temporary difficulties, not secure our lifelong prosperity. He shifted his tone sharply, like a sword being drawn. Our electronics factory, our Xingho Technology, our future path, must be earned by our own hands. We must fight. He raised the few remaining stacks of cash on the table, holding them high, his voice passionate. You see, this is just a mere 1 million. It is the total sum of the sweat and blood money owed to us, hundreds of us, for nearly a year. But do you know? As long as we perform well moving forward, our Xingho Technology can pay more than 1 million in wages in a month. Even more, earning over 1 million in a month. The workers below widened their eyes, their breathing becoming heavier. This was unimaginable for them in the past. Why, oi? Ling Yun answered himself, his voice resonant. Just because of the membrane keyboard we are about to produce. Because of the mouse we are about to conquer. Because of the skills honed by our factory's veteran workers over decades. And because of our collective aspiration for a better life. In the past, whether we worked hard or slacked off, it made no difference, or whether we did well or poorly, it was all the same. Slacking off and coasting through, ultimately ruining the factory and our livelihoods. Do we want to go back to those days? No. The crowd below erupted in a thundering roar filled with resolute determination. Good. Ling Yun slammed his fist heavily on the wooden table. Then, starting today, at Xingho Technology, we will establish new rules. More work, more pay. Less work, less pay. No work, get out. Our wages will be divided into 2 parts. A basic salary to ensure you can eat, and a performance salary based on your abilities. All piecework. If you make a qualified keyboard, you earn for that one. If you make 100, you earn for 100. Work fast, have good skills, and avoid defects. I guarantee you can earn in 1 month what you would have earned in 4 months. Even more, earning what is equivalent to 4 months. This specific and enticing goal instantly ignited the flames in everyone's hearts. The crowd below began to stir, their expressions becoming fervent, as if they could already envision the scene of substantial income. This is not just a dream. Ling Yun seized the momentum, pointing toward the workshop where materials were already being transported and equipment debugged. The production line is about to be established. The materials have been procured. The veteran technicians have already optimized the production process. Now all we need is for everyone to roll up their sleeves and get to work making keyboards. Improve quality. Increase production. Comrades, the days of hardship should come to an end. The days of prosperity lie in our own hands. Ling Yun spread his arms wide, his voice resonating like a war drum echoing in everyone's hearts. Others may not believe we can do it, but we must believe in ourselves. Others think our factory is done for, but we will let it rise from the ashes. With the keyboards we produce, we will seize the market. With the money we earn, we will provide a good life for our families. Let those who look down on us see us in a new light. Do you all have confidence? He thundered the challenging question. Yes, yes, yes. Below the stage, hundreds of voices erupted like a tsunami, their response almost shaking the sky. The workers waved their arms, their faces flushed, their eyes burning with the fighting spirit and desire that had finally erupted after being suppressed for so long. Ma Bao stood at the front of the crowd, tears streaming down his face, yet he vigorously waved his fist. Seeing the crowd below filled with passion and ready to head into battle like soldiers, Ling Yun knew the mobilization had succeeded. The combination of financial incentive and longing for a better life had elevated the morale of this team to its peak. He calmed his tumultuous emotions and issued the final key instruction. After the meeting, all workshop directors immediately organized personnel to take their designated positions, prepare the equipment and environment, and wait for the production process documents to be issued. Additionally, he turned his gaze towards several young employees who had been specially called, looking particularly clever. Zhang Bin, Li Wang Haidu. You three get ready to set off tomorrow. Ling General, what's the task? The leading Zhang Bin asked excitedly. Business reconnaissance. Ling Yun's eyes were sharp as if he could already see the battlefield in the distance. You will be divided into 3 groups going to Zhongguancun in Beijing, Zhujiaoyi in Shanghai, and Tianhe Computer City in Guangzhou. The mission is simple: find out all the brands, models, prices, and sales situations of keyboards and mice available in the market and which brands sell well. Record everything in detail and bring back a report. We must know ourselves and know our enemies. Whether our product can succeed depends on the market. Your eyes will be the first pair of eyes for Xingho Technology to see the market. Do you understand? Understood. We will ensure the mission is completed. The young people stood tall, feeling an unprecedented sense of responsibility and trust. Good. Ling Yun waved his hand, meeting adjourned. Prepare, let's get to work. The crowd surged like a flood, unleashed, filled with passion and clear goals, rushing to their respective workshop positions. The sounds of machines being debugged, workers shouting, and materials being transported clashed together. The basketball court in the East District of the university was bustling with voices, the atmosphere so fervent that it felt as if it could ignite the last rays of the setting sun. Students surrounded the court in layers, their cheers, encouragement, the referee's whistle, and the sound of the basketball bouncing on the ground interweaving into a cacophony of youthful exuberance. The final of the May 4th Youth Cup Campus Basketball League featured the Electrical Engineering College against the Computer Science College. Ling Yun stood at the edge of the crowd, not pushing his way to the front. He wore a simple casual jacket, making him appear somewhat out of place among the students clad in brand new jerseys emblazoned with Starry Sky Internet Cafe, empowering youth dreams. He was dragged here by Zhao Weiguo and Sun Pengxing, who insisted that this was the Computer Science College's championship battle and that he, as the old captain, could not be absent. The match on the court was fiercely contested, with the score alternating back and forth. The Electrical Engineering College showcased aggressive physicality, while the Computer Science College relied on more agile passing and tactics to stay close. Young figures ran tirelessly across the court, leaping and battling for the ball, sweat glistening in the sunset, with every spectacular shot igniting cheers from the crowd. The air was filled with the scent of rubber flooring being heated through friction, the hormones of youth surging, and a pure passion for fighting for collective honor. Everything felt both familiar and strange. Not long ago, he had also been the absolute core of this court, the Captain Ling that the younger students relied upon, a shooting guard who could decisively score in crucial moments. Last year's buzzer-beater three-pointer against the College of Liberal Arts still remained a legendary moment in the history of Computer Science College basketball. But now, watching the familiar faces fighting hard on the court and the younger students cheering hoarsely from the sidelines, Ling Yun felt like an outsider who had accidentally wandered into a lotus field. That blood that could be easily ignited, that feeling of being deeply invested in the outcome of a game, seemed to be quietly withdrawing from within him. Ling Shige, we found you. A somewhat urgent voice rang out beside him. Ling Yun turned to see the sports minister of the student council, a third-year student drenched in sweat, accompanied by Teacher Su from the youth league. Teacher Su. Ling Yun nodded in acknowledgement. Ling Yun, we were just looking for you. Teacher Su smiled warmly and pointed towards the podium. The finals are about to end, and during the awards ceremony, the school leaders and sponsors will have a few words to say. You are the biggest contributor to this competition, and you must give the closing speech. It would also be great for you to share your entrepreneurial experience with our classmates to boost their morale. Speak on stage. As a representative of the sponsors, Ling Yun hesitated for almost no time before smiling and declining. Teacher Su, you're too kind. The success of the competition is the result of the hard work of the student council and all the players. I merely contributed some funds, which is not worthy of mention. Let's skip the speech. It's better to let the players enjoy their moment of honor. Teacher Su was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting Ling Yun to refuse so bluntly. In his view, this was a great honor and an opportunity for a student to shine. He wanted to persuade him further, but seeing the calm and resolute look in Ling Yun's eyes, he swallowed his words and could only awkwardly smile. Well, okay then, Ling classmate, you were too modest. Just then the final whistle blew. The Computer Science College narrowly defeated the Electrical Engineering College to successfully defend their title. The entire Computer Science College camp erupted in excitement, players embracing each other frantically, while supporters rushed onto the court, the cheers deafening. Brother Yun, we won. Zhao Weiguo rushed over, his face beaming with pure joy as he hugged Ling Yun. Did you see that? The last defense. It was so uplifting. I saw it, you played well. Ling Yun patted his back, wearing a genuinely happy smile for them. Captain Ling, the newly appointed captain of the Computer Science College basketball team, a sophomore, also excitedly approached, his face a mix of victories, thrill, and admiration for the legendary senior. When the opponent was catching up in the second half, I really wished you could come on and steady the game. Ling Yun looked at the eager expression in his junior's eyes, and something stirred within him. He suddenly realized that whether it was Teacher Su inviting him to speak as a sponsor or the junior expressing hope for him to play as a senior, his pure student identity was rapidly fading in an irreversible manner. His battlefield had long since shifted from this sweat-drenched basketball court or the brightly lit lecture halls. His battlefield lay in the bustling securities office in the decaying factory, seeking revival at the negotiating table filled with intrigue and in decisions that concerned the livelihoods of hundreds of families. Basketball had once been one of the most fervent imprints of his youth. But at this moment, as he stood there listening to the deafening cheers and seeing familiar faces, he keenly felt that an invisible barrier named social identity had already separated him from this pure enthusiasm. He could no longer tie all his joys and sorrows to the outcome of a game like these students around him. The weight he bore was too heavy. He smiled and shook his head at the junior captain, his tone gentle yet firm. I'm afraid I don't have the time. You all played excellently. From now on, the Computer Science College basketball team will rely on you. The junior's face flashed with a hint of disappointment, but it was quickly overshadowed by the joy of victory. The award ceremony commenced with school leaders delivering speeches and presenting trophies and medals. When the host announced special thanks to the Starry Sky Internet Cafe for their strong support of this competition, many gazes turned towards Ling Yun, standing at the edge of the crowd, filled with curiosity, admiration, and even a hint of reverence. He quietly watched the players raise the championship trophy, gazing at their brand new jerseys he sponsored, and at Shiyu smiling as she awarded the MVP a 200 Yuan Starry Sky Internet Cafe Internet card. Everything was related to him, yet he deliberately stood outside the spotlight. After the ceremony ended, the crowd gradually dispersed. The players gathered to celebrate with a meal, while Zhao Weiguo and Sun Peng were also pulled away, inviting Ling Yun with enthusiasm, which he likewise declined with a smile. As the clamor faded, the basketball court returned to a brief tranquility with only a few staff members cleaning up the equipment. The sunset's afterglow stretched his shadow long. After finishing her tasks, Shiyu approached, her forehead glistening with fine beads of sweat. She looked at Ling Yun, her gaze clear yet with a hint of understanding, and softly asked, "You seem a bit different." "Different how?" Ling Yun turned to her and smiled. "I can't quite say." Shiyu tilted her head, slightly contemplating. "It just feels like even though you're standing here, your thoughts seem to be drifting far away. I had that feeling when Teacher Su asked you to speak and you refused." Ling Yun fell silent, and Shiyu's perceptiveness had always been sharp. "Perhaps." He looked at the now empty court, his tone carrying a barely noticeable sense of nostalgia. "In a month or two, once the thesis defense is completed and I receive my diploma and degree, I will probably completely bid farewell to my identity as a student." His voice was calm, as if stating an established fact, but the complexity of emotions contained within made Shiyu pause. She observed the boy beside her, his profile sharply outlined by the sunset. The maturity that far exceeded his age and the occasional hint of detachment from his surroundings became particularly pronounced at that moment. He was no longer the simple student Ling Yun who ran on the court and attended classes in the classroom. He was the owner of the Starry Sky Internet Cafe, the helmsman of Xingho Technology, and CEO Ling, who took over the city's electronics factory, bearing the expectations of hundreds. The transformation of identity had already been completed unconsciously. Today's basketball game felt like a belated farewell ceremony, clearly revealing this truth to him. "Let's go." Ling Yun withdrew his gaze and smiled at Shiyu, his smile carrying a sense of relief and a hint of determination as he stepped into a new journey. "This place belongs to them now. We should return to our battlefield." He turned and walked steadily towards the exit, not looking back. Shiyu watched his back, then glanced back at the court that held countless youthful memories, as if she understood something. She quickened her pace to catch up, walking alongside him as they blended into the night illuminated by streetlights and bustling traffic. The student Ling Yun was about to become a thing of the past. Ling Yun and Shiyu walked side by side on their way back to the Star Internet Cafe. The evening breeze carried a hint of coolness, dispelling the heat and stirring an indescribable, subtly shifting mood. The familiar, streamlined, glowing sign of the Internet Cafe stood out vividly against the night. Pushing open the heavy glass door, the expected cacophony of voices and clattering keyboards rushed forth, but at the same time an unfamiliar blend of rich coffee aroma and faint tea fragrance subtly crept into their nostrils. Ling Yun paused slightly, his sharp gaze sweeping across one side of the hall. In a corner that had once seemed somewhat empty, a small, yet exquisite bar counter had appeared. The counter, also in a modern style with white fireproof panels and a metal frame, blended seamlessly with the rest of the Internet Cafe. On its surface sat a semi-automatic coffee machine with blinking indicator lights, a shelf containing various tea canisters, and a transparent refrigerated cabinet stocked with an array of glass-bottled sodas and juices. Zhao Weiguo was bustling behind the counter, flustered yet enthusiastic. At times he clumsily pressed coffee grounds, at others he handed a customer an iced cola. Fine beads of sweat glistened on his forehead, yet his face radiated the excitement of creating value. "Classmate, your Biluakun tea, careful, it's hot. Coffee will be ready soon, hold on. Cola is 3 yuan. Hey, race your change from 5, 2 yuan for you." Many students engrossed in their computers now had besides their screens either a steaming cup of beverage or a chilled bottle of drink. This small tea and beverage area had become a new, vibrant, and socially charged focal point within the Internet Cafe. "Is this?" And Shiyu also noticed the change, her beautiful eyes revealing surprise and appreciation. A faint smile curled at the corner of Ling Yun's mouth. He already understood. He walked up to the counter. "Brother Yun, you're back." Zhao Weiguo grinned as soon as he saw them, casually pushing 2 freshly brewed cups of instant coffee, exuding a rich aroma toward them. "Want a taste?" "I made it. It's really popular now. You work fast, kid." Ling Yun took the coffee, his tone carrying approval. He had indeed mentioned considering adding light food and drink services to increase average customer spending and enhance user experience, but he hadn't expected Zhao Weiguo to execute so decisively and set it up quietly. Zhao Weiguo scratched his head. "I saw everyone getting thirsty after being online for a while, and it was inconvenient to keep running out to buy drinks. So I thought about putting together some simple beverages. The coffee, powder tea leaves, and these sodas, all bought from the wholesale market. Low cost, selling well. The revenue is almost matching that from over a dozen computers." His tone was filled with a sense of accomplishment. This ability to identify problems and practice solve them and generate profits was precisely the skill Ling Yun hoped they would cultivate. "Excellent." Ling Yun patted him on the shoulder. "Right mindset. Keep it up. Pay attention to cost control and hygiene. You can gradually add more categories later." "Got it." Zhao Weiguo responded with vigor. Ling Yun took a sip of the coffee. Though it was a cheap instant product, amid the pervasive scent of electronic devices in the Internet Cafe, this warm, rich aroma indeed brought a strange sense of comfort and modernity. He noticed Shiyu also taking small sips, her gaze soft as she observed this bustling, life-filled corner. This small innovation had made the Internet Cafe's functionality more multifaceted, and it also served as a testament to its thriving popularity and Zhao Weiguo's growth. However, Ling Yun's thoughts did not linger here for long. The Internet Cafe's operations had stabilized and could self-optimize, allowing him to focus more on the next strategic high ground. He turned his gaze to another side where Li Mo was crouched in front of an open computer case, focused on replacing a mouse. One of the prototypes of the trackball mouse that Spark Electronics factory was preparing to produce. Ling Yun walked over. After Li Mo finished, he along with Shiyu moved to the quiet office. Closing the door shut out the noise outside. "Weiguo and Sun Peng can handle things here at the Internet Cafe now," Ling Yun said directly to Li Mo. "Your stage shouldn't be limited to maintaining just these few dozen computers." Li Mo adjusted his glasses, his gaze focused, waiting for what was to come. At Spark Electronics factory, the production line for membrane keyboards will be set up soon and the trackball mouse can follow. But these are all low-end products. They can only solve survival issues, not secure a technological high ground for us. Ling Yun's tone grew serious and visionary. "We must have our own core technologies, next-generation products." He looked at Li Mo, his eyes burning with intensity. "I plan to establish a Spark Shandong University joint laboratory at the electronics factory. You will lead it responsible for coordinating with professors from the computer science, physics, and materials departments. The lab's first phase has two core tasks. Ling Yun raised two fingers. First, develop a prototype for the next-generation optical mouse. We must quickly overcome the defects of low precision and dirtiness in trackball mice. This is the inevitable trend in mouse technology. Second, his tone grew even more solemn. Concentrate efforts on developing our own mechanical keyboard switches. The goal is to bypass or form our own patents, breaking Cherry's monopoly. This is the cornerstone of the hardware ecosystem. No matter how hard, we must bite the bullet. Limo's breathing became noticeably heavier, his eyes behind the lenses bursting with intense excitement. Participating in keyboard design was one thing, but independently leading a lab to tackle cutting-edge technology was an irresistible temptation for a technical genius like him. Brother Yun, Limo was so excited he momentarily lost his words, nodding vigorously. I will give it my all. Hold on, there's more. Ling Yun unveiled an even more significant plan. Within the lab framework, I also need you to start forming a team to begin preliminary research on our own computer motherboards. Motherboards? Limo gasped. This was far more complex than mice and keyboards, involving circuit design, routing, BIOS compatibility, the true heart of a computer. Yes, motherboards, Ling Yun said firmly. Start with relatively simple industrial control boards or entry-level boards compatible with a certain mature architecture. We don't aim for instant success, but we must begin accumulating technology and understanding the intricacies. In the future, what we want to build is a hardware empire with our own core technologies. The grand blueprint unfolded before Limo's eyes, and he felt a dizzying excitement. From repairing computers to designing peripherals, and then to researching core motherboards, the leap was immense, but his deep-seated ultimate desire for technology was thoroughly ignited. I understand. Technology accumulation is key. He'll draft the lab establishment plan and technology roadmap as soon as possible. Limo's voice was hoarse from excitement, but filled with unprecedented fighting spirit. Good. Ling Yun nodded with satisfaction. Gradually hand over your work at the internet cafe to Weigua. Focus your energy on the lab as soon as possible. He'll handle the funding, resources, and coordination with the university. He turned and found Shiyu quietly watching him, her gaze clear with a hint of curiosity and subtle admiration. She hadn't interrupted at all, simply listening quietly as Ling Yun orchestrated strategy, guiding a technical genius toward a broader battlefield. What's wrong? Ling Yun asked. Nothing, and Shiyu smiled gently, her warm smile particularly charming under the soft office light. It's just that the future you plan sounds very distant, yet somehow very close. Ling Yun also smiled, offering no reply. He picked up the now lukewarm coffee from the table and downed it in one gulp. The taste was somewhat bitter, but it was refreshing. After leaving the internet cafe, they didn't go to any high-end restaurant, but simply had dinner at a clean, tidy eatery by the roadside. During the meal, they chatted mostly about amusing anecdotes from the basketball game, new changes at the internet cafe, and some rumors at school. After dinner, Ling Yun and Shiyu walked side by side along the moat. The river reflected the scattered lights on the opposite bank, swaying gently with the wind. The air was filled with the damp scent of grass and earth, occasionally interrupted by faint chirps of insects. It's hard to imagine, and Shiyu stopped, leaning on the cold stone railing, gazing at the dark water, her voice soft. Just a few months ago, you were fighting tooth and nail for a ball on the court, and now you're planning the future of an electronics factory, talking about breaking foreign technological monopolies. Her profile looked exceptionally delicate in the hazy night, exuding a quiet elegance characteristic of a scholarly family. Ling Yun stood beside her, also looking at the river. Sometimes I feel like I'm dreaming too. But once you take a step forward, you can't pull back. And he paused, his tone deepening. Seeing those laid-off workers fighting over a janitor position makes you think someone has to do something. And Shiyu turned her head, her clear eyes shimmering in the dark. So that's why you were so determined to take over the electronics factory. It's not for money. Finance is far more profitable than industry. Ling Yun answered candidly. Money is important, but it's just a tool, meaningless. The electronics factory, those workers, the still operable machinery, they have meaning. Only production has meaning, creating value. Money is just one link in that cycle. He spoke calmly without impassioned rhetoric, yet exuded a grounded idealism. And Shiyu listened quietly, saying nothing, but her eyes brimmed with recognition and admiration. She had met too many boastful boys, but rarely someone like Ling Yun who accomplished earth-shattering things, yet spoke so pragmatically and with such broad vision. What about you? Ling Yun looked at her. What are your plans after graduation? With your grades and abilities, staying at the university, joining a government agency, or working for a newspaper should be easy. And Shiyu gently brushed a strand of wind-tousled hair, her gaze drifting back into the distance. I think following the routine is fine. Find a stable job, perhaps marry a suitable person, raise a family, and live an ordinary life. She smiled slightly with a hint of self-deprecation. Isn't that unambitious? Everyone defines ambition differently. Ling Yun shook his head. Living a stable life is not wrong in itself. Yes, it's not wrong, and Shiyu said softly. But after meeting you I seem to see a different possibility. A more magnificent and yet more authentic life. Watching how you mined gold from the stock market, how you opened an internet cafe, how you faced the workers' doubts, and how you decisively rooted out the corrupt. Her voice was low but exceptionally clear in the silent night, as if stating a long-considered conclusion. Ling Yun's heart stirred. He understood while the choices and pressures faced by women of this era, especially those like Shiyu, well-born and accomplished. Her saying this meant a profound shift had occurred within her. What about you? And Shiyu turned her head again, her gaze burning as she looked at him. What does the future you see look like? And what is it that you want? This was a question aimed at the core. Ling Yun was silent for a moment, organizing his thoughts. He couldn't say he was reborn from the future, but he could share his judgments based on foreknowledge and his own aspirations. The future I see, he began slowly, his voice low and forceful, is a world where information technology completely transforms human life and production. Computers will be in every home, phones will become as common as watches are now, and people will access information, communicate, and complete transactions through the internet. China won't be just the world's factory forever. We will have our own core technologies, our own world-class brands, and occupy a significant place in the tide of globalization. He paused, looking at Shiyu with utmost seriousness. And what I want is to be one of the drivers of this wave, not a bystander. I want to personally participate in creating technologies and enterprises that can change people's lives and make this country stronger. This path will be fraught with thorns, and I might even be shattered, but it's worth it. The river wind blew, carrying a chill, but it couldn't dispel the increasingly clear attraction and resonance between them. And Shiyu looked at him, at this boy whose posture was upright in the night, whose eyes were sharp as stars, yet calm as water. His ambition wasn't for power or wealth, but an almost instinctive craving for creation and change. This craving resonated strongly with the restlessness deep within her that refused mediocrity. The alignment of worldviews was far more enduring than physical attraction or fleeting passion. A very grand dream. And Shiyu said softly, a gentle smile curving her lips. It sounds very hard, but also very interesting. Yes, very interesting, Ling Yun also smiled. So, I need a companion who can understand this interestingness and perhaps experience it with me. He took a small step forward, closing the distance between them, his gaze fixed intently on Shiyu's face, no longer avoiding it. Shiyu, his voice was clear and solemn, exceptionally pleasant by the quiet river. I like you. Not on a whim, but based on our time together, our shared views on many issues, and the resilience and wisdom I've seen in you. Would you be my girlfriend? There were no flowery words, no deliberate romantic build-up, only the most direct and sincere confession. Like his way of doing things, precise, decisive, hitting the mark. And Shiyu's heart skipped a beat, her cheeks warming slightly. She lifted her eyes, bravely meeting Ling Yun's gaze. Those usually gentle, smiling eyes now held the same seriousness and a hint of her own unyielding strength. Without the coyness or shyness of ordinary girls, she tilted her head slightly, a mischievous smile playing on her lips, and retorted, "Does being Ling Yun's girlfriend mean he'll have to stay up late with you looking at financial statements, listen to you talk about technical parameters I don't understand, and worry from time to time about what earth-shattering decision you've made?" Ling Yun was taken aback, then laughed. "Probably. And it might be very busy, I won't have much time to watch movies or stroll with you." Sounds like a bad deal. And Shiyu pretended to think, but the laughter in her eyes was already undeniable. "Yeah, it is a bit of a loss." Ling Yun nodded in agreement, then extended his hand palm up with an undeniable expectation. "So are you willing to take a loss?" Her thinking expression instantly melted into a radiant, warm smile. Without a moment's hesitation, she gently placed her hand in his. "All right." Her voice was crisp as jade with a hint of sweet softness. "Since you're so sincere and your dream sounds pretty cool, I'll take this loss." The cool touch of her fingertips met his palm, then was enveloped by a warmer softness. Ling Yun held her hand tightly, as if grasping a rare treasure. The void in his heart regarding emotions was quietly filled in that moment. He knew he had found not just a lover, but a soulmate and comrade who could understand and support him on this arduous journey. The river flowed, silently witnessing this moment of tranquility and beauty. They exchanged a smile, saying everything without words. Hand in hand, they continued walking along the riverbank. On April 26th, at the administrative building of Shandong University, in a solemn and elegantly decorated conference room, two distinct groups of people sat on either side of the oval mahogany conference table. On one side was the Xingho technology team, led by Ling Yun, small in number, consisting of just him and Li Mo, who was specially invited for technical communication. Both were dressed in well-fitted shirts, appearing competent and focused. On the other side sat the representatives of Shandong University, the vice president in charge of research, the dean of the computer science department, the head of the physics department, as well as the heads of the asset management office and legal department, a formidable lineup. The meeting was chaired by the vice president for research, who warmly delivered an opening statement praising Ling Yun for his contributions as an outstanding alumnus to his alma mater and for his support of scientific research. After the pleasantries, they moved into the substantive negotiation phase. Ling Yun did not engage in excessive small talk. He opened the prepared project proposal and stated directly, "Dear university leaders and professors, Xinghuo Technology hopes to co-establish the Xinghuo-Shanda Joint Laboratory with Shandong University with a clear goal, targeting the core trends in computer peripheral development over the next 5 years to conduct forward-looking technological research and breakthroughs. We plan to invest 2 million renminbi in the first phase of research and development." 2 million. In 1996, this was undoubtedly a substantial sum for a university laboratory. The department heads exchanged glances, visibly shocked and eager. This 2 million will be primarily directed towards 2 areas. Ling Yun continued articulating the details clearly and with purpose. First, the optical sensing system for mice. We need to completely eliminate the mechanical structure of the current ball mice and develop a core sensing module based on optical imaging and digital signal processing to achieve higher precision and lower failure rates. This is the inevitable path for the iteration of mouse technology. The dean of the computer science department nodded slightly, clearly in agreement with this direction. Second, Ling Yun raised his voice slightly, throwing out a more forward-looking concept, the short-range wireless transmission system. Our goal is to research low-cost, low-power, and highly reliable wireless connection technologies suitable for keyboards, mice, and other peripherals. This will lay a solid technological foundation for the realization of a true wireless desktop. Wireless mice and keyboards. The head of the physics department adjusted his glasses, revealing a keen interest. This concept is very cutting-edge, and currently it is only at the experimental stage internationally. The RF technology, encoding and decoding, interference resistance. These are all tough nuts to crack. Precisely because they are tough nuts, we need top-notch academic strength to closely integrate with industrial demands for tackling them. Ling Yun took over the conversation, his tone resolute. We will not engage in simple opportunism. We want to explore solutions with independent intellectual property rights from the level of underlying protocols and core chip designs. Even if the initial performance lags behind the international top tier, the technology experience and patents accumulated during this process are invaluable. His long-term vision and emphasis on foundational development moved all the scholars present. They have seen too many companies that only pursue short-term benefits, and it is rare to find someone like Ling Yun who is willing to invest heavily in foundational technology research. The subsequent negotiations mainly focused on details. Initially, the university hoped that the laboratory would be entirely located on campus, managed by the university. Ling Yun insisted that the laboratory must be located within the Xinghuo factory area, implementing a dual director system where Li Mo would serve as the corporate director and the university would send a senior professor to act as the academic director, with project management led by Xinghuo Technology and academic research and paper publication led by the university. The laboratory must be closely connected to the production frontline, Ling Yun argued persuasively. The researchers need to hear the roar of machines, understand the pain points in production in real time, and the research results must be quickly validated in engineering. Building a car behind closed doors will not yield technology with true market competitiveness. After several rounds of negotiation, the university ultimately acknowledged Ling Yun's viewpoint, agreeing to the plan for the laboratory to be located in the factory area and granting sufficient management authority to the corporate side. Regarding the use of funds, Ling Yun proposed an innovative milestone payment scheme. Funds would not be dispersed in one go, but rather based on project progress, such as principal verification, prototype development, small batch trial production, and other key milestones, ensuring that every penny is spent wisely, while also effectively supervising research and development progress. This efficient and responsible plan received high praise from the Asset Management Office. Intellectual property ownership became another focal point of negotiation. The university naturally hoped to maintain a dominant position in this regard. Ling Yun was unyielding. The research and development funds will be fully invested by Xinghuo Technology, and the research direction will be determined by us based on market demand, so the resulting patent rights, patent application rights, technical secrets, and other intellectual property rights rightfully belong to Xinghuo Technology. His tone was assertive. However, the university shall enjoy the right to attribution, allowing the relevant researchers to apply for awards and evaluate professional titles. All academic papers published based on the laboratory's results shall not be restricted by Xinghuo Technology and will be supported. He looked at the several leaders and offered an irresistible addition. Moreover, I promise that all technological achievements generated by the laboratory, if commercialized and yielding profits, will have Xinghu Technology allocate no less than 5% of the net profit each year as a continuous research and development fund to support the relevant academic discipline construction at Shandong University. This condition not only safeguards the core interests of the enterprise, but also fully respects and gives back to the academic pursuits of the university, making it quite comprehensive. After the vice president and several deans exchanged hushed opinions, they ultimately nodded in agreement with this plan. The negotiation lasted nearly 3 hours, and when the secretaries from both sides placed the finalized text of the agreement on the co-establishment of the Xinghu Shanda Joint Laboratory on the table, everyone exhaled in relief, smiling with satisfaction. Signing stamping. The sound of the fountain pen gliding across the paper was particularly pleasing at this moment. Once the agreement was signed, the representatives from both sides stood up and shook hands firmly. The camera flashes lit up, capturing this historic moment. Mr. Ling, congratulations. Looking forward to the laboratory bearing fruit soon. The vice president shook Ling Yun's hand vigorously. Thank you for the trust and support from the university. We will certainly live up to expectations. Ling Yun responded earnestly. Leaving the administrative building, the evening sun was just right. Li Mo remained in a state of extreme excitement, his face glowing. Brother Yun, this is fantastic. With this platform, we can truly make great strides. Ling Yun gazed at the lush campus in the distance, and further still at the factory area, representing industrial reality, his gaze profound. Sunlight filtered through the Venetian blinds of the exclusive special account room at the provincial securities branch, casting alternating bands of light and shadow across the polished floor. The room was hazy with smoke, the air rich with the mingled aromas of tea and tobacco. Manager Zhou Shiming sat somewhat stiffly beside a well-dressed, sharp-eyed, middle-aged man named Mr. Zheng, a prominent owner of a large-scale import-export firm in the provincial capital and also Zhou's valued client and longtime friend. Mr. Zheng's gaze, both appraising and curious, settled upon the unusually youthful face across from him. Ling Yun. Mr. Ling, my apologies for the intrusion. Manager Zhou smiled as he made the introduction. This is Mr. Zheng, an old friend of mine. He's heard of your extraordinary trading performance in China's domestic stock market and is deeply impressed. Recently, he has developed a strong interest in overseas markets, particularly U.S. equities, and knowing your broad vision, insisted I bring him here to seek your expert counsel. Mr. Zheng gave a slight nod and extended his business card, speaking courteously. Mr. Ling, truly remarkable for one so young. To be frank, I have some idle capital sitting in bank deposits earning me negligible interest, and it feels like a profound waste. I've heard that stocks tied to computers and the internet in the United States are surging dramatically. I'd greatly appreciate your insightful perspective. Ling Yun accepted the card, glanced at it briefly, then set it aside. He understood instantly Zhou Shiming was leveraging his influence to strengthen a key client relationship and simultaneously testing his judgment on broader global markets. He did not reply immediately. Instead, he lifted his teacup and took a slow, deliberate sip, gathering his thoughts. In 1996, a few in China had meaningful exposure to or understanding of U.S. equities. Information channels were exceedingly scarce. You flatter me, Ling Yun said, setting down his cup and meeting Mr. Zheng's gaze with calm composure. U.S. equities, especially technology stocks, are indeed entering an unprecedented historic window of opportunity. His opening sentence established the tone and instantly captured the full attention of both Mr. Zheng and Manager Zhou. To grasp this opportunity, we must examine it on 2 levels. Ling Yun began dissecting the subject with crystalline clarity and logical rigor. First, the macroeconomic dimension. U.S. monetary policy. Under Alan Greenspan's stewardship, the Federal Reserve has maintained a relatively accommodative monetary environment since the late 1980s, prioritizing economic growth while curbing inflation. Low interest rates translate into low financing costs for enterprises, particularly vital for technology firms, which require sustained heavy investment in R&D and expansion. A steady influx of capital forms the fertile soil, not for a bubble, but for genuine technological prosperity. Greenspan, low-rate environment. Mr. Zheng murmured these keywords softly, deep in thought. Having built his career in international trade, he was no stranger to global macro trends. Ling Yun's insight allowed him to seize the core logic instantly. Second, the industrial dimension. Ling Yun continued, his voice imbued with unwavering conviction. We stand at the dawn of a great transformation. The wave of personal computer adoption is now irreversible, and this is merely the beginning. What follows will be the deep integration of computing and communications technologies, the so-called information superhighway. He traced an ascending curve in the air, hardware, computers and networking equipment. Is the foundation a software, operating systems and applications? Is the soul, and the internet the neural network connecting everything and unlocking all latent potential? The speed of this industry's growth and its power to disrupt traditional economics will surpass everyone's imagination. Zhou Ximing and Mr. Zheng sat utterly still as if listening to a prophecy of the future. Based on this assessment, Ling Yun revealed his conclusion and offered concrete recommendations. If Mr. Zheng seeks long-term positioning to share in the dividends of this technological revolution, I can suggest several strategic directions. He picked up a pen and wrote several English names on a nearby notepad. Weichuo Cisco, Microsoft, DLL AOL. Yahoo. Weichuo. Ling Yun pointed to the first name, is far more than a simple website. It is attempting to build a portal and an index for the chaotic, unstructured world of the internet. In an age of information explosion, this function, navigation, is the rarest and most valuable. Though it may not yet be profitable, its business model and user growth potential are immense. Cisco, he indicated the second, the road builder and traffic regulator of the information superhighway. Nearly every network connection relies on its routers and switches. As long as networks expand, demand for Cisco grows. It is the very core of infrastructure. Microsoft, the third name, controls the brain of most personal computers worldwide, the operating system. The ecosystem and standards it has established create formidable barriers to entry. For the foreseeable future, its dominance remains unassailable, a ballast-like pillar of stability. Dell DLL, the fourth, revolutionized traditional PC distribution through its unique direct sales model, radically compressing costs and enabling broader, more affordable PC adoption. It is among the most agile pioneers riding this wave of hardware proliferation. America Online AOL, the final name, is lowering the barrier to internet access for ordinary people, offering intuitive dial-up services and curated content to cultivate the first massive cohort of netizens. For many, it is the very first doorway into the internet world. Ling Yun set down his pen and summarized, these companies occupy pivotal nodes in the emerging ecosystem: information gateways, Yahoo, AOL, infrastructure, Cisco, system core, Microsoft, and hardware distribution, Dell. They embody not just stocks, but trend and direction. Mr. Zheng stared at the notepad, eyes alight with excitement, yet tinged with lingering doubt. Your analysis is profoundly incisive. But these stocks, their prices are already quite high, aren't they? Wouldn't buying now amount to chasing the top? Ling Yun smiled faintly and shook his head. Mr. Zheng, valuing such high-growth technology firms cannot rely solely on conventional metrics like PE or PB ratios. What matters is the vastness of their market trajectory, the explosive growth of their user base, and the soaring heights of profitability they may yet achieve. The true risk lies not in buying at a peak, but in missing the entire era altogether. Leaning forward slightly, his voice turned solemn. My advice is clear: do not attempt short-term trading. You do not succumb to anxiety over transient volatility. Once selected, hold steadfastly for the long term. Ignore the fluctuations along the way. Your objective is to capture their future growth dividends. Then, when should one sell? Zhou Ximing could not resist interjecting, the question every investor most urgently seeks to answer. Ling Yun's gaze grew deep and penetrating, infused with the calm wisdom of one who sees beyond cycles. When the entire market erupts into frenzy, when taxi drivers and barbers enthusiastically debate which tech stock earned them windfall profits, when valuations soar so high they completely detach from current, even foreseeable earnings, and when the media resounds with the refrain, "This time is different," that is the moment we must grow vigilant and begin contemplating a measured exit. He paused, then added gently, "Of course, that may be many years away. Until then, what you'll need most is patience and unwavering belief." A brief silence fell over the special account room. Mr. Zheng gazed down at the notepad bearing 5 ticker symbols, as if holding the key to a door leading straight into future wealth. Ling Yun's analysis contained no mystical chart patterns, no insider tips, only a grand historical context, lucid industrial logic, and profound corporate valuation insight. This cognitive superiority, this dimensional leap in perspective, left Mr. Zheng utterly convinced. A single conversation with you outweighs 10 years of study. He exhaled deeply, carefully folded the notepad, and placed it reverently into his inner jacket pocket. Mr. Ling, words cannot express my gratitude. I now know exactly what to do. Zhou Ximing, too, stood deeply moved. He reaffirmed once again that this young man's vision and strategic breadth had long transcended the confines of China's share market, and even national borders. After seeing off the effusively grateful Mr. Zheng and manager Zhou, Ling Yun remained alone in the special account room. He contemplated traveling to the United States. An internet revolution was already unfolding there. He needed to establish strategic footholds, acquire promising technology firms, and, while he was at it, harvest a modest yield from the empire's own financial markets. The conference room of Xingho Electronics. The air was thick with the mingled scent of low-quality tea leaves and cigarettes as the long conference table was filled with people. Ling Yun sat at the head, calm in demeanor. Ma Baoguo's face was flushed, bearing the stubbornness of an old worker. Several senior technicians from the technology department frowned tightly. The heads of procurement and finance appeared somewhat anxious. Li Mo was also present, taking notes before him. Scattered across the table were several research reports faxed back from Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou, the paper rough, and the ink somewhat blurred, yet the data and information on them burned like a fire, igniting the nerves of everyone present. Ling Yun glanced around and tapped the table. Everyone is here. Zhang Bin, you all went out and worked hard. Please share the situation in detail with everyone. No need for embellishments, just the facts. Zhang Bin, in charge of the Beijing team, cleared his throat and spoke first, his voice still carrying the fatigue of travel. Ling, everyone, the situation over in Zhongguancun is quite clear. The high-end market is primarily dominated by Logitech and Microsoft. Logitech might sell for 200 to 400 keyboards for 300 to 600, commanding a market share of around 20 thanks to their quality and brand. Microsoft is even more ruthless. Their mice with scroll wheels can sell for 400 to 500 and keyboards start at 200 to 300, capturing about 15% of the market. These foreign brands have high prices, but there are plenty of buyers, especially among units pursuing quality and wealthy individuals. However, the true market dominator is Taiwan's Double Fly Swallow. Their mice range from 80 to 150, keyboards from 60 to 120, with prices only a third or even half of those of foreign brands, while maintaining stable quality and wide distribution. We roughly estimate that they alone occupy a quarter of the market. You can see them at almost every counter. Li from the Shanghai team added, the situation in Zhujiahui is similar. Double Fly Swallow is the absolute powerhouse. The rest consists of a mix of lesser-known brands, with mice priced at 30 to 80 and keyboards at 40 to 80, accounting for about 15% of the market. These products lack quality assurance and purely rely on low prices to attract a few budget-constrained customers. Additionally, about 30% of the market is directly consumed by the original keyboards and mice of brands like Lenovo and Founder, which are not sold separately. Wang Haitao from Guangzhou confirmed similar circumstances. The data is clear: high-end foreign companies Logitech, 20 Microsoft, 15 high prices driven by quality and brand. Mid-range Taiwanese companies Double Fly Swallow, 25 moderate prices, high-cost performance channel driven. Low-end generic brands, 15 low prices concerning quality. The OEM market built-in brand machines about 30, currently difficult to penetrate. The conference room fell into a brief silence with only the sound of Ma Baoguo smacking his lips. The situation is more severe than imagined. Double Fly Swallow is like a mountain looming ahead, tightly gripping the largest piece of the pie with its highly competitive prices and acceptable quality. Damn it! Ma Baoguo slammed the table, causing the teacups to rattle. A Taiwanese brand has captured such a large market share. Can our own factory not compete with it? Old Ma, don't be anxious. Chun from the technology department adjusted his reading glasses and pointed at the report. There's a reason why Double Fly Swallow has succeeded. Their pricing is spot on and their quality is significantly better than generic brands, perfectly meeting the needs of customers who want to save money while avoiding poor quality products. Their positioning is quite clever. Old Chin from procurement said with a pained expression, even if we can produce items of comparable quality, can we lower our costs to their level? That's still debatable. Our raw material procurement and production efficiency will definitely not match their mature systems at the start. Wang, the finance head, also expressed concern. If our prices are the same as Double Fly Swallow, our profit margins will be very slim, and if there's any fluctuation, it could all be for nothing. If our prices are higher, why would anyone buy our new brand? Pessimism and doubt began to spread throughout the conference room. It seemed that no matter how they chose, they couldn't bypass the mountain that was Double Fly Swallow. Ling Yun had been quietly listening, not interrupting the discussion. Only after everyone had laid out their difficulties and concerns did he slowly speak, his voice not loud, but instantly capturing everyone's attention. What everyone said is true. Double Fly Swallow is indeed strong, and its market position has been earned. He shifted his tone. However, it is not without its flaws. We are not entirely without opportunities. He stood up and walked to the small whiteboard hung on the wall, picking up a marker. Let's analyze together what Xingho Electronics has to offer. He wrote on the left side of the whiteboard, our advantages, characteristics 1. No historical burdens, flexible mechanisms. Ling Yun circled this point. Double Fly Swallow is large, but a big ship is hard to turn around. We can adjust our products and respond to the market much faster. Old Ma, do you think it would take us 6 months to get approval for a production line change? Ma Baoguo immediately shook his head. As long as the technical drawings are finalized and materials are in place, we can adjust it in a few days. 2. Backed by an initially integrated supply chain and labor cost advantages. Ling Yun continued to write, Old Shin, we are a local factory, so we don't need to transport across the strait, and our labor costs are relatively low. This is the basis for controlling our costs. Old Shun from procurement nodded thoughtfully. If we can achieve scale, there is indeed room for cost reduction. 3. The potential for self-improvement and research and development joint laboratory. Ling Yun wrote this point down looking at Li Mo and the technology department. Double Fly Swallow mainly focuses on imitation and mass production, while we have already started laying out the next generation of technology. This will be our future trump card, and it is also the momentum we can leverage now, even if it is just a concept. The eyes of several senior technicians in the technology department lit up. 4. The decision-making chain is extremely short with the boss right on the front line. Ling Yun pointed to himself. Market feedback can come directly to me for immediate decision-making. Can Double Fly Swallow's marketing strategies be transmitted so quickly to their headquarters in Taiwan and elicit a response? After assessing their position, Ling Yun wrote, on the right side of the whiteboard, market opportunities. The mid-range market is vast and demand is stable. Shuangfian has taken 25%, proving the market exists and is fertile. We do not need to swallow the high-end outright or wipe out miscellaneous brands. Our objective is to carve a slice of the mid-range market cake for Xinghe Dianzi. Ling Yun tapped the words mid-range with his pen. The second point is consumers' latent recognition of domestic products. When quality is comparable, the label domestic confers added value in channels and among certain consumers. Of course, we must prove this with quality rather than empty slogans. The third point is that computer penetration is rising rapidly and the market is expanding. The cake is growing. If we grow faster than the market average, we will survive and flourish. As the plan became clearer, the atmosphere in the conference room shifted from solemn to lively. General Manager Ling's analysis is correct. Zhang Bin said excitedly that during their counter-surveys, some merchants had complained Shuangfian's distribution policies were sometimes inflexible and delivery cycles were long. If we can do better, channels will be our advantage. With equivalent quality, our prices can be more competitive. At the same price, our service must be superior. For example, we can implement a first shipment settle after sale model to reduce merchants' capital pressure. Alternatively, offer a custom high-quality cloth mouse pad with purchases of our keyboard and mouse. These are flexible weapons we can deploy. Ma Beoguo's eyes lit up at the idea of giving away mouse pads. The cost is low, yet it makes us appear generous and practical, far better than a bare price cut. But finance section chief will remain worried about margins. If prices are set too low, profits will be too thin, and we cannot withstand the risk. Moreover, if we position ourselves in the mid-range immediately and clash head-in with Shuangfian, there may be danger. Section chief was concerns are valid. We cannot rely on a price war alone. Therefore, we need a combination of measures. This will be our brand strategy. He wrote in the center of the whiteboard Xinghe Dianzi brand strategy and divided it into several key points. First, core product positioning, upper mid-range, a potent value proposition. Goal match or slightly surpass Shuangfian's products at the same price point and quality. Pricing, keyboards targeted at the 70,100 yuan range, mice targeted at 90,130 yuan. With equivalent quality, price 510% lower than Shuangfian to pry open channels through price advantage. Promotion bundle with a high-quality cloth mouse pad to increase purchase appeal. Second, image enhancement and market presence. Advertising, immediately contact mainstream computer publications such as computer news and popular software to place advertisements. Ad content must emphasize domestic quality, technology-driven development, and a joint laboratory background, thoroughly distinguishing our image from miscellaneous brands. Channel construction, assemble a sales team to target the major computer markets, providing competitive sales policies and flexible support. Third, high-end image products as spearhead items. The purpose is not volume, but to establish brand image and elevate positioning. Products, Li Mo and the technical department should begin immediately using laboratory resources to design a high-end mechanical keyboard prototype that employs our self-developed or optimized switches with fine workmanship and exceptional design. At the same time, design a high-precision, ergonomically shaped trackball mouse as a precursor to an optical mouse. Pricing, keyboards above 300 yuan, mice above 200 yuan. Even if only 100 sets sell in a year, make the market and channels aware that Xinghe Dianzi can produce high-end goods. Cultivate the perception that Xinghe equals a domestically produced brand with real technical strength. When the high and mid pairing strategy was proposed, everyone in the room brightened and their thinking cleared. Brilliant. Ma Baoguo slapped his thigh and declared that selling inexpensive good products for volume would sustain the factory and build reputation. Then the high-end items would prove they were not merely makers of cheap goods. Substance and face. Engineer Chun grew excited as well, saying the technical department would finally have a chance to demonstrate its capabilities. We cannot simply produce from blueprints, we must develop something of our own. Once the advertisements run channels expand, and combined with our pricing and gifts, Zhang Bin said, he believed there would be an opportunity to challenge Shuangfian. Procurement Lao Chun and Finance Section Chief Wu bowed their heads to calculate assessing cost control and profit margins under the strategy, and the worry on their faces gradually eased. Ling Yun watched his team, their fighting spirit rekindled, and knew the strategic direction had taken root in their hearts. He summarized that the path was clear: assault the market with upper mid-value Formony products, keyboard, mouse, and mousepad bundles to seize Shuangfian's share and solve our survival and development problems. At the same time, deploy high-end image products and media advertising to elevate brand momentum, separate us from miscellaneous brands, and lay the groundwork for future technological products. This is Xinghuo Dianzi's first hard-fought battle since its founding. The opponent is formidable, but we are not without a chance of victory. Our advantages lie in flexibility, proximity to the market, technological ambition, and the decades of craftsmanship accumulated by the seasoned masters present. He scanned the room and assigned tasks. Director Ma will coordinate production and ensure the first batch of membrane keyboards and trackball mice meet quality and cost targets. Lao Chen must keep procurement on schedule. The technical department cooperate with Li Mo to produce a high-end image product design as soon as possible. Zhang Bin and the sales department should immediately draft concrete channel expansion plans and advertising copy. Yes, understood. We will complete the task. The group answered in unison, their voices loud and brimming with eager determination. The previous confusion and fear had been replaced by a clear path and spirited resolve. When the meeting ended, everyone left in haste with definitive tasks. Ling Yun remained alone in the conference room, looking at the whiteboard's slightly messy, yet coherent strategic diagram. This combination of price as a blade, supple channel tactics, and brand momentum was all Ling Yun had to wield. This strike had to succeed. It was Xinghuo Dianzi's first battle and one for survival. The horn heralding Xinghuo Dianzi's campaign into the market had already sounded. On the evening of May 28th, in the small office of Starry Sky Internet Cafe, Ling Yun, Zhao Weiguo, and Sun Peng sat around an old table piled high with ledgers, receipts, and draft papers. Outside the window, the Internet Cafe's hall was still bustling with voices, the sound of keyboards clicking like a dense rainfall, but the three inside were completely focused on the astonishing figures before them. Sun Peng adjusted his glasses, pressed the calculator firmly, lifted his head, and a dreamy expression crossed his face as he spoke with a slightly dazed voice. Ling Weiguo, I've calculated it clearly. We are practically robbing money. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, pointing at the summarized data in the ledger from the opening on April 12th to yesterday, May 27th. It's been a full 45 days. After deducting all costs, electricity, internet fees, rent, employee salaries, equipment, wear, and taxes, our net profit reached 387600 yuan. 387600. In just a month and a half. Despite being mentally prepared, Zhao Weiguo still gasped in shock, slamming his fist on the table. Wow. His face flushed red, unable to articulate any other words in his excitement. Ling Yun remained relatively calm, but a glimmer of sharp light flashed in his eyes. This speed was even faster than he had anticipated. Sun Peng continued his report. Our biggest source of income is the computer usage fees. The average usage fee maintains around 19.5 yuan with 40 machines and an average daily effective usage time exceeding 10 hours. The daily gross income from usage fees alone approaches 8,000 yuan. He picked up another sheet. The tea drink counter opened by Weiguo has performed beyond expectations. The gross profit from coffee, tea, and beverages has accumulated to 4,000 yuan over these 45 days. Basically, it almost covers the salaries of all our current employees, network managers, receptionists, cleaners. Upon hearing this, Zhao Weiguo felt even more proud, puffing out his chest. The main expenses are for hardware maintenance and parts replacement. Sun Peng flipped to the expenses page. The mouse has suffered the most, where the keyboard has some damage and 2 hard drives have failed. This part of the expenditure accounts for about 15% of the total income. For a single computer, based on our purchase price of 9,000, it's 20 yuan per hour, and 10 hours a day equals 200 yuan. In theory, over 45 days it totals exactly 9,000 yuan, perfectly recouping the hardware cost of each machine. The total profit calculated by Sun Peng has already covered all subsequent operating costs, while still netting nearly 39,000. This indicates that our model is valid and very healthy. He looked at Zhao Weiguo and Sun Peng. This means that from today onward, every penny earned from usage fees for these 40 machines after deducting variable costs is practically pure profit. Moreover, the machines themselves are still there. They are our fixed assets. The office fell into a brief silence again. Only the distant noises from the hall could be heard. Zhao Weiguo and Sun Peng absorbed this conclusion, their breathing becoming heavy. This was no longer just robbing money, it was like opening a continuous fountain of wealth. Yungu. Zhao Weiguo was the first to recover from his shock, his eyes burning with ambition. This business is incredibly profitable. We must expand. Immediately. Right now, we need to open a branch. Sun Peng immediately echoed, pulling out a rough market survey he had prepared earlier. I agree with Weiguo. Moreover, I observed that at the university the number of students is not less than that of Shan University, but there are only 1 or 2 shabby internet cafes nearby, with poor environments, broken machines, and they even use dial-up connections, which is painfully slow. If we can open a new store of the same caliber as Starry Sky next to the university, the business will definitely be booming. Yes, there's an available street-facing building just outside the north gate of the university. I inquired about it last time. Zhao Weiguo added his networking skills coming into play at this moment. The branch plan was almost naturally brought to the table. I agree with opening a branch. Ling Yun nodded, affirming their idea. Copying the model and seizing prime locations is the inevitable choice for rapid scaling. Weiguo, you follow up on the location for the new store at the university and finalize it quickly. The decoration and machine procurement for the new store should adhere to the standards of Starry Sky, or even consider doing it better. Great. Leave it to me. Zhao Weiguo rubbed his hands together, eager to sign the contract immediately. However, Ling Yun switched his tone, looking out at the crowded hall. While opening a branch, we cannot be complacent with our base at Shan University. He tapped the table with his fingers. Have you calculated how many customers we lose daily due to full capacity? Sun Peng immediately replied, roughly estimated during peak hours we lose at least 30 to 40% of potential customers. Many people leave upon seeing the queue. Therefore, Ling Yun said decisively, the main branch of Starry Sky must expand. I have decided to invest further and purchase 60 new computers. This will increase our current machine count to 100. We will create a scale effect and solidify our monopoly in the Shan University area. 60 new computers. Another investment exceeding 500,000. But with the terrifying profit data from before as a foundation, Zhao Weiguo and Sun Peng did not hesitate at all. Rather, they felt it was only natural. It's about time we added more. Zhao Weiguo exclaimed excitedly, just think about it, 100 machines, what a scene. Yungu. Sun Peng thought more carefully, increasing the machines is a good thing. But our second floor is currently just for office and storage, and the space utilization is not high. Moreover, I noticed that many people coming to use the internet, especially freshmen, and some teachers are completely unfamiliar with computer operations, struggling with starting up typing, and even using the mouse, severely impacting their experience and efficiency. Could we utilize the second floor? Ling Yun regarded Sun Peng with approval, having noticed this issue long ago. In the early stages of computer proliferation, knowing how to use a computer itself was a scarce skill and urgent demand. Peng Ge has hit the nail on the head. Ling Yun took the conversation further, proposing a more advanced plan. The 100 machines for expansion will primarily cater to experienced users' internet and gaming needs. As for the second floor, we can partition it simply to create several small classrooms. Small classrooms? For what purpose? Zhao Weiguo was momentarily taken aback. To hold computer training classes. Ling Yun provided a clear answer, targeting university students and the general public, offering the most basic computer operation training classes. Teaching them how to turn on and off the computer, use the keyboard and mouse, navigate the Windows system, use WPS for typing, and even basic internet surfing. The more he spoke, the clearer his ideas became. The training classes can charge by the hour at an affordable price. This not only opens up a new stable source of profit, but more importantly, he looked at his two partners with bright eyes. It can continuously cultivate and supply mature internet cafe users for us. They will learn computers here, develop the demand and ability to go online, and will naturally choose our internet cafe for the best environment and the most machines. This is the best way to attract traffic and cultivate users, killing two birds with one stone. Sun Peng immediately understood the key, excitedly applauding. Moreover, the cost of the training classes is very low, mainly the lecturer's fee. Since we own the venue, the computers can be used for teaching when their daytime utilization is low. Zhao Weiguo also suddenly realized, excitedly rubbing his hands together, wow, this is amazing. Opening an internet cafe and teaching people how to use computers as well. It would be hard for this business not to succeed. We should operate the same way at the branch store at the university. The atmosphere in the office reached a climax. What was originally just a simple financial summary meeting quickly evolved into a clear and aggressive expansion blueprint through the collaborative brainstorming of the 3-1. Consolidate the base, expand the Shan University Starry Sky Internet Cafe to 100 computers. 2. Open a new battlefield, establish the first branch Spark Internet Cafe near the university, replicating the successful model. 3. Explore new profit points, utilize the second floor to establish computer training classes, cultivate the market, and feed back into the main business. These three directions are interconnected, forming a powerful business growth flywheel. Good. Ling Yun stood up, making the final decision. This direction is set. Wait, will you focus on the site selection and negotiations for the new store at the university? Sun Peng, you will be responsible for procuring the 100 new computers and renovating the classrooms on the second floor, while also looking for part-time instructors for the training classes. Oi, I will coordinate the funding and overall progress. No problem. We will ensure to accomplish our tasks. Zhao Weiguo and Sun Peng said in unison, their faces filled with infinite anticipation for the future and soaring ambitions. The meeting concluded, and the two left the office full of enthusiasm, each getting busy. Ling Yun walked alone to the window, watching the crowd below still queuing to use the computers, gazing at the starry sky internet cafe sign, sparkling in the night. On May 28th, in the morning, in a defense classroom at the School of Computer Science, Shandong University, sunlight streamed through the clean glass windows, casting bright patches of light on the deep brown floor. The air was filled with the unique scent of chalk, dust, and old books, exuding a sense of solemnity and dignity typical of an academic hall. Ling Yun stood at the podium dressed in a neatly pressed white shirt, his posture upright. Unlike the slightly nervous classmates below who clutched their scripts and murmured to themselves, he had only a few simple outline cards before him, appearing calm and composed. Below the podium sat several senior professors from the computer science department, including his advisor and Professor Li, the department head. Their gazes held scrutiny, mixed with a hint of curiosity about this special student who had already made a name for himself. Hello, esteemed professors, I am Ling Yun. The title of my graduation thesis is Design and Implementation of a Billing and Management System for Internet Cafes, based on Local Area Network Environment. Ling Yun's voice was clear and steady as he began his presentation. He did not pile up obscure theories, but instead directly addressed the real-world needs, explaining the pain points of traditional manual billing and management methods, which were inefficient, prone to errors, and hard to analyze against the backdrop of the rising popularity of PCs and the emergence of Internet cafes. Then he combined flowcharts and simple module diagrams to explain in detail the system he designed, how to implement features like membership card management, automatic timing, and billing, remote power control, and data statistics and analysis. He even brought several screenshots of the system in operation, showcasing real user interfaces and back-end data reports. This system, Ling Yun paused, his gaze sweeping over the attentive professors below, is not merely a paper design. It is currently running in the Starlight Internet Cafe that I founded, having undergone over 45 days of high-concurrency practical testing with hundreds of users daily, demonstrating its stability and efficiency. Upon hearing this, several professors exchanged glances, revealing expressions of interest. A graduation thesis that tightly integrated theoretical design with commercial practice was quite rare in the present day. Entering the QA session, Professor Li, the department head, adjusted his glasses and was the first to ask, Ling Yun, your system indeed performs well in terms of practicality. However, from an academic perspective, the technologies involved, whether in databases or network communication, seem to lack significant theoretical innovation and breakthroughs. How do you view this? This question was somewhat pointed, directly addressing the academic depth of the thesis. Ling Yun remained unflustered and slightly bowed, saying, You are correct, Professor Li. The core value of this thesis may not lie in groundbreaking algorithmic innovation, but rather in the low-cost, high-availability integration of existing relatively mature technologies to solve a specific practical problem that arose alongside this new business model. I believe that in the process of computer science transitioning from the ivory tower to widespread application, this engineering implementation capability and keen insight into market demands are as valuable as purely theoretical innovations. He then shifted his focus to the future. Moreover, this system is just a starting point. In my vision, with the proliferation and development of internet technologies, future internet cafe management systems will far exceed simple billing functions. It will evolve into a comprehensive operational platform that integrates user behavior analysis, automatic updates of game content, network security protection, and even remote cloud management. Data will become a core asset. By analyzing user preferences, precise content recommendations and marketing activities can be achieved. He began to delineate a future management ecosystem based on networks and data, mentioning concepts like big data analysis and cloud collaboration that were still quite avant-garde at the time. Though merely a preliminary idea, the vision and foresight displayed captivated the attending professors, leading them into deep thought. His advisor displayed a smile of satisfaction, timely adding, Ling Yun's thesis may indeed have room for improvement in theoretical depth, but its strong practical orientation, clear engineering mindset, and accurate grasp of industry development trends are quite rare. I believe this aligns with our goal of cultivating application-oriented and versatile talents. In the following questions about technical details and implementation challenges, Ling Yun responded fluently, demonstrating solid technical foundations and rich practical experience. After the defense concluded, Ling Yun and all his classmates anxiously awaited the results outside the classroom. When the advisor emerged with the results list and announced, "Ling Yun, excellent," he felt little stirrings in his heart, as if he had merely completed a necessary procedure. He walked over to thank his advisor and several defense professors. Professor Lee looked at him, his gaze filled with appreciation and a hint of complexity. "Ling Yun, your thoughts have long since left the campus, haven't they? Your internet cafe is thriving. This thesis seems more like a summary of a stage for you." Ling Yun candidly admitted, "You see through me, Professor Lee. Campus taught me the basics and thinking, but a broader world lies outside. This thesis serves as an account of my 4 years in university and the initial stage of my entrepreneurial journey." The advisor patted his shoulder. "Go, the world outside is more exciting. Remember to come back to school often. That joint laboratory you are working on still needs the school's support." "Definitely. Thank you, teacher." Exiting the teaching building, the May sunlight was somewhat blinding. Ling Yun took a deep breath. The conclusion of the thesis defense signified the formal end of his university life. That diploma and degree certificate were about to put a period on this chapter of his life journey. However, his steps did not halt. A further destination had already been vividly sketched in his mind: America. He needed to go there personally to see with his own eyes the country that was brewing the largest tech bubble in history, to feel the pulse of Silicon Valley, to closely observe the companies he recommended to General Zheng, and even to see if there were opportunities to engage with some yet undiscovered technological seedlings or teams. The optical mouse and wireless technology development at Spark Lab also needed to grasp the most cutting-edge trends. With this in mind, he took out his phone and dialed General Zheng's number. "General Zheng, it's me, Ling Yun." "Mr. Ling." Hello. A warm voice came from the other end of the phone. "I was just about to thank you. After hearing your advice, I had someone buy some of the stocks you mentioned in America. It's only been a short time, and they're performing quite well. That's good to just hold on to them for the long term." Ling Yun exchanged a few pleasantries and got to the point. "General Zheng, I have something to trouble you with. I plan to visit America soon, mainly to observe the situation in Silicon Valley and the computer industry. Since you often have business interactions there, do you have any familiar channels for handling visas and arranging itineraries? It would save some trouble." "You're going to America?" General Zheng's voice immediately rose an octave, filled with surprise and the excitement of finally getting an opportunity. "What a coincidence. I happen to have some business to attend to over there, and I've long wanted to see Wall Street and Silicon Valley in person. Mr. Ling, if you trust me, I can take care of this matter for you. I have connections for the business invitation letters, itinerary arrangements, and the visa officer. I guarantee to handle everything for you perfectly. We can go together. It will be good to have each other's support on the way, and I also have many questions to ask you." General Zheng's attitude was so enthusiastic that it was almost irresistible. Ling Yun thought for a moment and agreed. Having General Zheng, who frequently traveled between China and America, to help was indeed a way to avoid much unnecessary hassle. "All right, then I'll trouble you, General Zheng. He'll cover the related expenses." "You're being too polite, Mr. Ling. It's my honor to travel with you. Don't worry about the expenses. I'll arrange everything. I'll have my secretary prepare the materials immediately, and we'll submit the visa application as soon as possible." After hanging up the phone, Ling Yun looked up at the azure sky. The end of the thesis defense was like a period, yet also like a colon leading to a broader world. The domestic situation had begun to open up. Internet cafes were rapidly generating revenue, electronic factories were starting up, and laboratories had already been established. It was time to shift his gaze across the ocean to the source of technology and the vortex of capital, to personally dive in and seek the next crucial piece for his technological empire blueprint. The trip to America was imperative. On June 3, 1996, as summer approached with graduation matters handled, the arrangements for his trip to the United States were being meticulously prepared under the efficient operation of General Zheng. Ling Yun finally had a rare moment of relative leisure. He deliberately slowed his pace, allowing more time for Enshiyu. They were no longer limited to the campus and internet cafes. They strolled by the city moat at dusk, watching the sunset melt gold and dye the river warm orange. They visited a newly opened bookstore where he browsed the latest computer magazines and business biographies, while she lingered in the literature section, occasionally sharing interesting passages with each other. Even simply having a meal together in the school cafeteria, listening to her recount amusing anecdotes from the student council or insights from a book she was reading. There were no earth-shattering romantic gestures, yet it was filled with the warmth of a gentle and lasting companionship. Ling Yun endeavored to fulfill his responsibilities as a boyfriend, while Enshiyu peacefully enjoyed the tranquility and tacit understanding stolen amidst their busy schedules. She could sense that Ling Yun was about to embark on a journey, yet wisely refrained from asking too much, transforming her reluctance and concern into a more attentive companionship. However, Ling Yun's thoughts never truly strayed far from his business empire. After accompanying Shiyu in the library for a while, he found an excuse and returned to the familiar special account room of the Provincial Securities Branch. As the computer screen lit up, the account information was clearly displayed. Compared to the peak moment over a month ago when he had over 20 million in hand after liquidating his holdings in Shun Development, the current asset structure had undergone significant changes. Cash balance a glaring, nearly zero figure. Holdings Sichuan Changhong, 4.00 shares, current market price 23.00 yuan. Market value 9.2 million yuan. Shin Technology 6500 shares, current market price 16.50 yuan, market value 10.72 million yuan. The total market value of his holdings still reached nearly 20 million, but the cash available for use was almost depleted. Ling Yun looked at these figures with a calm expression. The flow of funds flashed clearly in his mind, injecting 5 million into Xingho Technology's electronics factory to pay overdue wages, procure materials, and initiate production. Investing 2 million into the Xingho Shanda Joint Laboratory as initial research and development funding. Allocating 1 million to Xingho Internet Cafe new store and expansion for renovations, equipment purchases, and second-floor modifications. These three substantial expenditures were like three powerful veins, continuously delivering the nutrients extracted from the capital market to the three core entities he was cultivating: manufacturing, research and development, and offline traffic entry points. This ability and decisiveness to rapidly convert financial capital into industrial capital set him apart from the vast majority of people in this era. However, the consequences were immediate. His personal account was empty again, leaving only 2 million. The imminent trip to the United States, whether for inspections, project engagements, or potential investment opportunities, required US dollars, and not a small amount at that. Relying on the cash flow from the Internet Cafe, which while considerable needed time to recover, was clearly insufficient. His gaze turned back to the two stocks in his holdings displayed on the screen. Changhong and Shin Technology. He still held optimism for their performance in this round of the bull market. It was far from the time to liquidate fully. Mortgage. The idea flashed in Ling Yun's mind. Leverage the dormant assets. He immediately picked up the phone and dialed General Zheng's number. General Zheng, it's me, Ling Yun. I have a business proposal I'd like to discuss with you. Half an hour later, General Zheng's brand new Audi stopped at the entrance of the branch. He walked briskly into the special account room, his face beaming with enthusiasm. Mr. Ling, what can I do for you? General Zheng smiled as he sat down, his gaze casually glancing over the enviable market value displayed on the computer screen. I need a sum of cash in US dollars for expenses related to my trip to the United States and potential investment opportunities, Ling Yun stated directly. I intend to use the market value of the stocks I hold as collateral to exchange for it at the current exchange rate. 2 million US dollars, Ling Yun stated a figure. General Zheng was taken aback. 2 million US dollars was undoubtedly a substantial sum in 1996. He pondered for a moment before asking Mr. Ling, what exchange rate do you intend to settle at? The official exchange rate is currently around 8.27. The official exchange rate often has a price, but no market, especially for large amounts. Ling Yun was well aware of this, and he proposed a plan that demonstrated sincerity while also allowing General Zheng to profit. No need to use the official exchange rate. Between us, let's settle at 183. I will use the equivalent market value of my stocks as collateral, which would require pledging approximately 16 million yuan worth of stocks. 183. This exchange rate would allow General Zheng to complete the exchange through his channels almost instantly, while earning a considerable profit, all without risk. There are quality stocks worth nearly 20 million as collateral. This was simply an opportunity handed to him on a silver platter. General Zheng's heart raced uncontrollably. He suppressed his excitement and confirmed, Mr. Ling, are you sure? At 183. Pledging stocks. Absolutely, Ling Yun replied calmly. I will sign the mortgage agreement, and the stocks will be frozen and supervised by manager Zhou from the branch. Before I return the 2 million US dollars principal and the agreed-upon interest, you will have disposal rights over these stocks. If I fail to return them on time after we return home, you have the right to sell the pledged stocks in the market to recover your funds. The conditions are clear, risks are controllable, and profits are substantial. General Zheng had nearly no reason to refuse. He took a deep breath, stood up, and extended his hand to Ling Yun. Mr. Ling, it's a deal. Let's settle it like this. I will arrange the funds immediately, by the latest the day after tomorrow, whether in cash or through an overseas account transfer. I guarantee it will be ready before your departure. The two hands clasped tightly together. Having completed this crucial financial maneuver, Ling Yun felt somewhat reassured. Yet he also knew that owing General Zheng such a significant favor could not merely be repaid with interest. General Zheng's willingness to be so agreeable was clearly not just about the exchange rate and interest. He looked at General Zheng and proactively offered the reward he most desired. General Zheng, during this trip to the United States, besides inspections, I will also be on the lookout for some short-term trading opportunities. If you're interested at that time, you can participate in the operations. Upon hearing this, General Zheng's face instantly lit up with a brilliant smile, as if he had heard the most delightful promise. He shook Ling Yun's hand vigorously. Mr. Ling, with your word, this trip to the United States will be worth it. Absolutely worth it. He'll follow your arrangements. He knew full well that the potential returns from the short-term trades Ling Yun promised likely far exceeded the risks and profits he was giving up to help with the currency exchange. After seeing off the satisfied General Zheng, who was nearly humming a tune, Ling Yun remained alone in the special account room. Outside the window was the scene of early summer in Jinan in 1996, ordinary, yet filled with the warmth of life. He once again activated leverage using the dormant market value of his stocks to acquire the precious $2 million in ammunition. This money would accompany him across the ocean to that land full of opportunities and risks in search of the next chance to ignite a wildfire. On the afternoon of June 8, 1996, a Boeing 747 thundered as it landed at Los Angeles International Airport. Through the window, Ling Yun could see the area near the check-in counter for El Al Israel Airlines. 2 months prior, a shooting incident had occurred there. This tense atmosphere formed a peculiar contrast with the brilliant California sunshine, reminding him that his journey in America would not be smooth. Zheng Bin adjusted his suit and gazed at the airport through the window. Los Angeles, we have finally arrived. Mr. Ling, this is our first stop for gold mining. At the exit, a young man holding a sign reading Mr. Zheng Bin waved to them. He was Xiao Wang from Zheng Bin's American branch, who had been working in Los Angeles for 2 years. On the way to the hotel, Xiao Wang drove and introduced Los Angeles now has a significant influx of investments from Taiwan and Hong Kong. I heard someone just bought the largest hotel in Los Angeles. Hearing this, Zheng Bin asked for more details with interest while Ling Yun silently noted this information in his mind. They checked into a hotel in the city center. During check-in, Ling Yun noticed many Asian businessmen bustling in the lobby with snippets of financial jargon floating around. These all confirmed Los Angeles' status as a gateway to capital in the Asia-Pacific region in 1996. The next day, Xiao Wang took them on a trip to Silicon Valley. As they drove on Highway 101, he introduced from 1994 to last year Silicon Valley added 2 jobs, but the housing supply only increased by 3,800 units. Outside the window, the buildings in Silicon Valley shimmered with a technological glow under the sun, yet the commute to San Jose was slow, with travel times possibly extending to 2.5 hours. They toured the tech company areas around Stanford University. Xiao Wang pointed to some office buildings and said the commercial vacancy rate here is only 4. Adding that the average annual salary for software engineers reaches as high as 85000. Behind Silicon Valley's prosperity lies an average salary of 75400 in the semiconductor industry, while the pay for electronic production line workers dropped by 6 between 1991 and 1996. The following day, Ling Yun, accompanied by Zheng Bin and Xiao Wang, arrived at Goldman Sachs' San Francisco office. The account opening process was professional and efficient, with the client manager offering various leverage options. Stock trading can provide up to 10 times leverage, while index futures can reach up to 30 times. Zheng Bin's eyes lit up at the mention of 30 times leverage, but Ling Yun calmly chose the 10 times leverage, enough to amplify returns without taking excessive risks. In the following week, Ling Yun and Zheng Bin began trading U.S. stocks in their hotel room. Ling Yun did not trade frequently, and most of the time, he simply observed market trends, occasionally explaining to Zheng Bin, when the market is good, don't let excitement cloud your judgment. Ling Yun planned to trade Cisco and AOL stocks short-term as their current trends looked promising, with a MACD golden cross on the weekly chart and the stock price above the 20-week moving average. From a weekly perspective, the upward trend indicated that short-term trading could maximize profits. He chose his trading moments precisely, controlled his positions stringently, and never let any trades carry overnight. Zheng Bin followed Ling Yun's trades. When Ling Yun bought, he bought too, and when Ling Yun sold, he sold as well. Although Zheng Bin did not need to analyze, he still felt his adrenaline surge. With each low buy and high sell, profits were substantial, and he gradually became numb, like a machine executing stock trades mechanically. A week later, Zheng Bin looked at Ling Yun's trading records, a 100 win rate and a 30 profit. Zheng Bin exclaimed, "Mr. Ling, with your skills, why are we even engaging in real industries? Just trading alone could make us the richest in the world." In just 5 trading days, Ling Yun's profits reached over 6 million and Zheng Bin earned over 2 million. He had been hesitant to invest heavily at first, but later funneled all available funds into trading. If Ling Yun hadn't intervened, Zheng Bin would have been willing to bet his life savings. Ling Yun shook his head. The high profits this week are due to favorable market conditions, and our smaller capital is easier to maneuver. If it were larger funds, such returns wouldn't be feasible, and a 100 win rate is unattainable. The main reason is that I am a reborn individual, while I know the definite trend of the U.S. stock market, which is currently on the rise. Any dip to the 20-day line is an opportunity for me to get in. In the following days, the U.S. stock market showed signs of weakness, with substantial profit-taking accumulating over time, which would surely lead to some adjustments. However, this adjustment would not last long. After Yahoo's IPO, a few days of adjustments would occur, and then Ling Yun planned to invest heavily in Yahoo, estimating he would hold it for about 6 months, letting profits run for a while. Ling Yun walked to the window, gazing towards Silicon Valley. True wealth lies not in the financial market, but there, in Silicon Valley. We need to leverage financial capital to stimulate industrial capital. That is the long-term strategy. Purely financial games have lost much of their appeal to me. Earning money is too easy, and consequently, it lacks much fun. High technology is still challenging, especially with several companies before him that have yet to grow into towering giants. While there is still an opportunity to take advantage of them, he intends to do so before they mature. The morning light spilled over the high-rise buildings in the city center. The Aeon Center, standing as the tallest structure in Los Angeles, exuded a solid and grand atmosphere with its black low-reflective glass facade under the sun. As Ling Yun stepped into this 62-story skyscraper, he felt the unique ambience of mid-1990s Los Angeles as a gateway for capital in the Asia-Pacific region. Funds from Taiwan and Hong Kong were flooding into Southern California, with many Asian enterprises establishing their footholds here. Goldman Sachs' office was located on an upper floor of the building, offering a panoramic view of the Los Angeles skyline through the windows. The office showcased a typical 1990s investment banking-style walnut paneling, leather sofas, and busy analysts, while traders in white shirts worked diligently at Bloomberg terminals. Richardson was the archetypal East Coast banker, around 40 years old, dressed in a custom suit. A Harvard Business School certificate hung on the wall of his office, and a Dell analysis report lay on his desk. "Mr. Ling, I hear you have an interest in computer companies." Richardson got straight to the point, pulling out several confidential documents from a folder. "There are currently a few companies seeking financing or looking to sell." Ling Yun flipped through the documents, his gaze quickly scanning the data of several companies. When he reached the 4th document, his finger paused. Alienware, this company founded by Nelson and Alex just a few months ago, had fallen into the typical financial troubles of a startup. The data indicated that both founders initially invested $500 each, and now their startup capital was nearly depleted, burdened with $1300 in credit card debt. A vision of this company's future emerged in Ling Yun's mind. He knew that it would later become an iconic brand in the gaming PC sector, famous for its cool alien logo and striking designs, and would be acquired by Dell in 2006. This company, Ling Yun pointed at the Alienware documents, his tone calm, yet resolute. "I want to meet the founders." Richardson looked slightly surprised. "Are you sure?" "They are quite small, mostly assembling PCs in a garage, hoping to sell 50,100 computers a month would be good enough." "It is precisely these companies focused on niche markets that hold potential," Ling Yun replied. "They are targeting the specific group of gamers, which is a very forward-looking positioning." Richardson immediately picked up the phone and dialed Alienware's number on speaker. A young and weary voice answered on the other end. "Mr. Nelson, this is Richardson from Qualcomm. A potential investor is interested in your company." "An investor?" Nelson's voice carried a hint of surprise. "To be honest, our maxed-out credit cards have accrued $130 in debt, and now it's even a problem to buy a new batch of cooling fans." Ling Yun interjected. "I've seen your product concept. Producing high-performance PCs for gamers is the right direction. Games like Flight Simulator and Doom really require better hardware support. You play Doom?" Nelson's tone instantly became excited. "What I'm more interested in is your future development ideas," Ling Yun said. "Innovations like liquid cooling for computers that have never been done before, along with those sci-fi-like designs. What you need is not just funding, but a vision for the global market." There was a moment of silence on the other end, then Nelson said, "Alex and I, we founded this company because we believe that gaming PCs are an underserved niche market. But the reality is that apart from diehard gamers like us, most people do not understand this. Let's meet in Los Angeles," Ling Yun suggested. "I will have Richardson arrange it. Bring your product prototype, or I want to see the computer known as Blade with my own eyes." After hanging up, Richardson curiously asked, "Why are you so interested in this small company? Dell is the star of the future." Ling Yun stood by the window, gazing at the skyscrapers of Los Angeles. "Dell excels in scaling and supply chain management, but Alienware represents the pursuit of ultimate performance. What the gaming and professional computing fields will need for the next 20 years is precisely this kind of focus. Leaving the Aeon Center, Ling Yun walked along the streets of Los Angeles. He noticed the growing number of computer shops and the newly emerging internet cafes. The global PC industry in 1996 was at a turning point. Lenovo began challenging international brands in the Chinese market through price reductions, while Dell rapidly rose through a direct sales model. Companies like Alienware found themselves at a pivotal historical juncture. Ling Yun knew that this company was not lacking in technology, but was facing issues with marketing and funding. And these 2 points were exactly what he could provide. Back in his hotel, Ling Yun stood by the window of his room, looking at the night view of Los Angeles, contemplating the upcoming meeting. He was not just going to invest in a promising startup. He was seizing an opportunity of an era in a time when gaming and professional computing were on the verge of explosion. A brand like Alienware was akin to an uncut diamond. This meeting would change the fate of a company and also add an important piece to Ling Yun's own technological empire. On June 18, 1996, in Los Angeles, at a seaside cafe in Santa Monica, the sea breeze carried a salty tang that brushed against the outdoor seating's sunshade, while sunlight scattered like broken gold across the azure surface of the Pacific Ocean. However, 2 young men sitting at a corner table were in stark contrast to the leisurely atmosphere of Southern California. Nelson Gonzalez and Alex Aquila, future co-founders of Alienware, were currently experiencing the quintessential death moment of a startup. They had flown from Boston to Los Angeles with their airfare, nearly draining the last bit of their credit card limit. Nelson wore a slightly oversized, somewhat worn dark suit, evidently a battle uniform pulled out for this important meeting, which perhaps no longer fit his physique. His complexion was somewhat pale with deep bags under his eyes, the result of long nights' malnutrition and immense pressure. His fingers unconsciously and repetitively stroked the cup of lukewarm water in front of him, as if trying to draw some strength from it. When the waiter passed by, he instinctively avoided eye contact, seemingly worried that the other party might ask them to order something else. His embarrassment wrapped around him like an invisible film, encasing the professionalism and confidence he tried to portray. In contrast, Alex resembled a typical tech enthusiast clad in a wrinkled checkered shirt with bloodshot eyes, yet his gaze sparkled with a unique fervor when discussing technology, a near-obsessive passion. When Ling Yun arrived punctually accompanied by Richardson, Nelson sprang from his seat, like a coiled spring, eagerly extending his hand, his movements almost awkward. "Mr. Ling, Mr. Richardson, thank you so much for agreeing to meet with us." Nelson's voice was slightly hoarse with nervousness. Alex also stood up, nodding awkwardly in greeting. They all took their seats. After a brief, awkward silence, Nelson took a deep breath, deciding to no longer conceal his thoughts, and spoke frankly with an air of desperation. "Mr. Ling, as you know, our company Alienware is currently in a very difficult situation." He struggled to speak, his voice low. "Our initial funding came from our savings and some cash advances on credit cards. Right now that money has all been spent. We owe about $13,000, and this month's utility bills and warehouse rent have yet to be settled. To be honest, if we cannot secure investment, we might not make it to next month." He raised his head, his eyes filled with desperate sincerity and reluctance. "But we believe in what we are doing. We believe in the value of our product. So here we are, bringing all our hard work and hope." Ling Yun remained silent, calmly watching him, signaling him to continue. Encouraged, Nelson took a deep breath and exchanged a glance with Alex. Alex immediately bent down and carefully retrieved a computer chassis from a rather heavy box wrapped in shock-absorbing foam at his feet. As this prototype was placed on the table, Ling Yun's gaze was instantly drawn to it. It was strikingly different from all the common beige boxy PC cases on the market. The chassis was painted a matte black with futuristic silver lines outlining an abstract and mysterious pattern, the early silhouette of the alien head logo. The front panel of the chassis was not flat, but featured aggressive angles and an intake grille design with additional fans for heat dissipation faintly visible inside. Its size was also larger than that of ordinary desktop computers, exuding a powerful sense of force. "This is our prototype, which we internally refer to as Blade." Nelson's voice became smooth and confident as he introduced the product. "Mr. Ling, please take a look. What we pursue is not merely the stacking of performance, but an ultimate user experience and sense of identity. We cater to hardcore gamers, graphic designers, and tech enthusiasts who are not satisfied with ordinary PC performance." Alex took over the conversation, speaking quickly and filled with technical details, yet logically clear. "Mr. Ling, please allow me to detail the core technical specifications of Blade." He pointed to different parts of the chassis with enthusiasm. "1. Processor CPU. We have equipped it with the most powerful Intel Pentium Pro 200 MHz processor currently available in the consumer market. Compared to the standard Pentium, its core architecture is more advanced, particularly adept at handling complex 32-bit applications and the multitasking environments that will undoubtedly become mainstream in the future, which is crucial for high-end gaming and professional graphics rendering. 2. Graphics Subsystem GPU. For the graphics card, we chose the Diamond Multimedia Monster 3D2, which utilizes the 3DFX VD2 chipset. Alex's voice was filled with almost religious fervor. Mr. Ling, this is revolutionary. It has truly achieved smooth 3D graphics acceleration for the first time. Supporting the exclusive Glide API, it can provide unparalleled gaming visuals at high resolutions. The effects of Quake and Tomb Raider running on this hardware are a completely different experience from ordinary PCs. This is one of the core selling points of our product. 3. Cooling system. To suppress the immense heat generated by such high-performance components, we abandoned the cheap stock cooler from Intel. He pointed to the ventilation holes on the chassis side panels and the copper heat sinks faintly visible inside. We designed and hand-assembled this enhanced air cooling system utilizing larger silent fans and pure copper heat fins to ensure the system remains stable under long periods of high load, avoiding performance throttling or crashes due to overheating. In the future, we even plan to integrate water cooling technology. 4. Audio system. We have integrated the Creative Labs Sound Blaster AWE64 sound card, which supports sound wavetable synthesis, providing surround sound effects comparable to professional equipment. Every gunshot and engine roar in the game delivers an immersive auditory shock. 5. Chassis and appearance. Nelson added, Mr. Ling, the chassis you see is also part of our philosophy. It is not merely a shell, it is a declaration of brand personality and user attitude. We believe that computers should not all be the same white boxes. They can be cool and represent the user's taste and aspirations. After finishing the technical introduction, Nelson once again took the lead in speaking, his eyes ablaze, as he began to outline a vision for the future. Mr. Ling, we believe the personal computer market is becoming segmented. Ordinary users are satisfied with browsing and typing, but there is a rapidly growing high-end group that craves extreme performance, cooler designs, and unique identity markers. This group is our target. The gaming industry is booming. Companies like ID Software and Blizzard are releasing increasingly demanding 3D games. Fields like multimedia creation and CAD/CAM design also demand endless computing power. And large companies like Dell and Compaq operate on a model of scale and standardization. They cannot nor do they want to tailor products for such a niche but high-demand group. This is our opportunity. Alienware's positioning is to focus on being the top brand for high-performance customizable PCs. We don't make cheap products. If we're going to do it, we must do it right. Our market extends beyond North America. In the future, it can expand to anywhere in the world that seeks the pinnacle of technological experience. The future is bright. The only thing we lack is the fuel to make it all run. Nelson finished, letting out a long sigh as if he had expended all his strength. Both he and Alex gazed intently at Ling Yun, their eyes filled with desire, tension, and a determination for one final shot. The sea breeze rustled and soft music floated through the cafe. But in that corner, time seemed to stand still. Two young men from Boston on the brink of despair had staked all their future on this meeting, betting everything on the calm-faced young man from the East. Ling Yun's fingers gently tapped the table, his gaze once again resting on the powerful and uniquely aesthetic blade prototype. Ling Yun glanced at the two, realizing that these engineers, lacking any negotiation skills, were doomed to struggle even with such excellent technology. The ocean breeze of the Pacific remains salty and humid, and the sunlight is still radiant, yet the rays falling upon Nelson Gonzalez and Alex Aquila seem to carry a distinctly different warmth. Just moments ago, this light illuminated their despair and desperation. Now it appears warm and filled with hope. After carefully listening to their technical explanation of the blade prototype and their vision for the future market, Ling Yun fell silent for a moment. His fingers gently tapped on the table, his gaze slowly shifting from the powerful black chassis before him to the slightly tense faces of the two founders. Nelson. Alex. Ling Yun finally spoke, his voice steady and carrying an undeniable decisiveness. I trust your vision and your technological obsession. I believe even more that the high-end customized PC market is an untapped blue ocean that is yet to be truly valued by the giants. He paused, observing the sudden spark in their eyes, and directly threw out his decision. I have decided to invest. Not just a simple investment, but a full acquisition of your currently less than 6-man-hold company, which is yet to generate any stable income and primarily holds some design drawings in this prototype. Nelson and Alex's breaths were instantly held, their hearts nearly jumping out of their chests. The acquisition price is $300,000. Ling Yun clearly stated the number. $300,000. This figure struck Nelson and Alex like a bolt of lightning. They exchanged a glance, seeing the incredible joy reflected in each other's eyes. $300,000. Not only would it immediately pay off all debts, but it would also provide the company with unprecedented breathing room. This far exceeded their most optimistic expectations. They had originally hoped to secure a mere $100,000 or even $50,000 as a lifeline. Ling, Mr. Ling, is what you said true? Nelson's voice trembled with overwhelming excitement, his hands tightly clenched into fists beneath the table. Of course. Ling Yun nodded, but his gaze conveyed that this was not the entirety of the offer. However, there is a prerequisite for the acquisition. Nelson and Alex immediately calmed down a bit, anxiously waiting for him to continue. My goal is not merely to acquire this shell company. Ling Yun's gaze swept sharply over the two. What I truly want to acquire is the two of you. Your talents, your passion, your pursuit of ultimate performance. Once the acquisition is complete, you must fully commit to the company, continuing to serve as core leaders in product development and design. This was Ling Yun's true objective. What he valued was not just a few drawings and a prototype, but the brains and souls of these two, who could create the legendary brand Alienware in the future. We are willing, Alex exclaimed almost without thinking. Nelson nodded vigorously as they could continue to pursue their beloved venture while receiving ample financial support. It was simply the result of their dreams. Ling Yun watched their excitement, a barely perceptible smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He unveiled a truly game-changing incentive plan, one they had never encountered before, filled with allure and foresight. $300,000 is the price for acquiring all the rights of your existing company, Ling Yun said slowly, but once the acquisition is complete, this company will be reborn. I will additionally invest $270,000 as startup and operational funds for the new company. $270,000. Combined with the previous $300,000, a total investment of $3 million. Nelson and Alex felt a wave of dizziness as immense happiness and pressure flooded over them. And this is still not all. Ling Yun's words struck them like a hammer, hitting them repeatedly in the heart. In the new company structure, I will establish an option pool representing 20 of the total shares. Option pool. Nelson and Alex were somewhat unfamiliar with this term. In 1996, especially in startup tech companies, options were still a relatively fresh concept. In simple terms, this 20 of shares temporarily belonged to no one, including me. Ling Yun patiently explained it will serve as an incentive reserved for employees who make significant contributions to the company in the future. He looked at the two of them and presented the most crucial distribution plan in this option pool. The two of you, as the co-founders and core spirits of the company, will each receive 4 of the options. 4. It may not sound like a high percentage, but it represents 4 of a company that has genuinely invested $3 million in cash. This means they not only escaped the fate of bankruptcy, but also secured stable positions and research funding, becoming significant shareholders in a company with substantial capital. Their interests would be deeply tied to the future of the company. The remaining 12, Ling Yun continued to explain, will be used to attract and recruit top talents in the future, whether they are top hardware engineers, genius designers, or outstanding marketing experts. We want to make the best talents willing to join us and willing to fight for the long-term development of the company. Options are the golden link connecting them to the company's fate. After this series of moves, Nelson and Alex were completely conquered. Richardson said enviously, congratulations to you. You have a generous boss. What Ling Yun demonstrated was not only strong capital strength, but also a modern corporate governance concept and a framework of shared success they had never imagined. He not only gave them a chance to survive, but also offered them a brilliant future to share and strive for together. Compared to the previous despair of struggling to survive in a garage with maxed-out credit cards, the path before them was wide, bright, and filled with infinite possibilities. Nelson took a deep breath, trying to calm his excited heart. He looked at Alex and saw the same determination in his partner's eyes. He turned to Ling Yun and spoke with unprecedented seriousness. Mr. Ling, we don't know how to thank you. Not only for this money, but also for your trust and the future you have painted for us. We are willing to join. We will give our all to make Alienware the top brand you expect, even surpassing all our expectations. Alex nodded vigorously as well, his eyes burning with a flame even more intense than when they discussed technology. It was a determination and passion found in seeing the direction and future ahead. Very well. Ling Yun stood up, reaching out his hand to the two. Welcome officially to the team. Next, Mr. Richardson will assist you with all legal documents and fund transfer matters. I hope to see the new Blade mass production plan soon, and more miracles belonging to Alienware. The three hands tightly clasped together. Nelson and Alex knew that from this moment on, their lives and the fate of Alienware had completely changed. They were no longer struggling entrepreneurs fighting for survival, but the core commanders of a tech battleship about to ride the waves with the steering wheel held by this incredibly generous young man from the East. In the heart of Silicon Valley, there stood an unremarkable 3-story office building. Sunlight streamed through the wide glass curtain wall, illuminating the newly hung sign, Ice Cloud Investment Alienware. The silver lettering reflected a sharp brilliance in the abundant California sunshine. Just a week after their decisive meeting at a cafe by the Santa Monica Beach, Ling Yun's decisive style had already turned the blueprint into reality. He swiftly invested $3 million to establish IceCloud Investment Company, using it as the primary vehicle to complete the full acquisition of Alienware. $300,000 for the original company's total equity, with the remaining $2,700,000 serving as ample ammunition to reinvigorate this reborn enterprise. Nelson and Alex, two young men who had been anxious about bankruptcy and debts just a week ago, now stood in their newly rented 300-square-meter entire floor office, their eyes filled with an unreal daze and an exuberant drive. The office floor was already furnished minimalistic, yet practical, with white walls, light gray carpets, and an efficient lighting system installed in the ceiling. The space felt open and bright. Although still lacking in vitality, it already bore the framework of a modern company. Incredible. Nelson murmured, his fingers brushing against the smooth wall. Just a week ago we were in that garage in Boston, where the heating barely worked, fretting over the only blade we had. Now this is our battlefield, Nelson. Alex excitedly interjected, eager to designate a corner as his extreme performance testing zone. With funds swiftly in place and office space secured, the next step was to get the new machine truly operational. The three wasted no time in clarifying their roles. Ling Yun would supervise the central operations and control the overall situation. In a temporary glass-walled office, he began the initial structural setup for IceCloud and Alienware. His primary task was to recruit the non-technical core personnel essential for the company's operations. Soon fresh faces began appearing in the office building. Ling Yun personally interviewed candidates, swiftly securing several key roles with compensation surpassing market averages and an enticing stock option promise from the 20-option pool, a capable administrative and human resources manager with experience in large tech companies responsible for establishing company policies, compensation systems, and subsequent hiring processes. A dynamic marketing specialist passionate about tech products began conducting market research and drafting the first marketing plan for the Alienware brand. A meticulous financial officer was tasked with managing accounts and overseeing the substantial funds Ling Yun injected, ensuring that every penny was put to good use. The entire administrative and logistical system was constructed at a visibly rapid pace under Ling Yun's efficient, almost ruthless operation. Office furniture, computer equipment, phone lines. Various supplies were swiftly procured, unpacked, and assembled as the previously empty office space began to take shape, gradually resembling a company. Nelson took on the heavy responsibility of building the technical team. Leveraging his limited connections in Silicon Valley's tech circle and the generous hiring budget provided by Ling Yun, he began scouting for like-minded hardware engineers, designers, and testers. His hiring standards were exceptionally stringent. Candidates not only needed strong technical skills, but also an almost religious passion for creating the ultimate performance PC. Interviews took place in a temporarily arranged conference room. Nelson showcased the unique Blade prototype to each potential candidate, articulating Alienware's philosophy. We do not produce mediocre products. What we aim to create are masterpieces, performance beasts that bring peak experiences to gamers and professionals. His eyes burned with fervor, inspiring everyone who came for the interview. Soon, several highly skilled engineers who shared similar dreams accepted offers and became the first official employees of Alienware. Meanwhile, Alex was completely immersed in his technological world. In the new, more spacious office environment, he had his own dedicated workstation and testing area. The Blade prototype was connected to various monitoring instruments. His task was to further optimize the system architecture, squeeze out the hardware's potential, solve thermal bottlenecks, and prepare for mass production. With the newly joined hardware engineers, he continuously adjusted the BIOS parameters, tested the efficiency of different cooling solutions, and recorded performance data under various extreme conditions. The sounds of keyboards clattering, fans whirring, and their intense discussions over technical challenges formed the main melody of the technical area. In just 2 weeks, this previously quiet and empty office floor had undergone a complete transformation. In the office area, newly hired administrative and marketing staff were familiarizing themselves with the environment. Phone calls were beginning to ring, printers were churning out documents, and the air was filled with the mixed sense of new computers and furniture infused with the unique vitality of a startup that was busy yet full of hope. The technical area resembled a laboratory brimming with geek spirit. Several prototypes were being assembled and tested on the desks, with exposed cables, various models of cooling fans, disassembled graphics cards, and motherboards scattered everywhere. The whiteboard was filled with complex technical architecture diagrams and cooling airflow schematics. Alex and his small team often argued passionately over a technical detail, only to celebrate with high fives over the resolution of a problem. Nelson moved between the two areas occasionally, discussing hiring progress and product planning with Ling Yun, while also diving into the technical zone to check on development progress. Although busy, his face no longer bore the earlier signs of embarrassment and anxiety. Instead, it was replaced with a sense of responsibility and unprecedented fulfillment. Ling Yun occasionally stepped out of his cubicle, standing in the center of the office area, quietly observing all of this. He watched the administrative staff methodically handling affairs, the marketing specialist passionately discussing brand slogans, and the technical team immersed in a frenzy of creation. The various sounds intertwined into a somewhat noisy, yet vividly alive symphony. His $3 million acted as the most effective catalyst, not only saving a dying idea, but also, in a remarkably short time, birthing a vibrant, clearly structured, and purpose-driven tech startup. Here there was no bureaucracy or bloated structures typical of large corporations, only speed, passion, and a pursuit of a common goal. Ice Cloud and Alienware, this newly launched vessel equipped with ample ammunition and elite crew, had already set sail in the legendary waters of Silicon Valley, raising its sails toward the uncharted blue ocean named high-end custom PCs. The journey had just begun, but everyone on board firmly believed that the destination would eventually be reached. July 5, 1996, Los Angeles. Ice Cloud Investment Company and Alienware's startup work has gained momentum with an administrative system initially established, and the technical team working diligently under the leadership of Nelson and Alex to optimize the Blade prototype. Ling Yun delegated daily operations to the two founders and the newly recruited management team, while he turned his attention back to the tumultuous capital market. The living room of the hotel suite he was staying in had transformed into a temporary trading command center. A laptop connected to high-speed internet was surrounded by printed Yahoo financial reports, industry analysis documents, and several sticky notes filled with numbers and calculations. On the screen, the stock price chart of Yahoo YHO clearly displayed a typical post-IPO correction pattern. The Internet portal pioneer, which debuted on NASDAQ on April 12 at a stock price of 13, experienced a brief frenzy before its stock price plummeted, with trading volume continuously shrinking. Ling Yun's gaze was fixed on the current stock price, hovering around $3.90. Compared to its issue price, it had dropped by a staggering 70. Recent trading volume had dwindled to the extreme, with selling pressure exhausted, and the daily candlestick chart showing small fluctuations. The panic sell-off has been exhausted, the speculators have left, and only genuine long-term investors and desperate sellers remain. Ling Yun murmured to himself, his eyes sharp as an eagle. This is exactly what I wanted, a drastic reduction in volume. He quickly calculated in his mind. Previously, through currency exchange facilitated by General Zheng and some short-term profits from U.S. stocks, he had about $5 million available to him. The account he had opened at Goldman Sachs had a 10x leverage privilege, which meant he could directly utilize $50 million in purchasing power. A bolder plan began to take shape in his mind. He needed more ammunition to build a sufficiently large position at this historic low. He picked up the phone and directly dialed Richardson's number. "Richardson, it's me, Ling Yun." "Mr. Ling, how are you? Is everything going smoothly with Alienware?" Richardson's voice was still enthusiastic. "Very smoothly. There is another matter that requires your assistance." Ling Yun's tone was calm, but carried an undeniable decisiveness. "I believe the time to build a position in Yahoo has arrived. I need to increase my leverage by $30 million on top of the existing allocation." There was silence on the other end for 2 seconds. Clearly, Richardson was digesting this sudden and substantial request. An additional $30 million combined with Ling Yun's original funds and leverage would result in an astonishing total operating capital. "Mr. Ling, are you sure? Yahoo's stock price is still in a downward channel, and the market lacks confidence in such unprofitable internet companies." Richardson reminded him out of professional habit. "I am certain." Ling Yun interrupted him, his tone unwavering. "What I'm optimistic about is its future portal position and traffic value, not its current financial report." "Proceed, Richardson. I will bear all risks myself." Sensing the absolute confidence in Ling Yun's tone, Richardson no longer said more. "Okay, Mr. Ling, I will immediately apply to the Risk Control Committee. With the quality assets in your account and previous trading records, we can get approval as soon as this afternoon." "As soon as possible." Ling Yun hung up the phone. That afternoon, an official notice from Goldman Sachs arrived in his inbox. An additional $30 million in leverage had been approved and was effective. At this moment, the total capital under Ling Yun's control reached $5 million in personal funds, $20 million in initial leverage, $30 million in additional leverage, a total purchasing power of $80 million. After deducting some reserved funds and considering the need to control his position, he planned to use about $50 million for this stock buildup. The target was Yahoo, with costs to be kept below $4. On July 5, at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the U.S. stock market opened. Ling Yun did not choose to blindly rush in with market orders. Doing so would not only make it impossible to control costs, but could also lead to a surge in stock prices due to large orders flooding and drawing market attention and increasing subsequent acquisition costs. Instead, he adopted a more discreet and patient strategy, placing buy orders at various price levels. He set varying quantities of limit buy orders at multiple price levels of 3, 73, 75, 3, 83, 85, and 3, 90. These orders blended in with numerous retail orders like traps set by an experienced hunter quietly waiting for panic sell-offs or unconscious sell orders to collide. On the market, Yahoo's stock price continued to fluctuate narrowly between 3.85 and 3.95, with trading volume sluggish. Occasionally, a few tens of shares would appear in sell orders only to be swiftly absorbed by Ling Yun's buy orders set at lower prices. Throughout the afternoon, Ling Yun kept his eyes glued to the screen, occasionally adjusting the quantity of orders at each price level based on market transactions, ensuring a steady rhythm of purchases without causing any disturbances. At market close, Yahoo's stock price settled at 3.88, and he successfully accumulated approximately 3,200,000 shares. On July 6th, a Friday, perhaps due to the weekend effect, or the last wavering holders choosing to exit, Yahoo's stock price experienced a slight wave of selling pressure after the opening, briefly touching a low of 3.72 for the day. This was the opportunity Ling Yun had been waiting for. He acted swiftly, increasing the density and quantity of buy orders between 3.72 and 3.85. One by one, large and small buy orders quietly absorbed all the sell orders, flooding the market like a sponge soaking up water. His operation was as calm as a machine, with no emotional fluctuations. A decrease in stock price was not a loss for him, but rather a providential opportunity to collect chips at a lower cost. Throughout the morning, trading was unusually active, but almost all at lower levels. Ling Yun's position rapidly increased. By the afternoon, the selling pressure had significantly weakened, and the stock price began to rise slowly. Ling Yun assessed that he had absorbed the vast majority of the cheap chips in the bottom area. He no longer hesitated and placed the remaining funds in a single limit order slightly above the market price at around 3.95, aiming to clear the battlefield and complete the final stock buildup. When the closing bell rang at 4 in the afternoon, Yahoo's stock price was fixed at 3.96. Ling Yun let out a long breath, leaning back slightly, easing his stiff neck. He pulled up his accounts, holding information securities Ychoya Inc. Holding quantity 13000 shares, average cost 3.80, total invested funds 49400, approximately 49 per million, the rest reserved for funds and fees. In just 2 days, he had utilized nearly $50 million, completing the accumulation of 13 million shares of Yahoo stock at an average cost of 3.80. This holding amount was not to be underestimated even among institutional investors. Looking at the record on the screen that represented his massive position, a faint smile of satisfaction finally appeared at the corner of Ling Yun's mouth. He knew he had completed this gamble-like layout at the most ideal and cheapest price zone available after Yahoo's IPO. This was not merely a simple investment, but a perfect execution of his rebirth advantages and future trend judgment. The wave of the internet was about to surge in with overwhelming force, and he already held a weighty ticket. What followed was a patient wait, waiting for the tide to rise to propel him and his Yahoo giant ship to the pinnacle of the era. He closed the trading software, and outside the window was the night view of Los Angeles, bright and full of the unknown. In a private booth of a cafe renowned for its discretion, Ling Yun met with the creator of the Linux kernel, Linus Torvalds. At that moment, Linus still exhibited a youthful casualness, dressed in a relaxed t-shirt, yet his gaze revealed the unique focus and stubbornness of a technical master. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Ling Yun directly got to the point, expressing his admiration for Linux and his desire to participate more deeply in its development, even subtly suggesting the possibility of acquisition. Mr. Ling, thank you for your appreciation. Linus shook his head, his tone gentle yet exceptionally firm. But Linux does not belong to any individual or company. It should be open and free. Its strength comes from the collective wisdom of thousands of developers around the globe. I do not wish for it to be bound by any commercial entity, nor do I want it to be limited by race, politics, or geography. It should belong to all humanity like science. His words radiated a pure glow of idealism. If not for his rebirth, knowing some future political controversies surrounding the open source community, Ling Yun would have been deeply moved by this sentiment. I understand and respect your philosophy, Linus. Ling Yun did not push further, shifting the conversation, precisely because it is so important. I hope it can become even stronger. Please allow me, from the perspective of a tech enthusiast and future observer, to share some thoughts on operating systems, particularly regarding the future development of Linux. Linus showed a look of interest, gesturing for him to continue. Ling Yun raised his coffee cup, organizing his words, recounting the key technological highlights that would only appear in Linux kernel version 2. 6 years later. Linus, I believe the next stage of core competitiveness for operating systems lies in extreme high-performance scalability and reliability. He set his cup down, tracing an architectural diagram on the table with his finger. First, there's the process scheduler. Ling Yun looked at Linus. Currently, the scheduling algorithms become a bottleneck when facing a large number of concurrent processes. I am contemplating the concept of an O1 scheduler where no matter how many run queues or processes exist in the system, the time complexity for task switching remains constant. This could significantly enhance the responsiveness of servers under high load. Linus' previously relaxed expression slightly stiffened, and he unconsciously sat up straighter. O1 complexity. This concept is remarkably advanced, directly addressing the core pain points of current schedulers. Ling Yun did not pause and continued to introduce new concepts. Additionally, kernel preemption. Existing kernels are non-preemptive in many scenarios, which can lead to delays in real-time task responses. If we could implement finer-grained kernel preemption, allowing higher priority tasks to interrupt lower priority kernel tasks, it would be revolutionary for applications requiring high real-time performance, such as industrial control and financial trading. Real-time kernel preemption. Linus repeated softly, his eyes shimmering with the light of contemplation. This indeed was a weakness of Linux at that time compared to some commercial Unix systems. Moreover, Ling Yun continued to elaborate, the virtual memory subsystem also has great potential. I am envisioning a reverse mapping mechanism that can more efficiently handle memory page reclamation and swapping, significantly reducing the memory management overhead during the runtime of large applications. There is also support for NUMA non-uniform memory access architecture. As multiprocessor servers develop, the operating system must intelligently perceive and manage the access latency differences of different memory nodes. He even mentioned the embryonic idea of the extension 4 file system, describing its superior support for large files and enhanced log reliability. Every technical point that Ling Yun mentioned was like pebbles thrown into a lake, creating ripples in Linus' heart. These ideas were not fanciful. They were logically coherent, directly targeting the practical bottlenecks and evolutionary directions that the Linux kernel would encounter in its future development. Some concepts Linus may have vaguely sensed himself, but they certainly had never been described so clearly and systematically as Ling Yun did at this moment. This young Eastern investor's technological insight and foresight astonished Linus, even instilling a sense of unease. These ideas gave him tremendous inspiration, as if someone had illuminated the path of technological evolution for him in advance. Mr. Ling, Linus took a deep breath, his tone becoming particularly solemn. Your ideas are truly astonishing and highly enlightening. They have provided me with a lot of inspiration. I must admit, some of the directions you outlined may very well be the evolutionary paths for Linux in the future. He looked at Ling Yun, his expression complex. However, this only strengthens my belief. Linux must remain open source and community-driven. Only by relying on the wisdom of global developers can such complex and advanced technological ideas be gradually transformed into reality. To close it off would be a regression in technology. The meeting concluded in an atmosphere of mutual admiration, yet differing ideologies. Linus left hurriedly, his mind filled with new technological inspirations, eager to record and digest them. Ling Yun sat alone in the cafe, slowly finishing his now-cold coffee. He understood that recruiting Linus and directly controlling Linux was no longer a viable path. That technical genius held unwavering beliefs and principles. It seems in the end I must rely on myself, Ling Yun murmured to himself. He did not feel much disappointment. Attracting Linus was merely an attempt. Since this route was blocked, he would take another path, independent research and development. In 1996, the operating system market landscape was still uncertain. Windows 95, though powerful, was not without flaws. Linux was still in its infancy. Other Unix variants each held their own territories. Everything was just beginning. Ling Yun knew well that creating a mature operating system ecosystem from scratch was a daunting task. However, his goal was not to defeat anyone heathen in the short term. What he aimed to do was to plant a seed to create a prototype of an operating system that was fully autonomous and controllable based on future technological trends, such as the highlights he mentioned to Linus, capable of being compatible with and integrating mainstream systems. This would serve as his spare tire and backup plan. Even if it could not occupy a significant share in the open market, it could serve as a deeply customized system for Xingho Technologies' future hardware products, becoming part of a technological barrier and a strategic reserve to avoid being choked in certain critical areas. Who would prevail? It remained uncertain. Ling Yun settled the bill and left the cafe, the sunlight of Silicon Valley shining upon him. The meeting with Linus not only did not discourage him, but instead clarified his next step. While reaping huge profits in the capital market, he must steadfastly build his own hardcore technological foundation. The operating system, the jewel on the crown of the information industry, he too wanted to touch. The meeting with Linus was like a giant stone thrown into the tranquil surface of a lake, stirring up far more turbulent waves within Ling Yun than it appeared on the surface. The failure to recruit did not discourage him. Instead, it ignited the ambition deep within him to create his own operating system. Since he could not enlist this future open-source army, he decided to forge his own elite force, one that was better equipped and had clearer objectives. In the suite of the hotel he was staying at, he created an absolutely quiet workspace for himself. Heavy curtains were half-drawn, blocking out the noisy sunlight and neon of Los Angeles, leaving only a few desk lamps to provide focused light. A large whiteboard stood against the wall, still bearing the remnants of scrawls made during previous discussions about Alienware and Yahoo investments, now quickly wiped clean, ready to carry a grander blueprint. On the desk were several Topophthalene laptops and desktops of the era, their screens lit up, displaying the interface of the current mainstream operating system, Windows 95, and a nascent early version of Linux. Scattered nearby were numerous books and printed papers on Unix kernels, compiler principles, and hardware architecture. Ling Yun closed his eyes. His mind was not blank, but rather illuminated like a vast digital library. As a reincarnator, his advantage was fully unleashed at this moment. The essence of those open-source kernel designs that had been forged through trials and validated in numerous application scenarios, especially the Linux system born from Linus, nurtured by developers worldwide, and ultimately thriving, its evolutionary path, technical gains and losses, and architectural essence unfolded before him like a clear blueprint. Since I know the path of the future, why not walk it in advance and hold the signposts in my own hands? Ling Yun's lips curled into a complex smile as he envisioned the scene when Linus on some future day would discover that the evolutionary direction he had painstakingly pondered had been patented and copyrighted by someone years in advance, likely cursing in frustration. Gathering his thoughts, Ling Yun began the substantial architectural design. He did not opt to start from scratch. That would take too long and could easily lead him into the unknown mire of technology. He chose the most efficient path, standing on the shoulders of giants, specifically the giants of the future. His first target was the core architectural highlights of Linux kernel 2.6. This kernel version, originally set to be released years later in the timeline, represented a key step in the maturity of Linux in the fields of servers and high-performance computing. Picking up a marker, he wrote on the left side of the whiteboard star kernel core architecture and then began to outline. 1. A scheduler. He meticulously drew diagrams of multiple priority queues and active expired queues, marking the core advantage of constant time complexity, ensuring that even with hundreds or thousands of concurrent processes, the scheduling delays would remain controllable and predictable. 2. Kernel preemption. He emphasized this point, stressing that it would bring true hard real-time capabilities to the system, meeting the extremely stringent response time requirements of industrial control and communication devices. 3. Reverse mapping and enhanced NUMA support. He drew complex block diagrams in the virtual memory management area, explaining how to quickly locate all processes referencing a physical page through reverse mapping and how to optimize performance under non-uniform memory access architectures. 4. Forward-thinking design of the extension 4 file system. He listed the major improvements of extension 4 over extension 2.3, scalability, log reliability, delayed allocation, etc., and conceived mechanisms to handle future massive data storage. The essence of future Linux 2.6 was cleverly integrated, optimized, and infused with his understanding of system architecture, forming the solid and efficient foundation of star kernel. However, Ling Yun's ambition did not stop there. His gaze was set on the even more distant future, the era of mobile internet. He understood that a successful operating system was not only about a powerful kernel, but also about the application framework and runtime environment built upon it. Thus, on the right side of the whiteboard, he wrote Nebula Framework. Here he began to draw inspiration from the wisdom of another future giant, the framework layer of Android. He particularly valued two key components: anonymous shared memory. Ling Yun designed this mechanism in detail. It allowed processes to efficiently share large amounts of data without complex serialization and copying operations, which was crucial for graphic buffers and multimedia data streams, significantly enhancing performance, especially in future graphic interfaces and gaming. Binder Interprocess Communication IPC Mechanism. Ling Yun drew the architecture diagram of the binder driver on the whiteboard, including context managers, service registration, and querying, and reference-counted cross-process object references. He understood that an efficient, secure, and user-friendly IPC mechanism is the cornerstone for building complex modular system services. The client-server model of Binder and its permission management capabilities far surpassed the commonly used IPC methods like sockets and pipes, providing better stability and security for the system. He aimed to deeply integrate the concepts of Ashmum and Binder with star kernel, intending to create a system foundation where everything from low-level drivers to upper-level services worked in efficient collaboration. For an entire week, Ling Yun hardly stepped outside. In the room, the whiteboard was densely covered with writing erased and filled again on the computer screen. Various architectural diagrams, data structure definitions, and drafts of API interfaces emerged endlessly. Printed design documents piled higher and higher. He was like an architect traversing time and space, ingeniously integrating verified, excellent designs from different futures, refining them, and laying down numerous technological patents and software copyrights as mines at critical junctures. These patents covered many core domains, including scheduling algorithms, memory management optimizations, and efficient IPC mechanisms. A week later, Ling Yun set down his pen, looking at the thick stack of well-structured and detail-rich preliminary architectural design draft of StarOS before him. This was no longer a vague idea, but a blueprint for an operating system that possessed a clear technical path and strong competitive power. It absorbed the essence of the future Linux kernel while also laying out advanced framework characteristics similar to Android, targeting high-performance computing, embedded devices, and the mobile smart terminals that may emerge in the future. He knew this was just the first step of a long journey. The subsequent coding, implementation, and ecosystem construction would be even more daunting challenges. But with this architecture design that transcended nearly a decade as a guide, he had at least one at the starting line. Ling Yun walked to the window, pulled back the curtains, and the night view of Los Angeles came into view. His gaze was sharp and resolute. Linus had his open source ideals, while Ling Yun had his ambition for a commercial empire and technological independence. He officially entered the battlefield of operating systems. This time he aimed to be not just a participant, but a redefiner of the rules. Let time prove who will prevail. In Los Angeles, at the office of IceCloud Investment Company, the once spacious office floor has now been effectively divided into two distinctly styled areas. On one side is the performance sanctuary, where the Alienware team resides, characterized by exposed chassis, blinking indicator lights, and intense technical discussions. On the other side, a completely quiet area has been newly established, imbued with an academic atmosphere, the Operating System Development Department. Thick carpets absorb most of the footsteps, and 30 brand new desks are neatly arranged, each equipped with the latest high-end development machines. On the white walls hang several large whiteboards filled with complex algorithm flowcharts, data structure definitions, and drafts of module interfaces representing the results of Ling Yun's week of closed-door innovation, the preliminary architecture of the StarOS system. 30 newly recruited programmers are already in position. Among them are top students who have just graduated from Berkeley and Stanford, their eyes gleaming with youthful vigor and thirst for knowledge. Alongside them are seasoned engineers who have transitioned from other software companies, their expressions revealing a desire for challenge and curiosity about their young boss' grand plans. In 1996, before the internet bubble had distorted the talent market, it wasn't too difficult to recruit this elite group, thanks to the competitive salaries offered by Ling Yun and the enticing project vision of developing a modern operating system from scratch. Ling Yun stands at the front of the department like a commander about to lead his team into battle. He does not engage in lengthy mobilization, but directly distributes the printed several hundred-page thick StarOS architecture design draft to everyone. This is our goal for the foreseeable future. Ling Yun's voice is clear and calm, resonating in the quiet office area. This is not just another variant of Unix, nor a mere imitation of Windows. Its kernel will integrate advanced features such as O1 scheduling, kernel preemption, and reverse-mapped memory management. Its framework layer, Nebula Framework, will introduce efficient anonymous shared memory and a brand new IPC mechanism called Binder. He briefly elucidated several core concepts, prompting a low murmur of astonishment and whispers among the audience. These ideas were so ahead of their time that they even challenged their existing perceptions. I know this sounds challenging. Ling Yun scanned the room, but that is the very reason we are gathered here. We will transform the architecture on paper into runnable code. This will be a long, tedious, and even painful process, but I ask you to maintain reverence for every line of code and to strive for perfection in every design detail. Without further ado, the development work commenced. Ling Yun took on the roles of the chief architect and core technical decision-maker. He divided the team into several core groups: kernel group, memory management group, process communication group, file system group, and driver framework group. Day by day, the rhythm in the office became simple and pure. In the morning, team members arrived successively, first holding a brief morning meeting to synchronize progress and issues. During the day, the office was primarily filled with the rapid tapping of keyboards and the occasional low discussions about technical difficulties. The air was thick with the scent of caffeine and focus. Ling Yun moved between the groups, often able to pinpoint potential design flaws or performance bottlenecks with just a glance at the code, his technical insight and broad vision quickly winning over these ambitious programmers. It was as if he already knew where the correct path lay. Their work resembled a large-scale code fill-in-the-blank exercise along the blueprint he had laid out. In the evening, working late became the norm. The architecture diagrams on the whiteboards were continuously refined and corrected, and the submission records in the code repository increased day by day. Sometimes, to solve a tricky concurrency bug, core members would gather together to discuss late into the night. Time slipped away quietly amidst the increasing lines of code. Outside the window, the sky of Los Angeles gradually shifted from the deep blue of late summer to a hint of early autumn's clarity. The StarOS project under Ling Yun's nearly exacting push advanced slowly, yet steadily, evolving from a nebulous concept to the initial pulse of life. Until one afternoon in mid-September, Ling Yun was discussing a detail about reference counting synchronization in the binder driver with members of the kernel group when his Motorola phone on the desk rang, abruptly breaking the serenity of the office. He frowned slightly, intending to hang up directly, but glanced at the caller ID. It was an overseas call from the Spark Electronics factory in Jinan, China. He gestured for the meeting to pause and walked into the quiet corridor with the phone. "Hello, this is Ling Yun." "Mr. Ling, great to finally reach you." The familiar yet urgent voice of Factory Director Ma Baohua came through with some background noise. "Director Ma, what's the matter?" Ling Yun asked in a deep voice. "Mr. Ling, there's an urgent situation that requires your decision." Ma Baohua spoke quickly. Several businessmen from Hong Kong came in response to our advertisement in the computer news. They were very satisfied with our Spark brand mouse and keyboard samples. They directly requested an initial order of 50,000 sets of mice and 50,000 sets of keyboards. They said they want to distribute them to channels in Hong Kong and Southeast Asia. 50,000 sets of mice and 50,000 sets of keyboards. Even if calculated at a mid-range price point for Spark Electronics, this is an enormous order worth millions of RMB. For a newly established company like Spark Electronics striving to break into the market, this is undoubtedly a timely boost, a strong shot in the arm. "This is great news, Director Ma." Ling Yun's tone was calm, showing no excessive surprise. "What are their pricing and payment terms?" "The pricing meets our expectations, even slightly higher than the prices we offer domestic agents, as it includes export tax rebates." Ma Baohua reported, then switched the topic, his tone turning hesitant. "However, Mr. Ling, they have very high demands. They have strict requirements for packaging, labeling, and quality consistency, which exceed our current standards. Moreover, they hope to start delivering in batches next month. This order is too large, involving raw material procurement, production line expansion, and quality control upgrades. I don't dare make a decision." The responsible person on the other side also made it clear that they hope to discuss the details with the boss, who can make decisions. Ling Yun immediately understood. This isn't just about signing a contract and shipping. This order is a comprehensive test of Spark Electronics' production capacity, management level, and credibility. Though Ma Baohua is experienced facing such a large-scale export order and international business negotiation, he truly feels inadequate. He paused for a moment, gazing out the corridor window at the soil, nurturing future technology. The development of the operating system was at a critical juncture, and he had planned to keep a close watch for a while longer. However, Spark Electronics is one of his foundations, the most important source of cash flow and the starting point for hardware manufacturing at present. This Hong Kong order not only signifies substantial profits, but also represents a strategic opportunity for the Spark brand to venture abroad and establish a foothold in a broader market. It cannot be lost. Reply to them. Ling Yun made a decisive call, his voice steady and powerful. "I will return to China as soon as possible to negotiate with them personally. Let them wait for me in Jinan." "Great, Mr. Ling. With you back to oversee things, I feel reassured." Ma Baohua's voice instantly brimmed with confidence. After hanging up the phone, Ling Yun stood still and took a deep breath. On one side is the operating system development that concerns the future, the creation of something from nothing in the world of code. On the other side is the manufacturing order that needs to be seized at the moment, the tangible expansion of the real economy. He turned and walked back to the operating system development department, clapping his hands to attract everyone's attention. "Everyone," his voice returned to its usual calmness, "there's an urgent business matter in the country that I must handle in person. I need to return to China immediately for a while." He noticed some team members displaying surprise and a hint of unease on their faces. "The project will not stop." Ling Yun's tone was firm. "I have already detailed the development milestones, technical challenge plans, and code review permissions for the coming month to the leaders of each group. All development plans remain unchanged, and daily progress reports will be sent to my email as usual. For significant technical decisions, feel free to communicate by overseas phone call at any time." He looked around at the engineers he had personally selected, who were dedicated to building StarOS. "While I am away, this place is in your hands. Remember our goal: maintain the current rhythm and passion. There were no excessive farewells or emotional displays. Ling Yun quickly delegated his work before returning to his office to begin arranging for his return trip. On August 20th, 1996, in Jinan, in the conference room of Xinghuo Electronics Factory, a tense atmosphere permeated the air. On one side of the rectangular conference table sat the factory representatives led by Ling Yun, factory director, Ma Baohua, financial officer Wu, and the production manager. On the opposite side were Li Wentao, the trader from Hong Kong, and his two assistants. Li Wentao, around 40 years old, wore a sharply tailored suit, his hair styled meticulously. Speaking Mandarin with a Cantonese accent, his sharp and keen gaze embodied the typical demeanor of a Hong Kong businessman. In front of him lay samples of the mouse, keyboard, and mousepad from Xinghuo Electronics. Mr. Ling, you are young and accomplished, Li Wentao stated, directly cutting to the chase after a brief exchange of pleasantries. Your factory's products have a good design and decent feel. Our global trade sees the potential of the mainland market and intends to introduce such cost-effective products to Southeast Asia. We come with sincerity, hoping to establish a long-term cooperation. Mr. Li, you flatter us. We also look forward to cooperating with your company to open up export channels, Ling Yun replied with a smile, neither humble nor arrogant. Good, then let's discuss the specific terms. Li Wentao picked up the mouse. For this mouse, we would like to place an initial order of 50,000 units. As for the price, I hope to set it at 65 yuan. As soon as he finished speaking, Ma Baohua's expression changed slightly. This price was nearly at the cost line with minimal profit. Ling Yun's expression remained unchanged as he lightly tapped the table with his fingers. Mr. Li, I'm afraid we will have a hard time accepting this price. Our mice use internal structures and micro switches that are superior to market equivalents, and the cost is as such. Moreover, the custom mousepad we provide has a production cost close to 3 yuan. Our sincere offer is 85 yuan. 85. Li Wentao shook his head with a smile, looking at his assistant, a Changsho. Mr. Ling, the quotations we've received from Shenzhen. The assistant immediately produced a document listing several quotations from Shenzhen factories, most of which were below 70 yuan. Mr. Ling, I am very clear about the labor and material costs in the mainland. Li Wentao leaned forward with an air of pressure. 65 yuan has already considered your slightly better quality. In business, we must heed the market conditions. Mr. Li, we certainly understand market conditions, Ling Yun interjected, his tone steady, but market conditions also depend on quality. Our products are aimed at Taiwan's Twin Flying Swallows, not the miscellaneous brands from Shenzhen. Similar products from Twin Flying Swallows retail for over 130 yuan in the mainland. We offer 85 as the factory price, ensuring your company has sufficient profit margin and price competitiveness in Hong Kong and Southeast Asia. If we merely chase the lowest price at the expense of quality, it will ultimately harm the brand and long-term interests of both parties. He paused for a moment before adding, moreover, we can agree to print global trade special supply on the packaging as per your requirements, which itself serves as a brand enhancement for your company's channels. Li Wentao pondered for a moment, tapping the keyboard. Then what about the keyboard? The keyboard is 110 yuan, Ling Yun stated the price. That's too high, Li Wentao immediately countered, 95 yuan. Mr. Ling, we are placing a large order of 50,000 sets, not just a small deal. This quantity is enough for your factory to operate at full capacity for a long time. Precisely because it is a large order, we must ensure reasonable profits to guarantee stable quality and delivery times. Ling Yun stood firm. 110 yuan is our bottom line. Mr. Li, can compare the feel of the keycaps and the structure of the internal steel plate. You get what you pay for. The negotiation fell into a stalemate. The price became the focal point of tug-of-war between the two sides. The conference room was filled with smoke, and tea was refilled repeatedly. Li Wentao occasionally emphasized the scale of the order, while at times hinting at the flexibility of other suppliers. Ling Yun consistently argued for product value, quality assurance, and the prospects for long-term cooperation. After nearly 2 hours of intense exchanges, both sides realized the need to compromise. How about this? Li Wentao took a deep breath and made a concession. For the mouse, 80 yuan. For the keyboard, 100 yuan. This is the highest price I can accept. As for the mouse pad, well, go with what you said and count it at 5 yuan included in the package. Although this price is slightly lower than Ling Yun's initial offer, it falls within the acceptable range for Xinghuo Electronics Factory, allowing for reasonable profits. Ling Yun exchanged quick glances with Ma Baohua, and Officer Wu, slightly nodding. Good, since Mr. Li is so sincere, we will set the price as you stated. Ling Yun concluded decisively. The price negotiation ended, and next came the discussions on payment methods. For payment, we hope to receive full payment within 30 days after the goods arrive in Hong Kong for inspection. Li Wentao made his request. This time Ling Yun's attitude was exceptionally firm. Mr. Li, this is not possible, he directly denied. We need to front large sums of money to purchase raw materials and expand production to fulfill this order. Cash on delivery places too much financial pressure and risk on us. We must receive a 30 deposit to initiate production. After shipment, upon receiving a copy of the bill of lading, 95 of the payment should be made. The remaining 5 will serve as a quality guarantee deposit to be paid in full 1 year after the goods arrive and pass inspection, provided there are no mass quality issues. The deposit ratio is too high. Li Wentao's assistant could not help but interject. This is a basic condition to ensure the production of large-scale orders. Ling Yun's tone was firm. Without a deposit, we cannot trust your order's sincerity, nor can we place orders with raw material suppliers. Mr. Li, this is our first collaboration. Trust requires a foundation. The deposit and quality guarantee are the cornerstones of our mutual integrity. Another round of intense discussion and deliberation followed. Ultimately, Li Wentao accepted the payment plan proposed by Ling Yun. He understood that to obtain high-quality and stable supply products, he had to provide manufacturers with some financial support. This is standard practice. When all terms were finally finalized, the legal teams of both parties began drafting the formal contract, and the tense atmosphere in the conference room gradually eased. The finalized procurement contract clearly stated products and prices: Xingho brand mouse unit price 80 yuan, keyboard unit price 100 yuan, mousepad unit price 5 yuan. Each purchasing 5,000 sets. Total contract amount 80,105, 50,900 yuan, 9,250,000. Payment method 30 deposit 27750 yuan upon contract signing. After shipment, pay 95 of the total contract amount 6043750 yuan upon receipt of a copy of the bill of lading. The remaining 546250 yuan serves as a quality guarantee deposit to be paid 1 year after the goods are accepted and qualified. As Li Wentao and his party hurriedly left after signing the contract, Ma Baoguo rubbed his hands excitedly. Mr. Ling, over 9 million in large orders. Our factory. This will bring us back to life. Ling Yun also revealed a satisfied expression. This order not only brought nearly 10 million in revenue and considerable profit, but more importantly, it opened the door to the international market for Xingho Electronics, greatly enhancing brand confidence. Director Ma, let's get to work immediately, Ling Yun commanded. Once the deposit arrives, procure raw materials with all our might. At the same time, urgently hire 500 assembly line workers for pre-job training. The production line must operate at full capacity with 3 shifts, ensuring quality and delivery times. This is the first battle for Xingho Electronics to make a name for itself, but we can only succeed, not fail. Yes, Mr. Ling. Ma Baoguo's voice was loud and filled with energy. The entire Xingho Electronics factory felt as if it were injected with a shot of adrenaline, instantly operating at high speed. Recruitment notices covered the entrance of the factory, and applicants lined up in long queues. The procurement department's phone rang incessantly. In the workshop, seasoned workers began adjusting equipment and planning new production line layouts. Amidst this bustling scene, Ling Yun's phone rang again. It was a call from the secretary of the district committee. Mr. Ling, I wanted to inform you. District Secretary Zhang has learned that your factory secured a large export order to Hong Kong, creating a significant number of jobs, and he is taking it very seriously. Tomorrow morning, Secretary Zhang will lead a team to inspect and research at Xingho Electronics and hopes you prepare for their visit. After hanging up, Ling Yun's gaze deepened. Secretary Zhang's sudden visit for inspection was certainly not just because the electronics factory signed a large order. Ling Yun needed to consider Secretary Zhang's true intentions carefully. At exactly 9 o'clock in the morning, several black domestic cars smoothly entered the Xingho Electronics factory, coming to a stop on the freshly leveled ground. The car doors opened, and amidst a group of accompanying personnel, a middle-aged man in his 50s, dressed in a light gray jacket, his hair meticulously combed, and wearing a gentle smile, stepped out. He was none other than Secretary Zhang of the district committee. Ling Yun and Ma Baoguo had already brought several key officials from the factory to await him in front of the office building. Secretary Zhang, welcome to Xingho Electronics to guide our work. Ling Yun, good to see you. You are quite accomplished at a young age. Secretary Zhang firmly shook Ling Yun's hand, his sharp gaze sweeping over the revitalized factory area. I heard that your factory has been thriving recently and has secured a large order from Hong Kong, helping many laid-off workers in our district find re-employment. I came here specifically to learn from your experience. Your praise is too much, Secretary. We have just begun, and there is still much we need to learn and improve. Please follow me. Let's take a look at the workshop. Ling Yun stepped aside to lead the way. The group entered the main workshop. In stark contrast to the desolation just a month prior, the workshop was now bustling and orderly. Several brand new assembly lines had been installed and debugged, now operating at full speed. Workers dressed in matching blue uniforms sat beside the production lines, their fingers flying as they skillfully assembled various components of keyboards, installing keycaps, soldering circuit boards, securing casings, conducting power tests. The entire process was like a finely tuned clock interlocking seamlessly, emitting a rhythmic buzzing sound. The air was filled with the distinctive scent of new plastic and solder. At the end of the production line, finished keyboards were neatly packed into boxes awaiting storage. It was a scene full of vitality and enthusiasm. Secretary Zhang nodded repeatedly, a genuine smile spreading across his face. Great. Really wonderful. This is how a factory should look, full of energy. He walked over to a production line and paused to watch. A middle-aged female worker who was intently installing keycaps noticed the secretary's arrival and seemed somewhat nervous, slowing her movements. Don't be nervous, big sister. Secretary Zhang spoke, gently, his tone casual, as if chatting. What is your surname? Are you getting along well at the factory? SSEC. Secretary, hello. My surname is Wang. The female worker stood up, awkwardly, putting down her work. Yes, I'm quite used to it. Where did you work before? Secretary Zhang asked with concern. I previously worked at State Cotton Mill No. 3, but the factory was not performing well, and I was laid off for over a year. My voice steadied as I spoke. Thanks to President Ling taking over the electronics factory, we old workers have been able to find jobs again. Is your salary paid on time now? How does it compare to when you were at the cotton mill? Secretary Zhang asked the crucial question. When salary was mentioned, Sister Wang's eyes lit up, and she spoke more animatedly. Yes. It's paid on time every month. President Ling keeps his word. We now have a base salary plus piecework pay, and if we work a bit faster and do overtime, we can earn over 400 yuan a month. That's over 100 more than what I made at the cotton mill. And also, she lowered her voice a bit, her face beaming with satisfaction. The meals in the factory cafeteria are hearty and substantial, often served with meat, even better than what I eat at home. Oh, the cafeteria food is that good? Secretary Zhang smiled at Ling Yun. It should be. The workers work hard and need to keep up their nutrition, Ling Yun answered humbly. Secretary Zhang continued to ask, several workers receiving similar responses, satisfaction with work, salary, and cafeteria food. The workers' faces radiated a sense of security and hope which could not be faked. Secretary Zhang observed it all, feeling pleased. Reemployment after layoffs is one of the most challenging social issues today, and the success of Xinghuo Electronics is undoubtedly an excellent example. After inspecting the workshop, he also toured the warehouse and the newly expanded cafeteria. Observing the clean environment of the cafeteria and the low-priced menu featuring a balance of meat and vegetables, Secretary Zhang nodded in approval once again. As lunch approached, Ling Yun timely extended an invitation. Secretary Zhang, esteemed leaders, it's lunchtime. Why not try the chef's skills at our factory cafeteria? This was the usual protocol, and also a good opportunity to express respect and strengthen relationships. However, Secretary Zhang smiled and waved his hand unexpectedly, declining. No need for a meal. I wouldn't want to trouble you. The discipline committee has regulations. We cannot dine at enterprises. He then shifted his gaze to Ling Yun, a hint of subtle meaning in his eyes. However, after walking around this morning, I do feel a bit dry. I heard that President Ling has some good tea here. How about we go to your office for a cup of tea? The suggestion of going to the office for tea startled Ling Yun, and several thoughts flashed through his mind. Typically, after an inspection, one would either stay for a meal to deepen relationships or leave directly. Going to the office for tea clearly exceeded standard procedures. This Secretary Zhang likely had more on his mind than just inspecting. He probably wanted to discuss something privately. Of course, that would be our honor. Ling Yun reacted swiftly, a warm smile immediately appearing on his face. Director Ma, please escort the other leaders to the lounge for a bit. Secretary Zhang, please follow me. Ling Yun led Secretary Zhang through the bustling office area to his simply but neatly furnished office. He personally boiled water, retrieving a can of premium Longjing tea, and began to brew it skillfully. The fresh aroma of tea quickly filled the office. Good tea. Secretary Zhang picked up the white porcelain teacup, gently blowing on the steam before taking a sip and praising it. He did not speak immediately, but leisurely savored the tea, his gaze thoughtfully sweeping over the office's arrangement before settling on the bustling factory scene outside the window. Ling Yun also did not rush to speak, quietly accompanying him in drinking tea, while quickly contemplating the possible intentions of the other party. After a moment of silence, Secretary Zhang set down his teacup, leaning slightly forward, his smile retracting a bit, and his tone became formal and profound. Ling Yun, today, after seeing your factory, I feel quite moved and gratified. You have not only revitalized a dying state-owned enterprise, providing employment for so many workers and giving them hope, but you have also explored a viable path for the reform of industrial enterprises in our district and even our city. What you are doing is a significant benefit to the country and the people. Your words are too generous, Secretary. I'm just doing what I can, Ling Yun modestly replied. No, this is not a small matter. Secretary Zhang waved his hand, his tone affirming, I see your ability, your courage, and your concern for the workers. Today I came to have tea with you first to represent the district committee and government in expressing gratitude. Second, I also want to hear your views as a young and accomplished entrepreneur on the economic development of our district, especially industrial development. Or perhaps what larger plans do you have for Xinghuo Electronics next? Are there any difficulties you need help coordinating with the district? Ling Yun understood the implication. He pondered his words carefully, neither boasting nor being overly conservative. Thank you, Secretary, for your trust and encouragement. Xinghuo Electronics has just started. Thanks to the order from Hong Kong, we have managed to establish a foothold. Next, we plan to increase R&D investment on the basis of stabilizing the current product quality and production capacity, aiming towards higher-tech computer peripherals such as more precise mice, and even attempting to venture into core component fields. We are collaborating with Shandong University to establish a joint laboratory to lay the groundwork for the future. He paused, observing Secretary Zhang's reaction, and continued, as for difficulties currently, it mainly revolves around talent and technology accumulation. We hope to attract more high-quality technical and managerial talent. Additionally, as we expand, the current factory premises may soon become insufficient. He did not make direct demands, but pointed out potential future needs. Secretary Zhang listened intently, his fingers lightly stroking the rim of the teacup. Talent and technology are crucial to core competitiveness. It's great that you have this awareness. The district can help facilitate connections with the city's talent center and even with some research institutions at the provincial level. As for land, he pondered for a moment. If you develop well and truly become a major taxpayer and star enterprise in our district, the district will naturally prioritize support. After all, supporting vibrant and promising enterprises like yours means supporting the development of our district. The words were not fully articulated, but promises and expectations were already implied. Then I truly appreciate the Secretary's support. Ling Yun timely expressed his gratitude. Let's work hard. Secretary Zhang stood up, patting Ling Yun on the shoulder, his tone filled with hope. Ling Yun, you are still young. The road ahead is long. I hope you can remain humble and work diligently to grow your enterprise, striving to become a banner for the industrial enterprises of our district and even our city. Secretary Ling has high expectations for you. After seeing off Secretary Zhang and his entourage, Ling Yun stood by the window of his office watching the convoy leave. He understood that Secretary Zhang had said many things today, but only the last sentence was the most important. Under the night sky, the Soviet-style residential buildings of the Municipal Party Committee compound stood unusually still, with only a few scattered windows glowing faintly. Ling Yun, carrying gifts brought back from the United States, knocked on the door of his uncle Ling Jun's home. His aunt opened the door and greeted him with a warm, affectionate smile. Xiao Yun, you're here. Come in. Your uncle is in the study. Inside the study, soft lamplight bathed the room. Ling Jun sat at his desk, wearing reading glasses, reviewing official documents. Beside him rested a cup of strong tea and an open copy of selected works of Mao Zedong. Upon seeing Ling Yun, he removed his glasses and rubbed the bridge of his nose, his face betraying a gentle weariness and a quiet, knowing smile. You're back. How did your trip to the United States go? Uncle. Ling Yun placed the gifts aside and settled into the wrought-tan chair opposite the desk. It went exceptionally well. I'd like to give you a detailed report. He withheld nothing, laying out the key initiatives of his U.S. trip: establishing Ice Cloud Investment Company in Silicon Valley, executing precise, opportunistic acquisitions of Yahoo stock, acquiring Alienware, a promising but financially distressed firm, and retaining its founding team, and most crucially launching a clandestine operating system development project. An operating system? Ling Jun's previously weary gaze sharpened instantly, and he leaned forward slightly. Tell me more. Ling Yun then recounted his failed attempt to meet Linus Torvalds, and his subsequent decision to build an entirely new system from scratch, the secret development of Star OS, the stellar operating system. He emphasized the strategic imperative of mastering core technologies and the profound significance this held for China's future competitiveness in the global information industry. Ling Jun listened in silence, his fingers unconsciously tapping the pages of selected works of Mao Zedong, until Ling Yun finished speaking and a brief, contemplative hush settled over the study. To hold the operating system in our own hands. Ling Jun repeated slowly, his eyes deep and searching as they rested upon Ling Yun. This idea reflects both bold vision and extraordinary foresight. From the perspective of our nation, and from that of our national security, I fully endorse it. Only by commanding core technologies can we remain truly independent. A surge of quiet elation rose within Ling Yun, gaining approval at his uncle's level carried immense weight. Yet Ling Jun's tone shifted, becoming grave and incisive. As he posed a question Ling Yun had never deeply considered, but Xiao Yun, consider this from another angle. You assume that what you control is inherently safe, inherently reliable. Then tell me, how do you suppose the U.S. government or the capital titans of Silicon Valley will feel about a Chinese-backed company mastering an operating system whose influence could ripple across the globe? Ling Yun froze, struck mute as if lightning had split his thoughts wide open. His entire focus had been on overcoming technical hurdles, building ecosystems, seizing market share, and avoiding technological strangleholds by foreign conglomerates. He had never truly stepped into the shoes of the American government or its financial elite to examine how his very possession of such a system might ignite suspicion, resistance, or even preemptive countermeasures. Ling Yun did not press for an answer. Instead, he lifted his teacup, blew gently across its surface, and continued in measured cadence. You yourself refuse to place full trust in Linus's Linux. So why then should Americans trust you? Why would they stand idly by while an operating system closely tied to Chinese capital potentially permeates their critical infrastructure and eventually the global market? Look at Linus, Ling Yun said, nodding vaguely toward distant Finland. His approach may appear idealistic, but is it not in fact a profound wisdom born of navigating narrow margins between survival and progress? He released Linux entirely into the open source domain, inviting developers worldwide to contribute, transforming the technology itself into something transcending national borders, ethnicity, and political ideology, a project belonging to all humanity. Thus, no single nation, not even the United States, could easily suppress or monopolize it. Its roots had already taken hold across the world. With quiet gravity, he added, of course, you've noted his controversial actions, proof enough of how intricately idealism and reality intertwine. Open sourcing was his greatest safeguard, because Finland could neither shield him nor protect Linux. Ling Yun fell into deep reflection. His uncle's words acted like a key, unlocking a door in his mind he had never known existed. He realized that while technology itself might be borderless, its stewards, and the contexts in which it was deployed, were indelibly marked by national interests and capital power. His earlier plan had sprung almost entirely from commercial and technical logic, lacking the higher dimensional political and strategic calculus required. Then what do we do? Ling Yun looked up, his eyes clouded with uncertainty, yet seeking clarity. If we face suppression, our country's current guiding principle is biding our time and hiding our capabilities. Ling Yun's voice dropped low, but each word landed with unmistakable weight. We concentrate on economic development, avoid drawing attention, and refrain from directly challenging the existing international order. Against this backdrop, no overt official support, especially in such a sensitive field as operating systems, can be extended to you or your private enterprise. Everything must be accomplished through your own initiative and with impeccable judgment. As Ling Yun's eyes flickered with thought, in a subtle hesitation, Ling Yun slid the copy of selected works of Mao Zedong toward him. If you hesitate, if you're unsure which path to take, read this book often. His finger pressed firmly upon the 5 characters embossed on the cover. Unite the maximum number of friends, you isolate the minimum number of enemies. This is timeless wisdom. Your operating system need not follow Linux's path of total openness. That was Linus's way. But can you devise a model that preserves your command over core direction and critical technologies, while simultaneously uniting the broadest possible coalition of allies? For instance, could you attract international capital, recruit top-tier technical talent beyond U.S. citizenship, or adopt a more open strategy for non-core modules and application ecosystems, allowing developers worldwide, including those abroad, to benefit meaningfully and thereby forging shared stakes? Ling Yun guided him step by step. You must shape this system so it appears less distinctly Chinese, less exclusively Ling Yun, and more like a genuinely global technological artifact. Let adversaries hesitate before striking, entangled by their own vested interests. Do you understand? The warm halo of the desk lamp enveloped uncle and nephew in quiet communion. Ling Yun gazed at the yellowed volume of selected works of Mao Zedong, turning over his uncle's phrase, unite the maximum number of friends, alongside Linus's open-source survival strategy and the nation's overarching doctrine of biding time and hiding capabilities. In his mind, the once hazy roadmap for StarOS now blazed into sharp, multidimensional clarity. Purely closed development and technological fortification might secure short-term control, but risk isolation and targeted backlash. Where then lay the delicate equilibrium between autonomy and collaboration? How could broader alliances serve as both shield and springboard for his core strategy? And how might StarOS be embedded within a larger, less politically charged narrative, diminishing its perceived threat while amplifying its universal appeal? These were the pivotal questions demanding rigorous analysis and meticulous planning. Uncle, I understand. Ling Yun's eyes regained their clarity and resolve. The earlier uncertainty dissolved entirely. I know precisely how to proceed. Mastery of technology is essential, but the means and strategy require far deeper consideration. Watching his nephew rapidly absorb and internalize his counsel, Ling Yun's face softened into a look of quiet satisfaction. He slipped his reading glasses back on and picked up his pen. Good. The road ahead is long, proceed with caution. You may go. By the way, uncle, today the district party secretary visited the electronics factory. As he was leaving, he remarked your expectations for Xiao Yun are exceptionally high. I'm still not sure what he meant. Oh, he's certainly well informed. Don't dwell on it. Focus on running your enterprise well and sustaining robust growth. No one will hinder you whether I remain in Jinan or not. Uncle, where are you being reassigned? Not yet finalized, most likely Weisher. Take this copy of selected works of Mao Zedong and study it diligently. Yes, uncle. Ling Yun rose, took the book, and left the study. A cool night breeze brushed his face, clearing his mind, sharpening his purpose. The future architecture of the operating system now unfolded in his mind with unprecedented precision and breathtaking scale. This was no mere contest of code and circuits, it was a grand contest of vision, statecraft, and enduring wisdom. After handling the follow-up matters of the Hong Kong orders and the government inspection, Ling Yun took a rare few days off for himself. He dedicated most of his time to Enshiyu, with the two either strolling under the shaded trees of the campus or chatting and reading in the relatively quiet tea house on the second floor of the Starry Sky Internet Cafe. Enshiyu did not press him for details about his time in the United States, merely accompanying him quietly, using her gentleness and understanding to alleviate the fatigue he had accumulated from days of travel. Occasionally, Ling Yun would share stories about Silicon Valley, talking about the two passionate founders of Alienware, and Enshiyu would listen with sparkling eyes, genuinely happy for his achievements. Afterwards, Ling Yun returned to his parents' home, carrying a large bag of gifts. His mother was first surprised to see him, but soon launched into a half-hour-long concerned scolding. You actually decided to come back? Huh. As she peeled an apple for him, she chattered on, have you grown wings? You just went to the U.S. without a word hardly called. You've been gone for almost half a year. Do you know how worried your dad and I have been? Every day the newspapers say that it's unsafe in America with shootings and robberies. You of all people, why don't you finish your studies and instead go mess around with some factory? Now you're off abroad again, your heart has gone wild. Although his father sat on the sofa wearing reading glasses and reading the newspaper, he occasionally glanced at him over the lenses and grunted, young man, it's good to have ambition, but don't forget where your roots are. Though he said little, his concern was equally evident. Ling Yun maintained a smile, patiently listening to his mother's lecture, handing her the peeled apple, and discussing the factory situation and the national economic climate with his father. During the 2 days at home, he consciously set aside all work, accompanying his mother to buy groceries and cook, listening to his father's amusing stories, as if he had returned to the simplicity of student life. This mundane warmth allowed his tense nerves to relax for a moment. However, this state of lying flat lasted only 2 days. On the third day, his mother began to nag, you're such a big boss, how can you just stay at home doing nothing? Isn't there work at the factory? Aren't you supposed to be managing the internet cafe? His father also hinted from time to time that he should focus on his career. Ling Yun understood that his parents were traditional people, wanting their children close, while fearing it would interfere with their responsibilities. Seeing the signs of irritation emerging, he quickly adapted and decisively took off. He first went to the Xingho electronics factory. Inside the factory, the machines roared, bustling with activity. The newly hired 500 workers had undergone brief training and were already quite proficient, busily working on the assembly line. Boxes of Xingho brand keyboards and mice were being loaded onto trucks bound for Hong Kong. Factory manager Ma Baogua, though showing signs of fatigue with dark circles under his eyes from late nights, was full of energy and reported the work, clearly handling all the data with ease. Ling, you can rest assured. The production schedule will definitely be on time, and I'm personally overseeing the quality. We won't ruin our Xingho brand. Ma Baogua guaranteed, patting his chest. Ling Yun looked at the orderly workshop and the enthusiastic workers, feeling a sense of relief in his heart. Ma Baogua, this old factory manager, was indeed competent, managing production in an orderly manner, allowing him to confidently hand over this domestic task to him. After leaving the electronics factory, he went to the Starry Sky Internet Cafe at the north gate of Shanda University. Even on a weekday afternoon, the cafe was still packed. What surprised him even more was the computer training class on the second floor. Several small classrooms were filled with people, including students and what appeared to be working professionals, all attentively listening to the instructor explain the basics of Windows and WPS word processing. Sun Peng introduced that since the training class opened, registration had been exceptionally popular, already booked until next month. Not only was it profitable, but it also brought a large number of potential long-term clients to the internet cafe. Zhao Weigua and Sun Peng were now fully capable of managing the internet cafe and training business successfully. Seeing all of this, Ling Yun finally set aside his last bit of concern. The foundation in the country had been solidified. The internet cafe was a stable cash cow. The electronics factory was on track with the Hong Kong orders and had opened up export opportunities, and a good relationship with the government had been established. Everything was progressing according to his plan even more steadily than anticipated. It was time. On August 28, 1996, at Jinan Airport, Ling Yun carried only a simple bag as he passed through security and walked towards the boarding gate. He did not let anyone see him off, whether it was his parents in Shiyu or his subordinates. He preferred this light and easy way of traveling, coming and going with ease. Sitting by the window on the Boeing 757, watching the familiar land of Qilu gradually shrink and fade from view, Ling Yun's expression was calm and resolute. The brief rest and inspection concluded. The gentle hometown and the burgeoning industrial landscape were temporarily left behind. Ahead lay Los Angeles with a broader battlefield and greater challenges, deepening the investment layout of Ice Cloud, launching Alienware's products to the market, closely monitoring Yahoo's stocks, and most importantly, overseeing the development of the star system that concerned the future, which awaited his return to steer. He closed his eyes, already plotting the first steps of action upon arriving in Los Angeles. With the roar of engines, the plane soared towards the azure sky, carrying its ambition and dreams, crossing the Pacific Ocean, once more heading towards a new world filled with infinite possibilities and fierce competition. On August 30, 1996, in Los Angeles, the plane landed smoothly at LAX Airport, and the slightly humid air of Southern California greeted him. Ling Yun did not linger for a moment and drove directly from the airport to the office of Ice Cloud Investment Company, located in Silicon Valley. Pushing open the door of the Operating System Research and Development Department, a significantly more refined and focused technical atmosphere enveloped the air, starkly different from over a month ago. The sound of keyboard typing was still dense, but the initial noisy discussions had diminished, replaced by a sense of stability and efficiency. 30 programmers were still fighting at their respective posts, but each face bore a unique expression of fatigue mixed with excitement, indicative of the project's deepwater phase. The technical leader of the project, Robert, a senior system architect post from Berkeley, immediately welcomed him. "Mr. Ling, you are back. How is the progress?" Ling Yun inquired directly while walking towards his temporary office space. "The basic functional modules of the kernel have all been developed, including the O1 scheduler you emphasized, kernel preemption, support the memory management module optimized based on reverse mapping concepts, and the initial versions of the binder IPC driver and Ashmum anonymous shared memory." The architect spoke rapidly with the precision of a technician. "We are currently in the first round of integration testing and stability stress testing." He led Ling Yun to a few test machines connected to various instruments. The screen was no longer showing architectural diagrams, but was filled with a rolling stream of log information on the command line interface. "We are simulating extreme scenarios with high concurrency and large memory loads." The architect pointed to the rapidly refreshing data on the screen. "The response delay of the scheduler basically meets the theoretical expectations of a 1I and performs very stably. The memory management module exhibited significantly better efficiency than traditional methods when handling large amounts of interprocess shared data. The binder driver has preliminarily realized cross-process calls, although there are still many boundary cases that need to be addressed." Ling Yun carefully reviewed the test logs, occasionally raising sharp questions that pointed directly at blind spots in test coverage and potential performance bottlenecks. His technical insight left the engineers present in quiet admiration. "Very good, the foundation has been laid solidly," Ling Yun finally affirmed the team's work, "but this is just the beginning. Next, we must tackle driver compatibility, system security modules, and most critically, the graphical user interface GUI and the basic application ecosystem. Testing needs to be more rigorous, pushing the system to its limits and exposing all issues in their nascent stages." Understanding the steady progress of the star system, Ling Yun felt somewhat reassured. The seeds of technology had already been sown, taking root and sprouting according to the blueprint he had set. However, he had another important objective for this return to the United States. The name that was currently thriving in the internet world yet appeared to him fraught with crisis: Netscape. Back in his office, Ling Yun picked up the phone and directly dialed the main line of Netscape. After several transfers, the call reached an administrative staff member who sounded quite busy. "Hello, Netscape Communications Company, how may I assist you?" The female voice carried an air of efficiency. "Hello, I am Ling Yun from Ice Cloud Investment. I would like to schedule a 30-minute meeting with Mr. Jim Clark or Mr. Mark Andreessen to discuss some ideas that may benefit Netscape's future development strategy." Ling Yun spoke calmly. There was a 2-second silence on the other end, followed by an almost undisguised snicker. "Sir, did you say you want to schedule a meeting with Mr. Clark or Mr. Andreessen?" The tone of the administrative staff was filled with skepticism, as if she had heard the most absurd of tales. "I'm sorry, but Mr. Clark and Mr. Andreessen's schedules are extremely busy with appointments already booked for 3 months ahead. Moreover, they typically do not meet with uninvited individual investors." She emphasized the words individual investors, hinting at Ling Yun's overreach. In 1996, the Netscape Navigator browser held over 70% of the market share, having just gone public and achieved miraculous stock performance, dominating the scene. Countless individuals attempted to contact its founders daily, and an obscure ice cloud investment certainly struggled to attract attention. Ling Yun was not surprised by this rejection. He had anticipated that directly seeking a meeting during their peak would be exceptionally difficult. It's time to throw out something truly substantial. His voice remained calm, but the tone carried an undeniable certainty. I understand. Therefore, please be sure to convey a message to Mr. Clark for me. He paused and said slowly, please tell him I have a way to help Netscape cope with the survival crisis posed by Microsoft. If he believes Netscape's glory can continue indefinitely, he may disregard this message. Once again, there was silence on the other end, this time a longer silence. The administrative staff was evidently taken aback by his words. In her eyes, Microsoft's IE browser was a joke, its only function being to download the Netscape browser. At such a glorious moment, someone had so sharply pointed out Netscape's survival crisis. Sir, what do you mean by that? The tone of the administrative staff carried a hint of displeasure. Just relay my message as I said. Ling Yun did not elaborate. I trust Mr. Clark will understand. I will await your reply. After saying this, he hung up the phone. At Netscape's headquarters, the administrative staff held the phone with the busy signal, staring blankly for a few seconds. Instinctively, she felt that this person named Ling Yun was being alarmist. How could Netscape, so currently unstoppable, possibly face a survival crisis? Yet the insight and certainty conveyed in his words made her reluctant to ignore it entirely. After much hesitation, she decided to record this seemingly cursed message faithfully and send it through the internal email system to Jim Clark's junior assistant. She did not expect this email to reach Clark himself, merely hoping to fulfill her duties and not face repercussions later. Little did she know this seemingly insignificant email would soon create ripples. The headquarters of Netscape Communications Corporation was filled with a vibrant energy that belonged to Victor's, almost euphoric. A massive N logo hung prominently in the office area, as if declaring its dominance in the internet browser realm to the entire world. In the open office space, young engineers dressed casually wore confident smiles of world changers, discussing innovative features for the next version. The air was thick with a unique blend of coffee, pizza, and venture capital, a standard configuration for Silicon Valley unicorn companies at the end of the 1990s. The data was glorious, over 90% market share in browsers, the miraculous stock price surge on its first day, still widely discussed, with the media hailing Netscape as the navigator of the internet. To the vast majority, including many employees within the company, Netscape's future appeared bright and unstoppable. However, in a spacious office deep within the company, overlooking mountain views, the atmosphere diverged starkly from the external clamor and optimism. Founder Jim Clark stood by the window, brow furrowed, unconsciously twirling an expensive pen in his hand. Opposite him, young co-founder Mark Andreessen sank into a leather sofa, his fingers rapidly tapping away at his laptop keyboard, his expression revealing no trace of ease, rather a sense of gravity. Mark, have you seen the beta version of IE 3.0? Clark turned around, his voice low. Andreessen paused his typing, lifted his head, and rubbed his throbbing temple. I have. The performance improvements are evident, and the support for CSS is even better than we anticipated. Moreover, it's free, integrated directly into the Windows 95 system update package. Free. Clark pondered over the word, as if tasting poison, Microsoft's deadliest weapon. They could fail 10 times, 100 times, i.e., could perform poorly, but as long as it was silently installed on users' desktops with every sold copy of Windows, we would always be at a disadvantage. This was indeed their deepest concern, a cold and cruel reality obscured by external glorified achievements. Everyone only saw the strength of Netscape, saw users actively downloading and installing Netscape Navigator. In the eyes of many ordinary users and investors, Microsoft's Internet Explorer bundled within the system seemed to serve only one purpose: to download a better Netscape browser. But Clark and Andreessen, as the helmsman atop the tide, clearly saw the enormous iceberg looming beneath the surface. Our technology is indeed ahead for now, Andreessen admitted begrudgingly, but how long can our technological advantage last? Microsoft has virtually unlimited resources to invest. They can imitate, improve, or even outright plagiarize. And most crucially, they hold the entrance, the operating system. This is the crux of the issue. Clark moved to the whiteboard and forcefully wrote the words operating system bundling, then drew 2 harsh lines beneath it. This is the heart of the problem. His tone was filled with suppressed anger and helplessness. We are competing in the market with users while Microsoft is competing against us, weaponizing their monopolistic operating system platform. This is not a fair war at all. He took a deep breath and continued to dissect, his tone growing heavier. IE can fail countless times because for Microsoft, browsers are merely a strategic pawn to protect their Windows monopoly. Losing it doesn't harm the larger picture even if it isn't their core business. But we cannot afford to lose not even once. Once our market share is eroded to a critical point, investor confidence collapses, stock prices plummet. What awaits us is utter destruction. A suffocating silence enveloped the office. Outside, the sunlight was bright, and the entrepreneurial fervor of Silicon Valley was in full swing, yet in this office one could almost hear the ominous creaking of an iceberg colliding with the hull. They all understood that Netscape's business model was built on its dominance in the browser market. Once this foundation is shaken, whether through free competition or the crushing weight of the operating system, the entire empire could collapse at an avalanche's speed. At that moment, the internal communications phone on Clark's desk rang, breaking the heavy atmosphere. It was his junior assistant. Mr. Clark, I apologize for disturbing you. There's a forwarded email that I find. Might be a bit strange, but the sender insists on delivering it to you personally. The assistant's voice was somewhat hesitant. What does it say? Clark inquired impatiently. It's from someone claiming to be from IceCloud Investment, wanting to schedule a meeting with either you or Mr. Andreessen. After being rejected at the front desk, he left a message. The assistant paused, seemingly checking the records. He said, he has a way to help Netscape cope with the survival crisis brought about by Microsoft's free strategy and operating system bundling. The phrase survival crisis struck like thunder, exploding in the office that had just been discussing the same topic. Clark and Andreessen almost simultaneously raised their heads, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. This news had been strictly controlled within the upper management discussions, and even many middle managers were immersed in the market's optimistic sentiment. How did this stranger named Ling Yun come to know? Moreover, he used the precise and jarring term survival crisis. Who was he? Andreessen suddenly sat up straight, asking. Investigate. Immediately look into this IceCloud Investment and Ling Yun. Clark swiftly commanded over the phone before hanging up. He looked at Andreessen, both their eyes filled with suspicion and a hint of the stirring after being unmasked. He saw. An outsider who actually saw our deepest fears, Clark murmured, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the table. At this moment, when everyone was singing praises for Netscape, this unknown investor from the East, like a calm doctor, directly diagnosed the fatal ailment lurking within their strong exterior. This feeling of being seen unsettled them, yet also sparked an indescribable curiosity. Who exactly is this Ling Yun? What could his so-called method be? Inside a highly private members-only club in Beverly Hills, Los Angeles, sunlight streamed through the large floor-to-ceiling windows, casting mottled shadows on the dark walnut floor. The air was filled with the rich aroma of top-quality coffee and a faint hint of cigar tobacco. Clark arrived a few minutes earlier than the scheduled time and chose a quiet corner by the window to sit down. Dressed in a casual polo shirt and khaki pants, he tried to appear relaxed, but the lingering seriousness between his brows and his occasional glances toward the entrance betrayed his inner unrest. A few minutes later, Ling Yun arrived on time, guided by the waiter. Still in a simple shirt and long pants, he walked in calmly, wearing a humble smile, but the tranquility and determination in his gaze stirred something within Clark, a seasoned entrepreneur accustomed to the storms of business. Mr. Clark, thank you very much for your invitation. Ling Yun extended his hand, his tone neither subservient nor arrogant. Mr. Ling, please take a seat. Clark shook hands with him and signaled the waiter to bring coffee. Your message is quite special, he stated directly, his sharp gaze scrutinizing Ling Yun. It's merely stating an obvious fact that most people choose to selectively ignore, Ling Yun replied, with a slight smile, picking up the coffee, served by the waiter, and gently stirring it. Obvious? Clark raised an eyebrow. Currently, Netscape holds over 90% of the market share, and our technology is at least a generation ahead of Microsoft. To most people, Netscape's future seems limitless. Indeed, the data is impressive. Ling Yun nodded, then shifted the topic. However, what determines the outcome of a war is not just the number of soldiers or the sophistication of weapons, but also the rules of the war and the choice of battlefield. The browser war between Netscape and Microsoft was from the very beginning dictated by Microsoft, with the battlefield set in Microsoft's backyard, Windows desktop. He set down the coffee cup and looked calmly at Clark. Mr. Clark, let us set aside the morale-boosting platitudes and confront the core issue. Microsoft's IE browser currently cannot match Netscape in quality, falls behind in functionality, and even faces criticism regarding user experience. However, it possesses a decisive advantage that Netscape can never have. It is silently and forcefully installed on hundreds of millions of users' desktops, with every copy of Windows 95 NT sold, and it is free. Ling Yun's speech was steady, yet every word struck like a hammer on Clark's heart. Netscape's business model relies on users actively choosing to download and install. Microsoft, leveraging its monopoly position in the operating system, has stripped users of their choice. They are not competing on whose product is better, rather they are using system bundling, a crude yet effective method, to redefine the market access rules. This means Ling Yun leans slightly forward, lowering his voice, yet making it more penetrating, that IE can fail countless times. Version 1. 0 was garbage. Version 2. 0 was a half-baked product. Version 3. 0 was still riddled with bugs. It doesn't matter, Microsoft can afford it. They can keep investing heavily, iterating and improving until IE becomes good enough. And in this process, every sale of a Windows system, every system update pushed brings massive, nearly zero-cost installation numbers for IE. He watched as Clark's face gradually darkened, delivering the most brutal conclusion. But Netscape, the empire you and Mr. Anderson created, cannot afford to lose any critical battle. Once IE leveraging its bundling advantage breaks through a certain market share threshold, say 30, even 20, the attitudes of channels, developers, and content providers will undergo subtle yet fatal changes. Investor confidence will collapse like an avalanche, and the stock price crash will drain the company's resources for continued R&D and market competition. By then, even if the Netscape browser's technology remains superior, it will be powerless to turn the tide. Clark listened in silence, his fingers gripping the coffee cup tightly, knuckles turning white. Ling Yun's analysis was like a cold scalpel precisely cutting through the decaying wound beneath Netscape's glorious exterior. This resonated with his deepest fears, becoming even clearer and more organized. A sense of anger and helplessness at being completely seen through surged within him. He suddenly raised his head, his tone becoming firm, even carrying a hint of gambler's stubbornness. So what? According to your analysis, are we just to sit and wait for death? No, he almost shouted, we will not give up. We will fight Microsoft to the end. We are gathering evidence to sue Microsoft for abusing its market monopoly. We will definitely win this lawsuit. The Justice Department will not stand idly by. This was the lifeline he and many other executives at Netscape had clung to under immense pressure, hoping for the antitrust law. Ling Yun looked at the emotionally agitated Clark, his face showing no ripple, instead gently shaking his head almost with a hint of pity. Mr. Clark, his voice remained calm, sounding particularly clear in this lavish club, please forgive my directness. But have you ever considered, even if you win this lawsuit, what then? What? Clark was taken aback. Assuming, Ling Yun said slowly, that in this antitrust lawsuit Netscape ultimately prevails. The court rules that Microsoft must separate IE from Windows or provide some compensation to Netscape. How long will this process take? A year? 2 years? Or like some monopoly cases drag on for 3 to 5 years? He did not need Clark to answer, continuing to question himself. By the time 3 years later, 5 years later, you finally win this protracted legal battle. But by then, what will the browser market look like? Under the bombardment of Microsoft's system bundling and free strategy, how much market share will Netscape still have left? 10, 5, or even less. Whether your company can still exist after experiencing a long lawsuit, massive resource depletion, and continuous loss of market share is still an unknown. Ling Yun's tone suddenly rose, carrying a nearly cold rationality. To risk a company that may already be lost in exchange for a judgment that no one will applaud, even if you win. Just to morally prove you are right and Microsoft is wrong. Just to vent your anger. Business is like warfare, Mr. Clark. On the battlefield, survival is the only objective. The dead have no right to talk about justice and victory. Clark opened his mouth to refute, but found his throat blocked, as if something was stuck, unable to utter a word. Ling Yun's words poured over him like a bucket of ice water mixed with ice cubes, making him feel instantly chilled and awakening him from the self-comforting notion that lawsuits can solve problems. Indeed, winning a lawsuit, but losing the market or even the company. What meaning does that victory hold? Is it merely to leave a tragic legacy as a victim in the history books? He looked at this excessively young Oriental man before him, finally feeling the terrifying depth of the other's thought process. This person sees not just the immediate gains and losses, not the morality of law, but the most essential and ruthless underlying logic of business competition, survival, and development. The melodious background music in the club continued, but Clark felt as though he could hear the chilling sound of his company's fate being crushed under the brutal reality. Ling Yun said nothing more quietly, sipping his coffee, allowing this internet pioneer some time to digest this potent medicine. He knew that only by completely shattering the other's unrealistic fantasies could he potentially guide them to contemplate the truly valuable paths to breakthrough. The aroma of coffee still lingered. After enduring a brutally honest analysis regarding the antitrust lawsuit, Jim Clark fell into a brief silence, his face reflecting the awkwardness of being seen through and the helplessness of facing a dead end. The coffee before him had gone cold, yet he had no desire to drink it. Ling Yun did not press on with the notion of the futility of lawsuits. He understood that merely shattering old illusions was insufficient. A new viable direction must be provided. His gaze turned toward the shimmering pool in the club's courtyard, glistening under the sunlight. Suddenly, he changed the subject, pointing outside. Mr. Clark, look at that pool. Clark followed his gaze somewhat confused. It was a beautifully designed infinity pool, yet on one side it was adjacent to a relatively quiet community road. Although privacy was somewhat adequate, any pedestrians or vehicles passing by could still see into the pool. It's a beautiful pool, isn't it? It's lovely, Ling Yun replied casually, but it has a small issue. Being right next to the road, it lacks sufficient privacy. If you were the owner of this house, what would you do to solve this problem? The most straightforward solution would of course be to build a wall high enough to completely block the view of passersby. That's a good idea. However, Ling Yun interjected, what if I told you that the Homeowners Association has strict regulations prohibiting the construction of any form of physical wall to maintain the community's visual openness and unified style? What would you do? Clark furrowed his brow. As someone accustomed to solving problems directly, he felt an instinctive aversion to such restrictions not allowed. This is absurd. It's my property. Rules are rules, Mr. Clark. Ling Yun said calmly, as if stating an objective fact, just like how Microsoft uses its operating system to monopolistically bundle Internet Explorer. This may seem absurd and unfair to you, but these are the current rules of the market. For the foreseeable future, we cannot change this foundational rule set by Microsoft. It does not allow you to build a wall that obstructs its view on its territory. He paused to observe Clark's reaction, then gently guided, since we cannot build a wall, what is our goal? To block others' views and protect privacy, right? Certainly, Clark seemed to catch a glimmer of insight. Then Ling Yun leaned slightly forward, his voice carrying an enlightening force. Since we cannot build a wall, why not construct a rockery or a dense grove of bamboo instead? He gestured in the air, a beautifully shaped rockery surrounded by greenery or a thick landscape wall of trees. They can also achieve the effect of blocking the view and satisfy your core need for privacy. The community rules prohibit building walls, but can they stop you from landscaping? Your goal is to block the view. Does it fundamentally matter whether the means are a wall or a rockery? Clark's pupils dilated suddenly, as if a powerful lightning bolt had split the fog of anxiety and anger in his mind. In an instant, he understood the essence of Ling Yun's analogy. Microsoft's bundling of IE and its steadfast control over the operating system's entry point was akin to the prohibition on building walls in the community, an unchangeable, brutal reality for the time being. Netscape had been trying to build walls, either technically defeating IE, attempting to prove their wall was sturdier, or using legal means to force Microsoft to dismantle the bundling, trying to change the community rules. Both paths, in Ling Yun's view, seemed extremely difficult and filled with little hope. Meanwhile, the rockery that Ling Yun proposed was a wise route that bypassed the rules and directly targeted the core objective. What you mean is, Clark's voice was hoarse with excitement, we should no longer be obsessed with engaging in a doomed and unequal struggle against IE at Microsoft's desktop entry point. We should build our own rockery. A new entry point that can bypass the Windows desktop and directly reach the user. Exactly. Ling Yun affirmed with a nod, his gaze sharp. Microsoft's binding of IE is designed to block access to the main thoroughfare leading to the internet. He will not relinquish this entry point, just as the community will not allow you to build walls. This fact cannot be changed in the short term. So why can't Netscape leverage its tremendous brand advantage and technological accumulation from the early days of the internet to carve out a new landscape avenue of its own? Instead of passively watching IE gradually chip away at your browser client market share through system bundling, why not shift the strategic focus from defense to offense? Ling Yun's thoughts became clearer, and his pace quickened, directly attacking Microsoft's core, its operating system. Does it matter how users access the Netscape browser? Clark was completely stunned. He stared at Ling Yun, his mind racing, digesting this profoundly disruptive strategic shift suggestion. This thought process led Netscape from a battle of inevitable hardship and slim chances of success towards a broader and more imaginative new battlefield. Defense. Offense. Clark muttered to himself, the extinguished light in his eyes reignited with excitement and exhilaration as he glimpsed a new direction. Ling Yun observed his expression, knowing the seed had been sown. He added, Mr. Clark, the most astute competition is not about defeating your opponent under the rules they set, but changing the dimensions of competition, allowing your advantages to become the key to victory. Collaborating with our developing Star operating system would mean not having to worry about Microsoft's rules. After saying this, Ling Yun picked up the now completely cold coffee and took a symbolic sip. In the courtyard, sunlight filtered through the gaps of the palm trees, creating a bright beam of light between Ling Yun and Clark. When Ling Yun proposed the groundbreaking strategy of an offensive operating system, the shock within Clark had yet to subside. Mr. Ling, Clark took a deep breath, attempting to comprehend this audacious idea. I admit the notion of directly challenging the operating system is quite bold. But even if Netscape is determined to invest, this will be a long and brutal war. Are you suggesting that Netscape could invest or collaborate with your stellar system that you are developing? He assumed that the so-called collaboration was nothing more than pre-integrating and deeply embedding Netscape's browser within Ling Yun's operating system, akin to how Microsoft binds IE as a means to counter Microsoft. Although this is easier than developing from scratch, it fundamentally mimics Microsoft's approach. Ling Yun looked at Clark, a mysterious smile emerging on his face as he gently shook his head. Mr. Clark, you have misunderstood. The collaboration I speak of is far more than just built-in binding. His voice was steady, yet carried a subversive power that still resides in the mindset of the old era, merely revolving within the circle drawn by Microsoft. He leaned slightly forward, his gaze piercing into Clark as he articulated the core concept he had long envisioned, one that truly possessed the ability to deliver a dimensional strike. My stellar system can do away with the traditional concept of a desktop. What? Clark was taken aback, not quite grasping what no desktop meant. The graphical user interface GUI and desktop have become standard for personal computers since the success of Macintosh and Windows, haven't they? Ling Yun did not keep him in suspense and continued to clearly articulate his revolutionary design. My vision is that after the user powers on the system directly starts up, entering a highly customized, powerful Netscape browser interface in full screen. He gestured on the table, outlining a virtual screen. This browser interface is what the user sees as the whole world. It is not merely a window for browsing the web. It is in itself the shell of the operating system, the sole front end for user interaction with the computer. Clark's eyes slowly widened, his breathing becoming rapid. He seemed to grasp something, yet hesitated to believe it. Ling Yun continued to depict this future vision. In this special browser shell, we can not only place quick links to web pages, such as directly clicking to open Yahoo News or shop on Amazon. More importantly, we can also place icons for local applications on this browser interface. The user simply needs to click an icon, whether it's a local WPS word processor, Photoshop, or a news website online, and the system will seamlessly call the corresponding local executable file in the background or load the relevant web page directly. Throughout the entire process, the user does not need to first see a Windows-like desktop, find my computer, double-click the IE browser icon, or input a lengthy URL in the address bar. Imagine this. Ling Yun's voice was imbued with a compelling drive, opening the computer and instantly entering your familiar Netscape interface. On the left are the icons of your frequently used local software, calculator, Paint, document editor, and on the right are your bookmarked website links and real-time news summaries. Want to write a document? Click the WPS icon and the local application instantly launches. Want to shop online? Click the Amazon icon and the web page immediately appears. Under this interface, the boundaries between local and online are blurred, the experience unified, and the operations drastically simplified. Clark's mouth fell open as if thunder had exploded in his mind. He fully understood Ling Yun's meaning. This was not merely a simple binding collaboration. It was entirely reconstructing the user interaction layer of the operating system established on the Netscape browser. The Netscape browser would no longer just be an application within the system, it would elevate to become the system platform itself. What does this imply? This means that the concept of desktop, which Microsoft Windows prides itself on and users have become accustomed to, would be completely discarded and replaced. This means that the value of the system entrance that the IE browser relies on for survival would vanish in this new system. This means that Netscape, leveraging its brand and technological advantages in the browser field, would directly define a new paradigm for computing experience centered around the network with greater convenience in operation. This would essentially open up a brand new online empire with the network portal as its capital. Ling Yun watched the complex expression on Clark's face, a mixture of extreme shock, elation, and disbelief, knowing that his concept had struck at the core strategic nerve of the other party. Mr. Clark, Ling Yun slowly summarized, thus we not only bypass the walls of Microsoft, but we even redefine the form of home. When users power on and directly access the network and the world, when going online becomes as natural and simple as breathing, who will still care about the traditional desktop that requires layers of clicks to reach a destination? Netscape will no longer be just a software running on the operating system. It will become the entry point platform and definer of the next generation of computing experience. This is too crazy. But, Clark was so excited he was almost incoherent, suddenly standing up and pacing back and forth beside his seat. This idea. My God, this idea is enough to change everything. He seemed to envision the immense allure such a system would have for users craving a simpler, more direct internet experience. This would be a genuine heavyweight bomb aimed at the fortress of Microsoft's Windows empire. A storm capable of overturning the entire industry landscape had been officially ignited by Ling Yun's few short sentences. Clark looked at Ling Yun with an unprecedented level of seriousness, even a hint of reverence. This young man not only saw the crisis, but also held a genuine trump card that could reshuffle the entire deck. In that quiet corner, the storm within Clark's heart was far from calmed. Instead, it surged more violently due to Ling Yun's continuous revolutionary ideas. After experiencing a roller coaster of thoughts from antitrust lawsuits are futile to attacking the operating system, and then to the browser as the shell of the operating system, Clark's mind, which was racing at high speed, finally began to slow down, focusing on the most pragmatic question: how to turn the exhilarating idea of the browser as the desktop into reality. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, and his gaze became sharp and pragmatic again as he looked at Ling Yun, who remained calm and composed. Mr. Ling, Clark's voice carried a note of solemnity as he began negotiating. Your concept is truly astonishing, even revolutionary. I admit I am persuaded by you. Netscape needs a completely new track. So how shall we begin? What are the specifics of the collaboration? Ling Yun knew the critical moment had arrived. He needed to present practical solutions, not just vague concepts. Cooperation can be initiated immediately on 3 levels. Ling Yun articulated clearly, tapping his fingers lightly on the table to set the rhythm. First, the technical foundation. I will fully open source the core components of the star system. Open source. Clark raised an eyebrow slightly. In an era when Linux had yet to demonstrate significant commercial potential, open sourcing was still a decision that a commercial company had to consider carefully. Yes, open source, Ling Yun nodded affirmatively. As I mentioned earlier, this helps unite more developers and form an ecosystem. We will open source the kernel, attracting global developers to participate in its improvement and porting, ensuring its stability and compatibility. And we will place our core competitiveness and control on the upper layer's graphical environment, as well as on the system shell based on the Netscape browser that we build together. He paused and added, of course, as a deep cooperation partner, Netscape will have the right to suggest the direction of kernel development and priority for adaptation. Clark pondered. This plan sounded feasible, opening up the foundational, heavily invested parts while concentrating efforts on the more differentiated and user-perceptive upper layers. Second, Ling Yun continued, talent and knowledge transfer. In the early stages of the project, I can serve as a special technical consultant for Netscape, regularly training your engineering team, explaining the design philosophy, technical challenges, and implementation paths of this brand new browser as platform architecture. At the same time, I will arrange for my core engineers from the operating system development team to collaborate deeply and develop jointly with Netscape's browser team, ensuring seamless integration between the underlying system and the upper shell browser. This meant Ling Yun would not only provide creative ideas, but also key technical and talent support for implementing those ideas, greatly enhancing Clark's confidence. Third, product advancement. Netscape needs to quickly initiate and complete the development of the next generation of browsers based on this brand new architectural concept. Ling Yun looked at Clark. This browser will no longer be merely a web browsing tool. It must be high-performance, highly stable, and highly customizable, capable of bearing the responsibilities of being the front end of the operating system. Its code name could perhaps be Navigator OS Shell. Navigator OS Shell. Clark repeated the name, his eyes sparkling as it perfectly encapsulated the essence of the project. Good. Clark no longer hesitated and decisively extended his hand. Mr. Ling, let's proceed as you say. Netscape will immediately form a special team, and iCloud will begin technical integration as soon as possible. I will have the legal department finalize the details of the cooperation agreement with you as soon as possible. Their hands tightly clasped together, marking the preliminary formation of a technological alliance aimed at challenging Microsoft's hegemony. However, just when the atmosphere was turning positive, Ling Yun looked at Clark and threw out another suggestion that made Clark's heart skip a beat. Mr. Clark, since we can consider open sourcing at the operating system level, then why not take the idea a step further? Ling Yun's tone had a guiding hint of probing. I suggest that Netscape's browser itself also consider being free or even open-sourced. What, a free? An open-source browser? Clark reacted as if a cat had its tail stepped on, almost jumping from his chair. Ling, do you know that browser licensing fees are one of our significant sources of income right now? Free. How do we make a profit? Engineer salaries, server costs. Are we supposed to rely on thin air? His reaction was anticipated by Ling Yun. In 1996, selling software was a perfectly valid business model. Ling Yun did not directly refute, but calmly countered, Mr. Clark, do you think under the assault of Microsoft's free bundling with IE, how long can Netscape's licensing fee revenue continue? 1 year? Or 2 years? A single sentence instantly cooled Clark's excited emotions like a bucket of cold water splashed over him. Indeed, as the free and continually improving IE flooded into the market with every new computer, who would still be willing to pay for a browser with similar functions? The licensing fee model in the face of Microsoft's free strategy was inherently weak. But profitability. Clark's voice trailed off, laced with confusion. The profitability model needs a shift in thinking. Ling Yun's voice carried a sense of certainty about the future. The operational logic of the internet era is fundamentally different from that of the traditional software industry or even traditional industries. He provided a concrete living example. Look at Yahoo. Is it making money now? Does it charge users for searching and browsing news? Clark shook his head. Yahoo does not charge ordinary users. But is it short on cash? Is its valuation in the capital market low? Ling Yun continued to ask. The answer was clearly negative. Although Yahoo was losing money, its stock price continued to rise and was highly sought after in the capital market. Why? Ling Yun asked and answered himself. Because what the capital market values is not its current profits, but the vast user traffic it possesses and its limitless possibilities for the future. As long as it occupies the entry point and has a massive user base, the profitability model can be explored slowly. Advertising, value-added services, e-commerce. There will always be ways to monetize traffic. He shifted the focus back to the browser. What is a browser? It is the gateway to the internet, the dam of traffic. If Netscape's browser insists on charging fees, it is equivalent to setting up a toll booth at its own gate, relinquishing a significant number of users to the free IE. Conversely, if Netscape's browser is free or even open-sourced, it can spread rapidly and occupy every corner of the market. Ling Yun's tone became exceedingly serious. The primary task now is not to nitpick over immediate income and losses, but to survive, to seize the strategic high ground, and to ensure that Microsoft does not monopolize the browser market and subsequently control the entire internet entry point. As long as Netscape's browser can maintain a large market share and have a massive user base, it will have the capital to compete with Microsoft and the infinite possibilities for exploring various profitability models. First there are users, then there is business. This is the new rule of the internet era. Clark fell completely silent. He leaned back in his chair, frowning, engaging in an intense internal struggle. Ling Yun's words seemed to have opened a crack in the solid wall of his conventional business understanding. Free. Open source. This was entirely contrary to the business instincts he had formed over many years. On the other hand, he could not deny Ling Yun's sharp and accurate analysis of the situation, especially the example of Yahoo laid out before him. The pressure from Microsoft was real, and the shrinkage of browser licensing fees was foreseeable. Perhaps it really was time to change the way of living. Free. Open source. Clark murmured, looking at Ling Yun with a complex expression. Ling, your ideas are always so disruptive. I need time to discuss this with Mark and the board to thoroughly consider this issue. Of course, Ling Yun nodded in understanding. The shift in mindset is not accomplished overnight, especially when it comes to issues involving the core business model of the company. In early September 1996, in Silicon Valley at Netscape Communications Corporation, when Jim Clark personally issued orders to form a special team to collaborate with a little-known investment firm named IceCloud on a so-called disruptive project called Browser as an operating system shell, skepticism and confusion filled the company. This sentiment peaked when they learned that the core figure from IceCloud, a young man named Ling Yun, would be coming to train Netscape's top engineers. Are we going to listen to an outsider talk about operating systems? What was Clark thinking? A browser shell, directly booting into a browser. This goes against the basic principles of GUI design. It's probably just another con artist selling concepts in Silicon Valley. On the first day of training, it was scheduled in a relatively small conference room in the office building. The attendees were primarily core members of the browser development team who were forced to participate in this project, numbering around 20. They sat in their seats with a critical, skeptical, and somewhat resistant attitude, whispering to each other, and the atmosphere was not enthusiastic. Ling Yun arrived on time. He did not bring a thick manuscript, only a few cards with key points written on them and a portable whiteboard. Dressed simply and looking calm, he walked to the front of the conference room, scanning the audience filled with doubtful faces. Hello everyone, I am Ling Yun. His opening statement was straightforward. I know you have your doubts. Let's skip unnecessary small talk and conceptual debates and get straight to the point. How to construct a new computing experience centered around the web and the browser. He did not start with grand visions, but immediately picked up a marker and drew a simplified operating system architecture diagram on the whiteboard, marking a large cross where the traditional desktop shell would be. The first thing we need to do is deconstruct the mental shackles imposed by the concept of desktop. He began with the most fundamental and core kernel scheduler. He did not indulge in theoretical discussions, but directly delved into the specific data structure design of the O1 scheduler implemented in the Starry kernel, multi-priority queues, active-expired queue switching mechanisms, and the principles behind constant time complexity. He explained in detail why this design could ensure that while the browser served as the foreground shell requiring extremely high responsiveness, the numerous local service processes in the background could also be processed fairly and efficiently. At first, there was some restlessness and skepticism among the audience. However, as Ling Yun's explanation deepened, the engineers who had initially been sitting with their arms crossed and leaning back gradually straightened up, their expressions of disdain slowly replaced by focus and amazement. This young man was not here to talk in vain. His profound understanding of operating system kernels and the brilliance and foresight of his design ideas far exceeded their expectations. What he spoke of was not mere theoretical discussion, but hardcore technology backed by clear implementation paths and solid theoretical support. Next, Ling Yun explained the kernel preemption mechanism necessary to support this new type of shell. He thoroughly analyzed how to achieve finer-grained preemption, how to set preemption points to ensure that the UI thread of the browser shell could respond to user inputs, promptly avoiding the interface stalling common in traditional systems during deep system calls. He even mentioned how to optimize interrupt handling for better service to the real-time reception of network packets. Then came memory management. He elaborated on the memory management module optimized based on the reverse mapping concept, detailing how to handle the recycling and exchange of shared memory among many processes common in a browser environment, such as graphic buffers and network data caches, more efficiently minimizing the impact of memory jitter on front-end experience. He also provided a detailed introduction to the implementation of the binder interprocess communication (IPC) mechanism within his system, including driver design, context management, and how to use binder to achieve secure and efficient communication between the browser shell and local application services, such as file management and printing services. Additionally, he explained how anonymous shared memory ASHMM supports efficient transmission of graphics and multimedia data between processes. Ling Yun's explanations were not just about telling the engineers what it is, but also thoroughly explaining why it is designed this way and the advantages brought by this design. He resembled an experienced architect, not only presenting a grand blueprint, but breaking down and clearly explaining the mechanics behind every load-bearing pillar and the crafting process of each brick. By the end of the first day of training, the conference room was unusually quiet. No one was whispering anymore. Each person wore a deeply contemplative and somewhat shocked expression. They realized that this young man possessed genuine knowledge, and it was hardcore content far beyond their imagination. News spread like wildfire among the Netscape engineering circle. Have you heard? That Ling Yun from IceCloud has exceptional teaching skills. His understanding of the kernel is profound. Many of his ideas are unheard of yet logically coherent. The O1 scheduler and binder IPC he discussed seemed to be a generation ahead of the technology we are using now. On the second day, the conference room was packed. Many engineers, not even in the project group, came out of curiosity, and even some management quietly sat in the back. The corridors were filled with people. On the third day, the conference room was overwhelmed. More and more people came to listen, severely disrupting normal office order. Outside the conference room, it was crowded with discussions and questions rising and falling, almost turning into a technical carnival. Ling Yun looked at this explosive, even somewhat uncontrolled scene and furrowed his brow. He realized that this could not continue. During a break in training, he said to the Netscape project manager in charge of coordination, "This is too disruptive to everyone's normal work. I have a proposal. Starting next time, I will record all the training sessions. We will make video tutorials and accompanying documents available on the internal server for all interested engineers to watch, learn, and reference at any time. This way it won't interfere with normal work and more people can learn systematically." Netscape readily agreed. This was undoubtedly the best solution. Thus, for nearly half a month afterwards, Ling Yun faced the camera and conducted systematic, comprehensive, and extremely in-depth training sessions. He explained the core architecture he designed for the Starry system, covering everything from the kernel to the framework, from process scheduling to memory management, from IPC to the driver model. Almost every key module's design ideas, code structure, and pros and cons analysis were explained thoroughly and in detail. His explanations were clear and engaging, offering both a high-level architectural vision and intricate implementation details. He shared not only successful experiences, but also candidly analyzed the technical traps and detours he had encountered. These recorded courses quickly became the hottest learning resource within Netscape. Engineers watched, discussed, and practiced with great enthusiasm. The name Ling Yun transformed from that of a doubted outsider into a revered technical master within Netscape. The concept of browser as an operating system shell he advocated gradually evolved from a crazy idea into a grand project with a solid technological foundation worthy of full investment. Through this half-month of unreserved sharing, Ling Yun not only laid a solid technical foundation for the collaborative project, but also earned crucial respect and trust within the proud company of Netscape. This paved the way for his subsequent deeper strategic layout. Inside the office, Ling Yun was putting the open-source strategy of the STAR system into practice. He envisioned an official website not only as a portal for showcasing and distributing the source code and image files of the star system core, but also as a hub for gathering the wisdom and passion of developers worldwide. A fully functional technical communication forum was a crucial component of this plan. However, just as he began to implement the forum's dynamic interaction features using the cutting-edge web technology of the era, primarily JavaScript supported by Netscape Navigator, he faced the greatest dimensionality reduction challenge in the technical realm since his rebirth. It felt as if a race car driver accustomed to speeding along the highway in a supercar was suddenly thrown into a vintage car with an unresponsive steering wheel and an accelerator that responded as slowly as an ox pulling a cart. This is simply a tool from the Stone Age. Ling Yun stared at the sparse and feeble JavaScript code on the screen, his brows knitting tightly. He needed to implement user registration, posting, replying, and dynamically loading the post list, basic functions in modern web development. However, the tools he was using were the Netscape Navigator from 1996, and it supported JavaScript. The first problem: lack of debugging tools. As he wrote the code, the running effect did not meet expectations. There was no console, no breakpoint debugging, and a simple logical error could take half a day to locate using countless alert statements. The second problem, DOM manipulation, was extremely cumbersome and fragile. The code was long and difficult to maintain, and different versions of Netscape Navigator might behave inconsistently. The third problem, event handling, was clumsy. Binding click events to the reply button required writing a bunch of code to detect browser discrepancies. Event delegation. This concept was nearly non-existent at the time. He could only manually bind events to each dynamically generated button, making management a nightmare. The fourth problem, the absence of asynchronous interaction. He wanted to implement a simple loading prompt, but at that time there was no XML HTTP request, and the standard asynchronous interaction model had yet to be established, leading to a terrible experience. The fifth problem, the weakness of the language itself. JavaScript at that time resembled a toy language lacking modular support and a robust error handling mechanism. A single script error could paralyze the entire page's functionality. Bang! Ling Yun could no longer contain himself, slamming the Enter key on the keyboard, leaning back against the chair, closing his eyes, and rubbing his throbbing temples. A strong sense of irritation surged within him. It felt like an engineer accustomed to driving high-performance sports cars was suddenly crammed into a rusty, dilapidated old car, yet he was required to drive it for a precise technical demonstration. Netscape's JavaScript was utterly trash. The development experience was sheer torture, making one wish for death. He opened his eyes and looked at the bloated and fragile code written to create a simple forum on the screen. This was not merely a technical setback, it was a strategic short-sightedness. Netscape was currently basking in the glory of its browser market share, perhaps still racking its brains on how to compete with Microsoft's IE in terms of functionality. Yet they seemed utterly unaware, or perhaps did not attach sufficient importance to the fact that the future competitiveness of browsers greatly depended on how rich and powerful the web applications they could support were. And the foundation of all this is an efficient and user-friendly web development language and corresponding toolchain. A poor development experience would directly deter developers. If developers are unwilling to use it, there will be no large number of quality websites and applications. Without abundant web content, the value of the browser would be greatly diminished, ultimately leading to user attrition. This is a fatal cycle. As a pioneer of browsers, Netscape, despite occupying the first-mover advantage, surprisingly did not invest enough effort in the crucial area of developer experience, making such a critical tool as JavaScript so difficult to use. Did they not understand that gaining developers leads to gaining an ecosystem, and gaining an ecosystem leads to dominance? Ling Yun stood up, walked to the window, looking at the night scenery of Los Angeles as the irritation in his heart gradually gave way to a cold and stern contemplation. He realized that collaborating with Netscape might involve tremendous risks and mismatches at the technical foundation. If they could make their fundamental browser and supporting language so rough, then the future ecosystem built upon that to construct the star system would have an unstable foundation. He needed to awaken Mark Andreessen, and more importantly, to awaken Jim Clark. They must understand that the browser war is not just a battle of user interfaces and rendering speeds, but also a war regarding developer mindset and ecosystem construction. Microsoft was lurking behind, and if Netscape continued to rest on its laurels, failing to take developers seriously and not prioritizing the improvement of the development experience, then failure was almost certain. He returned to his desk and closed the troublesome forum code file. He decided he could not sit idly by nor merely remain at the level of complaints. He needed to prepare a lesson plan, one that would sufficiently alert Clark and Andreessen. He needed to clearly tell them, if you want to build a good browser, it cannot be done without a multitude of useful websites. And to have a multitude of useful websites, you must provide developers with a decent weapon, a powerful and user-friendly JavaScript, and a good set of development tools. Netscape, can't you put in a bit more effort on this? This poor development experience acted like a fuse, igniting Ling Yun's dissatisfaction with the current state of Netscape's technology and solidifying his determination to take the initiative in the fields of browsers and web standards in the future. Relying on others, especially on a partner that may not see the future direction clearly, is far too risky. He clearly recognized a harsh reality: the browser war is not just a battle of browsers themselves, but a war encompassing the entire development ecosystem and user experience behind them. If developing web pages based on Netscape browsers is a painful ordeal, then developers will naturally vote with their feet, turning to other, more friendly platforms. With this thought, Ling Yun could no longer sit still. He decided he must immediately go and give Clark a thorough lesson. Just as Ling Yun was fuming over the terrible experience with JavaScript and preparing to pick up the phone to give Jim Clark a lesson, the phone on his desk rang urgently. The caller ID showed it was Netscape's headquarters. Ling Yun pressed the answer button, and before he could say anything, Clark's voice, filled with anxiety and anger, rushed through the receiver. Ling, have you heard? Microsoft, they just released JScript. Clark's voice cracked with excitement. They claim it is fully compatible with the ECMA script specification, the core of JavaScript. Damn it, what are they trying to do? Ling Yun's pupils constricted slightly upon hearing the news, yet his expression didn't reveal much surprise. What was bound to come eventually arrived. He had initially intended to confront Clark about the issues with JavaScript itself, but unexpectedly Microsoft's move was swifter, placing an even trickier problem on the table. Clark, calm down. Ling Yun's voice remained steady, a stark contrast to Clark's agitation. I was just about to find you. It seems we were thinking along the same lines. I'm heading to Netscape right away. Without any unnecessary talk, Ling Yun immediately drove towards Netscape's headquarters. Inside Clark's office, the atmosphere was even more tense than last time. Mark Andreessen was also there, his youthful face clouded with worry as his fingers tapped nervously on the desk. Scattered across the desk were press releases and technical documents about JScript. Ling, you saw it right, Clark exclaimed as he picked up a document. Microsoft is blatantly plagiarizing. No, it's worse than plagiarism. They created this thing called JScript, claiming it's compatible with our JavaScript. What are they trying to achieve? Andreessen looked up, his tone somber as he added, this means that all JavaScript web pages written for Netscape browsers theoretically require no modifications or only minimal changes to run properly on IE. Ling Yun approached the desk, but did not sit down, his gaze sweeping over the document as he spoke calmly, as if analyzing an unrelated business case. Clark, mark, this is not just plagiarism or compatibility. Microsoft's move is what we call borrowing a chicken to lay eggs, or more accurately, standardization strangulation. He picked up a pen and drew two circles on the whiteboard, one labeled NS and the other IE. Before the emergence of JScript, web developers had essentially one choice if they wanted to use client-side scripting: to write JavaScript for Netscape browsers. This inadvertently built a technological moat around the Netscape browser, increasing the cost for users to switch to IE. He drew a wavy line outside the NS circle to represent the moat. But now Microsoft has released JScript and boldly announced compatibility. Ling Yun wrote JScript JavaScript next to the IE circle. What does this mean? It means Microsoft doesn't need to start from scratch to cultivate a brand new scripting language ecosystem. It directly leverages the market that Netscape has already developed and the developer community educated over many years. Scripts that could only run on Netscape browsers can now also run on IE. Why would developers bother to optimize specifically for Netscape? They only need to write standard JavaScript to cover both platforms. Microsoft effortlessly dismantled the moat that Netscape painstakingly built, leveling the battlefield to a position that is extremely advantageous for them, bundling with operating systems and default settings. He looked at Clark and Andreessen, his eyes sharp. This is not merely a follow-up on functionality. This is a direct declaration of war placed right on your desks. Microsoft's intentions are crystal clear. I will not engage in a futile competition over scripting languages. Instead, I will adopt a compatibility strategy that blurs your leading advantage in this area and then utterly crush you in my strongest domain: system bundling and channel distribution. They are fundamentally striking at the differentiated advantages that Netscape browsers rely on to attract developers and users. Andreessen said through gritted teeth, pinpointing the crux. Exactly. Ling Yun nodded heavily. Once Netscape's JavaScript becomes something similar to JavaScript that everyone supports, then the scripting language is no longer a barrier for Netscape. The browser market share will revert to the most primitive and brutal dimension, whose browser can reach the user's desktop more conveniently and by default. And in this regard, Ling Yun did not finish his sentence, but both Clark and Andreessen understood that Microsoft, with its monopoly in Windows, holds an overwhelming advantage that Netscape cannot rival. The office fell into a deathly silence. Microsoft's compatibility strategy, seemingly mild, was in fact viciously aimed at the weak point of Netscape. Clark slammed his fist on the table, causing the coffee cup to rattle. What should we do? Are we just going to watch them like this? Of course not. Ling Yun interrupted him, his voice still calm, yet the power within it made the agitated Clark and Andreessen involuntarily quiet down and look at him. Microsoft has made its move, and we must counter it. Ling Yun walked to the window and looked out at the vibrant campus of Netscape. If they want to borrow our chicken to lay eggs, then we must make this chicken less easy to borrow or even turn it into a bird that pecks Microsoft back. He turned around, his gaze piercing. First, consolidate and lead the standards. Netscape must more actively promote the evolution of the JavaScript ECMAScript standards. Propose more complex, powerful, and developer-friendly new features and APIs. Microsoft claims compatibility, right? Well, then they should keep up with our pace. We need to evolve the standards quickly enough that JScript can only scramble to keep up, unable to form a genuine and stable compatibility. We must re-establish a dynamic and continuous advantage on a technical level. Second, Ling Yun raised his second finger, which was precisely the core issue he intended to discuss with Clark. We must focus on the developer experience. Clark, I was just about to tell you this. Our current JavaScript is nothing short of a disaster. The toolchain is lacking, debugging is difficult, and the API design is crude. Even if Microsoft's JScript is 100% compatible with us, what if it provides better development tools, clearer documentation, and a more stable runtime? Who will developers choose? He pointed at the note he brought, which recorded the various pains he encountered during his development forum. The browser war is not just a war of functionalities, it's a war of developer ecosystems. We must immediately invest heavily to improve the performance of the JavaScript engine, create powerful debugging tools, and provide comprehensive documentation and examples, making it a joy rather than a torment to develop applications for Netscape browsers. Third, Ling Yun's lips curled into a faint, steely smile. We will use their strategy against them, turning the tables. Since Microsoft wants to muddy the waters and turn JavaScript into a universal thing, we will go with the flow. We can consider at the right moment adopting a more open attitude and even promoting a certain degree of open sourcing or broader standardization of JavaScript-related technologies, uniting as many allies as possible, including hardware manufacturers and software developers who feel uneasy about Microsoft's monopoly, positioning Netscape as a defender and leader of open web standards. And Microsoft will be placed in the awkward position of a follower and monopoly destroyer. Ling Yun's three strategies, like three clear directives, instantly dispelled some of the confusion and panic in Clark and Andreessen's minds. Clark took a deep breath, looking at the young man who always remained calm and offered constructive advice in times of crisis, and nodded heavily. I understand. Ling, you are right. We cannot throw ourselves into chaos. Microsoft's move is a blatant ploy, and we will counter it. He turned to Andreessen. Mark immediately convened the technical committee. We need to reassess our JavaScript strategy and development toolchain. Also, the standards committee needs to get moving. A storm triggered by Microsoft's JScript suddenly arose within Netscape. And Ling Yun, the consultant from the east, once again pointed the way for this ship, navigating through stormy seas towards the next direction that required full sprint. The smoke of the browser war intensified with the emergence of JScript. Netscape headquarters, Clark's office. After responding to the sudden assault of Microsoft's JScript and initially determining strategies to consolidate standards and improve developer experience, the discussion naturally shifted back to the Netscape browser itself and the next focus of development. The office was shrouded in smoke, the atmosphere still tense. Ling Yun glanced at the strategic analysis chart on the whiteboard that had yet to be erased, turned to Clark and Andreessen, and solemnly presented his core suggestion based on the profit. Clark, Mark, regarding the development of the next-generation browser, I believe our current strategic focus should be on two aspects. First, the extreme support and optimization of existing web standards, HTML, CSS, and the JavaScript ECMAScript we are promoting. Second, to elevate the software stability, performance, and security to unprecedented heights. He elaborated on his reasoning. What we need to do now is not blindly add a bunch of flashy new features, but to refine the existing core experience to perfection. Ensure that web page rendering speeds are lightning fast, JavaScript execution efficiency is impeccable, and compatibility with standard support reaches nearly 100. Let developers and users feel that using the Netscape browser is synonymous with stability, speed, and reliability. This is our most solid barrier to retain core users and developers in the face of Microsoft's rampant expansion through bundling advantages. Ling Yun's gaze swept over the two, attempting to help them understand the strategic depth. Features can be added gradually later, but once users abandon us due to crashes, rendering errors, or poor performance, it will be nearly impossible to win them back. We must establish the mindset that Netscape equals quality. However, Ling Yun's steady strategy clashed violently with Clark's inner anxiety and competitive spirit ignited by Microsoft's relentless pressure. No, Ling, I disagree. Clark suddenly stood up, waving his arms vigorously, his face showing a stubbornness that came from feeling challenged, a strong sense of urgency. Defense cannot win a war, especially when facing an opponent like Microsoft. He walked to the whiteboard and drew several arrows around the circle representing Netscape, pointing inward. We must continuously add new features. Powerful new features. We need to develop a more advanced email client, integrate more powerful instant messaging tools, launch our own media player. We must build a complete online live platform within the browser. His eyes sparkled with a nearly obsessive light, his speech quickening. We must occupy all possible positions with an endless stream of innovative features. Let Microsoft's IE always be in a state of frantic catch-up. We want them to finish imitating our last feature only to find out that we have already launched the next cooler, more attractive feature. We must always stay one step ahead of them, no, at least 3 steps. Only in this way can we make users choose to overlook IE's free and bundled offerings, because they cannot live without our unique and powerful features. This is a typical feature arms race mentality, hoping to establish a competitive advantage through a technological race to the top. Ling Yun looked at the agitated Clark and sighed inwardly. He knew that Clark's logic had some surface-level validity, but it was precisely this reasoning that led Netscape down the fatal trap, causing its decline from its original historical trajectory. He could almost see that next-generation Netscape browser, codenamed Complex and Ambitious, which attempted to integrate everything, but ultimately became too bloated and unstable, gradually taking shape, in Clark's words. Especially that Gecko rendering engine, which was redeveloped to pursue extreme performance and rendering effects, but had not yet undergone sufficient testing. Ling Yun knew that in the original history, it was precisely this new engine's poor initial support for web standards, instability, frequent crashes, and various security vulnerabilities that severely damaged user reputation and became one of the last straws that broke Netscape's back. Clark, Ling Yun tried to make one last effort, his voice solemn. The piling up of features, if it comes at the cost of sacrificing stability and standardization, will be fatal. A browser that crashes frequently, renders web pages incorrectly, and is riddled with vulnerabilities, no matter how many features it has, will only drive users into the embrace of IE, which, though functionally simple, is at least stable and usable. We cannot get it backward. Ling, Clark interrupted him, his tone carrying an undeniable resolve. I understand the importance of stability, but we don't have the time. Microsoft won't give us the opportunity to optimize slowly. We must run faster, build our moat with more features and stronger performance. This is a battle for survival, and there can be no hesitation. He looked at Ling Yun, his gaze a mix of gratitude, stubbornness, and a sense of separation that comes from differing paths. Your suggestion is very reasonable, but on this point, Mark and I, along with most of Netscape's technical backbone, believe that innovation is our way out. Mark Anderson, although silent, clearly stood with Clark in his silence. Ling Yun looked at the 2 stubborn internet pioneers before him, knowing he could no longer persuade them. Good words are hard to persuade a damned ghost. The inertia of history is indeed immense. Even though he gave a warning in advance, even though he pointed out a more prudent path, the decision-makers at Netscape, mired in competitive anxiety and bound by their own technological arrogance and dependence on the path of innovation, still resolutely chose the road to the cliff. They saw the threat posed by Microsoft, yet underestimated the weight of their own product's stability and standard compatibility in user choices. They thought they could capture users with more and flashier features, but did not realize that when the most basic browsing experience cannot be guaranteed, all additional features are mere castles in the air. Ling Yun no longer argued. He slowly stood up, his face regaining calm, even carrying a hint of indifference. I understand, Clark. His voice revealed no emotion. Since this is Netscape's final decision, as an advisor, I will respect it. I will continue to provide my support in advancing standards and the developer ecosystem as much as I can. He glanced at the NS circle on the whiteboard, surrounded by various arrows pointing to new features, as if he had already seen its future cracking under the weight of too much burden. Good luck to you. After speaking, Ling Yun turned and left Clark's office, shutting the arguments and stubbornness behind the door. He knew that on the path of browser kernel development, he could no longer change the course of this giant ship called Netscape. The gears of Netscape's fate seemed to still be turning slowly along the predetermined trajectory towards that known tragic endpoint. And Ling Yun was merely a calm observer and another strategist in a different game. Ling Yun stood by the office window, his gaze carrying a hint of sternness. The excitement of collaborating with Netscape had faded, replaced by a heavy sense of worry. In the past few days of deep interaction with Clark and Anderson, especially the intense disagreements over the next-generation browser development strategy, yesterday Ling Yun had come to a stark realization: Netscape, once a symbol of the Internet's future, was fundamentally infused with the arrogance of a technological aristocracy and a strategic anxiety in the face of pressure from giants. Their decisions were driven by emotions and path dependence rather than calm market judgment and the principle of user supremacy. Relying on them to drive the Starlight System ecosystem is utterly unreliable. Ling Yun murmured to himself, his brow slightly furrowed. He clearly saw that if they followed Clark's idea of a function arms race, Netscape was about to launch a new version of the browser equipped with the immature Gecko engine, which was almost destined to be a disastrous product plagued by bugs, poor stability, and terrible compatibility with existing web pages. If the Starlight System was deeply bound to such a browser in its early stages, even using it as the system's shell, then Ling Yun could almost foresee the terrifying scenario: users eagerly starting devices based on the Starlight System only to be greeted by a browser shell that frequently crashed, rendered web pages chaotically, and consumed vast amounts of resources. All the blame and poor user experiences would fall squarely on the Starlight System. The reputation of the operating system he had painstakingly built would be completely dragged down by an unreliable partner. We cannot tie the fate of the Starlight System to a potentially sinking giant ship. Ling Yun's gaze became incredibly resolute. Relying on others is ultimately not as reliable as depending on oneself. Since Netscape's path was destined to be rugged, even leading to a cliff, he must carve out a completely controllable path for himself and for the future of the Starlight System. A thought became incredibly clear and intense in his mind. Abandon Netscape and independently develop a brand new browser. Not merely a substitute for a browser, but fundamentally rebuild a set of development ecology and toolchain to create a truly modern, efficient, and stable browser that aligns with his vision for the future web experience. His thoughts instantaneously transcended time and space, locking onto a product that would change the browser market landscape with unstoppable force in the future: Google Chrome. Although Chrome had not yet been born at this moment, its core design philosophy and technical architecture were as clear to Ling Yun, a reborn individual, as the lines on his palm. Multi-process architecture separating the browser interface, rendering engine, plugins, and more into different processes to prevent a crash of a single page from causing the entire browser or even the system shell to collapse. This was crucial for the Starlight System, which used the browser as its shell. Extreme speed and performance, a brand new JavaScript engine, faster page rendering. A clean and efficient user interface, maximizing the content display area and minimizing distractions. Powerful developer tools, a complete set of tools for convenient debugging and analyzing web performance. Strict adherence to standards and security. These advanced concepts from the future, proven to solve all current pain points of the Netscape browser, were the perfect remedy. It's time. Ling Yun turned around, his gaze sweeping over the busy operating system development department outside. There, the foundation of the Starlight kernel had already been laid. Without any hesitation, he immediately took action. First, he meticulously selected 5 of the top engineers from the existing well-coordinated operating system development team, known for their active thinking and deep understanding of web technologies. These 5 would serve as the core architects and seeds of the new project. Next, he signed an emergency hiring authorization. Thanks to iCloud's financial strength and Ling Yun's budding reputation in the Silicon Valley tech circle, the hiring process proceeded exceptionally smoothly. Within just over a week, 30 new programmers and engineers gradually arrived. Among them were experts in graphics rendering, proficient compiler designers, and masters well-versed in network protocols and front-end technologies. Soon a new area was opened adjacent to the operating system development department. Brand new desks and high-performance development machines were swiftly set up. A brand new departmental sign was hung up: Browser Development Department. 35 members formed the initial foundation of this new department. Ling Yun personally took on the role of the project leader and chief architect. At the first all-hands meeting of the department, Ling Yun stood at the front without excessive preamble, directly writing several core objectives on the whiteboard. Project codename Starlight. Core objective: develop a brand new high-performance, highly stable, and highly secure graphical browser. Parallel task: create a complete modern web front-end development, debugging, and optimization toolchain. Ultimate mission: provide the best web experience shell for the Starlight System and build an independent development ecology. He did not directly replicate all the details of Chrome, but began to systematically articulate those timeless design philosophies based on the technical conditions of 1996. Our browser must adopt a multi-process isolation architecture, Ling Yun clearly defined, with rendering processes, browser processes, and plugin processes operating independently. No single web page's crash should drag down the entire browser, nor should it affect the stability of the operating system shell. We need to design a brand new, extremely efficient JavaScript execution engine. He looked at the member responsible for the compiler, with the goal of increasing script execution speed by an order of magnitude based on existing technology. The user interface should adhere to simplicity, maximizing the content display area. Developer tools should be built-in, powerful, and easy to use, making web development and debugging less painful. For web standards, we must be the most steadfast supporters and leaders. The entire team was shocked and attracted by the blueprint and clear technical path Ling Yun had outlined. They realized that this was not just about creating a browser, it was about redefining the standard of web interaction experiences. After the meeting, the browser and development ecology department immediately began to operate at high speed. Architecture discussions, technology selections, module divisions. All tasks unfolded in an orderly manner under Ling Yun's direct guidance and the leadership of those 5 core members. Ling Yun looked at this newly opened, vibrant, and ambitious battlefield, feeling a bit reassured. Netscape might continue to race down its path straight towards the abyss. But Ling Yun and his Starlight browser had quietly set sail. In early November 1996, Los Angeles. In the office, the area where the browser development team was located had been under nearly sleepless sprint for over a month. General Manager Ling, the Starburst browser v08 beta, along with the accompanying basic developer toolkit, has completed all tests and meets the release standards. The project's technical lead, an engineer with deep fatigue etched on his face, yet a spark in his eyes, reported to Ling Yun. Ling Yun stood before the test machine, personally operating the browser named Starburst. The interface was remarkably simple, almost bare, maximizing the display area for web content. He opened several mainstream websites, and the rendering speed was noticeably faster than current market browsers like Netscape Navigator and IE. He then clicked on the built-in developer tools. Although its functionality was far from the advanced capabilities of later versions, it already included basic features like element inspection and console output, allowing for smooth execution of a few simple debugging operations. Not bad. Ling Yun nodded, a satisfied expression appearing on his face. Honest appraisal revealed that this v08 version of the Starburst browser was, compared to modern browsers post-2010, a mere toy in its simplicity. There was no rich ecosystem of extensions, no cloud synchronization, and the UI design bore the roughness characteristic of its era. However, its internal framework, drawing from future concepts of a preliminary multi-process architecture, optimized JavaScript execution efficiency, and stricter adherence to HTML/CSS standards, endowed it with the potential to dominate all browsers on the market in 1996. Especially its stability and speed far surpassed the increasingly bloated and bug-ridden Netscape, leaving the functionally simplistic IE in the dust. It was time to let it see the world. Ling Yun immediately ordered that the Starburst browser v08 beta, along with a minimized runnable kernel image file of the Star system, be packaged and uploaded to the already prepared official website of the Star system for all tech enthusiast developers and curious users to download, trial, and provide feedback. After the upload was complete, he watched the newly appeared download link on the website labeled Starburst browser v08 beta Star OS minimal image. He granted the engineers a 3-day holiday to rest properly, and Ling Yun also returned to his hotel to rest for 3 days. How should we promote it? Ling Yun leaned back in his chair, contemplating strategies. Direct advertising. Too costly, and target users may not even see it. Posting on tech forums. Contacting some tech media journalists for reviews. Or perhaps leaking it accidentally within Netscape's internal community to spark discussions. As he weighed which method would yield the best return on investment with the least cost, the office door was suddenly knocked on vigorously. The sound urgent. Come in. The engineer Eric, responsible for the website and server operations, rushed in with a pale face and beads of sweat on his forehead. Ling, General Manager, there's a problem. Eric's voice was tinged with panic. Our official website is down. It's inaccessible. Down. Ling Yun frowned, his first reaction not one of joy at the product's popularity, but rather a primal sense of alertness and confusion. What happened? Was it attacked? Or a server hardware failure? In 1996, internet infrastructure was still quite fragile, and hacker attacks and server outages were not uncommon. Especially after he had just uploaded important system images and the browser, it was hard not to wonder if it had fallen victim to a competitor's malicious attack. I did a preliminary check. There don't seem to be obvious signs of an attack. Eric took a breath. The logs show. It seems that the download requests are too numerous. The server can't respond and has overloaded and crashed. Too many download requests. Ling Yun was momentarily stunned, disbelief written all over his face. How many? We haven't started any promotion, yet how could so many people know and download simultaneously? This was utterly illogical. It was as absurd as a little-known singer without having released a record or any promotional channels suddenly finding their home packed with fans who had heard the news. Let's go. Check the logs. Ling Yun immediately stood up, his doubts far outweighing his surprise. He needed to understand what was causing this sudden influx of traffic. The two hurried to the server room. Eric skillfully opened the server management terminal, bringing up the website access logs and error logs. On the screen, the log files were refreshing at an astonishing speed, filled with HTTP request records and database connection timeout error messages. Ling Yun leaned down, intently focused on the screen. Eric quickly typed on the keyboard, filtering and compiling key information. Source IPs are spread across the globe, not concentrated attack IP segments. User agents come in various forms, some from Netscape, some from IE, and various crawlers. Access pages. Over 95% of requests are concentrated on that recently uploaded image file download link. Concurrent connections. Peeked at. God, this number is terrifying for our current server. As the information was compiled, the possibility of malicious attacks was ruled out. All evidence pointed to a cause that left Ling Yun utterly bewildered. There were indeed vast numbers of users from all over the world attempting to download the Starburst browser and the Star System image file at the same time. How is this possible? Operations engineer Eric stared at the statistics, muttering to himself, his face equally ghostly pale. We really did nothing at all. Ling Yun stared at the screen where requests continued to attempt connections, bringing the server to the brink of collapse. The initial confusion and alertness gradually faded, and an incredible, yet singularly reasonable hypothesis began to emerge in his mind. Could it be that place? He immediately ordered Eric, activate the backup server immediately to alleviate the download pressure. At the same time, contact the hosting service provider to upgrade our server configuration and bandwidth. Regardless of where this traffic is coming from, we need to restore service. Yes, Mr. Ling. Eric immediately got busy. Ling Yun quickly returned to his office and turned on his computer. He needed to verify his hypothesis. If the source of the traffic was indeed as he suspected, this unexpected downtime crisis might become his best free advertisement to date. He watched the server monitoring interface, still struggling on the screen, a complex and inscrutable smile gradually forming at the corner of his mouth. Surprise, confusion, and a hint of fate's capriciousness intertwined in his heart. His meticulously prepared promotional plan had yet to be utilized, yet the market had given him a huge and fierce response in a way he had never anticipated. This sudden, sweet trouble completely disrupted his rhythm, yet it seemed to open a door for him, leading to a broader world. The company was engulfed in a tense bustle due to an unexpected website outage. Ling Yun was baffled. The promotion hadn't even started yet, so where did this massive influx of traffic come from, as if it had appeared out of thin air? Investigate. Find out the source of the traffic as quickly as possible. Ling Yun furrowed his brows, giving orders to Eric focus on analyzing the referral fields in the access logs, see which website they came from. Just as the technical staff was about to analyze the server logs in detail, a somewhat shy voice spoke up. Ling Zong, a young engineer named David wearing thick glasses, timidly raised his hand. That might be somewhat related to me. Instantly, all eyes in the office turned towards David. Ling Yun looked at him. David, clarify what's going on. David swallowed hard, nervously explaining. Ling Zong, didn't you say before that our Xingqian system kernel is excellent and should be open to attract developers? About a week ago, I posted some threads on BBS and some tech forums, David said as he walked to his computer to pull up the posting records. The screen displayed a post with the title Mysterious Open Source Operating System, Start OS, Discovered. Cutting-edge architecture performance, beast featuring new browser Starburst. In the post, I briefly introduced the design philosophy of the Xingqian operating system, including the 0-1 scheduler you mentioned, as well as the binder interprocess communication, emphasizing the modular design of the Xingqian system, which is customizable by allowing users to remove unnecessary modules, enabling it to run smoothly on older machines. I also introduced our Xingmong browser and included images showcasing our clean UI design and super fast parsing and rendering speed, and at the end of the post I attached a link to our official website. David scrolled through the replies following the post. Is what the poster said true? This system looks incredibly sci-fi. Downloaded testing it in a virtual machine, the startup speed is indeed fast. Oh my, the rendering speed of this Xingmong browser is more than twice as fast as Netscape. I'm looking at their kernel code, it's truly a genius design. The scheduling design concepts are so ingenious. The great team behind Xingqian, please accept my admiration. Requesting more technical details. Where's the link? Please post the official website address again. To the poster above, the link is broken, it won't open at all. Could it be that the server crashed? It was working fine when I checked yesterday. The views and replies on the post were astonishingly high, and the forum administrator even pinned this post. The Xingqian operating system had clearly caused a sensation within geek circles and developer communities. These early internet enthusiasts flocked to the Xingqian official website eager to download and experience it. It was this sudden surge of traffic too concentrated that instantly overwhelmed the Xingqian server. The truth was revealed. It was not a malicious attack, nor was there any mysterious force at play. It was merely an accidental contribution from one of their own engineers that sparked a hot topic in the tech circle leading to this happy outage. Ling Yun looked at the lively discussions beneath the post, observing the amazement of those tech enthusiasts at the system's performance and the speed of the browser, unsure whether to laugh or cry. Ling Yun patted David on the shoulder. "Well done, David. I need to give you a bonus. Your contribution is worth a whole marketing team." "Eric." Ling Yun quickly regained his focus. Now was not the time for sentimentality. The situation is clear. It's normal traffic. As planned, activate the backup server and divert all traffic. Restore the download service as soon as possible. At the same time, contact suppliers and urgently expand capacity. Understood. Just as Ling Yun was flustered by the sudden influx of traffic thousands of kilometers away in Redmond, Washington, another tech giant was also drawn to the sudden emergence of the Xingqian operating system. At Microsoft headquarters in a spacious conference room, several senior executives and core technical personnel were seated around a rectangular conference table. The atmosphere was serious, forming a stark contrast to the chaos at Xingqian. A technical evaluation report jointly issued by Microsoft's operations and testing departments lay quietly on the table. The report was titled Preliminary Technical Analysis and Market Evaluation of StarOS and Starburst. A manager responsible for technical analysis was briefing the attendees, including several vice presidents. "Gentlemen, we noticed the Xingqian operating system and Xingmong browser while monitoring some abnormal dynamics in core developer communities. We downloaded them and performed preliminary tests on their performance." He opened the report, pointing to the data graphs within. The conclusions are shocking, even somewhat unsettling. The kernel of this operating system demonstrates design concepts in scheduling efficiency and memory management that we have never seen before, and these concepts are highly efficient. He paused, emphasizing, "In our benchmark tests, the beta version of the Xingmong browser surpassed our currently promoted IE3 in terms of page load speed and JavaScript execution efficiency, exceeding it by 50. Moreover, its stability also performed excellently. Even the market leader Netscape does not match its performance." A low murmur of discussion arose in the conference room, and the head of the IE team looked somewhat grim. The testing department manager did not hold back. He added, "More importantly, based on feedback from the tech community and our preliminary analysis, this system advocates open source principles, and its kernel code has already been open sourced, which helps rapidly attract developers, forming an ecosystem. Combined with a high-performance browser, the ecosystem we have built over the years will be hard to withstand, and our advantages will soon be surpassed." He did not continue further, but everyone present understood the unspoken implication. Though currently it was just a trivial project, its technological potential and development prospects posed a fundamental conflict with Microsoft, carrying the possibility of disrupting Microsoft. Thus, this report landed on the desk of Microsoft's ruler Bill. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the blinds, casting alternating stripes of light and shadow on the office floor. Ling Yun had just concluded a routine meeting with the browser development team, confirming the new optimization direction for the browser based on a multi-process architecture and the V8 engine. At that moment, he received a call from the front desk. "Mr. Mr. Ballmer would like to see you. He has no appointment and claims to be from Microsoft." The front desk girl's voice carried a hint of uncertainty. Ling Yun paused slightly as he held the receiver. It was the moment he had been anticipating. The rise of Xingqian on the BBS had not escaped the eyes of the giants, but he did not expect it to happen so soon. Ling Yun took a deep breath and calmly said, "Please ask him to the small conference room. I will be there shortly." In the small conference room, before Ling Yun could fully step inside, Ballmer nearly sprang up from his chair, extending his broad palm, his face radiating an infectious, enthusiastic smile. "Mr. Ling, it's an honor to meet you. I am Steve Ballmer." His voice boomed with vigor and his handshake was firm, as if he intended to impart all his enthusiasm directly to Ling Yun. "Mr. Ballmer, welcome." Ling Yun responded with a smile, gesturing for him to take a seat. He assessed this future CEO of Microsoft, who was in his prime, with a hunter-like gleam in his eyes. "Ling, may I call you that?" Ballmer leaned forward, resting his arms on the table, speaking in an extremely friendly manner, treating Ling Yun, this relatively unknown individual, without an ounce of superiority. "I have already used your Xingqian system. It's absolutely fantastic. It abandons the traditional desktop, using the browser as the system interface, which is quite imaginative. Your anonymous shared memory technology and binder interprocess communication technology provide a significant boost to system efficiency." "Thank you." Ling Yun nodded, offering no unnecessary words. He understood why Ballmer was so warmly friendly towards him. Microsoft has always been committed to promoting the popularization and development of computer technology. We appreciate all innovative ideas and talents. Ballmer shifted his tone. Microsoft hopes to acquire Xingchen, including the entire team and technology. We will offer you a price that you cannot refuse. He directly took out a document from his briefcase and slid it across the table to Ling Yun. It was a draft letter of intent with Microsoft's logo prominently displayed on the cover. Ling Yun did not open it, simply placing his palm over the emblem on the cover. Mr. Ballmer, I am flattered by Microsoft's favor. Ling Yun's tone softened as he calmly said, but I am sorry, Xingchen has no plans to sell at the moment, nor are we looking for financing. Ballmer's smile slightly faded, but his enthusiasm did not wane. Ling, don't rush into a decision. A look at the figures inside. They are enough to grant you and your team financial freedom to enjoy life or pursue new research interests. The battlefield of operating systems is quite deep. Just the ecological construction alone requires an immeasurable amount of resources and time. Besides ecological construction, there's also market promotion. For Xingchen to go global, the current hype is insufficient. With Microsoft backing, Xingchen can move faster and serve billions of users. Ling Yun met Ballmer's gaze. The dreams and corporate culture of Xingchen determine that we are not on the same path as Microsoft. We are an open ecosystem allowing anyone to use, learn, and even commercialize it. Ling, this is your personal idealism. Ballmer frowned slightly, leaning back in his chair. Let's put those idealistic words aside. In business, you are not doing charity by running a company. Windows has been deeply rooted in the market for many years. Our ecosystem, along with our partner manufacturers and software developers, is not easily breached. Any attempts to challenge us are akin to throwing eggs against stones. Ballmer's words carried an air of natural dominance, a confidence belonging to the current Microsoft empire. Ling Yun smiled slightly. Xingchen has never sought to challenge Microsoft, nor do we wish to be a rival to Windows. Our original intention is to embrace the internet and change people's lives. What we aim to provide is an entry point for users to connect with the world. We lack the funds and resources to build an ecosystem like Microsoft's, so the Microsoft Foundation has never been our target. We will not serve corporate users, they are not our target clientele. A grand vision, Ballmer commented noncommittally, but Microsoft can do that too, and even better and faster. The IE browser team is already studying some of the concepts you proposed. An acquisition would be the highest recognition of your talent. To resist would be to exhaust your wisdom, ultimately perhaps in vain. This was already a subtle warning implying that Microsoft could anytime draw upon and replicate Xingchen's technological route, directly crushing Xingchen with its size advantage. Ling Yun smiled without a trace of fear, instead calmly saying, Mr. Ballmer, I believe Microsoft has that capability. However, I did not create Xingchen for money. While I may not be as wealthy as Bill, I am not lacking in funds. The value of Xingchen does not lie in how many users it has nor in how much it can be sold for, but in what it represents. A more open system, a more practical network system, a more lightweight system. We are looking towards the future. We are merely a cornerstone. Our greatest value lies in allowing more talented individuals to stand on our shoulders and reach further. The conference room fell into a brief silence. Ballmer stared at Ling Yun, seemingly judging whether this was youthful stubbornness or a well-considered insistence. After a moment, he slowly gathered the documents on the table. His smile remained, but his enthusiasm had cooled considerably. All right, Ling, I respect your choice. He stood up. The doors of Microsoft will always be open to you, not just for Xingchen, but for you personally. Bill, and I admire your vision and technology. If you change your mind, feel free to contact me. Okay, thank you for your kindness. Ling Yun stood up and shook hands with Ballmer once again. Ling Yun returned to his office, carefully contemplating Ballmer's intentions and how deeply Microsoft was guarding against him. A light knock echoed, interrupting Ling Yun's thoughts. Come in. Eric pushed the door open with a smile. Boss, I heard that Microsoft's Ballmer came. Ling Yun responded perfunctorily. However, Eric seemed oblivious to his boss's disinterest in discussing further. So what's the matter with him coming to our company? Is it a declaration of war? Did our system astonish them? They intend to acquire Xingchen and then promote you. Ling Yun glanced at him. Is that true? Eric's face brightened with joy. It's true, Ballmer is planning to promote you to be the boss. Eric seemed caught off guard, unsure of what to say, timidly responding, Boss, I am your most loyal. As Ballmer pushed open the heavy wooden door to Bill's office, the customary warm smile on his face was replaced by a serious expression. In his hand, he held a substantial, yet not overly thick, important folder. Bill was sitting behind his desk, which was cluttered with technical documents and files. His gaze was fixed intently on the computer screen in front of him, his fingers flying over the keyboard. He looked up and gestured for Ballmer to take a seat, then said, Just give me a moment. Ballmer sat down, patiently waiting, taking the opportunity to organize the content he needed to report. Hitting the enter key, Bill turned to Ballmer and adjusted his glasses. All right, let's talk about our young friend from China. He turned us down. His tone was calm, seemingly unperturbed by the outcome. Yes, Bill, he rejected us. He rejected us completely. It's not that he was waiting for a better offer. He didn't even look at the price we offered. He said he didn't start Xingchen for money. He claimed he wasn't lacking in funds. Not lacking in funds. Bill raised an eyebrow, reaching for the folder, but not opening it immediately. Yes, but our friends in China have conducted a thorough investigation. He owns an electronics factory with pitiful profits, a couple of small internet cafes, and some stocks worth $3 to $4 million. He also has $2 million in foreign debt borrowed from friends before coming to the United States. This amount is insufficient to sustain his company for long. Bill listened quietly, his fingers unconsciously tapping lightly on the cover of the folder. He said nothing, but signaled for Ballmer to continue. He made money in the stock market. I had someone investigate his activities since arriving in the U.S. and found that he opened an account in the U.S. stock market using $2 million to leverage 10 times, engaging in short-term trades within 10 transactions, making over $6 million. Then he leveraged $50 million to buy 13 million shares of Yahoo stock at a cost of $8, currently sitting on a profit of over $65 million. So he indeed isn't lacking in funds now. Bill's brow furrowed deeper as he finally opened the folder. The first few pages contained technical evaluations of Xingchen operating system and Xingmong browser, which he quickly skimmed, having already familiarized himself with the information. The later pages covered Ling Yun's personal background. The office fell silent, the only sound being the rustling of paper as Bill flipped through the documents. After a long while, Bill slowly leaned back in his chair and gently closed the folder. He removed his glasses, his gaze somewhat vacant, pinching the bridge of his nose, clearly processing the information rapidly. Clearly, merely offering cash won't sway this idealistic young man who isn't short on funds. His actions indicate he is extremely confident and has a strong execution ability. Bill seemed to be analyzing for Ballmer while also speaking to himself. What do you think? Bill turned to look at Ballmer. This young man is very talented and has had a smooth journey without setbacks, so he is confident and stubborn. It will be difficult to impress him. This could pose a problem for us. The more capable he becomes, the greater the losses we will incur. Bill, I believe we must eliminate this threat before he develops, denying him any chance for growth. No, Ballmer, you must understand this is our home turf. Even if Xingchen grows, it may not escape our control. For a Chinese-owned company to develop, they certainly need our approval. However, we need such a company to silence those who accuse us of monopoly. If he poses a threat, how difficult would it be to manage a company controlled by a Chinese individual? Bill smirked. Of course, we need to give this young man some opportunities. If he can be brought into our circle, that would be ideal, providing him with a controllable stage that benefits everyone. Bill said with a smile. I will invite him to the Internet Entrepreneur Banquet organized by Mondrian. All right, I will send him the invitation. Ballmer immediately agreed. Since we have time now, let's simulate the development path that Xingchen might take just for fun. Bill said with a smile to Ballmer, as if discussing how an ant might escape from a human's view. Xingchen currently only has a slight reputation among IT enthusiasts. Their next step will certainly be to negotiate with computer manufacturers for system pre-installation and promotion. Another point is to discuss cooperation with hardware manufacturers for targeted optimization to enhance performance, Ballmer speculated. But who would agree? Bill asked. Computer manufacturers will likely support them behind the scenes, Sun might directly collaborate with them, and AMD may also partner with them. Hearing you say that, I somewhat hope Ling Yun will reject us, providing an opportunity to test our partners. Bill laughed heartily. Even if they band together, they are just a loose collection of individuals unlikely to achieve anything substantial. Even if we don't intervene, they will create chaos among themselves. Ballmer scoffed. We indeed need such an opportunity to establish our absolute authority. Market share and market influence are not necessarily equal. Bill's expression turned serious. Some people need to be kept in check, and some companies need to disappear. Their constant presence hampers our mood. By the way, we also need to make some internal adjustments. Some people are earning high salaries, but their products are subpar. The products created by Xingchen's small team far surpass theirs. Bill said seriously to Ballmer, especially in the IE development department, what are they doing? It's been so long without any progress. Can't they even understand the open source materials? Ballmer remained silent, quietly listening to Bill's admonishment. He also felt that some departments were complacent and needed a stern wake-up call. This internal issue posed a greater threat than Xingchen. Bill sighed, noting that talented people are unwilling to be subordinate, while those who are obedient often lack competence. He turned to Ballmer and said those we cannot hire with salary need to be bound by common long-term interests. Prepare a revised acquisition agreement for Xingchen, offering Ling Yun favorable personal terms, including a substantial quantity of shares, allowing him to become a major shareholder in Microsoft over the next few years. Ballmer looked astonished. Is Bill placing such importance on Ling Yun? However, he did not ask further and replied, "All right, I will prepare it right away." As Ballmer exited Bill's office, Bill stood by the window lost in thought for a long time. He had made up his mind to secure this young man at any cost. Sunlight poured through the window without obstruction, but to Ling Yun beneath this brightness lurked a disquieting stagnation. He stood by the office window, his gaze fixed on the street below, his fingers tapping absently on the window frame. Half a month had passed. Over 10 days had elapsed since he turned down Ballmer. The storm he had anticipated: patent lawsuits, public opinion suppression, technological barriers, even more direct commercial tactics. None of it had arrived. This behemoth Microsoft had fallen into silence. It was too abnormal. Ling Yun knew well the company's modus operandi in the industry. They might ignore an ant, but they would never overlook a rabbit capable of biting them. Ballmer's personal intervention itself signified a certain degree of importance. Yet after that importance, they remained motionless. It defied logic. What are they waiting for? Ling Yun turned and asked Li Mo, who was reading technical documents on the sofa. His voice carried a hint of irritability he himself had not noticed. Fearing that Microsoft's counterattack would leave him stretched thin, Ling Yun had brought Li Mo to Los Angeles, so that when he was away from the company, Li Mo could help keep an eye on things. Li Mo looked up and pushed his glasses. Could it be that their internal processes are too complicated? Big companies make decisions slowly. Ling Yun shook his head. Impossible. Either they think we pose no threat at all and can't be bothered to act. He paused, not believing that possibility himself. Or, Ling Yun said slowly, they are preparing something else, a tactic we haven't thought of yet. This uncertainty drained his energy. He was like a soldier long prepared for battle, nerves taut, waiting for the enemy's charge, only to find his opponent vanish into the mist. This waiting was more tormenting than direct confrontation. Just then a soft knock came at the office door. The front desk administrative assistant poked her head in. "Mr. Lin, there's a letter for you." A thick textured envelope was delivered. On it there was no extra information, only a Redmond mailing address. Puzzled, Ling Yun broke the wax seal. Inside was an invitation with an exceptionally minimalist design. The paper was crisp, the text embossed with elegant letterpress. "Cordially invites Mr. Ling Yun to grace the estate in Mondrian at 6:00 p.m. on Sunday, December 1st, 1996, for an IT exchange gathering. Yours sincerely, Bill Gates." The signature bore a familiar, powerful stroke. Ling Yun held the thin piece of paper, feeling it weighed more than any business document. Li Mo leaned in for a look, his eyes widening instantly. "Bill Gates. He personally invited you?" "Yes," Ling Yun said, placing the invitation gently on the desk and leaning back into his chair. The mystery had been unveiled in another way. Instead of sending troops to the battlefield, Microsoft's king had issued a court banquet invitation. "Will you go?" Li Mo's voice was tinged with barely contained excitement and tension. "Yes," Ling Yun replied without a moment's hesitation. "Why not? Let's see the Emperor's palace. Let's hear what he has to say. It's better than guessing here." Receiving this invitation itself was a form of qualification. He glanced at the bustling traffic outside the window, then at the elegantly worded invitation on the desk. A very practical issue surfaced. "I need to solve the transportation problem," Ling Yun murmured to himself. Since arriving in the U.S., he had spent most of his time on the company and technology. For travel, he either rented cars temporarily or occasionally used Eric's battered Ford F-150, a practical vehicle but noisy and with worn-out interiors. Driving it into the Mondrian estate would likely get him stopped by security. It wasn't just about comfort, it was about posture and dignity. In the upcoming meeting, he could not afford to appear weak in any detail. "Should have bought one long ago," Li Mo immediately agreed. "Given your status now, driving that old clunker really isn't suitable. Want me to go car shopping with you?" "No need," Ling Yun waved him off. "Keep an eye on the lab's progress. I'll handle it myself." He needed time alone to digest the impact of Bill's invitation and think of a counter-strategy. The process of choosing a car might help clear his mind. He didn't immediately head to any dealership. Instead, he walked over to the city street map. His gaze swept over the well-known car brand stores. Buying a decent car was necessary, but it couldn't be rushed. He realized that a vehicle was more than just a means of transport. In the upcoming meeting, it would be a silent business card conveying the owner's taste, strength, and stance. "Eric, come to my office," Ling Yun said, putting down the phone. Soon a knock came, and Eric walked in. Ling Yun showed Eric the invitation and asked, "Bill's invitation to gathering. I need to buy a car. Do you have any recommendations?" "I want to buy one." Eric replied enthusiastically, "Boss, you could consider a Rolls-Royce Silver Spirit. That car would match your status, dignified." Eric added, "Nowadays, many young bosses in the IT industry like to drive sports cars. Do you have any particular preference for sports cars?" Ling Yun had no special fondness for sports cars. With 2 lifetimes combined, he was old enough to retire, and he had no desire to race around in a sports car, making noise. Principal Wang once said something quite reasonable: sports cars are something you either have when you're born, or you probably never will. Either you can't afford them, or you lose the desire. I'd rather buy something more business-oriented. I don't like being flashy, Ling Yun replied. Then get a silver spirit. Understated luxury with substance. There's a Rolls-Royce dealer in Beverly Hills. He'll drive you there, Eric said, brimming with excitement. Buying a car? Is it that big a deal? Ling Yun was a bit speechless at Eric's reaction. Boss, I've never even been inside a Rolls-Royce showroom. I was afraid of being kicked out. Let me take this chance to broaden my horizons, Eric said with a fawning look. You just want to show off to your friends and colleagues later, Ling Yun said with an I know you too well expression. Work hard. When the company goes public, your stock options will make buying dozens of silver spirits a piece of cake. Ling Yun dangled the carrot. Eric asked in confusion, Boss, why would I buy so many silver spirits? Imagine this: a fleet of silver spirits on the highway, first forming an S, then a B. How ostentatious can you get? Ling Yun said with a harmless smile. You're right, boss. He'll not only form an SB, but a big, huge SB, Eric said with utmost seriousness. Well then, work hard for your big SB dream. Let's go see the car now, Ling Yun said, suppressing a laugh. Eric gripped the steering wheel of his battered Ford F-150, the engine emitting a dull rumble. Boss, are you sure we're going to buy a Rolls-Royce in this piece of junk? Won't we get kicked out? He patted the squeaky steering wheel. Ling Yun didn't even lift his eyelids. Drive in and find a spot to park. Eric grumbled, drove the car into the Rolls-Royce dealership lot, and parked it right by the entrance. As they got out, Ling Yun smiled at Eric and said, Look at this dealership decorated like an art gallery. Your second-hand pickup really does lower the tone of Rolls-Royce. Eric was speechless. It was clearly the boss who told him to drive in, yet he said things that stabbed right at his heart. They approached the door. The heavy glass door slid open slowly, and the doorman greeted warmly, Welcome, gentlemen, to Rolls-Royce. They stepped into the showroom, where the mirror-like marble floor reflected the ceiling lights. Several display cars rested like treasures under the spotlights, their glossy paintwork dazzling. A sales consultant in a custom-tailored suit, his hair impeccably combed, approached. His gaze swept over the two men with professional efficiency. Eric in a wrinkled plaid shirt and jeans, Ling Yun in a simple jacket and casual trousers. James showed no hint of disdain, merely bowing slightly. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Welcome to Rolls-Royce Beverly Hills. I am James, your sales consultant. Is there anything I can introduce to you? His voice was deep and pleasant. Eric nervously cleared his throat. James turned his gaze to him, expecting him to speak, but Eric dared not utter a word. Ling Yun replied calmly, I'd like to see the silver spur. A flicker of surprise passed through James' eyes, but he quickly resumed his professional demeanor. Very well, gentlemen, please follow me. He led them toward the imposing black sedan at the center of the showroom. Eric almost tiptoed, afraid that the dust from his shoes would dirty the mirror-like floor. He circled the silver spur, his mouth slightly agape. He wanted to touch the smooth paint, but his hand stopped midway, and he awkwardly rubbed his nose. My God, he whispered in awe, walking around the car, his eyes fixed on the Spirit of Ecstasy hood ornament. Is this thing really made of silver? James maintained his smile. Yes, sir, the ornament has been polished. He gracefully opened the door. You may feel the interior, sir. Eric, as if afraid to break a precious treasure, carefully sat in the driver's seat. His palm gently caressed the smooth walnut wood trim, his fingers traced the cool metal air vents, and his body sank into the leather seat. Boss, this is more comfortable than my sofa at home, he whispered excitedly, gesturing to Ling Yun. Boss, feel this wood trim, smell this scent. My God, this is. Ling Yun merely smiled faintly. Although he had never owned such a luxurious car in his past life, the things of this era couldn't compare to later ones. This boxy rectangular body simply couldn't match the streamlined designs of the future. The paint quality also couldn't compare to future luxury cars. The only advantage was the powerful engine with no environmental pressure from exhaust emissions. Ling Yun interrupted James, who was detailing the vehicle's specifications. Do you have one in stock? Black or gray? James paused slightly. We have a silver gray one in stock, fully equipped. He quoted a figure. $280,000, sir. How much? Eric sprang up from the driver's seat, nearly hitting the roof. $280,000. He stared at Ling Yun, his eyes wide as saucers, his mouth agape. Ling Yun ignored him, simply nodding to James. Fine, please expedite the paperwork. They'll drive it out shortly. James' smile instantly became more genuine and enthusiastic. Very well, sir. Please have a seat in the VIP lounge. We'll handle everything as quickly as possible. Do you have a preferred license plate number? They'll take care of it for you, James asked eagerly. WOCA 911. Ling Yun gave James the number and let him handle it. In the VIP lounge, Eric sat stiffly on the sofa, watching Ling Yun sign documents and process the bank transfer. Exquisite pastries and champagne were set before him, but he had no appetite, only feeling his heart racing. Boss, that was 280,000 just spent like that. Eric's voice trembled slightly. How many high-performance computers could that buy, eh? Ling Yun took a sip of water and glanced at him. It's just a car. Don't make such a fuss. The paperwork was completed quickly. When the silver-gray Rolls-Royce Silver Spur was parked in the most prominent spot at the entrance, Eric stared at the lustrous body, still feeling a sense of unreality. James handed a classic key to Ling Yun. Ling Yun opened the door and slid into the driver's seat. Eric hurried to get in, but Ling Yun chuckled. Don't you want your Ford? Boss, can I come back for it tomorrow? Eric asked with a fawning expression. I have things to do later. You can pick it up another day. As he spoke, Ling Yun started the engine. Heartless boss, just ditching me. Eric said dejectedly. Don't talk nonsense. I'm not interested in men. If you keep grumbling, I'll dock your pay when we get back. Ling Yun said through gritted teeth. Eric didn't dare reply and quickly ran off to get his Ford. Leaving Beverly Hills, Ling Yun planned to buy suitable attire for a banquet as sportswear or casual where wouldn't be appropriate. Passing a street corner, he noticed an inconspicuous shop with a few well-tailored Zhongshan suits in the window. Ling Yun parked and approached the store, which had a Chinese sign reading Zhang's Tailor Shop. Ling Yun pushed open the glass door of the tailor shop, the bell above jingling crisply. The shop was small but tidy, the air filled with the scent of fabric and faint starch. An old tailor wearing reading glasses was cutting fabric on a workbench. He looked up at the sound. Sir, need a suit? The old tailor asked with a Cantonese accent. Yes, I'd like you to make a Zhongshan suit like the ones displayed in the glass cabinet. Ling Yun stated his purpose directly. Oh, it's rare to see young people wearing Zhongshan suits nowadays, the old tailor said with a smile. I'm attending a banquet where a formal suit would be too stiff and casual where too relaxed. A Zhongshan suit is just right. Ling Yun explained. I have a good idea. For a traditional Zhongshan suit, the front placket uses a Huangpu fastener. When fastened, it looks very formal. The old tailor gestured at the collar and placket. I can modify the design slightly, making the Huangpu hidden. If you need a stand-up collar, fasten it. If you want to be more casual, undo it, open the collar, and wear a shirt underneath for a relaxed look like a jacket. Ling Yun's eyes lit up. This minor alteration perfectly matched his idea. Good, let's do it your way. Ling Yun nodded. The old tailor brought out several thick fabric samples. Take a look at these materials and choose one that suits you. Ling Yun carefully selected a thick textured dark gray woolen fabric. The old tailor began taking his measurements, the tape measure skillfully moving over his shoulders, arms, chest, waist, and legs, jotting down data in a small notebook. Your right arm and shoulder are noticeably more muscular, he remarked. I practiced javelin in middle school, so my right arm is thicker, Ling Yun said with a smile. Come back in 3 days. It'll fit perfectly, you won't be disappointed, the old tailor said with a faint smile. Leaving the tailor shop and settling back into the car, Ling Yun's mind finally calmed completely. He felt ready. The meeting with Bill was not a pilgrimage nor a plea for partnership, it was a dialogue between equals. The silver-gray Rolls-Royce glided silently over the neatly constructed private driveway, the wheels crunching on the fine gravel, producing a rustling sound. Ling Yun, dressed in a dark gray Zhongshan suit, stepped out of the car. Eric, as the driver, went to park the vehicle. As Ling Yun walked through the entrance, a cacophony of noise and warmth enveloped him. It was a fusion of a modern art gallery and a technology exhibition center. The high-ceiling lobby was spacious, adorned with large abstract paintings on the walls and peculiar sculptures placed in the corners. Guests gathered in small clusters, with men mostly in casual suits or polo shirts, while women wore a wider variety of attire. Among the crowd were many young faces exuding the unique arrogance of Silicon Valley elites. Bill Gates stood in the center of the hall, conversing with several people. He wore a light gray neck cashmere sweater over an open-collared shirt, appearing relaxed and casual. Soon he noticed Ling Yun, who had just entered. He exchanged a few words with those nearby, before making his way over with a glass of wine. Ling, welcome to the event. Bill extended his hand, a warm smile on his face, his gaze quickly and sharply scanning Ling Yun. Thank you for the invitation, Mr. Gates, Ling Yun said as he shook hands with him. Ling, since you haven't been in America long, you probably don't know many friends. This is a perfect opportunity to meet some industry peers which will benefit your future development. Bill gently placed his hand on Ling Yun's shoulder, guiding him into the crowd. Thank you, Bill. I love making friends, especially with those who share similar interests. We can quickly become good friends. Bill didn't say much more as they first approached a young man wearing round-frame glasses. This is Mark Anderson, co-founder of Netscape. Oh, I know Netscape was the pioneer of web browsers, Ling Yun said, smiling as he greeted Anderson. However, Anderson responded somewhat stiffly. Pioneers also faced the harsh realities of competition. He glanced at Bill, clearly implying something. Bill seemed oblivious to the underlying meaning, smiling as he turned to another slightly overweight, amiable middle-aged man. This is Nathan Myhrvold, Microsoft's Chief Technology Officer, who is also the source of many of our wild ideas. Ling, it's a pleasure to finally meet you. Mervold warmly shook Ling Yun's hand, his grip firm and substantial. I've read about your multi-process architecture concept for browsers. It's very interesting. His words flowed rapidly, filled with the excitement typical of a technical expert. Bill then introduced Ling Yun to several others, including a senior vice president from Intel and Jerry Sanders from AMD. There were also several venture capital partners who showed great interest in Ling Yun with questions focused on the business model of the star system and future financing plans. Throughout the entire process, Bill consistently played the role of the enthusiastic host, being courteous to every guest and accurately recalling their recent projects and achievements, making everyone feel valued. In front of Ling Yun, his display was more about showcasing his network. Yet he did not deliberately place Ling Yun under the spotlight. Rather, by introducing him to this core circle, it was a clear gesture in itself. Ling Yun held the champagne, offered by a server, speaking very little and mostly listening. He could feel the gazes upon him, curious, scrutinizing, and even hostile. Yet he maintained a composed smile. Halfway through the banquet, Bill gently tapped his water glass, the crisp sound gradually quieting the hall. He stood, elevated, his gaze sweeping across the entire venue. Thank you all for attending the gathering tonight. His voice was not loud, yet it reached every corner of the hall. There are many old friends here, as well as some exciting new faces. His gaze briefly lingered on Ling Yun, a hint of a smile present. We are living in a marvelous era, Bill continued, his tone calm, as if chatting with friends. The speed of chip development doubles every 18 months, and the internet connects the world increasingly tightly. The technologies we discuss today may completely change countless lives in just a few years. He refrained from discussing any specific Microsoft products or mentioning competition, instead steering the conversation towards a broader technological future, discussing information acquisition, human-computer interaction, and how technology could solve global challenges. His words were imbued with a sense of confidence in controlling the overall situation and a clear vision for the future. I believe that the answers of the future do not solely exist in any one company's laboratory, but also in the thoughts and collisions of everyone present. So once again, thank you all for being here. To thinking, to collisions, and to the unwritten future. The crowd raised their glasses in response, the atmosphere warm and harmonious. After the toast, the conversation became freer. Some continued to discuss a point Bill had just mentioned, while others approached Ling Yun to chat. More people came to Ling Yun to discuss the specifics of the open sourcing of the Star Core, eager to understand its business model. However, Ling Yun was certainly not going to divulge such confidential information. Ling Yun resembled a technological idealist, speaking about the advantages of open source, its promotion of technology, and its benefits for human development, yet he never mentioned the profit model. When asked too many questions, Ling Yun cited Yahoo as an example, stating that having no profit point now was fine, they would surely find one in the future. The lack of profits did not hinder Yahoo's shareholders from becoming billionaires. The crowd burst into laughter, suggesting that Ling Yun seemed more like a con artist than a technological idealist. Ling Yun weaved through the crowd, engaging with various people and exchanging business cards. Ling Yun specifically sought out Jerry Sanders from AMD for a chat, planning to visit AMD another day. He noticed that although Bill was conversing with many people, his gaze occasionally swept across the room as if observing something. He did not come over to Ling Yun again, as if the previous introductions had fulfilled his intentions. As the banquet drew to a close, guests began to bid farewell. Ling Yun also approached Bill to say goodbye. Bill, thank you for the hospitality tonight. It was a wonderful party, and I gained a lot. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Ling. Bill shook hands with him again, his smile unchanged. If you have time, we can find a quiet place to chat privately later. Of course. Ling Yun nodded, not asking further questions. The lively chatter at the banquet slowly faded away like a retreating tide, with guests bidding farewell, slightly tipsy, and holding exchanged business cards. In the spacious hall, only the waiters quietly tidied up the aftermath. An assistant in a well-fitted suit approached Ling Yun silently. Mr. Bill would like to invite you to his study for a cup of coffee. Ling Yun nodded. Sure. He followed the assistant through several quiet corridors, arriving at a heavy wooden door. The assistant gently pushed open the door and gestured for him to enter. The scene in the study was in stark contrast to the modern style of the banquet hall. Dark wooden bookshelves reached from the floor to the ceiling, filled with books and folders, and the air was thick with the unique scent of old books, leather, and freshly brewed coffee. Bill Gates had removed his previous cashmere sweater, now only wearing a shirt, sitting behind a large desk. On the desk, besides a computer and a pile of documents, there were 2 steaming cups of coffee. Ling, please have a seat. Bill pointed to the chair across from him, his tone more casual than before. Ling Yun sat down opposite him. The aroma of the coffee was rich, made from high-quality beans. How do you find tonight? I hope it wasn't too boring, Bill said as he lifted his cup and blew on the steam. It was quite interesting. I met many people I usually only see in the news, Ling Yun replied calmly, also raising his coffee cup. Silicon Valley, or rather the entire IT industry, is like this. It seems vast, yet the core circle is quite small. Bill took a sip of coffee, set down his cup, leaned slightly forward, and fixed his gaze on Ling Yun. There are many opportunities, but the path to the top is not wide. He didn't beat around the bush, directly pulling out a document from the desk drawer and sliding it in front of Ling Yun. The document's cover bore Microsoft's standard format titled Letter of Intent for Strategic Investment and Equity Acquisition. Ballmer spoke to you before. I believe those conditions may not have fully reflected our sincerity and the importance we place on your personal abilities. Bill's voice was steady. These are the conditions that I, along with Ballmer and several core members of the board, have redrafted. You can take a look. Ling Yun picked up the document and began to read. The invitation was for Ling Yun to join Microsoft as a strategic partner, reporting directly to Bill and Ballmer, responsible for leading a cutting-edge laboratory focused on future human-computer interaction and internet access with unlimited resources. The most striking aspect was the equity portion. The granted Microsoft stock options were enough for Ling Yun to become one of the prominent individual shareholders upon exercising his options. This was indeed an offer that could not be described as lacking in sincerity. It was not merely about purchasing a product or a company, but an attempt to incorporate Ling Yun, along with his vision and capabilities, into Microsoft's system. Strategic partner. Ling Yun gently closed the document and looked up. As far as I know, after 1990, Microsoft's top-level structure has been quite stable, and no external partners of this level have been introduced since then. That's correct, Bill affirmed, nodding sharply, his gaze keen. Rules are meant to be broken when the value is significant enough. Both I and Microsoft's leadership believe that the qualities you have demonstrated in technology and strategic vision warrant breaking this precedent. We value not just the STAR system, but you as an individual. On Microsoft's platform, your ideas can be implemented more rapidly, impacting hundreds of millions of users. This is far more efficient than starting from scratch. Ling, in the IT industry, as you progress, you will find that technology itself does not determine success. At least it is not the only determining factor. Capital connections, mature channels, and ecosystems are the keys to pushing technology to market and creating barriers. Silicon Valley sees countless technological geniuses and excellent products emerge every year, but most of them disappear. It's not that their technology is poor, nor that there is no market for their products, but because they cannot withstand the game of capital and fail to reach the moment of victory. Occasionally, a few successful products ultimately cannot escape the fate of being acquired by large companies. Surviving independently and growing to influence the landscape is far too difficult. He paused for a moment, giving Ling Yun time to digest his words, then continued. Microsoft can provide you with these unlimited capital, top-notch global connections, worldwide sales channels, and a powerful ecosystem that is already established. Here you can avoid unnecessary consumption and focus on the innovations you excel at. It's a win-win. The study was quiet, with only the soft sounds of their breathing. Ling Yun's gaze drifted over the heavy tomes on the bookshelf before returning to the weighty document before him. Bill's words were realistic, even cold truths, outlining a seemingly easier and brighter path. Yet what flashed through Ling Yun's mind were the scenes he had witnessed before his rebirth, the helplessness of being choked in key fields, and the embarrassment of passively trailing behind in technology standards. All his efforts, his choice of this seemingly harder path, were not meant to become a high-ranking executive in a giant company, even if that company was Microsoft. His goal was aimed at the battlefront of the next 20 years, a battlefield crucial yet devoid of smoke. It was to avoid being choked. This path was fundamentally contrary to the closed empire Microsoft sought to build and maintain, centered around Windows. He gently pushed the document back to the center of the desk. Bill, thank you very much for your consideration and Microsoft's. This offer indeed exceeds my expectations and is very tempting. However, I am sorry I still cannot accept it. Bill's gentle smile slowly faded. He leaned back in his chair, hands crossed in front of him, scrutinizing Ling Yun, his eyes showing a hint of confusion, even a barely perceptible annoyance. Can you tell me the reason? Bill asked, his tone still restrained. Or do you think that the prospects of independent development are better than the platform Microsoft can provide? It's not a question of prospects, Ling Yun met his gaze, but rather a difference in paths. What I pursue may fundamentally differ from Microsoft's future core strategy. Even if I join, this difference will eventually lead to divergence. Rather than parting ways unhappily, then it is better to remain independent now. Fundamental differences. Bill frowned slightly. Do you think Microsoft's direction is wrong? No, it's a different path, Ling Yun repeated. Microsoft's success is built on control and integration, operating systems, application software ecosystems. Whereas I believe that in certain future fields a more open and decentralized model may be needed. The STAR system's attempt is merely an exploration in that direction. Bill was silent for a moment, then slowly shook his head, a look of almost regret appearing on his face. Ling, you are very talented, but you might also be too idealistic. What you call openness and decentralization often cannot withstand the test of capital and reality. I have seen too many excellent young people like you ultimately dulled by reality. Refusing Microsoft's olive branch appears to many as being out of touch with the times. He stood up, walking to the window, gazing at the dark night outside. The IT industry is not a technology utopia, it is a jungle of commerce. Here the ones who survive are not necessarily the ones with the best technology, but those who understand the rules and can adeptly utilize them. He turned back, looking at Ling Yun, giving a final deadline. This agreement is valid for a week with me. I will be in Los Angeles for another 7 days before returning to Washington next week. If you change your mind, you can come find me at any time. This was almost a final ultimatum, carrying a hint of condescension and warning. Ling Yun also stood up. I understand. Thank you for the coffee and the advice. He made no promises. The two shook hands again, but this time Bill's grip felt somewhat formal. Ling Yun turned and walked out of the study, the heavy wooden door gently closing behind him, isolating the atmosphere of temptation and pressure within. He walked along the path he came from, his steps steady. Sitting in the silver sports car, the interior was silent. He did not start the engine immediately. Bill's words echoed in his ears. Out of touch, idealistic, the jungle of commerce. He knew that from this moment on, Microsoft would no longer be a potential acquirer or competitor, but a clear opponent that recognized their differing paths and could act at any time. He started the engine, the headlights cutting through the darkness of the estate. A week's time. He did not need it. His path had already been chosen from the very beginning. Outside the window, the lights of Los Angeles began to glow, yet the main lights in the office remained off, with only a desk lamp on Ling Yun's desk and a large whiteboard on the wall casting a cold glow. The whiteboard was already filled with dense arrows, keywords, and question marks resembling a chaotic battlefield map. Ling Yun and Li Mo sat face to face at the table, several sheets of paper filled with calculations and strategies spread between them, and the air was heavy. Let's go over it again. Ling Yun's voice was somewhat hoarse as he picked up a whiteboard marker, walked to the whiteboard, erased all the previous content, and wrote the word Microsoft along the central axis, then drew several small circles around it representing the possible survival strategies for Xingqian. The first strategy is technological differentiation, focusing on experience and performance. Ling Yun wrote technological advantage next to one of the small circles. We assume that the Xingqian system and browser continue to lead Microsoft by a generation, offering better user experience and faster speed. Li Mo rubbed his swollen temples and replied, then Microsoft will directly borrow our core technologies in the next version of Windows and IE, such as multi-process architecture and the V8 engine concept. They could even afford to be more aggressive due to their size. Our technological advantage would be quickly nullified by their ecological barriers and replication capabilities. The second strategy is a price. We're offering our system for free. He wrote free in another small circle. Our system is free and the browser is free. Li Mo immediately countered. But Microsoft's Windows is bundled with every computer sold, making the marginal cost almost zero for users. They could also subsidize OEM manufacturers, suppressing those who pre-install our system. We can't burn money faster than they do. Moreover, we lack stable income, and our research and ecological development cannot be sustained. He paused and added, don't forget Microsoft's cash reserves are beyond our reach. Another cross. The third strategy is to focus on niche markets such as government and education. Ling Yun wrote niche market. This is a possibility, Li Mo admitted, entering the U.S. government and education markets is an obvious thought. Even domestically, Microsoft would not sit idly by. They would launch discounted versions of Windows for these sectors, even collaborating with domestic partners like Longting Computers to initiate targeted public relations campaigns questioning the security, stability, and long-term service capabilities of our system. In procurement decisions, not making mistakes is often the first principle, and choosing Microsoft is the safest option. We might secure some marginal orders, but we cannot scale and definitely cannot shake Microsoft's foundation. This circle was not fully crossed out, but was marked with survival, is difficult, unable to develop. The fourth strategy is legal action, antitrust. Ling Yun wrote antitrust lawsuit. It might be useful, but it's too slow. Li Mo shook his head. An antitrust lawsuit could drag on for 3 to 5 years. By the time we win, the market will have already settled and Xingqian might no longer exist. Moreover, the litigation process itself would consume enormous resources and public attention. Another cross. The fifth strategy is to seek capital to endure. Ling Yun wrote raising funds and burning money. Capital seeks profit. Li Mo's voice carried a hint of helplessness. In the face of our comprehensive suppression by Microsoft, and with no clear profit outlook in the short term aside from a few extreme idealists or risk capital intending to stir things up, most capital will choose to wait and even keep their distance. Our funding channels will quickly dry up. The office fell into a long silence. The options marked with crosses on the whiteboard resembled red lights, indicating that all seemingly feasible paths for Xingqian were blocked. No matter how they extrapolated, the final outcome pointed to the same endpoint: under the complete suppression of the colossal Microsoft. Xingqian would slowly suffocate and die due to channel blockades, ecological isolation, and depleted funds. The so-called breakout strategy seemed so pale and powerless in the face of absolute power. Ling Yun returned to his seat, sat down heavily, and pressed his fingers hard against his forehead. The outcome of the extrapolation was even more brutal than he had imagined. This was not a battle of equals, it was a massacre destined to be crushed. So no matter how we struggle, we can't escape death in the end. Limo's voice was somewhat dry, tinged with despair. Just relying on ourselves, yes. Ling Yun lifted his head, his eyes bloodshot, yet deep within a flame burned fiercely. Microsoft is too strong, its moat is too wide and deep. We are but a small boat that cannot cross it. He stood up and walked back to the whiteboard, drawing several new circles around the word Microsoft, labeling them AMD, Dell, IBM, Compaq, SUN, and Apple, then connecting these circles with lines, forming a loose encirclement around Microsoft. Since a single boat cannot cross over, Ling Yun's voice was low but firm, we will unite all forces oppressed by Microsoft or in conflict with Microsoft's interests to form a fleet. Limo looked at the newly formed encirclement, his brows tightly knit. AMD is suppressed by Intel and processors, so they indeed have motivation. However, hardware manufacturers like Dell, IBM, and Compaq might not be willing to offend Microsoft for our sake. Windows is the soul of their machines. Sun is indeed in a fierce battle with Microsoft in the server and workstation fields. As for Apple, they are struggling to survive, and their system is closed, not aligned with us. They don't need to fully stand with us, they just need to share common interests with us, weakening Microsoft's monopoly position. Ling Yun pointed at these names with his pen. AMD needs new growth points. We can promise to optimize AMD chips deeply on the Xingqian system. Hardware manufacturers like Dell may not like Microsoft's aggressive stance on OEM licensing and its ever-increasing prices. We can provide them with an option to reduce dependence on Windows, even if just as a bargaining chip. Sun and Microsoft are mortal enemies. The enemy's enemy is a friend. As for Apple, they need any chance to survive, even if it is just a temporary respite. He turned to Limo and said, this is not an alliance, it is a strategy of uniting and coordinating. We must leverage the contradictions between international giants to carve out our survival space and time. Microsoft cannot be at war with the entire world, at least not against so many significant opponents simultaneously. But this is too difficult. Limo remained pessimistic. These companies all have their own agendas. How do we balance their interests? How can we ensure they won't betray us at critical moments? Moreover, this alliance itself is very fragile. I know it's difficult, Ling Yun's gaze sharpened, but this may be the only way out, even if the hope is slim. We are not just seeking survival, we are fighting to live among the dead. Even if this alliance ultimately fails and Xingqian falls, we must make Microsoft pay a sufficient price in this siege, letting them know that challengers will continuously emerge. He picked up the pen and forcefully wrote the word Xingqian in the center of the encirclement. Though small, it was directed toward Microsoft by numerous arrows. The architectural style of AMD's headquarters differs from the modern luxury of Microsoft or the minimalism of Xingqian, exuding a practicality and a somewhat outdated industrial feel typical of an established semiconductor company. Ling Yun walked into Jerry Sanders' office, guided by his secretary. Sanders' office was messier than he had imagined, cluttered with technical documents, chip samples, and industry reports, adorned with a few abstract paintings and a large map depicting AMD's global business distribution. Sanders was standing by the window on a phone call, his voice booming with undeniable authority. I don't care what excuses they use, our K6 processors must be delivered to Compaq on time. Tell them that if they can't do it, their project manager can just get lost. He hung up with a bang, turning around, the aggression from the business battle still lingering on his face, but upon seeing Ling Yun, it swiftly transformed into the rugged enthusiasm he had displayed at the banquet. Ling, welcome to AMD. Sanders strode over and shook Ling Yun's hand vigorously. His palm was thick and strong. There were too many people at Bill's banquet, so I didn't get a chance to chat with you much. Your system without a desktop is quite a bold idea. Mr. Sanders, thank you for taking the time to meet with me. Ling Yun replied, feeling the direct energy being transmitted from his handshake. Call me Jerry. Sanders gestured for Ling Yun to sit on the sofa in the reception area, while he plopped down across from him, leaning forward with a piercing gaze. So, young man, what brings you to me? I know people like you don't visit my old chip factory without a reason. Ling Yun appreciated this directness. He opened his briefcase and took out a concise technical memorandum, placing it on the coffee table. Jerry, you'll get straight to the point. I'm here to seek in-depth technical cooperation between AMD and Xingqian systems. Sanders raised an eyebrow, not reaching for the memorandum, merely watching Ling Yun, signaling him to continue. Xingqian System's next major version is undergoing fundamental optimizations for multimedia processing and future networking applications. This requires the processor to perform better in floating-point calculations, data prefetching, and specific instruction sets. We hope to conduct system-level deep optimizations targeting AMD's upcoming K6 processor and future processor architectures. He paused, observing Sanders' reaction, then threw out the core proposal. This means we need AMD to open up some unreleased details of the processor architecture and instruction set documents so that our kernel and compiler teams can conduct targeted development and tuning. Similarly, in the driver and application development guidelines for Xingqian Systems, we will prioritize and optimize the AMD platform. Sanders leaned back into the sofa, arms crossed over his abdomen, his eyes sharpening, as if assessing the risks and returns of an investment. He did not respond immediately, and the office fell into a brief silence. Ling, you know the pressure we are currently facing. Sanders slowly began, his tone no longer as casual as before. Intel and Microsoft are getting too close. The Wintel alliance is like a wall keeping us out of the mainstream market. Every time we launch a new product, Intel drops their prices, and Microsoft's new system always conveniently releases performance features that can only be fully realized with Intel's latest instruction sets. His words carried a clear sense of unwillingness and repressed anger. To survive, we must spend every penny wisely, and each technical cooperation must yield clear returns. Opening up core architecture documents means investing our valuable engineering resources and bearing the risk of technical details leaking. What can I gain from this? An operating system that might have a user base that's less than a fraction of Windows. Facing Sanders' blunt skepticism, Ling Yun did not attempt to persuade him with empty ideals. He calmly replied, "Jerry, you are right. The current user base of Xingqian cannot compare with Windows. But the value of cooperation lies not in the present, but in the future, in the possibilities. First, breaking the monopoly dependency. Hardware manufacturers, including your potential clients, do not wish to see the Wintel alliance growing stronger to the point where they can dictate rules and prices at will. The existence of Xingqian, as well as its deep binding with AMD, presents another option to the market. This itself is a strategic value that can enhance your negotiating position against Intel and Microsoft. Second, a testing ground for technology. Some of AMD's innovative architectural designs, such as the enhanced 3D Now instruction set you are studying, may not be fully realized in the Windows environment, where compatibility is paramount. However, on the Xingqian system, we can reconstruct from the system's foundation based on your architectural characteristics, creating a true showcase that can display the potential of AMD chips. This has an immeasurable impact on changing the market stereotype of AMD's performance lagging behind. Third, a common enemy. Microsoft will not allow any challengers to grow. Xingqian is next on their list, and AMD has always been a target of the Intel and Microsoft alliance's suppression. We are natural allies. Even if Xingqian ultimately fails, as long as we can help AMD sell even an extra 100,000 CPUs or secure a major client, this investment will be worth it for AMD. This is a breakout battle against common pressure. Ling Yun finished speaking, refraining from any further comments, simply looking calmly at Sanders. He was not begging, but stating a foundation for an alliance based on realistic interests. Sanders stared at Ling Yun, his fingers gently tapping on the sofa armrest. The clock on the office wall ticked away. After a full minute, he suddenly broke into a grin, a wild smile of recognition and opportunity. "Huh, good." Sanders slapped his thigh suddenly. "You're right. Damn it, always being pushed around. It's time to find an opportunity to fight back." He stood up, walked to his desk, and pressed the intercom button. "Have Vice President of Technology David and the head of the architecture department come to my office in 10 minutes. Then he returned to the sofa, picked up the technical memorandum Ling Yun had brought, and quickly flipped through it. Opening the architectural documents is no problem. I can also send a dedicated engineering team to reside at your Los Angeles office to assist you with joint debugging and optimization. Sanders spoke rapidly, his decision-making astonishingly decisive. Whatever technical support you need, just list it out for my team. I only ask for one thing in all official promotions and technical white papers of Xingqian Systems. Whenever hardware platform optimization is mentioned, AMD's name and logo must be prominently displayed, and performance improvement data for the K6 and subsequent products must be clearly stated. This is a win-win, and it should be that way." Ling Yun nodded affirmatively. "Ling, let me tell you," Sanders leaned in a bit closer, lowering his voice with a hint of intensity. "Intel and Microsoft think they can keep winning indefinitely. But the world needs disruptors. I believe in you not because of how powerful your system is now, but because you dare to think and challenge that seemingly unshakable giant. In this regard, we are very much alike." 10 minutes later, AMD's technical executives filed in. Sanders directly issued instructions for full cooperation with Xingchen Systems for deep technical collaboration in front of Ling Yun, demanding the establishment of a joint project team to efficiently advance the initiative. As Ling Yun left AMD headquarters, the Los Angeles sun was just right. He sat in the car and let out a slight sigh of relief. The first step in the alliance was smoother than expected. Sanders' promptness stemmed from the immense pressure he faced and a strong desire to break through. He had found a crucial leverage point, even though that point also bore significant pressure. Nevertheless, the first piece of the puzzle against the anti-Microsoft alliance had already fallen into place. Next, he needed to find the next one. Unlike the somewhat outdated industrial feel of the AMD headquarters, the Sun Company campus is filled with the vibrancy and rebellious spirit of Silicon Valley's golden age. McNeely's office takes this style to the extreme. Within the spacious area, apart from the essential office furniture, the most eye-catching feature is a rack holding golf clubs, a hockey stick standing in the corner, and instead of corporate honors on the walls, there hangs a massive Microsoft Windows 95 poster riddled with darts. McNeely himself is not seated behind his desk, but rather dressed in a polo shirt, casually leaning against an armchair in the meeting area with his feet unapologetically resting on the coffee table. Seeing Ling Yun being escorted in by his secretary, he does not immediately rise, but merely raises the half-eaten apple in his hand. Ling Yun, come in and sit. Make yourself at home. There are no formalities here. His voice is booming, exuding an air of casual confidence. Ling Yun takes a seat on the sofa opposite him. Mr. McNeely, thank you for agreeing to meet with me. Call me Scott. McNeely precisely throws the remaining apple core into a trash bin several meters away, straightens up, and observes Ling Yun with piercing eyes. I know you, Star System. Take down that damn desktop and use the browser as the entry point. That's a brilliant idea. This is what a network computer should look like. He unabashedly expresses his admiration before abruptly shifting his tone to one filled with disdain. Bill's party. I would never attend such a hypocritical social gathering. A bunch of people there exchanging insincere pleasantries while scheming on how to devour you. Microsoft, that's a dark empire. They want to use their closed windows and patent chains to lock the entire computer world into their backyard. Ling Yun had not yet had the chance to respond when McNeely exploded with enthusiasm, waving his arms in excitement. Only open source. Like our Java, like your Star System kernel, this is the technology that benefits all of humanity. Code in the sunlight where everyone can inspect, improve, and build together. This is the only righteous path to break monopolies and promote technological advancement. He stared at Ling Yun and suddenly asked, I heard that Bill had approached you before. Did he want to swallow you and your Star System? Yes, Ling Yun replied calmly. He invited me to the manor and proposed a buyout, which I declined. You turned him down. McNeely slammed the coffee table, causing the cups to clink loudly, but a huge smile broke across his face. Well done, Ling. I knew I wasn't mistaken about you. He excitedly stood up, pacing quickly around the office as if needing to burn off this sudden exhilaration. That greedy guy. He thinks he can buy everything with money, including the future. He has no idea that some things cannot be measured by money. You turned him down. Good. Very good. He turned back heavily, sat down on the sofa, leaning forward intensely, almost into Ling Yun's face with eager eyes. Ling, just for that you have my friendship locked in. We are kindred spirits. We have both seen through the true nature of that dark empire and dared to say no to them. After the excitement, McNeely's tone calmed slightly, yet still carried a strong fighting spirit. You know. We at Sun are ready and will soon officially sue Microsoft. Ling Yun was not surprised by this. He knew this part of history about the compatibility issues with Java. Exactly. A flicker of sharpness crossed McNeely's eyes. Microsoft's Java virtual machine deliberately does not adhere to the standards, implementing their own version, undermining the promise of write once, run anywhere. They want to divide the Java community and turn it into a vassal of Windows. We will never allow it. He forcefully waved his arm as if directing a battle. So now is the time to choose sides. And I, Scott McNeely of Sun Microsystems, undoubtedly stand by your side, standing with the Star System. Before Ling Yun could propose specific cooperation requests, McNeely proactively offered his commitment. Listen, Ling. Sun will fully support the Star System. Our Java technology will undergo deep optimization specifically for the Star System. I will ensure our engineering team collaborates with your system team to make Java run more smoothly and efficiently on the Star System than on any other platform. He grew increasingly excited, painting a picture of the future. We will make the Star System the preferred platform for Java developers globally. Just think about it, an open-source network-native operating system paired with the write once, run anywhere Java language. This is the most powerful weapon combination to combat the closed empire of Windows. McNeely stood up, walked to his desk, picked up the internal phone, and almost shouted orders. Get the head of the Java division and the chief architect to my office immediately. Now. He hung up the phone and told Ling Yun for specific details. Your tech team will connect directly. Resources documents technical support. Sun is fully open on this. Such straightforward no-nonsense full support based on shared ideals and common enemies made Ling Yun feel a strength different from his collaboration with AMD. Sanders was a shrewd businessman forming alliances based on interests, while McNeely felt more like a warrior waving the torch of idealism, filled with passion and determination to combat the Dark Empire. Scott, thank you very much for your support, Ling Yun said sincerely. A strong Java ecosystem is crucial for the star system. This will help us attract a large number of developers and quickly build an application ecosystem. Of course, it's important. McNeely waved his hand. We will prove together that the model of open collaboration is more vibrant and capable of creating the future than the model of closed monopoly. Soon, several key technical figures from Sun arrived at the office. In front of Ling Yun, McNeely once again clarified the strategic direction of fully supporting the star system and conducting deep integration of Java, calling for the establishment of a joint technical working group to advance this with the highest priority. When leaving Sun, the sky was already dark, but Ling Yun felt his steps were more solid than when he arrived. McNeely's support, which was almost an idealist alliance, although tinged with strong personal emotions, carried a determination and force that could not be underestimated. The influence of Java within the developer community will be an important weapon for the star system to counter Microsoft's application ecosystem barriers. The second piece of the anti-Microsoft alliance, the one with the most distinct style and steadfast will, is already in place. The next goal is the hardware giants who are both reliant on and dissatisfied under the Wintel alliance. The IBM headquarters exuded a calm stability unique to a veteran giant. After a 15-minute wait, Ling Yun was led by a secretary into the office of CEO Louis Gerstner. Gerstner's office was spacious and minimalist, devoid of superfluous decorations, with everything arranged in perfect order. He himself sat behind a massive mahogany desk clad in a dark suit, and tie, his expression stern and eyes sharp like a general surveying the battlefield. Without exchanging pleasantries, he gestured directly for Ling Yun to sit. Mr. Ling, my assistant has briefed me on the purpose of your visit. IBM is undergoing a transformation. Gerstner said, his voice steady and devoid of emotion. Our future lies in services software, and especially servers and enterprise solutions. The personal computer business is no longer our strategic core. He cut straight to the point, drawing a clear line and preempting any proposal Ling Yun might make to pre-install the star system on PCs. Ling Yun was not surprised. He adjusted his posture and responded with equal directness. Mr. Gerstner, I understand IBM's strategic shift. My visit here is not about the PC business. What I value is IBM's deep expertise in servers and the unique value the star system could bring to IBM's server offerings. Oh, Gerstner leaned forward slightly, showing a flicker of interest. Go on. The star system's kernel is modular and highly customizable, Ling Yun explained. This means we can strip away unnecessary components like graphical interfaces and multimedia modules, depending on the application scenario, leaving a highly streamlined, efficient, and secure core. This core can perfectly adapt to various IBM server models, especially in sectors like finance and government that demand exceptional stability, security, and customization. Observing Gerstner's reaction, he pressed on with a key point: a deeply customized star server system, with all potential redundancies and risk modules removed, paired with IBM's powerful hardware, can offer enterprise clients a more controllable and efficient alternative to Unix and Windows NT. This would be a valuable complement to consolidating and expanding IBM's server market in critical industries. Gerstner listened in silence, his fingers tapping lightly on the smooth desktop. He saw the logic in it. IBM servers needed robust operating systems, but currently relied heavily on its own ANX, a Unix variant Linux, and a competitor's product, Microsoft's Windows NT. Having another fully controllable system option that could be deeply optimized for IBM hardware would undoubtedly increase IBM's leverage and customer flexibility. This aligned with his proposed customer-centric transformation strategy. Technical feasibility. Gerstner asked a crucial question. The star system kernel itself is open source. IBM has a world-class software engineering team. If needed, my team can provide full technical support to assist IBM in porting and optimizing it for your server hardware. We can establish a joint technical group. Ling Yun offered a solution. Gerstner pondered for a moment, then nodded. All right. IBM will initiate an evaluation project to study the feasibility of porting the star system kernel to our RS-6000 series servers. I will have the head of systems and technology contact you. There were no warm embraces or passionate declarations, only a calm, business-oriented assessment and pragmatic advancement. But for Ling Yun, this was enough. Sowing the seeds of the star system within IBM's server domain was a strategic breakthrough in itself. Leaving IBM, Ling Yun from his hotel room contacted Compaq CEO Eckhard Pfeiffer, HP CEO Lou Platt, and Dell's founder, and CEO Michael Dell in turn. Unlike face-to-face meetings, the phone conversations were more concise and direct. With Compact's Pfeiffer, Mr. Ling, I hear you've been quite active lately. Pfeiffer's voice carried a hint of subtle amusement. Turned down, Bill met with Jerry and that fiery fellow Scott. Mr. Pfeiffer, I'm sure Compaq would appreciate more room for negotiation regarding Microsoft's OEM licensing terms. Ling Yun cut to the chase. Of course, no one likes having only one option, Pfeiffer replied slyly. However, Compaq's partnership with Microsoft is currently very close. Pre-installing a brand new system carries high risk for us. An immediate pre-install isn't necessary. Perhaps Compaq could sponsor an internal research project to evaluate the STAR system's compatibility and performance on specific PC models. This would at least signal to Microsoft that Compaq is exploring other possibilities, Ling Yun proposed. Pfeiffer chuckled on the other end, an internal evaluation project. That cost is acceptable. All right, I'll have the technical team follow up. Good luck, Mr. Ling. You certainly have considerable courage. With HP's Platt's voice was gentler and more cautious, Mr. Ling. HP has always supported technological innovation and healthy industry development. A diverse operating system ecosystem is beneficial to the entire industry. HP's leadership position, if it could lend some attention to an emerging system, would be a powerful force against monopoly, and for promoting competition, Ling Yun tried to elevate the argument. He well said. Platt's laugh was official. HP can, under the guise of technical cooperation, open up the interface specifications for some of our hardware drivers to the STAR system for easier adaptation. Of course, this is limited to the technical exchange level. That is very helpful. Thank you, Mr. Platt. Ling Yun knew this was the maximum support a company of HP's size could offer under uncertain circumstances, a low-risk, high-reward waiting game. With Dell's Michael Dell the youngest was the most pragmatic and direct. Ling Yun, I saw your system demo. The boot time was very fast. That's good for cost control. The essence of the Dell model is efficiency and cost-effectiveness. If there's a system that could help further reduce licensing costs or even serve as a bargaining chip, Ling Yun hit on Dell's core interest. I understand your point, Michael Dell interrupted, speaking quickly. Dell won't pre-install the STAR system for now. However, I can authorize you to use some of Dell's common drivers for STAR system certified PCs sold on the open market. Also, Dell's website can host an optional operating system information page, though it might not get much traffic. This was almost a no-cost move for Dell, but for Ling Yun, obtaining driver compatibility support from Dell and appearing on their website, even in a corner, was a huge endorsement. A very fair deal, Mr. Dell. In a single day, from the East Coast to the West Coast, from the steady giant to the nimble king of direct sales, Ling Yun completed a round of intense shuttle diplomacy. The result was clear. No hardware vendor was willing to immediately and unequivocally stand with the STAR system in a direct confrontation with Microsoft. They were all happy to have a hard-headed challenger like Ling Yun poke at Bill's soft spot. Whether he succeeded or failed, it would distract Microsoft and give them a subtle or overt bargaining chip in their next OEM licensing negotiations. The support they offered was carefully calculated. Technical evaluations, driver interfaces, a corner link on a website, requiring little substantive cost, but potentially yielding rich strategic returns. Ling Yun put down the phone and rubbed his brow. He wasn't disappointed. This was expected. Building an anti-Microsoft alliance couldn't be achieved overnight. AMD and Sun were driven by urgent needs for their own survival and development, acting as the vanguard. Giants like IBM, Compaq, HP, and Dell were the flanks, requiring patient persuasion and exploitation of their internal conflicts with Microsoft. Now the vanguard was in place, and the flanks had shown interest in observing. The next step was to turn that observation into more substantial involvement. He knew Bill Gates' one-week deadline was fast approaching. He had to make this loose alliance appear sufficiently threatening within this limited time to buy more time and space for himself and the STAR system to survive. Steve Ballmer practically barged through the door of Bill's office, his broad face flushed not from excitement, but from repressed anger. He clutched a freshly received briefing like it was a piece of glowing coal. Bill, look at this. Look at what that kid from China is doing. Ballmer's voice thundered, exploding in the quiet office. He didn't even wait for Bill to lift his gaze from the computer screen before slamming the briefing down on the mahogany desk. Bill slowly turned his chair to face him, his expression neutral, only his calm gaze resting on the scattered papers. He rejected our final offer, so what? He has already started his tour. Ballmer spoke rapidly, jabbing his finger emphatically at the contents of the briefing. Jerry Sanders from AMD, that old gambler, has teamed up with him. Scott McNeely from Sun, that madman who constantly talks about the Dark Empire, has taken him as a confidant. Now he's gone to New York to meet with Gorski. He panted, pacing the office like a brown bear trapped in a cage. He is forming his little club. An anti-Microsoft alliance. Who does he think he is? Assembling a motley crew to stand against us. Bill remained silent, merely gathering the papers together and skimming through them quickly. The briefing summarized Ling Yun's recent itinerary and contact persons. The information was quite specific. We can't allow him to continue this reckless behavior. Ballmer stopped in front of the desk, his hands pressed against the surface, leaning forward as his eyes fixed intensely on Bill. This will give others the illusion that Microsoft is weak or that the kid really has a chance. We must act immediately and give him a lesson he won't forget. Let him know what the cost of challenging Microsoft is. His proposal was aggressive. The ultimatum for the OEM channels can be issued right away. The team for the patent lawsuit is ready and can submit documents to the court tomorrow. And for public opinion, we can have a few influential analysts objectively analyze the huge technical risks and uncertain future that Star Systems faces. Bill finally finished reading the briefing, gently placing the papers down, leaning back in his chair, his fingertips pressed together in front of his nose, lost in brief silence. The air in the office seemed to freeze. Only Ballmer's heavy breathing could be heard. "Steve," Bill finally spoke, his voice steady, devoid of any ripples. "We promised to give him a week to consider." "A week? What does he need to think about?" Ballmer almost jumped up. "His actions have clearly told us his answer. He is declaring war on us by teaming up with our opponents. Precisely because he has given his answer through his actions, we need not rush things in the next couple of days." Bill's gaze was as calm as Seattle's winter rain. His visit to AMD is because AMD has been suppressed by Intel and is eager for a breakthrough. His approach to Scott is due to their personal animosity and Sun's fierce confrontation with us over Java issues. His meeting with Gorski is because IBM's strategic focus is no longer on PCs, they only care about their server business. He slightly tilted his head, looking out into the dense night, as if examining the entire chessboard. Everyone he has contacted shares obvious or subtle conflicts with us. His alliance is built on quicksand, driven by interests and resentments rather than a solid common vision. Let them have more interactions. Letting this so-called alliance appear more legitimate may not be a bad thing for us. Not a bad thing. Ballmer was puzzled. Are we just supposed to watch them grow stronger? Understanding all the pieces is more crucial than eliminating a few scattered pawns. Bill turned back, a flicker of profound light crossing his eyes. By actively gathering these people together, he is conveniently allowing us to identify who the real threats are and who are just fickle fence-sitters. A company like Star Systems is not worth our immense effort to target if our goal was never him. He is merely a rabbit we caught along the way. He paused, his tone carrying a sense of calm control. As for his recent activities, with information being so timely and specific, it seems some of our friends know very well how to bet on both sides. Ballmer was taken aback for a moment, his anger slightly subsiding, replaced by a more complex emotion. He lowered his voice. "Are you saying that among them someone?" Bill did not answer directly, only said lightly, "Some wish for US to see his efforts and also hope to share in the spoils should he succeed. Such fence-sitters are common everywhere." He picked up the briefing and gently tossed it into the corner of the document basket. "Proceed as per our original plan with no changes to the timing. When the deadline arrives, if he still refuses, then we will initiate comprehensive measures against Star Systems step by step. There's no need to be thrown off course by his recent antics." He looked at Ballmer, his tone leaving no room for doubt. "As for that friend who has shown us goodwill, let him continue to stay within Ling Yun's circle. Sometimes an enemy hidden in the shadows who can convey information is far more useful than a visible ally." Ballmer took a deep breath, slowly exhaled, and finally nodded. He understood Bill's intention. The giant beast that is Microsoft does not need to roar immediately because of the provocation of a mere rabbit. It only needs to tighten its encirclement gradually at its own pace. Meanwhile, that friend hiding in the opposing camp will become the most lethal part of this encirclement. "I understand now." Ballmer's voice regained its steadiness. "Let's proceed as planned." He turned and left the office, his footsteps heavier than before, yet more resolute. Bill then cast his gaze back out into the night, his face devoid of any expression, yet deep in his eyes a fleeting cold light passed by, hinting at everything being under control. Ling Yun's efforts, his alliances, seemed like a performance whose script had already been seen through, all in the face of absolute power and cold calculation. And the final act of this performance was silently drawing near. Liamo almost barreled into Ling Yun's office, clutching several freshly printed articles and industry briefs, his face flushed with anger and anxiety. "Ling Yun, look at this," he cried, slapping the stack of papers onto Ling Yun's desk with a sharp smack. "They've begun. Microsoft has started to resort to underhanded tactics." Ling Yun looked up from a technical architecture diagram, his expression calm. He picked up the top sheet, an excerpt from the latest issue of a prominent technology magazine, an opinion piece by a respected industry analyst, its headline arresting opportunities and concerns of emerging operating systems, examining several core questions regarding the Shingshan system. The piece contained no outright vitriol. Its tenor was ostensibly objective and prudent. Yet Li Mo had heavily marked several passages in red ink. The Xingqian system is constructed atop an open-source kernel, and its pace of development is remarkable. However, an inescapable question arises during such rapid iteration: can its codebase be guaranteed to be absolutely clean? Is there potential for inadequately addressed third-party open-source licensing, the so-called open-source license contamination risk? This could constitute unforeseeable legal liabilities for enterprise users, particularly customers with stringent intellectual property compliance demands. Another focal point worthy of attention is that the core developers of the Xingqian system are Chinese, and its principal funding also originates from Chinese sources. In an era of growing awareness about data security, corporate decision-makers must ask, can an operating system dominated by a non-domestic company guarantee sufficient transparency in data flows and back-end management? Can it meet, for instance, the stringent requirements for data sovereignty and security demanded by financial or government institutions? Finally, we must rationally assess the long-term survivability of Xingqian Company. The operating system market is fortified by high barriers. Microsoft Windows holds an absolute dominance. Can a startup, however novel its technical philosophy, survive under the crushing competitive pressure of a behemoth and secure sufficient market share and funding to continue operating? Enterprise procurement is a long-term investment. A platform sustainability is paramount. Other analyst briefings and industry communiques from various channels were filled with similar arguments. Phrasing may differ, but their core pointed to the same concerns: legal risk, security doubts, and insufficient survivability. This is only the beginning. Li Mo's voice trembled. I've received a few politely worded calls from potential clients who had engaged before, saying they need to internally reassess the risks. And 2 independent developers with whom discussions had been promising emailed to ask about the specifics of our open-source license compliance, their tone brimming with skepticism. They are shaking the foundation of our work. He pounded the table. Is this Microsoft's tactic? They dare not confront us openly, so they resort to such unscrupulous methods, spreading rumors behind our backs. Ling Yun set the article down and leaned back in his chair. Instead of the anger or tension Li Mo expected, a faint, inscrutable smile touched his lips. That sounds quite reasonable, Ling Yun remarked softly. Li Mo froze, thinking he had misheard reasonable. Ling Yun, this is plainly slander. A frame-up. Our code reviews are stringent. There is no such thing as license contamination. Our data security architecture is transparent. Ling Yun raised a hand to interrupt his agitated protest. I know. But look at the questions they raised. Are not each of them the very doubts that decision-makers at IBM, Citibank, or a Ministry of Education procurement office would instinctively think of upon hearing the name Xingqian system? Li Mo opened his mouth, but could not reply immediately. Legal risk, data security, corporate continuity. These are the most sensitive and fundamental evaluation dimensions for enterprise procurement, especially for large corporations. Ling Yun said slowly, his gaze steady. Microsoft has merely voiced these questions on their behalf in a manner that appears objectively rational. He stood and walked to the window, watching the traffic below. When the Xingqian system was only discussed by geeks on BBS forums, how many corporate executives even knew such a system existed? He turned back to Li Mo. Now it is different. Microsoft has mobilized the top-tier media and industry analysts it influences to in effect publicize us. While disseminating these doubts, they have also forced the name Xingqian system into the ears of corporate decision-makers who would otherwise never have paid us any attention. Bad publicity is still publicity, Ling Yun concluded with conviction. Previously, our renown was confined to technical and geek circles. Now Microsoft is projecting our reputation into the wider commercial world. Though accompanied by skepticism, our visibility has unmistakably increased. Li Mo's anxiety did not entirely dissipate, though Ling Yun's perspective had shifted his thinking somewhat. But won't these doubts scare off customers? They will scare off clients already predisposed to Microsoft or unwilling to take any risk, Ling Yun conceded, but they will also arouse the curiosity of another group. They will wonder what is so remarkable about a system that compels Microsoft to marshal such force and employ public opinion tactics to suppress it. How great a threat does it actually pose to Microsoft? He returned to the desk and tapped the article. Microsoft has made a mistake. They are attempting to handle us as they handled Netscape, but they forget that Netscape then was already a leviathan, whereas we remain small. The harder they press, the more they betray their own insecurity, and the more our identity as the challenger is highlighted, an identity that carries its own pathos and allure. So what do? Issue a public rebuttal? Li Mo asked. No, Ling Yun shook his head. If we plunge into a mudslinging fight now, we will be playing into their hands. We would be trapped within the agenda they set, wearying ourselves to endlessly prove our innocence. It would be interminable. He paused in thought and gave orders. First, have legal prepare a formal statement and legal opinion on the Xingqian system's open-source license compliance, worded with rigor, placed conspicuously on our official website, but not actively pushed. Provide it when asked. Second, the technical blog should publish a series of deep dive articles explaining the Xingqian system's security architecture and data management strategies, responding to technical doubts with technical detail aimed at practitioners. He fixed Ling Yun with a sharp look. Microsoft is accustomed to using FUD-based tactics to create a fog. If they use FUD to obscure the issue, we will use solid technical evidence to dissipate that fog. They want to wage a psychological media war, we will wage a heated technical battle. Microsoft may choose to pick a fight, but we can choose the battlefield. In the end, let us see whether doubts will persuade people more or whether a better product and more choices will move the market. Ling Yun drew a deep breath and finally nodded slowly. Ling Yun's composure and contrarian reasoning were like a bucket of cold water, dousing some of his agitation, but also impressing upon him a heavier sense of pressure. This was not a simple technical contest, but a multidimensional, ruthless commercial war. And Microsoft had already hurled the first poison dagger. Ling Yun entered Ling Yun's office once more holding a freshly received fax and several printed webpage screenshots. This time his complexion was even worse than before, anxiety, mixed with a hint of helplessness. He placed the materials in front of Ling Yun. Microsoft's second strike has arrived. This time it's aimed directly at the developers. Ling Yun picked up the fax. It was a lavishly worded and enticing overview of the Microsoft Gold Partner Program. It clearly outlined generous conditions for software developers, priority access to the latest Windows testing versions and technical documents, exclusive technical support channels, joint marketing resources, and, most glaringly, a direct financial subsidy for outstanding innovative applications. The other printed pages came from several well-known developer forums and technology news websites. They quoted comments from senior personnel in the Microsoft Platform Strategy Department made in informal settings with a tone that was both concerned and objective. We have noticed that some developers are exploring multi-platform strategies, which reflects the vitality of technology. However, from the perspective of investment return and risk control, developers need to carefully assess the long-term value of investing resources in new platforms. Some platforms have yet to establish a stable user base and clear technical roadmap, posing certain compatibility risks and future uncertainties. Focusing core resources on the Windows platform, which boasts billions of users and a mature ecosystem, is undoubtedly a more prudent business choice. These remarks struck the most sensitive nerves of developers like invisible ice picks. Will the investment yield returns? Will the platform suddenly collapse? Several promising developer teams we have contacted just sent emails. Ling Yun's voice was laced with suppressed anger. Their tone was quite polite, saying they would temporarily adjust development priorities and focus on perfecting the Windows version first. There was also a small company that had previously agreed to port our Office software, which directly stated that the project would be indefinitely postponed. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions. They are creating a chilling effect. There's no need for explicit threats. Just subtly pointing out risks and uncertainties is enough to make most market-dependent developers hesitate. This is cutting off our roots. Without applications, the system is merely a shell. Ling Yun listened silently, his fingers unconsciously tapping lightly on the table. Microsoft's move is indeed harsher and more direct than the previous FUD tactics. FUD affects corporate purchasing decision-makers, the market side. This time, it's targeting the cornerstone of the ecosystem, the developers, the supply side. This truly hits the most vulnerable and critical aspect of Xingqian. Microsoft knows how to leverage its advantages well. Ling Yun stood up and walked to the whiteboard that displayed the development roadmap of the Xingqian system. They understand that in the face of absolute numerical superiority, any rhetoric about ideals and the future appears pale. Developers are pragmatic. They need to make a living, see users, and avoid risks. He turned to Ling Yun, but Ling Yun, do you remember why we initially decided to develop our own browser? Ling Yun paused. Because Netscape might not be reliable. Exactly. We cannot place all our hopes on others, especially when that others does not align with our fundamental interests. Ling Yun's gaze sharpened. This strike from Microsoft is precise, but it further proves the necessity for us to possess our own core technologies and ecosystem. The more they suppress us, the more it indicates their fear. Fear of another option emerging, fear of developers genuinely being diverted. He returned to the table, his eyes sweeping over the Gold Partner Program. They can tempt with resources and money, threaten with implied risks, but they cannot completely stifle the demand for innovation or satisfy the ambitions of all developers. There will always be developers who are weary of the fierce competition in the Windows platform's Red Sea, and some applications are inherently suited for a more open and networked environment. You mean? Ling Yun seemed to grasp a hint of direction. Change strategies, Ling Yun decisively stated. First, adjust our promotional stance. Stand firm and confront them. Second, launch developer tools with full free trials. Third, accelerate the development of our core applications. Ling Yun paused, his tone particularly resolute. Office suites, media players, and even some utility software we cannot always rely on third parties. We must have a series of Xingqian-produced killer applications that can satisfy the most basic user needs and uphold the system's facade. Another thing is that we need to create an explosive application. Only then can we instill confidence in developers and prove that this platform has the capability to retain users. Liemo listened, quickly jotting down notes. Ling Yun's thoughts were clear, but each point required a massive investment of resources and energy, especially the development of proprietary applications, which was almost like rebuilding a streamlined version of the Microsoft application ecosystem in a short time. This requires a lot of money, a lot of people, Liemo reminded. I know, Ling Yun nodded. He'll find a way to address the funding issue. As for the personnel aspect, large-scale recruitment. The more Microsoft suppresses us, the more dissatisfied and idealistic technical talents who are discontent with the status quo will take notice of us. What we need to do is to find them. Do you already have a plan for an explosive application? Liemo looked puzzled. Allow me to keep it a secret for now. When the product is out, it will certainly take your breath away. Ling Yun smiled mysteriously. He glanced at the calendar, noting that there were only a few days left until the joint press conference with AMD and Sun. Microsoft hopes to undermine our foundation before we reveal our allies. Then we will deliberately present not only our technology, but also grandly launch our developer incentive program at the press conference, making our determination for ecosystem development known to the public. Ling Yun was prepared to face this inevitably arduous ecological battle with more flexible tactics and more determined long-term investments. He knew this was just the beginning of a battle, for the minds and loyalty of developers had already commenced. On the massive backdrop, the logos of AMD, Sun Microsystems, and StarOS were displayed side by side, with the audience fully seated and the spotlight flashing continuously. This was not merely a technology launch event, it was a rally to announce the formation of a united front in the industry. After a brief introduction from the host, Jerry Sanders strode confidently onto the stage. He did not hold a script, but placed both hands on either side of the podium, scanning the audience like a general preparing for battle. Ladies and gentlemen. His voice resonated through the microphone with the fierceness of an AMD challenger. For many years you have always heard the same story. What kind of hardware must be paired with what kind of software? They have tried to make you believe that this is a one-way street with no other options. The they he referred to was well understood by everyone present. But today here we are going to tell a different story. Sanders waved his arm, pointing to the logos behind him. The AMD K6 processor and our future K7 architecture are designed for high-performance computing. However, in a system that requires compromises for compatibility at every turn, our potential has been constrained. He stepped aside, allowing the large screen behind him to light up, displaying clear data comparison charts. Look at this. This is the result after StarOS deeply optimized the specific instruction set for our K6 processor. Under multimedia data processing and scientific computing loads, the performance improved by 25 to 40% compared to that on a general system. The audience erupted in low gasps and murmurs. This figure was tangible and impactful. This is not magic. Sanders emphasized. This is because the team at StarOS, along with our engineers at AMD, sat down together to create a fast lane tailored for us, from kernel scheduling to compiler optimization. This proves one thing: when hardware and software work closely together from the ground up for a common goal, they can unleash astonishing energy. This is no longer a one-way street. It is a fast lane paved for ourselves. Sanders' words resonated powerfully. Consumers should have the right to achieve extreme performance at a lower price, not to passively accept a solution filled with compromises bundled by monopolies. The collaboration between AMD and StarOS aims to provide the market with a more powerful, efficient, and affordable choice. Amidst the enthusiastic applause, he stepped down from the podium and exchanged a hearty high-five with Scott McNeely. McNeely's style contrasted sharply with Sanders', his face displaying a mix of mockery and excitement. Jerry just told everyone that hardware needs liberation. McNeely began, his tone soaring. Now, I want to tell all developers that your creativity also needs liberation. We all know what development means under the rule of that dark empire. It means you have to face countless obscure proprietary APIs. It means your applications might inexplicably crash due to a system optimization update. And it means you are always chasing after their ever-changing standards. Many developers in the audience nodded or chuckled in agreement. But the world shouldn't be this way. McNeely's playful demeanor shifted to one of seriousness and strength. Sun believes in open standards and the power of right once run anywhere. That's why we created Java. And today we announced that the combination of Java and StarOS will reach a new height. The large screen began a demonstration. An engineer from Sun was using a Java Development Kit JDK, an integrated development environment IDE specifically optimized for StarOS, on a computer running StarOS. The fluidity of coding, debugging, and running was significantly better than the experience on traditional systems. We have restructured the Java runtime environment JRE for StarOS. McNeely explained, the garbage collection mechanism is more efficient and the response speed of the graphical interface library has improved by 30%. More importantly, we provide a complete set of development tools and detailed documentation tailored to the features of StarOS. Developing Java applications on StarOS will be simpler, faster, and more stable than on any other platform. He gazed intently at the developers in the audience. Friends, why waste your talents patching fences for a closed garden? Why not build truly future-oriented applications on a system born for the open web using the world's best cross-platform language? StarOS plus Java is the key to breaking free from the cage. He finally pointed to the StarOS logo. The server side is the same. A streamlined, efficient, and secure StarOS server system combined with robust and reliable Java backend services will provide enterprises with a more modern and cost-effective choice beyond Windows NT and traditional Unix. Secure, user-friendly, and it is not bound by any single monopolistic giant. McNeely stepped down to the warm applause of the developer community. Finally, Ling Yun stepped up. Compared to the passionate speeches of the previous two speakers, he appeared unusually calm. Mr. Sanders showcased the leap in performance, and Mr. McNeely painted the convenience of development. Ling Yun's voice was steady, yet carried a persuasive quality. Behind all of this is a simple logic: collaboration can create better products, providing more choices for users and developers. He did not overly dramatize the feelings of opposition, but rather refocused on the technology itself and the concrete value brought by collaboration. StarOS is a platform, an open-source platform willing to engage in the deepest cooperation with all outstanding partners from hardware to software. We believe that only openness and collaboration can drive technological innovation forward at the fastest pace. He concluded, today AMD Sun and StarOS have taken a solid step. We have proven that through close cooperation, we can bring stronger hardware performance, more efficient development experiences, and more reliable server solutions. This is just the beginning. We look forward to more partners joining us to build a diverse and vibrant computing ecosystem. As the launch event concluded, the atmosphere in the venue was lively. Journalists surrounded the three CEOs with questions, while attending developers and business representatives gathered together passionately, discussing the content they had just heard and seen. Although the road ahead is still fraught with thorns and the shadow of Microsoft looms large, this time StarOS is no longer alone. The performance evidence brought by AMD and the developer ecosystem support provided by Sun are like two sharp wedges forcefully driven into the seemingly solid barrier of the Wintel Alliance. A war surrounding the operating system and the entire computing ecosystem has emerged from the undercurrents and is now fully on the table. Mr. Ling Yun, I am a CNN reporter, and I wonder if I might have the honor of inviting you to our program for an interview. A beautiful woman with a CNN press badge approached Ling Yun with the invitation. Ling Yun prepared to decline, but thought better of it and agreed to the CNN reporter's invitation. The studio lights were blazing as the red recording light came on. Larry King, wearing his signature suspenders, sat at one side of the table, adjusting his black frame glasses as he looked across at the young man. Ling Yun, dressed in a dark gray Zhongshan suit, sat upright with a calm expression. Good evening, and welcome to Larry King Live. Tonight's guest is a warrior attempting to carve out his own path in a realm dominated by giants. He is the founder of the Star System Company, Ling Yun. Mr. Ling, welcome. Larry King's speech was rapid. Thank you, Larry. It's a pleasure to be here. Ling Yun nodded slightly. Let's get straight to the point. Larry King glanced at the card in his hand, then raised his gaze to meet Ling Yun's. Microsoft, the god of the software industry. Its Windows system runs on over 90% of computers worldwide, and you, along with your Star system, are challenging it. Many people say this is a suicidal act. Do you agree? Business competition is not suicide, Larry. Ling Yun replied, his tone steady. It is a choice. We have chosen a different technological path, one that is more open and focused on the internet. As for the results, the market will make the judgment. Different path. Larry King leaned forward. Your system's core is open source, which means anyone can view and modify your code. Whereas Microsoft's Windows is closed, a core asset for them. Aren't you concerned this will cause you to lose your competitive edge? Or, as some analysts suggest, is there a risk of open source license contamination that could embroil your company in legal disputes? Open source does not equate to losing an advantage. Ling Yun shook his head. On the contrary, it belongs to the best programmers in the world. Everyone can contribute to Star System discovering and fixing vulnerabilities. This collective wisdom and strength are unmatched by any closed company. As for legal risks, we have a strict kernel code review process to ensure every line of code complies with open source licenses. Fear stems from the unknown, and open source brings everything into the light. Larry King did not linger on this point and quickly shifted to the next sharp question. Let's talk about reality. Your system is open source. How does the company make a profit? How can a company that cannot profit survive? Are you currently gaining market share through open source and planning to start charging once you have users? Larry King's trap was somewhat simplistic. Ling Yun smiled slightly. Star System is forever open source and free. Our main profit model is enterprise customization. Star System is a modular system with a small kernel that can be adapted to various hardware. Not just computers, there will soon be televisions, audiovisual devices, mobile devices, and more. You can imagine a future where computers are central complemented by peripheral devices, digitalized and internet connected, with digital products permeating every aspect of life. 10 years is sufficient to achieve this. Larry King immediately switched topics. The future may be bright, but reality is harsh. Microsoft possesses nearly limitless resources, a vast user base, and a solid partner alliance. I have learned that they recently launched a series of developer initiatives and expressed concerns about the long-term viability of the Star System through certain channels. Frankly speaking, Mr. Ling, how likely is your company, your system, to survive in this unequal war? Do you foresee the possibility of failure? The studio fell silent with only the faint sound of the camera running. This was an extremely direct, even somewhat brutal question. Ling Yun paused for 2 seconds, not avoiding Larry King's gaze, and answered candidly, very likely. Microsoft's power is indisputable. Star System is a startup, and we are facing an extremely challenging battle. Funding channels ecosystem. In every aspect, we are at an absolute disadvantage. Yes, I foresee that Star System may fail, and Star System may not become the mainstream in the market, or even struggle to survive at some point. This is the reality of business, oh, I cannot deny it. His candor momentarily stunned Larry King, and the audience stirred slightly. Typically, guests would vigorously promote their advantages and confidence in victory. That is quite frank. Larry King commented quickly, following up with another question. Then if, as you say, Star System may fail, why do you persist? Is it to prove a point? Or simply because you are unwilling to bow to Bill Gates? I persist because I believe in the future I see. Ling Yun's voice rose slightly, carrying an undeniable conviction. Larry, you asked me who will win this operating system war. If I were in the position of the CEO of Star System, I must admit that our chances of winning are very slim. He shifted his tone, his gaze seemingly penetrating the lens as he looked toward a distant future. However, if I consider a longer time dimension from the perspective of the history of technological development, I may lose, but Star System will not. What do you mean? Larry King pressed. If the company fails and the system disappears, how can you say it will not lose? Because open source sharing and collaboration are the great trends of the world. Ling Yun's tone became firm and powerful, especially with the arrival of the internet era. Larry, think about it. The future is not millions, but billions of people connected through the internet, communicating, collaborating, entertaining, and creating. The world is becoming increasingly open, flatter, and freer. Barriers to information are being broken down. He paused slightly to let the audience digest his words, then continued. In the face of this grand tide of the era, any attempt to monopolize information and technology through closure, control, or building self-centered gardens will be unsustainable. They may shine for a time, but ultimately will be eroded and replaced by forces that are more open, freer, and more in line with the spirit of the internet. Star System is merely a specific practitioner and explorer within this grand trend. Ling Yun concluded, his voice steady. Even if Star System falls, the open source philosophy we uphold, the code we contribute, and the technological direction we explore have already become part of this trend. They will remain on the internet, inherited, improved, and carried forward by others. Today there is one Star System. Tomorrow there may be many more Star Systems shining in every corner of the world. Closed systems may win battles, but open ideas will ultimately win the war. Larry King looked at Ling Yun, remaining silent for several seconds, as if digesting this somewhat ahead-of-its-time discourse. Finally, he spoke slowly. So you mean to say that your perspective on this competition transcends the success or failure of companies and products, but rather represents a ideological struggle? You could say that. Ling Yun nodded. We are fighting for the possibility of a future. Even if we fall, we will do so on the path toward that more open future. And this path will not disappear due to our downfall. It will only become clearer through our exploration. The interview concluded in a somewhat solemn atmosphere. Ling Yun did not offer any grandiose declarations of victory, but instead candidly acknowledged the possibility of failure while elevating this competition to the height of ideology and the current of the times, imbuing a potential business failure with a different significance. As the studio lights dimmed, Larry King approached and shook Ling Yun's hand. A very unique viewpoint, Mr. Ling. Good luck. Thank you, Larry. Ling Yun smiled in response. He knew that this interview would not change Microsoft's overwhelming advantage, but it might plant a seed about openness and the future in some people's hearts. Isolated from the tumultuous debates and business negotiations of the outside world, a particular floor of the Xingchen Company's Research and Development Center was enveloped in a different form of tension. The lights burned bright day and night. The whiteboard was filled with intricate symbols and architectural diagrams, and the air was thick with the scent of caffeine and focus. Ling Yun announced the initiation of a closed-door phase, personally leading the browser development team to embark on a project codenamed Weaving the Web. The core objective was clear: not only to make the Xingchen browser faster and more stable, but also to fundamentally transform the web development experience, providing developers with a suite of tools powerful enough to disrupt existing workflows. JavaScript is too slow and too weak. At the project kickoff meeting, Ling Yun was straightforward, pointing to the pain points listed on the whiteboard. Dynamic interactions are lagging, complex business logic is difficult to organize, and code reuse relies heavily on copy and paste. We must change this. He didn't need to persuade the team. They experienced these pain points daily. The plan was dissected into several clear phases. Phase 1: restructuring the JavaScript engine. Ling Yun drew inspiration from the core concepts of the future V8 engine to lead the reconstruction of the JavaScript engine. The team focused on several key directions. 1. Asynchronous processing. Prototype of Promise introduced a callback-based asynchronous task handling mechanism to avoid callback hell, making network requests, file reading, and writing operations clearer. 2. Enhanced regular expressions. Developed a more complete and efficient Perl-compatible regular expression engine to meet the needs of complex text processing. 3. Introduced JSON support. Parsed and serialized JSON as a native data structure, establishing standards for data exchange between frontend and backend. 4. Module system. Designed a simple module import-export syntax, allowing developers to split code into independent reusable files. 5. Enhanced classes and objects. Provided syntax sugar closer to traditional object-oriented programming on top of the prototype chain, facilitating the construction and management of complex applications. This was an extremely arduous process. Every line of low-level code optimization and every new feature introduction was accompanied by countless tests, crashes, and debugging. With the knowledge from his previous life, Ling Yun provided crucial design ideas and algorithm directions, preventing the team from taking detours, yet the specific implementations still had to be coded line by line. Phase 2: building the development toolchain. While optimizing the engine, another group began to create upper-level tools under Ling Yun's guidance. 1. Front-end framework. Starflow. Ling Yun combined the reactive data binding of FutureView with the component-based design of React to create a concise API. The core is data-driven views, and components are everything. Developers could construct complex pages like building blocks using encapsulated components, with data changes automatically updating the views, significantly enhancing development efficiency and maintainability. 2. Package management tool. Star Package. Inspired by NPM, Ling Yun's team developed a command line tool that allows developers to publish, share, and install JavaScript modules packages created by others. This aimed to establish an ecosystem of shared code libraries around the Xingchen browser and the Starflow framework. Phase 3: practical validation and community incubation. Theory and technology must be tested in practice. Ling Yun decided to personally engage using all these new technologies and tools to develop a Xingchen Technology Exchange forum. This process itself became the best test. Using the Starflow framework to build the front-end interface, component-based development allowed for astonishing speed in collaboration and feature iteration. Utilizing enhanced JavaScript to handle user interactions, form validations, and dynamic content loading, the smoothness far exceeded contemporary web applications. By introducing his own library of utility functions through Star Package, he avoided reinventing the wheel. The backend utilized the Xingchen server system and Java technology stack, showcasing the collaborative capabilities of the entire product line. After completing the core functionalities of the forum, Ling Yun personally took charge and created a teaching section within the forum called Huangpu Academy. It included detailed explanation of new JavaScript features covering everything from asynchronous processing to modularization, with numerous runnable code examples. From beginner to proficient in the Starflow framework, a hands-on tutorial on how to build a complete single-page application with a component-based mindset. Star Package user guide instructions on how to find, install, publish, and manage code packages. These tutorials were straightforward and to the point, avoiding academic complexities and focusing on how to do it. Once the forum went live and open for registration, it quickly caused a stir within the developer community. Experienced programmers discovered that according to the tutorials, they could really grasp the core ideas of the Starflow framework and begin practical application within 3 to 5 days. Even more astonishing to them was that with this set of tools, the workload and time required for one person to independently complete a functionally complex, smoothly interactive website were drastically reduced. Personal website building was no longer an unattainable dream, nor was it limited to simple static pages. A developer utilizing the powerful development tools provided by the Xingqian browser along with the Starflow framework and shared resources on Star Package could independently develop a website with dynamic data interactions that rivaled desktop application experiences. While the outside world was still discussing the rivalry between Xingqian and Microsoft, a silent revolution was taking place in the world of code. Through this closed-door phase, Ling Yun not only built a leading-edge front-end development toolchain, but more importantly, he ignited a spark, a demonstration to the vast number of developers that there exists a more efficient and freer way of web development. This spark began to quietly spread throughout the developer community carried by the forum and code packages. Liamo pushed open the door and saw Ling Yun staring at two monitors, one filled with dense lines of code, while the other displayed the backend data panel of the newly launched Xingqian Technology Forum. The ashtray had several more cigarette butts, and the coffee cup beside it was already empty. Still working on that forum. Liamo pulled up a chair and sat down, his tone laced with undeniable confusion and a hint of anxiety. Ling Yun, we are almost being suffocated by Microsoft out there. As soon as their partnership program was released, the development teams we had contacted, which had some scale, almost all retreated. You're now investing so much energy with our core browser team just to optimize a scripting language and create a forum and these small tools for individual developers. He picked up several printed pages of the Xingqian framework API documentation and shook them. I don't understand. Microsoft is using real money and channel resources to lure in the regular forces capable of developing Office and Photoshop level software. And we, on the other hand, are trying to please these scattered troops. Can this help us fight against Microsoft? Ling Yun lifted his gaze from the screen, his face showing the fatigue of sleepless nights, yet his eyes remained bright. He did not directly refute, but pointed to a line on the data panel that was steadily climbing. Look, the number of registered users on the forum, unique IPs. Although it's slow, it's growing, and the activity level is quite high, especially in the Huangpu Academy section. So what? Even if there are a few hundred independent developers interested, what can they achieve? Liamo did not understand. Ling Yun leaned back in his chair, trying to make his tone more relaxed. Do you think we have a chance competing with Microsoft for those large software companies, such as those developing graphic processing and large commercial software? Almost none, Liamo replied succinctly. They rely on the massive user base of Windows and are hesitant to take risks. Moreover, we simply cannot afford the conditions Microsoft offers. Exactly. Therefore, we cannot compete with Microsoft for the regular forces. Ling Yun affirmed his statement. That is Microsoft's home turf, our manpower and resources are far inferior. A direct assault will lead to a dead end. He stood up and drew two simple diagrams on the whiteboard. On the left, one diagram depicted a massive fortress with the words Microsoft Wintel Ecosystem written on it, surrounded by squares representing large software companies connected by solid roads. On the right, the other diagram illustrated a seemingly empty expanse. Microsoft's model is to build high walls and construct standardized highways leading to the fortress. All regular forces wishing to enter the city must follow their road and abide by their rules. This road is wide and stable, but the toll booths are set very high. He pointed to the empty expanse on the right. And we won't build such highways. What we are doing is providing sharper mountain cutting knives, lighter tents, and more easily accessible water sources for the gorillas in this expanse. Those independent developers, small studios and programmers with ideas, but limited resources. A faster JavaScript engine means they can accomplish more with less code, achieving smoother effects and reducing server load. The Xingqian framework allows them to build complex interactive web applications like stacking blocks without starting from scratch on complicated DOM operations and event handling. The Xingbao tool enables them to easily find wheels created by others, eliminating the need to reinvent the wheel. What you mean is differentiated competition, Ling Yun said decisively. We are not competing with Microsoft on who offers more money or has a wider channel. We are competing on who creates a more developer-friendly platform, who has more efficient development tools, and who can make creation simpler and more cost-effective. He returned to his seat and pulled up several popular posts from the forum to show Liamo. Look at this post. A developer named David created an online ordering website for his wife's flower shop over a weekend using the Xingqian framework, complete with product display, shopping cart, and contact form. And this one, several university students are using it to develop an online collaborative drawing experimental project. These applications are overlooked by Microsoft, and large software companies want to create them. But this is the future of the internet. Diversification meeting countless small personalized demands. Ling Yun emphasized the number of these independent developers is vast, filled with creativity, and they can pivot quickly. They do not bear the heavy burdens like large companies, making them more receptive to new technologies and platforms. I understand your point now. Liamo nodded thoughtfully. By attracting these independent developers, although each has little power together, they can achieve great things. Even if each application can only attract a few hundred or thousand users collectively, it becomes a considerable number and can greatly enrich the content of our application store. Not only that, Ling Yun added his gaze, deepening this is a positive cycle. The more developers there are, the more applications they create, and the healthier the ecosystem becomes. The healthier the ecosystem, the more users and developers it attracts. The more advanced our tools, the lower the development difficulty and cost, and the faster this cycle accelerates. He pointed to the lively discussion atmosphere on the forum screen. What we are doing now is igniting the initial flame of this cycle. Let the first batch of developers reap the rewards and become the spark. While Microsoft is still using traditional methods to maintain its regular forces, through profit bundling, we aim to launch a people's war involving countless guerrillas across the vast expanse. Lee Mo watched the active IDs and the continuously emerging new posts on the screen, the confusion and anxiety on his face gradually replaced by a new line of thought. He realized that Ling Yun was not focused on the immediate gains and losses, but rather on laying the groundwork for a deeper future-oriented ecological foundation. This path may be slower and less conspicuous, but once momentum builds, its power could surpass imagination. I understand. Liemo exhaled deeply. We indeed cannot compete with Microsoft's regular forces right now, so we mobilize the masses. Exactly. Ling Yun nodded, his gaze returning to the code. Provide our guerrillas with the best weapons and supplies, and let them establish bases behind enemy lines. A single spark can start a prairie fire. If Ling Yun's uncle were present, he would surely say the selected works of Mao Zedong were not read in vain. Ling Yun was browsing the user feedback report on the Huangpu Academy forum, analyzing the developers' pain points regarding the use of the Xingliu framework and Xingbao tools, when the phone on the table suddenly rang. He immediately picked up the receiver. This is Ling Yun. On the other end, Limo's voice came through, excited, yet slightly fatigued, with some background noise. Ling Yun, good news. The prototype of the optoelectronic mouse at the Shanda laboratory is ready. Ling Yun's spirits lifted, and he instinctively sat up straight. Tell me more. The laboratory has resolved the previous issues of unstable light spot positioning and poor surface compatibility. Liemo spoke rapidly, filled with the excitement of a technological breakthrough. The newly designed optical sensor and positioning algorithm can achieve precise tracking on most common desktop materials with an error rate reduced by over 80% compared to the rolling ball mouse we currently use. Moreover, there is no mechanical wear, and the estimated lifespan is 5 to 10 times that of the rolling ball mouse. Have the samples been tested? Ling Yun pressed for crucial details. Preliminary tests have passed. It has run continuously for 72 hours without frame drops or stuttering. The accuracy is sufficient for graphic design and daily office needs, and even for playing some action games it performs well. Liemo affirmed. The professors and students in the laboratory are all thrilled. We may have truly developed something world-leading. Liemo listened carefully. We need to do two things immediately. He quickened his pace, laying out his thoughts clearly. First, patent application. Quickly prepare the materials to apply for utility model and invention patents domestically. At the same time, initiate the international patent PCT application process to focus on protecting the optical positioning algorithm, sensor structure design, and signal processing flow. This matter is of the highest priority and must be expedited. Understood. The patent materials are already being organized. I will personally oversee it. Liemo responded promptly. Second, Ling Yun continued to coordinate with Xinghou Electronics to immediately organize a small trial production line to produce 100 to 200 engineering samples. We need to conduct more extensive real-world scenario testing, gather user feedback, and explore processes for subsequent large-scale production. Understood. I will prepare for the patent matters immediately. Coordinating the trial production with Xinghou Electronics, I'll arrange it as soon as I get back. Liemo agreed, but then shifted his tone. Ling Yun, there are many things to handle regarding the engineering, optimization, and trial production of the optoelectronic mouse. I think it would be best if I return to Jinan as soon as possible. Furthermore, I believe the motherboard design schemes from the aliens are quite good, and I plan to produce a few sets for testing. Although they may not meet the expected efficiency of high-end machines, they will be sufficient as regular computer equipment. The pressure from Microsoft is increasing, and with you handling everything alone, while also juggling the browser and developer ecosystem, I genuinely don't feel at ease. The joint project with AMD and Sun also requires someone to follow up continuously. Before I return, there is someone I want to recommend to you. Limo's voice became serious. Let him come to Los Angeles to assist you. Who? Jiang Feng. Do you remember? The young man from Xinghou Internet Cafe, who graduated from the Science and Technology Youth class, is now studying for his master's at Shanda and has been involved in our project. Ling Yun immediately envisioned a young face that was silent but exceptionally focused. He was primarily responsible for the maintenance and optimization of the Xinghu Internet Cafe management system. I remember him. He has a solid technical foundation and doesn't talk much. Not only solid. Limo's tone carried unabashed admiration. This kid is a genius. He found the original management system of the Internet Cafe too simplistic, where members still had to use physical cards which were easily lost, and the data was difficult to compile. He didn't tell anyone. Instead, he used his spare time to reference books on database principles, and using C language, he built a simple database system. He created a database by himself. Ling Yun was somewhat surprised. In 1996, this was not an easy task for a graduate student. Yes, although its functions are still relatively basic, it allows for the storage, retrieval, and modification of member information. He has developed a new client for the Internet Cafe, allowing members to log in directly with their account and password without needing to carry a card anymore. The backend can also track each member's usage time and consumption records, facilitating our activity analysis and targeted marketing. Liamo detailed the system has been running stably at the Shanda Internet Cafe for over a month without any issues. I checked his code. It's well-structured, logically sound, and highly efficient. Ling Yun listened, his fingers lightly tapping on the table. A young person capable of independently designing and implementing a usable database system is indeed a rare find in this era. Though he is a bit young and still a graduate student, his technical skills are solid, and he has a particularly flexible mind. He learns quickly and is capable of focusing deeply. Liamo summarized, I believe he is a valuable asset worth cultivating. Aren't we currently in urgent need of talent for foundational technology? Browsers, application stores, backend services all rely on data storage and management. Bringing him over could lead to the establishment of our database segment. Ling Yun pondered for a moment. The company indeed urgently needs to build its core technology stack, and the database is of utmost importance. Rather than hiring someone from the outside who may not adapt well to the Xinjiang culture and technological direction, it would be better to cultivate a promising newcomer from within. Jiang Feng has practical experience, and with Li Mo's strong recommendation, his credibility is high. That works. Ling Yun made a decision: have him prepare and expedite the procedures to come to Los Angeles. Once he arrives, establish a database team under his leadership to optimize the Internet Cafe system as a trial for our internal non-core database. At the same time, let him begin researching how to design and develop a more powerful and versatile native database engine for the Xinjiang system. Excellent. Liamo obviously breathed a sigh of relief. He'll notify him right away. This kid will surely be ecstatic to come to the U.S. to work with you. After hanging up, Ling Yun's gaze returned to the forum feedback report, but his thoughts had already drifted elsewhere. The technological breakthrough of the optoelectronic mouse signifies that Xinghu technology may be on the verge of mastering a core technology with global competitiveness in the hardware peripheral field. Ling Yun contemplated where to best place Jiang Feng, considering that having his shadow help oversee the company might be a bit of a waste of talent. He picked up a pen and solemnly wrote Jiang Feng database team in the schedule. Jiang Feng's arrival foreshadowed the planting of a new seed in the foundational architecture of software. The gentle sunlight spilled over the lush green golf course as Ling Yun, dressed in a comfortable sports outfit, held a golf club. His movements were not particularly skilled, but they were steady enough. Opposite him stood Michael Dell, the founder and CEO of Dell Technologies. Dell's swing was smooth and standard, the white ball tracing a beautiful arc before landing steadily on the distant fairway. Nice shot, Ling Yun complimented at the right moment. Just an occasional good feel, Dell chuckled as he handed the club to the caddy beside him, and together with Ling Yun, they boarded the golf cart to head to the next tee. A light breeze blew and the atmosphere was relaxed. The cart stopped near the tee. Dell did not immediately select a club, but leaned against the cart, gazing at the expansive golf course ahead, casually mentioning, "Ling, your press conference with AMD and Son made quite a stir. There has been a lot of discussion in the developer community about your new tools." Ling Yun replied, "We have to do something, and we can't just sit back and wait." Ling Yun stood beside him, his gaze also fixed on the distance. Indeed, Dell turned his head to look at Ling Yun, his tone becoming slightly more formal. The core of the Dell model is efficiency and directness. It reduces intermediate steps to provide clients with the most valuable products. So I won't beat around the bush. Dell Computers could consider offering the Starry system as an option on some consumer models. Ling Yun's heart stirred, but his face remained impassive as he quietly listened. This was the first time the hardware giant had clearly expressed an intention to pre-install software, albeit as an option. Specifically, Dell continued, "We can offer a pre-installed Starry system option when customers place their orders. Of course, Windows will still be the default option. Simultaneously, we can include a Starry system installation disk with every Dell Computers packaging." This condition was further than Ling Yun had anticipated. Not merely optional, but directly delivering the physical media of the Starry system to every Dell user. This was undoubtedly a significant breakthrough in distribution. What are the conditions? Ling Yun asked directly. There is no free lunch in the business world, especially from a shrewd businessman like Michael Dell. Dell was not surprised by Ling Yun's directness. He smiled slightly. Dell hopes to take a stake in the Starry system. Not an acquisition, but a strategic investment. We need a closer binding of interests. Indeed, Ling Yun pondered for a moment. Bringing Dell in as a strategic investor was clearly beneficial, not only funding, but also Dell's vast global PC distribution network and brand endorsement could significantly alleviate the current isolation of the Starry system. However, the cost would be equity dilution and potential impacts on future decision-making. We can negotiate. Ling Yun replied affirmatively, but then shifted the conversation. However, Michael, to be frank, the current potential value of the Starry system and the immediate help Dell's channels can provide, in my view, the chips are not entirely equal. An installation disk and an optional choice in exchange for equity in Starry is not enough. Dell raised an eyebrow, seemingly interested in Ling Yun's rebuttal. Oh, what kind of chips do you think would be sufficient? Ling Yun turned to face Dell, stating clearly, Starfire Technologies' electronics factory in Jinan, China has just completed technological and process upgrades in peripheral production, including mice and keyboards. The product quality and cost control are fully capable of meeting international standards. I hope that Dell can assign a portion of the mouse and keyboard orders for desktop computers to Starfire's factory. Dell was clearly taken aback. He had anticipated Ling Yun might bargain over the valuation of the stake board seats or technical cooperation details, but did not expect him to steer the conversation towards seemingly unrelated hardware outsourcing. Mice and keyboards. Dell repeated, seemingly confirming he hadn't misheard. Ling Yun discussing collaboration on the operating system and your future. Why are you suddenly interested in mouse orders that cost a few dollars? Ling Yun calmly explained, Starfire's electronics factory has hundreds of workers who need orders to maintain operations and upgrade production lines. Although the profit margins are thin for peripheral outsourcing, the stable orders can support the long-term investment in the Starry system. He paused, emphasizing, this can prove that Starry is not just a company living in ideals, we also possess a solid manufacturing foundation and profitability. This is crucial for boosting confidence. Dell fell into thought, walking slowly in place with his hands behind his back. He did not believe Ling Yun's words. However, he did not need to worry. Assigning part of the peripheral orders to Ling Yun's factory posed controllable risks for Dell. China's manufacturing cost advantages are significant, and as long as quality meets standards, this itself is a business in line with the Dell model. More importantly, Dell also needed an opportunity to enter the Chinese market and establish factories in China. The vast market, low-cost labor, and qualified workers are heaven for capitalists like Dell. Both Microsoft and IBM have established a presence in China, not only making substantial profits, but also gaining many friends, which is a plus in the eyes of the U.S. government. Ling Yun's identity was quite suitable as a mediator for Dell's entry into China. This raised his valuation of investing in the Starry system. He stopped and looked at Ling Yun. The order volume won't be too large. Initially, it may only account for 5 to 10% of our demand. Moreover, the price must be sufficiently competitive and the quality must pass Dell's strict quality inspection standards. Of course, I will also take care of my friends, and as long as all aspects meet Dell's requirements, subsequent orders will increase, ensuring your electronics factory thrives. Then I will thank Dell for your friendship in advance. Starfire Electronics will establish a dedicated project team to ensure all of Dell's requirements are met. Ling Yun replied confidently. Then Dell extended his hand. In principle, I agree. The Dell Investment Department will contact you soon to discuss the specifics of the investment in Starry and its valuation. At the same time, our procurement department will send someone to assess your electronics factory and evaluate the qualifications for outsourcing. If all goes well, we can proceed simultaneously. Ling Yun shook Dell's hand. Great. I will ensure our domestic team fully cooperates with the assessment. I look forward to in-depth cooperation with Dell. Their hands clasped together as a brief conversation on the golf course initially established a complex transaction framework involving capital hardware and software channels. Both knew that the specific negotiations had just begun, whether regarding the stake percentage valuation or the specific prices in terms of the outsourcing orders, it would be an intense game. The night outside the window was deep and heavy. In the office, only the desk lamp on Ling Yun's table was lit. Under the light, several sheets of paper spread out covered with sketches of organizational structures and equity relationship diagrams. The cooperation reached in principle with Dell brought hope for funding and distribution channels, but also an unprecedented challenge to control. Ling Yun knew that before the formal investment agreement was finalized, he had to complete a restructuring of the company's assets. He picked up his pen and wrote down 2 new corporate entities on a blank sheet of paper. 1. Alienware Company. 2. Star Technology Company. This was a clear plan for separation. Alienware Company would focus entirely on hardware design development and brand operations. The ongoing high-performance gaming PC design business would all be stripped away and injected into this company. Ling Yun would wholly own this company through an offshore entity, maintaining absolute independence and control. Star Technology Company. This was a newly registered entity intended to be the vehicle for receiving Dell's investment. Ling Yun would inject its most core software assets into it, the Star OS operating system and the Star Meteor browser. The pen paused here. Ling Yun's gaze fell on two other critical projects, the Star Flow front-end framework and the Star package management tool. He leaned back in his chair and fell into a long contemplation. From an emotional and long-term security standpoint, he preferred to spin off these two tools and place them in an entity he fully controlled. They were the cornerstones of the future web development ecosystem, the levers to mobilize developer power. Their strategic value might even surpass that of the operating system itself. Bundling them with the Star OS system for sale to Dell felt like handing over the seeds of the future. But reason told him he could not do that. Dell was no fool, and neither were his investment and legal teams. When they evaluated the value of Star Technology, they would look far beyond the current market share of the operating system and browser. They were investing in the ecosystem and future potential. An operating system without powerful development tools, a platform that couldn't attract and retain developers, would be severely discounted in Dell's eyes. If Ling Yun deliberately stripped the already sizable and high-potential Star Flow and Star package from the core assets before due diligence, Dell would immediately notice. This would not only cause the investment negotiations to collapse, but also severely damage the fragile trust just established between the two parties. Dell would perceive Ling Yun as lacking sincerity or laying the groundwork for future non-cooperation. They must be kept together, Ling Yun murmured to himself, making a difficult but necessary decision. He added Star Flow Framework and Star Package Tool to the asset list of Star Technology Co. Ltd. Only by packaging the operating system browser development toolchain together could a complete and compelling ecosystem story be formed, one that would support the valuation and resources Dell was willing to offer. However, this raised the core issue: how to ensure his control over Star Technology, especially these core ecosystem tools, and avoid being consumed by it in the future when bringing in Dell's investment and diluting equity. He could not be held hostage by the short-term interests of capital, nor could he allow the development direction of Star Technology to deviate from the open and developer-centric long-term track he had set. He began to list possible defense strategies on paper. 1. Equity structure design. This was fundamental. An AB share structure or similar dual-class equity design must be insisted upon. The shares held by him and the core management team must carry voting rights far exceeding their ownership percentage. This was the lifeline to ensure that the founding team could still control the company's strategic direction even after Dell and more investors entered in the future. 2. Board seats and veto power. The investment agreement must explicitly stipulate that the founding team holds a majority of the board seats. At the same time, for key decisions, such as the strategic direction of the company's core technologies, operating system, browser development, tools, major asset sales and investments or acquisitions exceeding a certain amount, the founder or founding team must have veto power. 3. Core technology control. Although the assets of Star Flow and Star Package were injected into Star Technology, could the intellectual property of their core architecture design and key algorithms be licensed to Star Technology by him personally? This point was extremely complex to execute and could provoke strong opposition from Dell, requiring extremely careful legal design. 4. The invisible influence of the ecosystem community. The value of Star Flow and Star Package largely depended on the recognition of the developer community. And he, Ling Yun, was the designer and spiritual leader of this ecosystem. Even without an equity advantage, his influence and appeal within the developer community represented an intangible yet powerful counterbalance. Dell could own shares in the company, but it would be difficult to replace his central role in the ecosystem. 5. Strategic alignment. Binding in the investment agreement clauses reflecting long-term strategy could be included, such as company resources must be prioritized for maintaining and developing the open-source ecosystem and developer tools, thereby binding Dell's interests to the ecological construction of Star Technology to some extent. Each of these measures would require arduous negotiation with Dell in the upcoming talks. He picked up the phone and dialed Eric's number. "Come to my office. We need to start preparing for the company restructuring and the negotiations with Dell immediately." Ling Yun's voice was calm, but carried an unmistakable urgency. "Well, split. The business hardware goes to Alienware, and the software ecosystem is packaged into the new company to welcome Dell's investment." "Understood. They'll be right there," Eric replied immediately. Hanging up, Ling Yun looked again at the paper filled with defense strategies. Bringing in Dell was a crucial step to break Microsoft's stranglehold, but if this move was mishandled, it could be like inviting a wolf into the house. From this moment on, the game had entered a deeper phase, one that tested wisdom and will even more. He had to build a solid line of defense for himself and the future of Star Technology before the capital feast began. In the future, Star Technology would bring in more investors, and he needed to carefully consider how to arrange things. The new company structure was just the first step. He had to think about the allocation of equity shares, how much to leave for capital institutions, how much for allies, how to ensure his control. There were still many things to consider. Compared to the previously crowded startup office, the newly rented floor appeared spacious and orderly, and although the decor remained simple, had already taken on the semblance of a tech company. The air still lingered with a hint of fresh paint and carpet scent. Officially established in a room temporarily designated as a conference room, Ling Yun presided over the company's first core management meeting. The attendees were few, but they formed the initial framework of StarTech. Ling Yun, CEO founder responsible for overall strategy, technological direction, and external cooperation. Eric, head of the StarTech operating system department. He was one of the founders of the alien company initially acquired by Ling Yun, with solid technical skills and a profound understanding of the underlying systems promoted by Ling Yun to lead the core operating system development. David, head of the StarTech browser department. A key technical member of the original browser development team, he demonstrated exceptional leadership and technical acumen during Ling Yun's aggressive web weaving initiative. Carly, head of the ecosystem tools department. An experienced product manager, she was previously employed at a medium-sized software company in Silicon Valley and was recruited by Ling Yun to oversee the management of the StarStream framework, StarPack tools, and developer community operations. Emily, head of finance. With an accounting firm background, she excelled in cost control and capital operations, playing a crucial role in the upcoming complex negotiations with Dell. Mark, head of administration and human resources. Responsible for the company's daily operations, logistical support, and recruitment. Everyone from today on We Are StarTech. Ling Yun's gaze swept over each face in attendance, his tone calm, yet powerful. Our goals remain unchanged, but the stage is larger and the challenges are more daunting. Eric, the release timeline for the next stable version of the operating system cannot change. David, accelerate the deep integration of the browser with the StarStream framework. Carly, the activity level of the developer community and the usage rate of the tools are your core KPIs. Emily, prepare for the due diligence from the Dell team. Mark, ensure everyone's logistics are well taken care of, especially filling the vacant RD positions as soon as possible. He succinctly assigned initial tasks and then looked at Carly, adding, Carly, there's one more thing, expedite the recruitment of a secretary for the CEO. My responsibilities will continue to grow and I need a capable person to help coordinate my schedule, manage daily affairs, and filter information. Understood, I will prioritize this, Carly immediately noted down. After the meeting, this newly formed machine of the company began to hum slowly to life, with each department filled with a busy atmosphere, charged with a mix of excitement and pressure. Carly was highly efficient. Just 2 days later, she arranged for 3 secretary candidates to conduct final interviews to be decided personally by Ling Yun. The 3 women entered the office in succession. The first, Sophia. She wore a standard professional suit, her makeup impeccable, and her resume indicated she held a bachelor's degree in literature and had a 1.5 years of experience as an administrative assistant at a trading company. She answered questions clearly and at a steady pace, demonstrating good professional qualities and organizational abilities. She emphasized her meticulousness, reliability, and proficiency with office software. The second, Fiona. She wore a well-tailored dark suit, appearing capable and composed. Her resume was even more appealing, a communication major at the University of Southern California with a minor in computer science. She had served as an assistant to the CEO at a well-known hardware company in Silicon Valley for a year. She not only discussed schedule management and document handling, but also proactively inquired about StarTech's current major technological directions and challenges, showing an understanding of the industry and a strong curiosity. Her demeanor was confident, yet understated with clear logic. The third, Catherine. She was very beautiful with blonde hair and blue eyes, poised, holding dual backgrounds in music performance and business, and had previously worked at an art gallery. She was communicative, her smile infectious, but when asked how she would handle multiple urgent tasks and prioritize them, her answer seemed somewhat vague and idealistic. Each of the 3 candidates had their strengths. Sophia was a safe choice with matching experience and no chance of error. Catherine might have added points in networking and image. But Fiona left the most special impression on Ling Yun. Not only did she possess the skills required of a professional secretary, but more importantly, her demonstrated learning ability, interest in the technology field, and the proactive traits she exhibited made Ling Yun feel that working with her would be smoother and the communication costs might be lower. What he needed was not just a simple schedule manager, but an assistant who could truly understand the focus of his work and effectively share the pressure in a complex and fast-paced tech company environment. After the interviews, Ling Yun hardly hesitated. He called Carly, hire Fiona. Sophia's qualifications were also good. Oh, we could ask her if she would be willing to go to iCloud Investment Company, which also needed a responsible administrative assistant. Catherine, probably does not fit our current needs. Carly nodded to arrange it. In the end, Fiona accepted the position of CEO secretary at StarTech. After considering, Sophia agreed to take the position at Ling Yun's iCloud Investment Company, which, although smaller in scale, offered a relatively simple working environment and was also a good choice. Catherine, on the other hand, declined the offer to join iCloud, expressing her desire for a position that offered a more artistic atmosphere or was more focused on high-end client relationships. She turned and immersed herself in the sea of the Los Angeles job market. Years later, when StarTech grew to rival tech giants like Microsoft and Apple, the stories of its early team were repeatedly excavated and recounted by the media. Catherine, who had become a well-known social activist, mentioned this missed interview during a chance interview. I was too young then, too focused on surface glamour and immediate atmosphere, she said with an indescribable sense of nostalgia. I turned down the opportunity to go to a small investment company, believing it didn't align with my career vision. Only later did I realize what I had given up. It was not just a job, but an opportunity of an era. That was perhaps the most wrong choice I made in my life. Fiona's addition quickly proved the correctness of Ling Yun's choice. She efficiently organized Ling Yun's chaotic schedule, skillfully handled a flurry of emails and calls, becoming an indispensable hub for communication between Ling Yun and the company, allowing Ling Yun to devote more energy to broader strategic and technical challenges. By now, the basic framework of the company had finally been solidly established. The air in the conference room was so heavy it felt as if it could be wrung out. On one side of the long conference table sat the Starry Sky technology team, led by Ling Yun CEO, Ling Yun financial supervisor Emily, and the specially invited legal advisor. On the other side was a 5-member team led by Richard Laws, the investment vice president from Dell, which included investment managers, legal, and financial analysts. The negotiation had started at 2 o'clock in the afternoon and had lasted for 3 hours. The core focus was singular: the valuation of Starry Sky Technology. Mr. Ling, Richard Laws, a middle-aged man with meticulously combed hair and sharp eyes, reiterated Dell's position. We must return to a realistic foundation. According to our third-party data, the current number of active users of the Starry operating system does not exceed 150,000. The number of browser users is slightly higher, but it has not yet formed a scale effect. An operating system without a large user base has limited commercial value. He paused for a moment and continued, Dell's willingness to offer a valuation of $20 million is based on our recognition of your technical team and future potential, which already reflects our sincerity. Emily immediately countered, Mr. Law's valuation cannot solely be based on current user numbers. The value of Starry Sky Technology lies in its complete ecological architecture, operating system, browser, and the crucial development toolchain StarStream and Star Package. This combination is rapidly attracting developers and building the future application ecosystem. This is the core asset. In front of her lay the prepared financial models and market analysis reports. We believe that a pre-investment valuation of $50 million is reasonable, reflecting our future growth potential and market scarcity. $50 million. That is absurd. The financial analyst from Dell could not help but interject, pointing at his laptop screen. Comparing the valuations of currently public software companies and recent financing cases of similar startups in Silicon Valley, this figure lacks support. Your revenue is almost negligible. We are investing in the future, not past financial statements. Finally, Ling Yun spoke, his voice calm, yet imbued with an undeniable strength. Richard, what Dell is interested in is precisely the potential of the Starry system to break the Wintel monopoly, bringing you strategic buffering and new profit growth points. How much is that strategic value worth? If Starry were just another ordinary software company, we wouldn't be sitting here today. Richard Laws furrowed his brow slightly. Ling Yun's words struck at the core of his strategy. He slowed his tone. Of course, we acknowledge the value of strategic synergy. But $25 million is our upper limit. We need to be accountable to Dell's shareholders. $40 million. Ling Yun countered with a new figure, unwavering. This is not merely a matter of money. The valuation represents Dell's recognition of Starry Sky Technology's future standing. An excessively low valuation would send the wrong signals to the market and undermine the confidence of the developer community and potential partners. The negotiation had reached an impasse. The gap between both parties on the numbers was vast. The atmosphere had turned tense. Perhaps we can approach this from a different angle, Richard Laws pondered for a moment before saying. Dell could accept a higher valuation, say around the $40 million you proposed, but we would need additional conditions. For instance, performance bet clauses for future results or having rights exceeding equity ratios on the board. Impossible. Ling Yun interrupted directly, his tone resolute. Starry Sky Technology must maintain strategic independence and management autonomy. This is the bottom line for cooperation. No bets on performance or board seats can be allocated based on equity ratios, but core decision-making authority must remain with the management team. He knew that once he loosened this stance, it would mean potential future constraints. Another silence ensued. Both sides were assessing each other's bottom lines and determination. 30 million. Richard Laws made another offer, his eyes fixed on Ling Yun. This is the maximum concession Dell can make. At the same time, we must clarify that the intellectual property of the Starstream framework and Star Package tools must completely belong to Starry Sky Technology with no ambiguous areas. He had clearly done his homework and understood the importance of these tools. 35 million. Ling Yun met his gaze and announced the final figure, pre-investment valuation of $35 million. Dell would invest $3 million for a 10% stake. This is our final position. The ownership of intellectual property is clear, all belonging to Starry Sky Technology. Moreover, in the market, it's either Microsoft or us. We hold a unique position. Aside from Starry, you have no other options. He left no room for negotiation, directly presenting a complete proposal. Richard Laws leaned back, quickly exchanging opinions and whispers with the legal and investment managers beside him. This price was still higher than their internal assessment, but had entered a negotiable range. Most critically, Ling Yun's firm stance on control issues made them realize that this was a non-negotiable red line. Continuing to haggle over the valuation could lead to a breakdown in negotiations, which Dell, hoping to establish a software presence through this investment, did not want to see. Richard Laws stared at Ling Yun for a dozen seconds, seemingly confirming his determination one last time. Finally, he slowly nodded. 35 million pre-investment valuation, 350,000 investment for a 10% stake. In principle, I can accept this, but it ultimately needs Michael's approval. The tense atmosphere eased slightly. Emily secretly sighed in relief. So what about the equity structure? Asked Dell's legal advisor. Ling Yun had already thought it through. After the investment is completed, the equity structure will be, I will hold 70, Dell will hold 10, and the remaining 20 will be held by me on behalf of the future employee option pool to attract and incentivize talent. This ratio ensured that he still maintained absolute control while leaving space for the future distribution of interests within the team. The Dell team had no objections. This was a common practice in Silicon Valley. In the next 2 hours, both teams began to meticulously refine the specific terms of the investment agreement: board observer seats, non-voting rights, information rights, anti-dilution clauses, and preemptive rights. Every detail was filled with negotiation. Ling Yun's legal advisor and Dell's legal team engaged in fierce debates. As the final draft of the document was preliminarily approved, the lights outside had already brightened and the night was deepening. It was close to 8 o'clock in the evening. Richard Laws stood up, straightened his suit, and extended his hand to Ling Yun. Mr. Ling, I wish us a successful collaboration. We will complete the agreement text as soon as possible and submit it to Michael. Ling Yun shook his hand, a hint of fatigue but relief showing on his face, looking forward to the formal agreement. Merry Christmas, Richard. Merry Christmas. After the Dell team left, only Ling Yun and Emily remained in the conference room. 35 million. We did it. Emily exhaled, her face reflecting the joy of success, mixed with the fatigue of negotiation. This is just the beginning. Ling Yun looked out at the night view of Los Angeles, his gaze far-reaching. With the money in Dell's channels secured, the real test of us is yet to come. Microsoft will not sit idly by. This intense negotiation, lasting from afternoon until late at night, ultimately injected much-needed funds and strong channel allies into Starry Sky Technology, laying the critical capital structure for its early development. Ling Yun held firm to the bottom line of control and secured more bargaining chips in dealing with giants. The road ahead remained fraught with thorns, but at least they now had a more solid armor and weapons. Jim Clark stood by the window of his office with a completed software package, the final version of the Netscape browser adapted for the Star system, lying on his desk. At the same time, there was a report from the market analysis department detailing the changes in installation numbers of Microsoft's IE browser over the past few months, along with a name. They could no longer ignore the Starry browser. His thoughts were interrupted by the secretary's intercom. Mr. Clark, Mr. Anderson and the heads of the development team are in the conference room. They'll be there shortly. Clark took a deep breath, picked up the software and the report, and walked towards the conference room. The atmosphere in the conference room was somewhat heavy, with Mark Anderson and several core executives and technical leads already seated. They all knew what this meeting was about. Not just the release of the new version, but also the future survival strategy of the Netscape browser. Gentlemen, Clark did not beat around the bush and directly placed the disk of the Star System adapted browser on the table. Our Star System Special Edition is ready. But now we need to decide how to launch it and what path we should take. He opened the analysis report and pointed to the key data. IE's market share is steadily increasing due to its bundling with Windows. Although the Starry browser developed by Star Company does not yet have a large user base, its growth curve is steep, especially within their developer community, where it has a strong reputation. A vice president in charge of marketing frowned and said, "Our browser is paid software, which is one of our main sources of revenue. If we abandon charging to compete with Microsoft and Starry, our financial report will look very bleak." Revenue. Clark scoffed, pointing to another technical brief. "Look at this. The Starry browser is open source, and their optimized JavaScript engine is significantly more efficient than what we currently have. The StarStream framework and StarPack tools they developed are currently very popular among independent developers. If we cling to our old ways and stick to our standards, we will become an isolated island." His gaze swept across the room, finally landing on Anderson. "Mark, we've discussed the possibility of going free before. Now the time has come, or rather, if we don't act, it will be too late." Anderson clasped his hands on the table, his expression serious. "Jim, I understand your concerns. But going free means we need to completely restructure our business model. What will we rely on? Enterprise-level services. Advertising. Survive first. Capture the market." Clark emphasized, "Ling Yun once said something harsh, but it might be true. By the time we win the antitrust lawsuit, the market might already be gone. We must ensure that people are using our browser." He picked up the technical document of the Starry browser. "There's another key point. The Starry browser is open source, and their optimized JavaScript standard is public. What does it mean if we adopt the same standard as them?" A technical supervisor's eyes lit up. "It means that our two browsers will be highly consistent in core scripting engines and web standard support. Web applications developed by developers using the StarStream framework and StarPack tools can run almost seamlessly on both our browser and the Starry browser without the need for extensive adaptation." "Exactly." Clark slammed the table with force. "This is the ecosystem. We don't need to build a set of development tools from scratch. We can directly borrow this rapidly growing developer ecosystem that Star has already established. Our browser can naturally be compatible with applications produced by their framework. This is a huge advantage for attracting developers to stay on the Netscape platform." This viewpoint plunged the people in the conference room into deep thought. It meant that Netscape would to some extent abandon its technological uniqueness in favor of embracing a technology standard led by competitors. However, conversely, it indeed provides a shortcut to rapidly enhance developer experience and enrich the application ecosystem of the Netscape browser. If we go free and are compatible with Star's technology standards, Anderson slowly began, his thoughts gradually becoming clearer, we can focus on browser performance, user experience, and collaboration with enterprise clients. We can use a free personal version to capture market share and curb IE, while creating revenue through paid enterprise versions and support services. That's it. Clark confirmed, "This is a war of alliances. Microsoft is one camp, while we and Star, at least in terms of browsers, and opposing Microsoft are natural allies. Adopting common standards makes development easier and ecosystems more interoperable. This is our most effective weapon against the Wintel Alliance." He looked at the technical team. "Immediately prepare two things. First, release the Netscape browser adapted for the Star system and announce that it will be completely free. Second, initiate a technology migration plan. The next mainstream version of the Netscape browser must fully adopt the JavaScript standard optimized and open-sourced by the Starry browser, ensuring perfect compatibility with the StarStream and StarPack ecosystem." The technical supervisor nodded. "Understood. From a technical perspective, this can reduce a lot of redundant work for us and will immediately allow our browser to enjoy the benefits brought by their development tools. Go do it." Clark finally made the decision. "The times have changed, gentlemen. We must either adapt or die. We choose to adapt, and we'll pull our allies along to show that Guy and Redmond the power of open standards and free offerings." After the meeting, Netscape, once a giant in the browser field, began to adjust its course slowly, yet decisively. A few days later, the Netscape browser adapted for the Star system was officially released, along with an announcement that the personal version would adopt a free model and a roadmap for full compatibility with the Starry browser's technology standards in the next version. This series of actions caused quite a stir in Silicon Valley. It marked that Netscape had officially lowered its stance, starting to participate in competition with a more open and pragmatic attitude, and formed an informal yet significant alliance with the emerging Star company at the levels of technology standards and ecosystems, jointly facing the massive pressure from Microsoft's IE. The International Arrival Hall of Los Angeles International Airport was bustling with people. Ling Yun, dressed in an inconspicuous dark jacket, stood among the crowd, waiting to greet someone, his gaze calmly fixed on the exit. He held no sign, merely waiting in silence. Soon a young figure appeared in his line of sight, dressed in a somewhat bulky down jacket and carrying a backpack. It was Jiang Feng. Fatigue from the long flight was evident on his face, mixed with a hint of confusion. Pushing a luggage cart, he looked around, trying to find a familiar face among the strangers. Ling Yun did not wave immediately. He waited until Jiang Feng was a bit closer before stepping forward and softly calling out Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng abruptly turned his head, and upon seeing Ling Yun, his eyes lit up instantly. The weariness seemingly dissipated, replaced by a mix of nervousness and excitement. President Ling. It's been a long journey. Ling Yun patted his shoulders, skipping unnecessary pleasantries as he naturally took over the luggage cart. The car is outside, follow me. Without heading to the office, Ling Yun drove Jiang Feng directly to a business hotel in Century City, where he had reserved a quiet room in advance. Upon entering the room, Jiang Feng set down his backpack and stood awkwardly, feeling somewhat puzzled by the arrangement. He had expected to go directly to the legendary new office of Xingchen Technology. Sit down. Ling Yun pointed to the sofa in the room and sat across from him, his expression serious. After such a long journey, you should rest and adjust to the time difference first. However, the situation is special, and there are some arrangements that need to be communicated to you first. Jiang Feng immediately straightened his back, listening attentively. First of all, welcome to Los Angeles. Ling Yun looked at him, but for the next period you may not be able to appear publicly as an employee of Xingchen Technology. A hint of confusion flashed in Jiang Feng's eyes, but he did not interrupt. Xingchen Technology has just secured investment from Dell, and many matters are now exposed to the public. Ling Yun explained, Microsoft is watching us, and future competition will be extremely complex and fierce. I need to make some arrangements that are outside their view. You and the tasks you will undertake are part of my preparations for this contingency. He paused, looking at Jiang Feng's young, yet composed face. Do you understand what I mean? You are a chess piece in the shadows now. Jiang Feng nodded earnestly. I understand, President Ling. What do I need to do? Just give me the orders. Very well. Ling Yun took out a thick-bound technical document from his briefcase and handed it to Jiang Feng. Your core task is to develop a brand new lightweight high-performance database system based on the core characteristics of the Xingchen system. Jiang Feng received the document, which had a simple title on the cover: Draft Design of a New Lightweight Database Architecture Internal Document. He flipped to the first page, where there were architecture diagrams hand-drawn by Ling Yun and descriptions of some key algorithms. Although it was merely a framework and direction, the concepts were exceptionally clear and advanced, breaking away from the mainstream database design paradigms. Is this designed by you? Jiang Feng's voice was filled with disbelief and shock. He had originally thought he would be doing specific coding work, but unexpectedly found himself directly engaging with top-level architecture design. It's a preliminary concept. The specific implementation needs you to fill in and optimize. Ling Yun said calmly, your first task is to thoroughly understand this architectural design. Understand why it is designed this way, what the advantages are, and what difficulties you might encounter. If you have any questions or better ideas, feel free to discuss them with me at any time. He pointed to the hotel room. This is your temporary office and residence. If you need any technical materials or reference books, make a list, and I will have someone deliver them. You can eat at the hotel, or there are restaurants nearby. Until you receive further notice from me, try to avoid leaving the hotel premises to prevent unnecessary contact. Jiang Feng tightly clutched the document, as if holding on to an incredibly precious treasure. He felt immense pressure, but more than that, a thrill from being trusted to this extent and a desire to rise to the challenge. I understand. President Ling, I will quickly grasp this design. Jiang Feng's tone carried an undeniable determination. This is not just a technical task. Ling Yun looked at him, his tone deep. Once you fully master the architecture and present a preliminary viable prototype, I will register a new company. This company will have no direct equity association with Xingchen Technology on the surface, and you, Jiang Feng, will be the CEO of this new company. Jiang Feng suddenly raised his head, his pupils widening in shock. CEO? He was just a recent graduate, confident in his technical skills, yet had never imagined bearing such a heavy responsibility. President Ling, I fear I may not be fit for a management position. He instinctively tried to decline. You will handle the technology. Initially, I will arrange for someone to assist you with financial and legal matters, helping you build the administrative and personnel framework. Ling Yun interrupted him, his tone firm. What you need to do is lead a capable technical team to develop this database and ensure its technological superiority. This is a brand new battlefield. I need someone I can fully trust and who deeply understands the technological core to take the helm. Liamo strongly recommended you. I believe his judgment and also your potential. He looked at Jiang Feng, his gaze sharp. This will be more pressure than what you faced at Xingchen Technology, and lonelier. Are you willing to accept this challenge? Jiang Feng took a deep breath, suppressing all hesitation and unease. He met Ling Yun's gaze and answered firmly, I am willing. President Ling, I will not let you down. Very good. Ling Yun revealed a faint smile. Remember, you and your team may be our trump card in facing the worst-case scenario in the future. Focus on your research here and keep a low profile. Contact me through encrypted email or this number if needed. He handed Jiang Feng a note with only a phone number written on it. After giving his instructions, Ling Yun did not linger and left the room. Once the door closed, Zhang Feng was left alone. He stood in the center of the room surveying this temporary refuge, then looked down at the heavy technical document in his arms, feeling as if he were in a dream. Just a few hours ago, he had been dreaming of Silicon Valley while crossing the Pacific Ocean. Now, a few hours later, he bore a secret mission hidden in a hotel, planning the future for a company that had yet to be born. He did not waste time reminiscing. Instead, he immediately pushed his luggage into the corner, sat down at the desk, and opened the draft design of a new lightweight database architecture, instantly immersing himself in it. The noise of Los Angeles was cut off outside the window, and a technical offensive on the secret front quietly began. Sophia, dressed in a well-fitted dark gray suit, sat in the modest meeting room of IceCloud Investment Company with a brand new notebook spread open before her. This was her 8th day on the job, having just completed her adaptation period. This morning, she received a direct instruction from her boss, Ling Yun. Ling Yun pushed open the door to the meeting room and walked in carrying only a thin folder, his gaze calm, yet imbued with an undeniable focus. "Sophia, how has your adjustment been?" Ling Yun sat down across from her, getting straight to the point. "Very well, boss. I have familiarized myself with the company's processes and environment." Sophia sat up straight, ready to take notes. "Good. I have a special research assignment for you now." Ling Yun opened the folder and handed her 2 pages of printed paper. The first page was titled Valve Software, detailing the company's address, founder background, and known limited information. The second page was about ID Software, containing slightly more information, including a summary of sales data for Doom and Quake. "Your task is to conduct as in-depth a research as possible on these 2 game development companies within a week." Ling Yun's voice was steady and clear. "Focus on the technical backgrounds of the core team's products under development, financial status of the companies, and their funding needs, as well as the technological roadmaps for 3D graphics and networking technology. Utilize public materials, industry reports, and you may also leverage your personal connections for insights. Ultimately, I need a detailed assessment report that analyzes their core competitiveness and investment value." Sophia quickly skimmed through the materials. Valve was founded by 2 senior engineers who left Microsoft and is currently extremely low profile. ID Software is already a legend in the industry, with its game engine technology regarded as the benchmark. "Game companies?" Sophia cautiously inquired. "Does IceCloud's investment direction include this field?" "It does now." Ling Yun's response was brief. "The reason is simple. The appeal of computer games to the general public is growing exponentially. The proliferation of personal computers, the drop in prices of 3D graphics cards, and the maturity of multimedia technology. These factors combined will lead to a qualitative change in the computer game market over the next 3 years. It is no longer a niche entertainment, but will become a vast consumer market and a cultural phenomenon." He paused and added, "More importantly, a phenomenon-level game can drive hardware sales, define technical standards, and even shape users' preferences for operating systems. This is crucial for the future ecological development of the star system." Sophia quickly recorded key terms in her notebook: mass-market, hardware-driven, ecological leverage. "Are you saying we need to lay out heavyweight game products on the star system?" she summarized. "Yes, but we need to find the right partners or investment targets." Ling Yun stood up and walked to the window. "Valve's technical philosophy is quite advanced. They are thinking not just about games, but also about the future of interactive experiences. ID Software possesses the most powerful real-time 3D engine technology and a passionate player community. Both companies are worth paying attention to." He turned around. "Your report will directly impact the subsequent engagement strategy and potential investment decisions. Therefore, I need objective, in-depth, and accurate information, not vague statements." "Understood." Sophia closed her notebook, her tone resolute. "I will complete the report within a week." "Good." Ling Yun nodded. "If you need any supportive resources, just contact me directly. This task is the highest priority." After Sophia left, Ling Yun returned to his office. He opened his computer and logged into Goldman Sachs' online trading system, a service that was still accessible only to a select few in this era. The screen displayed his holdings: 13 million shares of Yahoo stock, with the current share price reaching $8.75. He had built his position last July at an average cost of $3.80. In just 6 months, his unrealized gains had surpassed 64 million. He calmly looked at that number, the historical trajectory showing no deviation as Yahoo's stock price soared during the internet frenzy. But he knew this was far from the peak. According to his memory, Yahoo's stock price would continue to rise crazily in 1997, surpassing 100 at the peak of the internet bubble in 1999. His gaze shifted to the calendar on the desk. Today is January 1st, 1997. The Spring Festival is on February 7th. After the Spring Festival, he murmured, "I will gradually start to sell." His volume of funds in Yahoo stock had become too large to liquidate all at once without causing market turbulence. He needed to devise a meticulous exit plan to gradually withdraw in batches over the coming months. He switched screens and brought up an analysis report on the economic data of Southeast Asian countries. Thailand's external debt, the Philippines' exchange rate, Malaysia's real estate bubble, Indonesia's current account deficit. A series of alarming red indicators. The timeline in his memory was closing in. Thailand announced the abandonment of its fixed exchange rate system, leading to a sharp depreciation of the Thai baht. Then the crisis swept through Southeast Asia like a domino effect, with currency devaluation, stock market crashes, and asset prices halved. A grand feast is about to begin. Ling Yun's funds were insignificant compared to the international speculators. Soros' quantum fund and his partners were the main players in this hunt. He just needed to be a sharp wolf, following the lion and gnawing at the most succulent parts of the fallen prey. He planned to gradually establish short positions in Southeast Asian currencies and stock markets around May 1997, using most of the funds liquidated from Yahoo through offshore accounts and multiple trading seats. The main targets were the forward contracts for the Thai baht, Indonesian rupiah, and Malaysian ringgit, as well as the index futures of the relevant countries. The economic collapse of these countries stemmed from their own structural imbalances, excessive reliance on foreign capital, and rigid exchange rate systems. International speculators were merely the last straw that broke the camel's back, not the root cause of the problem. He was just going with the flow, taking what he deserved before the tide receded. The war of operating systems and browsers is a war of attrition, an ecological battle that requires continuous investment. The confrontation with Microsoft has only just begun, and the subsequent legal battles, public opinion wars, and talent competitions each require enormous financial support. Dell's investment of $3.5 million is just a drop in the bucket. This crisis in Southeast Asia is a timely reign for him. It is a crucial battle for him to raise the military funds for the upcoming technology war. He closed the trading software and data analysis reports, jotting down the key points for the coming months in his notebook. 1997 will be a critical year for his strategic layout. On one hand, he must withstand Microsoft's pressure in the software battlefield of Silicon Valley and build an ecosystem. On the other hand, he must execute a precise harvest in the global financial markets to stockpile ammunition for the future. Fighting on two fronts carries immense risks, but this is the path he must take. At 10 in the morning at the Oak Creek Golf Club in the outskirts of Los Angeles. The weather was splendid, the sun warm, and the grass on the fairway was neatly trimmed. Ling Yun stood by the first tee, flanked by three guests. Michael Dell was the first to arrive, dressed in a golf shirt and khaki pants, carrying his golf bag. Next was Eckhard Pfeiffer, the CEO of Compaq, followed by Lou Platt, the CEO of HP. All three were in business casual attire, wearing relaxed expressions typical of the first day of the new year. "Gentlemen, Happy New Year." Ling Yun shook hands with each of them. "Thank you for taking the time to come." "Ling Yun invited all three of us. It can't just be for a round of golf," Dell said, directly picking up a driver. "Is there something important?" Pfeiffer and Platt also looked toward Ling Yun. They were indeed curious. It was unusual for a founder of a startup to meet with the CEOs of the three major PC manufacturers. "Let's talk after the front nine." Ling Yun chuckled, taking out his driver from his bag. "Let's warm up first." The four took turns teeing off. Dell's shot was straight and far, landing in the center of the fairway. Pfeiffer's shot veered slightly right, landing at the edge of the rough. Platt's shot was steady, landing on the left side of the fairway. Ling Yun's shot was the furthest, but landed a bit off. As they walked to the golf cart, Pfeiffer spoke up. "Ling, we know your collaboration with Dell has already begun. Now are you looking to promote your star system?" "If that's the case, I must be frank. Compaq's partnership with Microsoft is quite deep. Not just the operating system," Ling Yun said as he sat in the driver's seat of the cart. "I have something I want to show you. It could change the entire landscape of PC peripherals." Platt raised an eyebrow with interest. "New hardware." "New standards," Ling Yun replied succinctly. They played 4 holes. The atmosphere gradually relaxed, discussing industry trends, fluctuations in memory prices, and expectations for Windows 97. But all three could sense that Ling Yun was setting the stage for something. By the 5th hole's tee, there was a spacious rest area with tables, chairs, and umbrellas. Ling Yun stopped here. "That's enough," he said. "Gentlemen, please have a seat. I want to showcase something." He retrieved a black hard case from the side of his golf bag. The case was not large, about the size of a laptop, but quite thick. The three sat around a round table. Ling Yun opened the case. Inside the case were no complex devices, just a few items: a palm-sized circuit board with several chips and interfaces integrated, various samples of metal interfaces in different sizes, silver gray, an exquisitely crafted with stack of technical documents, and a modified IBM ThinkPad laptop with an unfamiliar interface on the side. "What is this?" Dell picked up one of the interface samples for a closer look. The interface was small, much smaller than a parallel port, and even smaller than a serial port, with a metal casing and an elongated oval-shaped opening through which a row of fine golden contacts could be seen. Universal High-Speed Bus, Ling Yun said. I temporarily call it UHSB. Universal High-Speed Bus. Pfeiffer picked up another interface sample and examined it closely. It looks a bit like the USB recently launched by Intel, but smaller. And this opening shape, can it be inserted either way? Exactly, Ling Yun nodded. This is the first feature I designed, foolproof design that doesn't rely on direction. It can be used regardless of orientation. Users no longer need to find the direction of the interface. Platt picked up the circuit board. What about the transfer speed? USB 1.0 is rated at 1.5 megabits per second, but in reality it's less than 1 megabit per second. That's too slow. The theoretical transfer speed of UHSB is 5 gigabits per second, Ling Yun said calmly. The air froze for 3 seconds. What did you say? Pfeiffer was the first to react. 5G. Every second 5 gigabits. Are you sure about the unit? Absolutely. Ling Yun opened the modified ThinkPad and booted it up. This is the prototype verification machine. Let me demonstrate for you. The computer started up quickly, running the star system. Ling Yun plugged a UHSB interface mobile hard drive, much smaller than a typical hard drive, only half its size, into the side port of the laptop. With a light click, the magnetic design allowed the interface to automatically snap into place. No screws needed, no forceful pressing required. The bottom right corner of the screen immediately popped up a notification. UHSB device connected. Storage device test disk. Capacity 3 gigabytes. Now let's copy a file. Ling Yun opened a folder containing a video file marked at 1.2 gigabytes. He dragged it to the mobile hard drive icon. A progress bar appeared. Then it advanced at a visibly rapid pace. 10, 25, 50, 80. In less than 20 seconds, the progress bar finished. Transfer complete. 1.2 gigabytes. Transfer time 18 seconds, Ling Yun said, with an average speed of about 66 megabytes per second, which translates to approximately 530 megabits per second. This is the actual performance of the prototype with room for optimization. Dell, Pfeiffer, and Platt all stood up, leaning closer to the screen. This is impossible, Platt shook his head. The maximum speed of SCSI2 is only 10 megabytes per second, and IDE interfaces have only reached 6 megabytes. You are showing 66 megabytes here. That's 6 times faster than the fastest SCSI. And it's plug and play. Dell pointed at the small interface. No need to restart. No need to install drivers. It's plug and play. Ling Yun pulled out the mobile hard drive, and the screen indicated that the device was safely removed. He replaced it with a UHSB interface mouse. This mouse had no ball and featured an optical sensor, also a brand new design. Once plugged in, the system immediately recognized it, and the mouse pointer was able to move. He then switched to a UHSB keyboard, which was also recognized immediately. The protocol stack is completely redesigned. Ling Yun began to explain, his tone akin to describing an ordinary product. The electrical structure uses differential signal transmission, providing strong anti-interference capability. The communication mechanism is bidirectional full duplex, allowing the host and device to simultaneously send and receive data. The power supply design supports higher power, capable of providing up to 100 watts to peripherals. This means many peripherals no longer need independent power sources. He picked up the technical documents and flipped to the physical interface design diagram. You can see the interface size is 80 smaller than the parallel port and 60 smaller than the serial port. Considering that future mobile devices will become lighter and thinner, this size is appropriate. Moreover, the interface life test reaches 10,000 insertions and removals. Pfeiffer picked up an interface sample and compared its thickness to the watch on his wrist. The metal part of the interface was only about 3 millimeters thick. What about the cost? Dell asked the critical question. How much more expensive is it to manufacture this interface compared to the current serial and parallel ports? In mass production, the cost per interface can be controlled to below $5, Ling Yun said. That's cheaper than the current serial and parallel port combinations. The cables are simple 4-core wires are enough, which is cheaper than the current bulky cables. The only additional cost is the shielding layer. Platt sat back in his chair, taking a deep breath. Ling, you know full well that Intel just launched the USB 1.0 standard and is rallying manufacturers for support. Are you planning to engage in a standards war with Intel by presenting this now? It's not a war, it's about providing a better option. Ling Yun put away the device and looked at the 3. USB 1.0 is too slow. 1.5 megabits per second barely suffices for keyboards and mice, let alone for mobile storage cameras and audio devices. UHSB with a speed of 5 gigabits per second is reversible and compact with strong power supply capabilities. Each aspect presents an overwhelming advantage. Ling Yun paused, smiled slightly, and continued, I am prepared to open source the complete protocol stack. Any manufacturer can use it for free without paying any patent fees. Open source. Dell's eyes sharpened. You don't want a patent fee. No, Ling Yun confirmed. I only asked for one thing. If you adopt UHSB, you need to mark the UHSB logo on the product. Standard management will be overseen by a neutral industry association. I will hold one seat. Each of your three companies will hold one seat as well, and we will invite other manufacturers to join. It's fair and transparent. Fei Fu and Plate exchanged glances. They understood the underlying implications. Intel promotes USB and intends to charge patent fees and control the standards. Ling Yun promotes UHSB as a free open-source solution managed collectively. More importantly, the performance gap is vast. 5 gigabits per second compared to 5 megabits per second is a generational difference. It's like comparing a jet aircraft to a propeller plane. Has the technology been validated? Plate asked, what about stability, compatibility, electromagnetic interference? The prototype has been tested for 6 months. Ling Yun pointed at the circuit board in the suitcase. This is the 5th version design. Stability is not an issue. Regarding compatibility, I will provide the complete source code of the driver for the protocol stack supporting Windows and the Xingqian system. Other systems can be ported by themselves. The electromagnetic interference test passed the FCC standards. Dell picked up the small interface sample and weighed it in his hand. If we start designing now, when can we use it in products? I have commissioned AMD to design the chip with samples expected by the end of the month. The motherboard interface design documentation is now complete. If you decide to adopt it, the first batch of chips can be mass-produced in April. The new products for summer can be equipped with it. Ling Yun provided a timeline. Fei Fu calculated April for chip mass production, May for motherboard production, June for complete assembly, July for product launch, just in time for the shopping season. But Intel over there. Plate hesitated. Intel is pushing their standard, but whether that standard is good or not will be determined by the market. Ling Yun looked at the three men. You are the top 3 in the PC market. If you all push UHSB together, other manufacturers will follow. Users will vote with their feet. On one side is the slow USB that struggles to find direction. On the other side is the fast reversible UHSB. Which one will they choose? Dell smiled. This was the first time he had truly smiled today. Ling, your invitation to us is not a discussion, it's an ultimatum. He put down the interface sample. The product is indeed good enough for us to not refuse. If we don't use it, and you find other manufacturers to produce it, our products will be crushed in terms of interface speed. Consumers will ask why are Dell Compaq HP still using outdated slow interfaces. I merely provide an option. Ling Yun's expression remained calm. Fei Fu sighed. I need to take this back to the company for testing. Give me 2 sets of samples and complete documentation. I need it too, Plate said. Of course. Ling Yun retrieved 2 prepared document bags from the suitcase and handed them to Fei Fu and Plate. Inside are 2 sets of interface samples testing circuit boards, technical documentation, and driver source code, covered by a complete confidentiality agreement. Dell didn't need it. He had already decided to collaborate. UHSB. Dell repeated the name. It could be a better, more memorable name. But that's a minor detail. The 4 picked up their clubs again and walked toward the 6th hole tee. The atmosphere had changed. On the way, Fei Fu whispered to Plate. Intel is going to go insane. They should have designed USB better. Plate shrugged. If the technology is inferior, there's nothing to be done. Dell walked over to Ling Yun and lowered his voice. Is AMD helping you design the chip? Yes. They need new growth points, and the UHSB chip is an opportunity, Ling Yun replied. Smart, Dell nodded, bringing in AMD to counter Intel. In the war of standards, the chip must lead the way. They finished the remaining holes. The conversation shifted from technical details to specific cooperation steps: how to establish an industry association, how to arrange chip supply, and how to coordinate product release times. As they left the golf course, the 3 CEOs held the black document bags. They were light, but they all understood that the contents might change the future of PC peripherals. Ling Yun watched the 3 cars leave the club as he stored his golf bag. UHSB is just the first step. A high-performance universal interface will give rise to a series of new peripherals: high-speed external hard drives, high-definition cameras, external sound cards, data acquisition devices. All of these will enrich the application scenarios of PCs. And all these devices will prioritize driver support and optimization on the Xingqian system. Because the protocol stack is open source, developers can delve into the underlying adjustments. The ecosystem is built bit by bit, starting from the interface standards to peripherals, applications, and user habits. He sat in his car and did not start it immediately. The year 1997 will be a year of standard wars. Intel's USB, his UHSB. Microsoft's Windows, his Xingqian system. He will have to touch both lines of the Wintel alliance. The risks are high. The opportunities are also great. The car drove away from the golf club, merging into the traffic of Los Angeles on the first day of the new year. Sunlight poured in through the car window, warm and pleasant. Ling Yun turned on the radio and tuned into a news station. The host was reporting on the preparations for the Las Vegas Consumer Electronics Show. He turned off the radio, focusing on driving. In a few months, at an exhibition, UHSB will make its first public appearance. At that time, this war of standards will truly begin. He needed to be well prepared. At 8:15 in the morning, the first car stopped in front of the Xinjiang Technology Building. It was Michael Dell. He came alone without an assistant, holding the black document bag from last night. The receptionist Fiona just arrived and was visibly taken aback upon seeing Dell. "Is Ling here?" Dell asked directly. "Mr. Ling just arrived and is in the office." "Mr. Dell, you have an appointment." Fiona quickly flipped through the schedule. "Not anymore," Dell said as he walked toward the elevator. At 8:20, Dell sat on the guest sofa in Ling Yun's office. The document bag was placed on the coffee table, its zipper already opened. "I had a whole night meeting with the technical team last night," Dell said, his eyes bloodshot, but his spirit high. "They disassembled the test board you provided and analyzed the protocol. The conclusion was unanimous: this thing is at least 10 years ahead of USB 1.0. We must obtain authorization." "No rush," Ling Yun said as he poured a glass of water for Dell. "Let's wait for the others." "Others?" Dell frowned. "Who else did you invite?" "I didn't invite anyone." Ling Yun glanced at his watch. "But they should be arriving soon." Before he finished speaking, Fiona's internal phone rang. "Mr. Ling, Mr. Pfeiffer from Compaq has arrived. Please bring him to my office." A minute later, Eckhart Pfeiffer pushed the door open and paused upon seeing Dell, but quickly regained his composure. He also held the same black document bag. "It seems I am not the first." Pfeiffer sat down opposite Dell. "Ling, your UHSB has impressed my team. We conducted preliminary tests overnight and the transmission speed stabilized above 500 megabits per second, lower than the claimed 5 gigabits per second, but already 300 times faster than USB. The physical design of the interface is also outstanding, with a wear rate of less than 0.1 after 10,000 insertions and removals." Dell looked at Pfeiffer. "You tested all night too?" "We started as soon as we returned from the court," Pfeiffer admitted. "The head of the tech department is still in the lab." Ling Yun poured another glass of water, remaining silent. At 8:35, Fiona called in for the third time. "Mr. Platt from HP has arrived." When Lou Platt entered and saw Dell and Pfeiffer, he gave a wry smile. "I knew it." He placed his document bag on the coffee table next to the others. "Ling, you deliberately gave us the same materials at the same time, so we could each test them and then rush over this morning. This is more efficient." Ling Yun finally sat down, looking at the three men. "All right, now that all three of you are here, let's discuss business." The office fell silent. "As for the authorization of UHSB you wanted, I can grant it," Ling Yun said straightforwardly, "but I do not intend to sign authorization agreements with each company like Intel collecting patent fees." "Then what will you do?" Dell asked. "Form an alliance. The UHSB alliance." Ling Yun took out 3 printed drafts from his drawer and distributed them to the 3 men. "I will place the core patents of UHSB into a patent pool. Members of the alliance can freely use all patents in the pool." Pfeiffer quickly flipped through the draft. "A patent pool. Like MPEG. Similar, but more open," Ling Yun explained. "Alliance members are divided into 2 categories: founding members and regular members. Founding members have the right to participate in the evolution and revision of standards and hold board seats. Regular members can only use existing standards with no voting rights." Platt saw the terms in the draft. "Founding members need to pay a one-time membership fee, and regular members are free." "Yes," Ling Yun nodded. "Founding members pay a sum to obtain board seats and the right to set standards. Regular members can use the patents for free, but cannot participate in decision-making. All patents related to UHSB developed by members afterward must be placed in the patent pool for use by other members." Dell set down the draft, staring at Ling Yun. "This is the FRAND principle. Fair, reasonable, and non-discriminatory licensing. And it is free licensing," Ling Yun added. "The goal of the alliance is not to make money, but to promote standards. The one-time membership fee will maintain the alliance's operations, standard testing, certification, and compliance checks. The patent pool itself is free of charge." Pfeiffer calculated. "If it's just the 4 of us plus you, there are 4 founding members. How will the board vote?" "Major decisions require a 3/4 majority to pass." Ling Yun had already thought this through. Standard revisions, new version releases, and the acceptance of new founding members all require agreement from at least 3 of the 4. Platt keenly grasped the key point. "So any one member has a veto right?" "Correct," Ling Yun acknowledged, "including me. This is to prevent any single member from dominating and steering the standards in a direction beneficial to themselves, but harmful to the whole. The veto power ensures that everyone must compromise and negotiate." Dell remained silent for a few seconds, then suddenly laughed. "Ling, you are not selling technology, you are building a republic. The 4 founding members are like 4 states, each with their own veto power, and major decisions require a supermajority." "A fitting metaphor," Ling Yun said. "The UHSB standard does not belong to any one company, it belongs to the alliance. The alliance belongs to all members. This structure is the fairest and most likely to be widely accepted. Pfeiffer and Platt exchanged glances. They both understood the brilliance of this design. Intel promotes USB controlling the standards in Intel's hands while other manufacturers are merely users. Ling Yun promotes UHSB controlling the standards in the hands of the alliance with founding members having a voice. More importantly, it is free licensing. This means that small and medium-sized manufacturers can adopt UHSB at no cost, leading to rapid adoption. What is the membership fee for founding members? Dell asked a practical question. $5 million, Ling Yun replied, to be paid in one lump sum. This money will go into the Alliance's nonprofit fund to be used for first establishing standard testing laboratories, second setting up compliance certification programs, third paying the salaries of Alliance operations staff, fourth funding the promotion of UHSB technology. $5 million. Pfeiffer pondered, not too expensive. But we need to know who the other founding members are. It's just the four of us for now. Ling Yun said, AMD will be the fifth. They are designing the UHSB main control chip and need a founding member seat. Other chip manufacturers who wish to join can do so as regular members using the standards to manufacture chips or apply to become founding members. This requires unanimous approval from the current founding members. Platt nodded, strictly controlling the number of founding members keeps decision-making efficient. Regular members are open, allowing for rapid standard adoption. This balance is excellent. There is another question, Dell pointed out. What if a founding member withdraws or is acquired? Article 12 of the draft, Ling Yun flipped to the corresponding page. Founding member status is non-transferable. If a company is acquired, the acquiring party cannot automatically gain founding member status. They must reapply and be voted on by the remaining founding members. If a founding member voluntarily withdraws, their board seat is permanently canceled and no new seats can be added. Pfeiffer carefully read Article 12. This prevents large companies from seizing control through acquisitions. Exactly, Ling Yun said, the stability of the alliance is crucial. We do not want the standards to waver due to mergers and acquisitions. The three continued reading the draft with the only sound in the office being the rustle of paper. 10 minutes later, Dell was the first to set down the document. I will join. He said, Dell will pay $5 million to become a founding member. But I need to confirm one thing: the subsequent evolution of the UHSB standard must be technology-driven and not forced by any company for commercial interests. This is the core principle of the Alliance's charter. Ling Yun pointed to Article 3 of the draft. All standard revisions must be based on first, technological necessity, second, backward compatibility, third, member consensus. Any proposal that harms the technological integrity or compatibility purely for commercial interests can be vetoed by other members. Pfeiffer also set down the document. Compact will join. But I need some time to go through internal processes. The $5 million needs board approval. HP will also join, Platt stated more succinctly. The process is similar to Compact's and will take a few weeks. Understood, Ling Yun said. We can first sign a letter of intent that is legally binding. The formal agreement will be signed after your internal processes are completed. He took out 3 copies of the letter of intent from his drawer, already printed, only missing signatures and dates. Dell took the pen and directly wrote his name on the signature line. Dell can transfer the $5 million over first. I believe in this alliance. Pfeiffer and Platt also signed the letter of intent. Everyone has signed the letter of intent and the alliance is officially established. What do we do next? Dell asked. 4 things. Ling Yun put away the signed letter of intent. First, establish a preparatory committee for the alliance. Each of our 4 companies will contribute 2 members to draft detailed regulations and operational rules. Second, select a location to establish a standard testing laboratory. I suggest Silicon Valley. Third, begin drafting the formal documentation for UHSB 1.0 standard. Fourth, prepare for a public announcement. Timeline. Prater asked. Complete the preparations by January, launch the laboratory in February, finalize the standard documentation in March, and publicly announce the establishment of the alliance and UHSB 1.0 in April. Ling Yun presented the plan. At the same time, AMD's chip design will continue to advance with tape-out in February, samples in March, and mass production in April. Pfeiffer calculated announcing in April gives the market 3 months to prepare, and the new products will launch in July. The timeline is tight, but feasible. What about Intel? Dale asked. They have a developer conference in March and might push for USB. Let them promote it. Ling Yun replied calmly, the theoretical speed of USB 1.0 is 1.5 megabits per second, while our measured speed is 500 megabits per second. A 300-fold difference cannot be bridged by marketing. Once users plug in a UHSB device, they will never want to use USB again. Prater stood up. I will have the vice president of HP participate in the preparatory committee. First meeting next week. Next Monday, January 6th at 10 a.m., right here. Ling Yun confirmed the time. Bring your technical and legal representatives. The three left in turn. Dale was the last to go and paused at the door. Ling Yun designed this alliance not just for UHSB, right? He asked. Ling Yun looked at him without speaking. All 4 founding members have veto power. Dale continued, this means any major decision requires consensus. This structure can be used for more things in the future, not just interface standards. The future is still far away. Ling Yun smiled. First, let's get UHSB right. At 2:10 p.m. the door to Bill Gates' office was suddenly pushed open. Steve Ballmer strode in, clutching a recently received